In the Grand Dynasty of Dejing, within the Jinhui prefecture of Wuyang County, amidst the territory of one of the three prominent families, the Pei clan, Pei Qingyan gradually opened his eyes, his murky gaze reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Where am I? Pei Qingyan surveyed his surroundings. Unlike the modern architectural styles he was accustomed to, the area was cluttered with a multitude of books, resembling a scholarly establishment at first glance. However, the disarray of the tomes suggested they had been carelessly tossed about. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing pain surged through his mind. The suddenness of the agony caught Pei Qingyun unprepared, compelling him to clutch his head tightly with both hands. In an instant, beads of sweat began to cascade down his parched and wrinkled visage. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the contorted expression on Pei Qingyun's face finally relaxed, the murkiness in his eyes giving way to a flicker of clarity. I have crossed over, he murmured to himself. Just moments ago, he had fully absorbed the memories of the owner of this body, who bore the same name as he did Pei Qingyun. However, aside from their shared name, the differences between them were numerous, particularly concerning their ages, a reality Pei Qingyun found difficult to accept. His former self was merely 25 years old, while the current host of this body had reached the venerable age of 82. The ancients often remarked that those who reached 70 were rare, and this age was not far from the grave. Not to mention, he had surpassed that threshold by an entire cycle. Gazing at his emaciated arms, and catching a faint scent of decay wafting from his nostrils, a wave of sorrow washed over Pei Qingyun. It is often said that those who traverse realms are destined for greatness. Fortunate ones may become sovereigns, while less fortunate souls might emerge as distinguished figures or inherit wealth. At the very least, one might expect to transform into an ordinary youth. From the perspective of an average person, it is indeed true that travelers are favored by fate. If anyone doubts this, they should attempt to traverse themselves. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, what does it signify to transmigrate into the body of an elderly man on the brink of death? He had been youthful, with a bright future ahead, but in the blink of an eye, he had become an old man. This disparity was intolerable. How could one endure such a fate? It was simply unbearable. However, the frailty emanating from his body compelled him to temper his emotions. Should he succumb to excessive despair, he might very well meet his end once again. Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad, but another transmigration was not something he desired. After an arduous moment, Pei Qingyun managed to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. Just then, a figure burst into the room. This individual was exceedingly tall, towering at 8 feet, with a face full of rugged flesh and robust arms bared to the world, exuding an aura of strength. Even in a simple stance, he commanded an imposing presence akin to that of a tiger or leopard. Pei Qingyun turned to face him, and a flood of memories surged forth. Pei Tianrong, the current head of the Pei clan. From both his name and appearance, one might assume otherwise. With his stout physique, he appeared rather simple-minded. If one were to declare him the clan's martial prowess, few would contest it. Yet, the role of a clan leader demands more than mere martial strength. It requires a comprehensive skill set one cannot afford to lack intellect. Of course, this was merely a first impression of a stranger. In reality, Pei Tianrong was far from a brute. He was meticulous in his undertakings. Over the years, he had diligently managed internal affairs with commendable success. It was for this quality that Pei Qingyun had appointed Pei Tianrong as his successor to the family headship. There was also another reason. As the venerable ancestor of the Pei clan, Pei Qingyun had frequently resorted to martial force, and with age, his health had steadily declined. Thus, 12 years prior, during his 70th birthday celebration, he had officially announced his resignation from the position of clan leader, passing the mantle to Pei Tianrong. Naturally, not every clan member agreed with Pei Tianrong's ascension. However, under Pei Qingyun's authoritative leadership, none dared to openly oppose him. Fortunately, Pei Tianrong had not disappointed him. Yet, in matters of significant consequence for the clan, Pei Qingyun still held the final say. Ancestor, just now, the Jinxia division issued their final notice, mandating our clan to arrange for a martial artist of the 5 Organs realm and 10 warriors of divine strength to cooperate with their operations within 3 days. I am aware of this matter. You may withdraw. Understood. Seeing the state of the ancestor, Pei Tianrong recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter. After a brief acknowledgement, he quietly exited, his thoughts lingering on the health of the ancestor. The ancestor is advanced in years, and each battle takes a significant toll on his vitality. Especially during last month's Jinxia Division operation, he nearly suffered a complete depletion of his life force. If he participates in this upcoming operation, the outcome could be dire. However, if we refuse to cooperate with the Jinxia Division, whether or not the Wang and Li families seize this opportunity to strike is uncertain. Even if they do not, the repercussions of defying the Jinxia Division's orders are consequences our clan cannot bear. Alas, if only I could break through to the Five Organs realm, we would not be in this predicament. I hope the ancestor can endure. These thoughts weighed heavily on him. Pei Tianrong felt as though a colossal stone pressed upon his chest. Simultaneously, he resented his own inadequacy. If only his talent were a touch stronger, achieving the Five Organs realm would alleviate the burden from the ancestor's shoulders and spare the clan from this crisis. Like the Pei clan, the Wang and Li families were also among the three prominent clans of Wuyang County. For many years, the three families had engaged in both overt and covert rivalry, a trend that had intensified in recent times. Ultimately, the Pei clan suffered from a lack of successors. Were it not for the relative stability of the Dejing dynasty, the Pei clan situation would be exceedingly precarious. Moreover, in recent years, the incursions of malevolent entities have become increasingly frequent, escalating into a grave situation. The Pei clan had yet to witness the emergence of a new warrior of the Five Organs realm. 5 years prior, even if Pei Qingyun were the sole warrior of the Five Organs realm, he would have been sufficient to maintain order. However, as the threat of malevolent forces grew, Pei Qingyun was compelled to personally intervene alongside the Jinxia Division. Alas, age had taken its toll, and sustaining his peak vitality was becoming increasingly challenging. In contrast, the Wang and Li clans each possessed a single warrior of the Five Organs realm, but they were 2 generations younger than Pei Qingyun, their vitality still at its zenith. Should the situation deteriorate, it was inevitable that Pei Qingyun would be the first to fall. If Pei Qingyun were to perish, the 2 families would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to divide the Pei clan's assets. Within the ancestral home, it was only after Pei Tianrong's departure that Pei Qingyun shed his facade. Despite having assimilated the original owner's memories, they were ultimately distinct individuals. Prolonged exposure to this reality would likely expose his anomalies. Before that, he required time to acclimate to these changes. With a sigh, Pei Qingyun lamented, "How did I end up traversing realms?" Unlike those fervently seeking adventure through transmigration, Pei Qingyun had little affinity for the concept. Living comfortably in a modern world beyond the basic needs, he enjoyed freedom, the luxury of leisure, and the assurance of safety was a far cry from the challenges of this new world. Upon arrival, he found himself thrust into a formidable predicament. Transforming into an elderly individual was already a disheartening fate. Now, he bore the weight of a death warrant. If he mishandled the situation, his life might extinguish before he even settled in. It was better to cling to life than to perish. There was no guarantee that death would grant him another chance at transmigration. He resolved to prioritize survival. Yet he couldn't help but voice his exasperation. When misfortune strikes, it feels as though even drinking water gets stuck in one's teeth. Chapter 1. A Tragic Journey Through Time, Warrior Realms, Foundation, Divine Power, 5 Organs, 6 Bowels, Meridian Opening, Innate. Chapter 2. A Turning Point with this thought. Pei Qingyun's expression gradually grew resolute. Faced with no alternatives, he was not one to be indecisive. Shortly thereafter, he stepped out of his ancestral home. Just as he contemplated venturing out, a translucent panel appeared in the void. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 3 months. Cultivation: early stage of the 5 viscera. Technique: Pei family, evergreen art, yellow grade, superior. Family fortune: 500. Note: family fortune can be restored, naturally regaining 5 points daily. If family fortune falls below 80 of the total, unforeseen disasters may occur. Upon witnessing the emergence of the attribute panel, Pei Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, only to be elated soon after. Could this possibly be the golden finger that accompanies my transmigration? He mused. During the process of receiving memories, he had called upon his golden finger, yet there had been no response at all, plunging his spirits into despair. Fortunately, fate had not been unkind. The appearance of the attribute panel offered him a glimmer of hope to alter his destiny. It was indeed a turning point. Once the excitement subsided, Pei Qingyun began to contemplate the implications of the panel. In his perception, the vitality of this body was waning. Yet its life force remained remarkably potent, far stronger than his ordinary self in his previous life. He estimated that, under natural circumstances, he should be able to live for several more years. However, the panel indicated that he only had 3 months left to live. This was likely due to the significant differences between the lifespans of warriors and ordinary people. With only 3 months remaining, it was imperative that he find a way to extend his life. In the Great Jing Dynasty, cultivating martial arts could indeed prolong one's life. But this privilege was reserved for those at the 5 viscera stage and above. Unfortunately, for those below this level, such benefits were non-existent. Even so, the life extension granted at the 5 viscera stage was limited to a mere 10 years. If one were to break through to the 6 fu stage, an additional 20 years could be gained. Yet, this remained a theoretical notion, for warriors were inevitably involved in combat, and reaching a ripe old age was exceedingly rare. Moreover, aside from breakthroughs in cultivation, certain rare herbs and elixirs could also provide a means to extend life. However, such treasures were beyond the reach of a humble family like the Peis from Wuyun County. Thus, it appeared that all conventional avenues for prolonging his life were effectively blocked. Whether it was rare herbs or elixirs, they were unattainable for him. As for relying on a breakthrough to extend his lifespan, that was even less feasible. He was still in the early stage of the 5 viscera, far from the 6 fu stage. Not to mention, his current vitality was dwindling, and merely maintaining his existing strength was a challenge. Consequently, Pei Qingyun redirected his focus back to the attribute panel. His mind raced with possibilities. He gently moved his finger and tapped on the lifespan section of the panel. In the next moment, a red plus sign appeared next to the lifespan entry. Simultaneously, a transparent window popped up in the upper right corner. To extend lifespan by 1 day, a consumption of 5 points of family fortune is required. Does the host wish to proceed? Yes. No. Pei Qingyun did not act on the prompt, but instead fell into contemplation. 5 points of family fortune could grant him an extra day of life. And since family fortune replenished at a rate of 5 points daily, in theory, as long as his family fortune did not diminish, he could extend his lifespan indefinitely by adding points each day. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Family fortune was closely tied to the strength, prosperity, and influence of a family. Once a family began to decline, the fortune could easily plummet. At that juncture, whether the family fortune would still recover at the same rate was highly uncertain. Moreover, all of this remained speculative. While 3 months of lifespan was limited, it still provided him with a degree of leeway. His immediate concern was not his lifespan, but rather the deterioration of his vitality. If he did not address the issue of declining vitality, it would undoubtedly become his Achilles heel during the impending Xingziwei operation 3 days hence. Should a high-intensity battle arise, it would lead to further deterioration of his body. At that point, his 3-month lifespan might not even last that long. Since the issue of lifespan could be temporarily set aside, perhaps he could explore other options. Enhancing his cultivation might be a viable strategy. If he could break through to the mid-stage of the 5 viscera, it would bolster his vitality and temporarily mitigate the decline. With this thought, Pei Qingyun tapped on the cultivation section of the panel. As before, a translucent window appeared in the upper right corner. To advance to the mid-stage of the 5 viscera, a consumption of 110 points of family fortune is required. Does the host wish to proceed? Yes. No. He was on the verge of confirming, but upon seeing the red alert on the family fortune section, his desire was swiftly extinguished. If family fortune fell below 80, unforeseen disasters would ensue. The warnings on the attribute panel were not to be taken lightly. Pei Qingyun dared not gamble on such stakes. This meant that his maximum control space was limited to 100 points of family fortune, with a necessary recovery period of 20 days. With cultivation off the table for now, Pei Qingyun turned his attention to the technique. Pei Family Evergreen Art. This technique was exclusive to the Pei family, originally created by the first ancestor, Pei Yuanji, based on the Pei bloodline, and was once classified as a ground-level technique. However, due to the passage of time, parts of the technique had been lost, causing its grade to drop from ground level to yellow grade superior. Nonetheless, even in its diminished state, the Pei family evergreen art surpassed the techniques of the Wang and Li families by a significant margin. Notably, the technique's blood-boosting properties allowed Pei warriors to maintain peak vitality for a much longer duration than their counterparts from the other 2 families. This was precisely why Pei Qingyun had only begun to experience vitality decline at the age of over 80. Had it not been for the frequent battles in recent years, he could have prolonged the decline for several more years. Taking a deep breath, Pei Qingyun extended his finger once more to elevate the Pei family evergreen art to perfection. A consumption of 80 points of family fortune is required. Does the host wish to proceed? Yes. No. He could proceed with the enhancement, needing only 80 points of family fortune, leaving him just 20 points shy of the limit. Observing the changes on the attribute panel, a faint smile crept onto Pei Qingyun's lips. Thankfully, this path had not been blocked. This outcome was acceptable to him. Otherwise, He would have been compelled to seek alternative routes, and the consequences of that were uncertain, possibly leading him into precarious situations. Resolute, he decided to enhance the evergreen art. Once perfected, the issue of declining vitality would be entirely resolved. With this in mind, Pei Qingyun tapped on the attribute panel. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind, his eyes reflecting countless images. At that moment, it felt as if his consciousness was drawn into a mysterious realm. Scenes of practicing the Pei family evergreen art flashed through his mind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a year, 2 years, 3 years. Time flew by, and Pei Qingyun seemed to lose track of its passage amid the onslaught of memories. Yet, in reality, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Pei Qingyun regained his senses, a weighty aura burst forth, and his eyes bore the marks of time's passage. 10 years. It takes 10 years to elevate the evergreen art from completion to perfection, he murmured. Given his innate talent, he feared he might never achieve perfect mastery of the evergreen art before his demise. Chapter 3. The completion of the evergreen technique. With the full realization of the evergreen technique, Pei Qingyun experienced a remarkable surge of vitality within him, which continued to grow at a remarkably steady pace over time. With each fleeting moment, his vitality increased by a fraction of 1%. Moreover, the transformations engendered by the completion of the evergreen technique extended far beyond mere vitality enhancement. His once withered form seemed to be infused with the vigor of life. The wrinkles in his skin began to plump, and the age spots on his surface gradually faded and diminished. As time progressed, these changes became increasingly pronounced, as if he was undergoing a rebirth. It was unclear how long it took for Pei Qingyun to adapt to the alterations within his body. To his astonishment, the breakthrough of the evergreen technique brought about such profound changes. His vitality had nearly doubled, and his body felt considerably lighter. As he sensed these transformations, Pei Qingyun could not help but reflect on the historical context. The Pei clan had not been devoid of members achieving mastery in the evergreen technique. Yet the clan had experienced a continuous decline over the past century. Until he ascended as the clan's patriarch, no clan member had fully mastered the evergreen technique. Through the family's ancient texts, he had learned that the completion of the evergreen technique would signify a qualitative transformation. However, the extent of this enhancement exceeded his expectations. Had he attained mastery of the evergreen technique sooner, the Pei family would not have descended into its current predicament. For the moment, the crisis seemed temporarily averted. Nonetheless, whether the decline of vitality had been entirely resolved remained to be assessed through the attributes panel. Pondering this, Pei Qingyun directed his gaze once more at the attributes panel. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 10 years and 2 months. Cultivation: mid-stage of the 5 organs. Technique: Pei clan evergreen technique complete. Yellow grade supreme. Family fortune: 520, 600. Note: family fortune can be restored, naturally recovering 6 points daily. If family fortune falls below 80 of the total, unforeseen disasters may occur. At this moment, the changes in the attributes panel were starkly evident. The family fortune had not only remained stable, but had increased, growing by 20 on an initial consumption base of 80. Additionally, the total family fortune had risen by 100. Moreover, the benefits derived from the completion of the evergreen technique were astonishing. His cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the 5 organs, and his lifespan had extended by nearly 10 years. Prior to this breakthrough, Pei Qingyun had speculated about the changes in the attributes panel, but he had not anticipated that it would update in real time. The increase in family fortune was easily comprehensible, likely resulting from his recent cultivation and technique advancements. The more formidable he became, the more robust the family fortune naturally became. However, the breakthroughs in both cultivation and lifespan surpassed his initial projections. He soon deduced that the completion of the evergreen technique could indeed double one's vitality, and in his case, it had tripled, undoubtedly due to the cultivation breakthrough. Yet, he wondered why the clan's texts did not record any mention of the evergreen technique leading to an elevation in cultivation level. Upon careful consideration, Pei Qingyun understood that it was likely due to his relatively low realm. In the clan's history, every ancestor who had completed the evergreen technique had at least reached the late stage of the 5 organs, or even the peak of that stage, or even the 6th viscera realm. He was undoubtedly the first in history to achieve mastery of the evergreen technique at the early stage of the 5 organs. Furthermore, the substantial increase in lifespan was also logical. It did not signify an increase in his lifespan limit, but rather the inherent characteristics of the completed evergreen technique, which revitalized him, healed internal injuries, and resolved the issues of vitality decline, allowing him to live to the limit of this body. In essence, he was always capable of living this long. It was merely the toll of battle that had diminished his lifespan. In the Pei clan's territory, within the courtyard where the clan leader resided, Pei Tianrong paced back and forth, his expression grave and urgent. Although Pei Tianrong had presented a facade of calmness in the ancestral home, internally he was filled with anxiety, particularly at this moment, as the head of the clan, the pillar of support for his family. He found himself unable to take decisive action. The elder, in his advanced years, was still contending with the family's struggles, leaving him to endure the waiting. Though this was not his fault, the inner turmoil he felt weighed heavily upon him, instilling a sense of guilt for not fulfilling the responsibilities of a clan leader. Just then, a tall figure entered through the gate, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Hearing the sound from the entrance, Pei Tianrong lifted his gaze and finally recognized the visitor. Tianlin, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Pei Tianrong asked, regaining his composure. Brother, news has arrived from the Zhengxia office, urging us to submit the list promptly. Pei Tianlin replied, his expression grave, his voice low. The Zhengxia office is truly overstepping. Do they think the Pei clan is so easily bullied? If they wish to swallow us whole, they should consider the consequences. Pei Tianrong exclaimed, abruptly waving his sleeve, his tone brimming with indignation. Pei Tianrong was acutely aware of Pei Tianlin's temperament. Had it not been for the Zhengxia office's excessive pressure, Pei Tianlin would never have come to him regarding the list at such a critical juncture. He was already overwhelmed by this matter, and now he could hardly contain his anger. Observing his brother's fury, Pei Tianlin remained silent, patiently awaiting his brother's temper to subside. As time passed, the palpable tension in the air gradually dissipated, and Pei Tianrong's emotions began to calm. As for the list, you need not concern yourself. I have already informed the elder. We shall await his arrangements. Should the Zhengxia office come again, I will handle it personally, Pei Tianrong stated after a moment's reflection. Upon hearing this, Pei Tianlin refrained from pursuing the matter of the list further, instead inquiring about another pressing concern for the clan members. Brother, when you met with the elder today, how has his health been recently? Pei Tianrong regarded Pei Tianlin with a deep gaze, remaining silent for a long while before responding candidly. Since the last action against the Zhengxia office, it seems the elder has sustained some fundamental injuries, and his health has significantly deteriorated. Upon meeting him today, I observed subtle signs of vitality decline, with a faint aura of decay and frailty emanating from him. Given the elder's current condition, if he were to participate in this upcoming action against the Zhengxia office, it may not bode well. Though Pei Tianrong did not explicitly state the outcome, Pei Tianlin understood the implication. Before posing this question, he had entertained various possibilities in his mind. This scenario had indeed been among his considerations. Yet, upon hearing the situation, he found himself far less composed than he had imagined. A heavy weight of pressure seemed to envelop his heart. Within the Pei clan, Pei Qingyun had been the steadfast anchor, no matter the gravity of the situation. As long as Pei Qingyun stood firm, the clan remained resilient as a rock. However, now that Pei Qingyun's health was compromised, he was no longer the clan's pillar. The responsibility to uphold the clan now fell upon their shoulders, yet whether they could withstand the burden remained a significant uncertainty. Chapter 4. The situation, no matter how arduous the circumstances may be, the Pei family has no path of retreat. Indeed, the ancestral elder's health has deteriorated. Pei Tianlin's heart was heavy, his brows knitted tightly together. His clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within him. Reflecting upon it all, he realized it was time for him to step forward. As time passed, Pei Tianlin's expression gradually softened, and a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. He turned to his elder brother, Pei Tianrong, and declared, Brother, for this mission, I wish for my name to be included among the 10. Upon hearing this, Pei Tianrong did not respond immediately. The mission of the Demon Suppression Division was no trifling matter. It bore a staggering casualty rate, and only those at the Five Organs realm could ensure their own safety. Statistics show that in every operation, several divine power warriors perished. Especially in the current climate of rampant demonic forces, the death toll often exceeded 10. On average, including the Demon Suppression Division, each faction suffered at least 2 fatalities. Although this number may seem modest, it represents a significant loss for the 3 prominent families of Wuyang County. After all, those who participate in the mission are not ordinary individuals. They are at least divine power warriors. Each divine power warrior serves as a pillar of strength within their clan. And across Wuyang County, their numbers barely exceed 200. In the context of the 3 families, this figure is even lower. One can only imagine the extent of the risks involved in the operations of the Demon Suppression Division. Even with Pei Tianlin having perfected his divine power, his safety cannot be guaranteed. Pei Tianrong knew his younger brother well. Although Pei Tianlin often appeared somewhat reckless, it was merely a fade to mislead others. In truth, Pei Tianlin possessed a keen intellect beneath his rough exterior. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with managing the family's most significant enterprises. This time, Pei Tianlin's decision to participate in the mission was not solely about preserving his own life, but rather about safeguarding their ancestor. When the moment arose, he might even sacrifice his life for the elder. In light of this, Pei Tianlin's chances of survival were slim. As an elder brother, Pei Tianrong did not wish for his younger sibling to tread this perilous path. Yet, as the head of the family, he felt compelled to support Pei Tianlin's request. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Tianrong said, I agree to your wish, but you must promise to return alive. Fear not, brother. I am resilient. No one can take my life. Pei Tianlin chuckled heartily, his words brimming with nonchalance. Pei Tianrong patted his brother's shoulder, fully aware that this statement served only as a comfort, with unspoken understanding lingering between them. Not long after Pei Tianlin departed, several elders volunteered for the mission, each approaching with a spirit of self-sacrifice. Most of these elders were at least at the late stage of divine power, compared to previous missions. Aside from the ancestor Pei Qingyun, this group of 10 represented half of the Pei family's resources, an assertion that could hardly be overstated. After a brief hesitation, Pei Tianrong acquiesced to the collective request. Were it not for his position as the family leader, which prevented him from taking the lead, he would have eagerly enlisted himself. Although the Pei family had yet to collapse, they stood on the brink of survival. Should Pei Qingyun fall, the family would surely follow suit. Rather than allow such a fate, it was better to gamble everything. If the ancestor could return safely from this mission, they could secure an additional 3 months of safety. Meanwhile, as the Pei family members prepared to risk their lives for the mission, the Wang family, one of the 3 prominent clans of Wuyang County, engaged in fervent discussions regarding their own candidates. As one of the 3 great families, the requirements from the Demon Suppression Division mirrored theirs, 1 at the 5 Organs realm and 10 divine power warriors. The combat capabilities among the top tiers of the 3 families were relatively comparable, with only 1 at the 5 Organs realm. However, the Wang family had a slight edge in the number of divine power warriors, yet the 10-person roster remained a source of frustration for the clan leader, Wang Yang. The recent spike in casualty rates during missions had dissuaded some clan members, who once held aspirations, from volunteering this time. What a headache. At such a critical juncture, these old fools were all too eager to cling to life. Yet when there were benefits to be gained, they rushed in without hesitation. Seeing no one stepping forward, Wang Yang felt a surge of anger. He had long understood the nature of his kin, yet the situation still left him feeling vexed. His initial fury gradually subsided, and he found himself more concerned about the Pei family's arrangements than his own clan's participation. Before long, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, weathered skin, and donned in a resplendent blue robe entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Yang, the elder respectfully bowed and said, "Master, I have already inquired about the Pei family's candidate list. According to the Demon Suppression Division, they have yet to finalize their roster. In previous instances, Pei Qingyun would have arranged everything by this time. It seems my previous intuition was correct. The old man's health is indeed failing. This presents an opportunity for the Wang family. If it were not for this old coot stubbornly clinging to life, the Pei family would have already been in our grasp. Master is indeed wise, having made arrangements in advance. I believe it will not be long before our clan ascends to greater heights," the elder praised. "Let us not be too hasty. The old man's age means his decline was inevitable, but it has come sooner than I anticipated." Wang Yang replied with a slight shake of his head. The Li family must have sensed something as well, and they will undoubtedly seek to stake their claim. If the Wang family wishes to seize the Pei family, we must act swiftly, before the Li family can react. Master speaks the truth. The Li family harbors ambitions that cannot be ignored, the elder concurred. Lu, continue to investigate the Pei family's list through the Demon Suppression Division. I will prepare the necessary funds for your efforts. Additionally, keep an eye on the Li family's candidate situation. I require the latest intelligence on the Pei family, particularly regarding Pei Qingyun's health. After articulating these directives, Wang Yang took a deep breath. Matters concerning the rise and fall of the clan necessitated utmost caution. If Pei Qingyun did not fall, and the Wang family launched an all-out assault, even if they succeeded, the cost would be immense. At that point, one might fear losing more than they gained. After all, Wuyang County is not solely under the Wang family's dominion. The Li family lurks nearby, coveting the lucrative prize that is the Pei family. Understood, Master. Lu, the steward, comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly departed. Shortly after Lu's departure, Wang Yang convened a meeting with the elders of the Wang family to deliberate on the pressing matters at hand. Chapter 5. The calamity of demons. In the bustling East Street district of Wuyang County lies the Li family, one of the 3 prominent families. Unlike the Wang and Pei families, the Li family is the true local aristocracy. For centuries, the Li family has resided in Wuyang County, evolving from humble beginnings to their current prominence. In contrast, the Wang and Pei families are relative newcomers, having migrated here just over a century ago. In terms of heritage, the 3 families are comparable, but when it comes to wealth, the Li family undoubtedly reigns supreme. In the Li family's council chamber, a gathering of elders convenes. At the helm sits the family patriarch, Li Wu, draped in a regal purple robe, his expression grave as he surveys the assembly. His gaze finally rests upon an elderly man in blue robes. "Second elder, do you have something to say?" Li Wu inquires. Reporting to the patriarch, according to our scouts, the Wang family plans to strike against the Pei family during the Zhongxia division's operation in 3 days. Second elder Li Xian replies thoughtfully. Before Li Wu can respond, the third elder, Li Han, who harbors a rivalry with Li Xian, interjects with skepticism. Does the Wang family truly possess such audacity? From what I gather, although the old man of the Pei family is nearing his end, he still has the strength to fight back. An attack at this juncture would surely provoke a fierce counter from the Pei family. Given Wang Yang's temperament, he is unlikely to take such a risk. As Li Han speaks, the other elders cast dubious glances at Li Xian. It is evident that they question the reliability of this information. Wang Yang has been the head of the Wang family for some time, and the elders have a general understanding of his modus operandi. As the patriarch, Li Wu has interacted with Wang Yang more than anyone else in the room, and he too finds this behavior uncharacteristic. Li Xian, being one of Li Wu's most trusted elders, could not possibly speak without certainty. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Wu presses, "Is this information reliable?" "It is absolutely reliable. Had it not been confirmed multiple times, I would not have brought it to the family council. If this information proves false, I am willing to accept any consequences from the patriarch," Li Xian assures earnestly. With this declaration, the elders begin to believe him. However, Li Han remains unconvinced and continues to voice his concerns. But if this is true, how will Wang Yang deal with the Pei family's retaliation? Once this question is posed, the elders begin to ponder. If anything is amiss, there must be a demon at play. Despite the Pei family's undeniable allure, such an action would not align with the Wang family's interests. Could it be that Wang Yang is confident in annihilating the Pei family? One elder whispers, "That is inconceivable." If Wang Yang possessed such capability, the Wang family would not have remained so patient until now. There must be factors we have overlooked. But if the Wang family lacks confidence, how could they act so boldly? The discussion among the elders intensifies, the atmosphere shifting as uncertainty looms. The unknown breeds uncontrollability. If the Wang family truly has the strength to eliminate the Pei family, it poses a dire threat to the Li family as well. This is the crux of the elders' debate. Overhearing their discourse, Li Wu can no longer contain himself and thunders, "Silence. You all sound like a raucous market rather than a family council." At his command, the chamber falls silent. With the room now quiet, Li Wu turns his hopeful gaze back to Li Xian, asking, "Li Xian, do you have any other insights?" "None," Li Xian replies, lowering his head. Li Wu feels a pang of disappointment, having not received the answers he sought from Li Xian. The uncertainty gnaws at him like a thorn in his chest, making it difficult to remain composed. "Li Xian, your primary task now is to investigate this matter thoroughly. It is of utmost importance regarding our family's future actions. As for your other responsibilities, set them aside for the time being or delegate them to other elders," Li Wu states gravely, his expression serious. "I understand. I will ensure this matter is handled properly," Li Xian responds, his demeanor firm, recognizing the significance of the task at hand. In the ancestral home of the Pei family, Pei Qingyun calms his internal energy until it is completely settled, slowly opening his eyes. The shackles of his lifespan and cultivation have been lifted, and he has temporarily navigated through the crisis he faced. However, this does not imply that he is free from future troubles. From the memories of his past life, he understands that this world is fraught with danger. The Great Jing dynasty spans vast territories, housing countless innate martial artists, yet it remains unable to fully ward off the encroachment of malevolent forces. Each year, numerous cities fall victim to these demonic invasions, although most are mere townships. In Wuyang County, the destruction wrought by such forces is a rarity, occurring perhaps once in a decade. Yet, in recent years, the calamity of demons has surged. The intensity and scale of these invasions have surpassed those of previous years, prompting the Zhengxie division to frequently mobilize personnel from various families to quell the menace. Even so, they can merely stave off the threat temporarily, unable to eradicate or significantly diminish it. In such a perilous world, where can one find safety? If Wuyang County succumbs to the demonic onslaught, even as a practitioner of the Five Zong, his survival in a new city would be uncertain, let alone for the members of the Pei family, who possess even lesser strength. Moreover, is there any guarantee that a new city would be safe? Rather than placing hope in the unknown, it would be wiser to fortify the Pei family and transform Wuyang County into a bastion of hope. It is time to venture out, but first, he must finalize the list of tasks at hand. With this in mind, Pei Qingyun clasps his hands behind his back and strolls leisurely out of the courtyard of the ancestral home. Upon exiting, Pei Qingyun observes the diligent members of the Pei family. Along the way, every family member who spots him greets him with respect. Pei Qingyun responds to each greeting with familiarity, ensuring he does not appear out of place. Before long, he arrives at the courtyard where the family head resides. Just as he is about to enter, Pei Tianrong emerges to greet him. Clearly, word of Pei Qingyun's departure from the ancestral home reached him swiftly. "Old ancestor, please come in." Pei Tianrong respectfully bows before looking up at Pei Qingyun. At first glance, Pei Tianrong is taken aback. Just half an hour prior, he had seen the old ancestor, who appeared gaunt, his eyes vacant, and his aura reeking of decay and decline. Yet, in the brief span of time since, the old ancestor seems to have undergone a transformation. He appears revitalized, as if he has regained several years of youth. Upon closer inspection, one might even discern traces of dark hues amidst his graying hair, and his vitality is palpably restored. Chapter 6. An unexpected encounter. This revelation left Pei Tianrong momentarily dumbfounded. If it weren't broad daylight, he might have doubted the integrity of his own eyesight. Was this truly a person in a state of diminished vitality? Which martial artist, when facing such decline, could possess such a formidable essence of life? Even a wild bull would likely pale in comparison to the vigor of the ancestor. What could have transpired in this half hour? To suggest that the ancestor had experienced a miraculous revival would be utterly implausible. A revival of such magnitude would merely enhance one's spirit, but could not possibly transform their very essence of life. Could it be that the ancestor had employed some secret technique, temporarily restoring his body to its pinnacle? As this thought crossed his mind, Pei Tianrong's expression shifted. Unlike martial arts techniques, which enhance the foundation of life with each progression, secret arts often do the opposite. They drain one's potential and vitality, jeopardizing one's martial foundation and, at worst, threatening life itself. Given the ancestor's frail condition, the reckless use of such techniques could easily lead to death. Yet, upon further reflection, he found this notion troubling. Even if the ancestor were to utilize secret arts, it would surely be in a moment of life and death during the town's defense. Employing such techniques now would be tantamount to self-destruction, a concept he could scarcely fathom regarding the ancestor. Furthermore, the ancestor's vitality was far superior to anything he had ever seen. No secret art he recalled from the family's collection could yield such results, eliminating all impossibilities. Pei Tianrong felt he was inching closer to the truth. The weight that had burdened his heart began to lift. Just as he was contemplating another possibility, the two arrived at the stone table. At this moment, Pei Qingyun broke the silence, interrupting Pei Tianrong's reverie. Tianrong, you have worked hard in recent days. You appear to have lost some weight. Upon hearing this, Pei Tianrong was taken aback. Normally, Pei Qingyun exhibited great kindness towards his kin, but he held the family head to a higher standard. While the ancestor would not scold him for minor mistakes, such warmth and concern were utterly uncharacteristic. After all, the weight of his position was immense. The ancestor's elevation of him to the head of the Pei family was both a testament to trust and an acknowledgement of his abilities. Yet, this unexpected display of affection left him astonished. Surely, the sun had not risen from the west today. Pei Tianrong glanced skyward. The sun hung high, radiating brilliance. Certainly not from the west. Returning to the matter at hand, he earnestly responded, serving the family is my duty. There is no question of hardship involved. I have often mentioned the importance of balancing work and relaxation for effective management of family affairs. You are simply too stubborn. Remember, as long as I am here, the sky will not fall. After this exchange, Pei Tianrong felt his head buzzing. He could not recall the ancestor ever having said such words. Instead, he remembered admonishments against arrogance and indulgence, with a reminder to contemplate matters thoroughly, utterly unrelated to the current conversation. However, with the ancestor expressing such sentiments, he could only acquiesce, acknowledging the wisdom imparted as enlightening. Before Pei Tianrong could elaborate further, Pei Qingyun interjected with a cold huff. My body is sound now. You may proceed with the arrangements for the list. I am eager to see what methods the two families will employ against the Pei clan. As he spoke, Pei Qingyun subtly channeled his essence, unleashing a remarkable aura akin to a raging flood. Centered around him, within a radius of 10 feet, an immense pressure enveloped the air, rendering it thick and almost palpable. Previously, Pei Tianrong had sensed the ancestor's astonishing vitality, which had led him to a vague prediction, yet skepticism lingered. Now, with the ancestor's sudden display of power, the message was clear. The ancestor had grown stronger. Upon receiving this information, Pei Tianrong's expression froze, shock evident in his eyes. The ancestor had indeed broken through. This outcome aligned precisely with his predictions. In the span of half an hour, the ancestor had transformed from frailty to vigor. Logically, at such an age, one's capabilities should be on the brink of decay, with no reason for a breakthrough. Yet, it had occurred. Pei Tianrong could only attribute this phenomenon to an extraordinary encounter experienced by the ancestor. This world is not devoid of legends. A once impoverished youth stumbles upon a rare celestial fruit and ascends to become a formidable force. Such serendipities are not uncommon, and given the ancestor's wealth of experience, a singular stroke of fortune seemed entirely plausible. As his thoughts raced, Pei Tianrong began to envision the implications of the ancestor's breakthrough. The Pei family's top-tier combat strength would surge, eclipsing the Wang and Li families. Under the ancestor's guidance, he, as the family head, might propel their lineage to new heights. In that case, he would no longer be a mere footnote among the family heads, but rather one of the distinguished leaders throughout history. With this realization, the astonishment on Pei Tianrong's face was swiftly replaced by elation, his fighting spirit soaring to new heights, a stark contrast to his earlier despondence. Pei Qingyun, unaware of the whirlwind of thoughts racing through Pei Tianrong's mind, could surmise much from his demeanor. In truth, Pei Tianrong's earlier perception of the ancestor's vitality was intentional on Pei Qingyun's part. Otherwise, a mere martial artist, in a state of restrained vigor, could never detect anomalies within him unless in a state of diminished vitality. At that moment, he could not maintain perfect control over his essence. However, the family head seemed slow to react. burdened with worries, prompting Pei Qingyun to stoke the flames further. The arrangements for the list are in order, correct? Pei Qingyun continued, observing Pei Tianrong's demeanor. Absolutely. You need not worry, ancestor. I shall handle this matter diligently. Wang Yang and Li Wu, having dared to plot against the Pei family, will pay the price. A flicker of determination sparked in Pei Tianrong's eyes. Since the ancestor's vitality had waned, the Pei family had retreated on all fronts. Now, it was time to strike back. However, he had no intention of divulging the news of the ancestor's breakthrough just yet, not even to the upper echelons of the family. While he harbored no doubts about their loyalty, it did not guarantee absolute safety from internal threats. He aimed to catch the two families off guard. Since all is well, I shall take a stroll outside. It has been many days since I last ventured out. It would be nice to experience the vitality of Wuyang County, Pei Qingyun mused. Ancestor, would you like me to arrange for 2 guards to accompany you? Pei Tianrong offered. Pei Qingyun smiled and waved his hand in dismissal. Although Pei Tianrong was concerned about the potential exposure of the ancestor's breakthrough, such trivial thoughts were unlikely to escape Pei Qingyun's keen perception. Chapter 7. Shrimp and pork. Hard upon departing the Pei family, Pei Qingyun arrived in a bustling district. Vendors were selling snowflake cakes, sweet and flaky, at merely 10 coins per pound, large, white steamed buns, for just 3 coins each, and illustrated storybooks, 3 for 10 coins, with no haggling allowed. As he listened to the cries of the street vendors, Pei Qingyun felt as though this scene was surreal. Such imagery existed solely in his memories, and upon careful recollection, it seemed distant, inducing an involuntary sense of disorientation. It was as if he were not a part of this world, yet there lingered an inexplicable familiarity. It dawned on him that he had yet to fully acclimatize to his surroundings. As time passed, these images gradually began to overlap with his memories. To the outside observer, Pei Qingyun appeared to be lost in thought for a few seconds. Ultimately, memories are but echoes. Only through personal experience can one truly grasp this world, which is undeniably different from his previous existence. With a sigh, Pei Qingyun continued deeper into the district. Along the way, he witnessed several skirmishes between vendors, though none resulted in serious consequences. Such occurrences are rare in modern society, yet here, they were commonplace. As long as there were no fatalities, the constables typically turned a blind eye. After walking a considerable distance, he noticed the number of vendors dwindling sharply, and the sounds of their calls began to fade. Was he approaching the slums? Steadying himself, he surveyed his surroundings. The once vibrant streets had vanished, replaced by dilapidated houses on either side. Additionally, a foul stench permeated the air. Scattered before him were piles of refuse, along with remnants of human and animal waste. Unlike the thriving marketplace, where each vendor maintained the cleanliness of their stall, albeit not comparable to his past life, here, the conditions were deplorable. Living in such an environment, how could one possibly glimpse hope? Pei Qingyun sifted through his memories, discovering a near-total absence of recollections regarding the slums. Even before becoming the family patriarch, he had been a direct descendant of the Pei clan, seldom venturing into such places. Over time, this area had become a forgotten fragment of his memory. If the earlier bustling district had evoked a sense of dislocation, this moment instilled a profound sense of fracture, as if 2 worlds had formed. In either world, the underprivileged invariably endured the harshest conditions. This stark comparison made his current identity as the patriarch seem relatively fortunate. Without lingering any longer, Pei Qingyun pressed onward. If he intended to understand this world, he could not overlook this place. Soon, the number of pedestrians increased once again. They donned tattered clothing, presenting an impression of filth. These individuals resembled puppets, their faces devoid of smiles, only exhibiting a numbed acceptance of life. Yet, upon seeing him, a flicker of envy sparked in their eyes. Pei Qingyun, with his keen perception, recognized such emotional shifts effortlessly if he paid close attention. The envy stemmed not from his youth, but from his attire. Although dressed modestly, when contrasted with the denizens of the slums, he appeared distinctly out of place, unmistakably a wealthy gentleman. After a short while, Pei Qingyun noticed a crowd gathered in a nearby corner. Approaching, he beheld a girl of approximately 15 or 16 years, clad in a simple white linen dress. Kneeling on the ground, before her stood a rickety wooden sign, crookedly bearing the words, "Selling myself to bury my father." Beside her lay a tattered mat, upon which rested the body of an elderly man, covered by a worn white cloth, revealing only a face marred by deep creases and pallid as paper. His lips were tightly shut, his eyes sunken, and his skeletal frame indicated a life of distress. Another tragic tale, Pei Qingyun mused. At that moment, 2 burly men pushed their way through the onlookers. One stepped forward and tossed a handful of silver coins onto the ground. "Here are 5 taels of silver, sufficient for burial expenses. From today forth, you are mine." As he spoke, he reached out with his powerful right hand, grasping for the girl's delicate arm. She struggled to escape his grip, her slender limbs no match for his strength, and yelled defiantly, "I don't want your money, leave me alone. You're selling yourself to bury your father. Surely 5 taels is not insufficient. If you agree to be my concubine, I will not only give you the silver, but I will also handle your father's funeral. The man's tone shifted, ostensibly raising his offer as if considering her plight. However, the crowd could easily discern the underlying threat in his words. Leave. I said I don't want your money. You are the one who caused my father's death. Don't harbor delusions of making me your concubine. Even if I die, I will not go with you. The girl's eyes burned with hatred as she unleashed her fury. The spectators turned their gazes toward the burly man, Wang De. They were all impoverished souls, yet some empathy lingered among them. This man had caused the girl's father's demise and was now attempting to purchase her body, a quintessential example of treachery. Unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, Wang De defended himself brazenly. You must watch your words. Everything requires evidence. The authorities have already concluded that old Liu worked himself to death. What? Do you mean to blame me for that? I, Wang De, stand firm on this. If anyone has grievances, feel free to report me to the magistrate. Although the onlookers did not believe Wang De's words, none would dare to take the girl's side against him. Kind-heartedness has its limits, especially when one's own family is at stake. Wang De exuded an aura that warned others not to cross him, and seeking justice was never an easy task. Gradually, many began to disperse, leaving the girl filled with despair. The crowd may not have understood the complete story, but she was acutely aware that this man was responsible for her father's death. Her plight of selling herself to afford a burial was a direct consequence of his actions. Come with me, and not only will I ensure your father receives a proper burial, but you shall also escape this wretched existence. What could be more advantageous? Seeing the girl fall silent, Wang De resumed his coaxing. Leave. You go. The girl, tears streaming down her face, felt her despair nearly consume her reason. Her rejection ignited Wang De's fury. Your brother is starving each day, on the brink of death. Do you wish for the Liu family to perish? Come with me, and I promise you will never suffer hunger again. Chapter 8. The outburst shameless. This is utterly shameless. Pei Qingyun, who originally intended to observe the unfolding drama, was taken aback by the scene before him. The world is rife with injustices, and while he did not intend to intervene in every matter, the actions of the burly man still left him feeling unsettled. Despite his frail body, worn by the years of life, his conscience remained intact. Although he had not witnessed the entire incident, he had discerned the general progression of events. It was evident that Wang De had taken an interest in the young girl, who, along with her father, had refused his advances. In a vile twist, Wang De had orchestrated the death of the girl's father, and now he was resorting to threats and coercion, exploiting the girl's filial piety to reveal the darkest facets of human nature. Previously, Pei Qingyun had seen similar reports on television, but those were merely distant observations. It was not until he stood at the scene that he truly grasped the depths of his indignation. As Pei Qingyun's voice resonated, the attention of the surrounding crowd shifted towards him. At his age, and with his attire, he was already a conspicuous figure among the masses. Until now, their focus had been on the girl selling herself to afford her father's burial, which had masked his presence. Undoubtedly, he had once again become the center of attention. The onlookers were not oblivious. Most understood the implications of his statement. Yet, the words coming from an elderly man in his 80s carried an air of incongruity. After a few glances at Pei Qingyun, the crowd's focus reverted to Wang De. Curiosity gripped them. They were eager to witness his reaction. Wang De, feeling the weight of their gaze, simmered with rage. Just as he sensed the girl wavering in her resolve, an unexpected challenger had emerged. If the interloper had been a valiant hero, it might have been acceptable, but a frail old man dared to question him. Old man, who are you referring to? Wang De retorted coldly, his displeasure evident. What? Are you bold enough to act, but not to take responsibility? You're a towering figure, yet you engage in despicable deeds. Without hesitation, Pei Qingyun shot back. Your actions are beneath contempt. Wang De, now cornered, glared at Pei Qingyun, his aura menacing. Old man, you're courting death. Move aside, or I shall show you no mercy. Pei Qingyun, undeterred, scoffed. I am rather intrigued to see what form your mercy might take. With that, he dismissed Wang De's furious countenance and approached the girl, speaking softly. Young lady, allow me to cover this expense. Is this amount sufficient? He produced a silver ingot, placing it in her hands. The girl looked up, astonished to discover it was 10 taels of silver. She quickly shook her head, her expression filled with gratitude. Sir, this is far too much. My father didn't require such a sum for his coffin. 5 taels would suffice. She was not a greedy individual, and the kindness Pei Qingyun extended felt akin to salvation. Without his intervention, her fate was unthinkable. Had he not been of advanced age, she might have felt compelled to repay him in kind. In her current predicament, how could she accept more than necessary? Naturally, she would fulfill her vow to serve as a maid after her father's burial. An ingot of silver was equivalent to 10 taels in this world. In truth, Pei Qingyun seldom carried wealth with him. Such matters were typically managed by the Pei family. The fact that he could produce an ingot now was purely fortuitous for the girl. Take this silver for now. I never retract what I offer. You have a younger brother, yes? The surplus from the funeral can provide both of you with new clothes. I find your current appearance quite unappealing. The onlookers were astonished by Pei Qingyun's generosity, an ingot of silver being a significant sum compared to the meager savings of the impoverished crowd. On the other side, Wang De was fuming, nearly ablaze with rage. The prize he had sought was snatched from him. There was a limit to his tolerance. Fortunately, a shred of reason remained. Had it not been in broad daylight, he would have killed the old man without a second thought. However, his fury demanded an outlet. He shot a fierce glare at Pei Qingyun and then turned his malevolent gaze to the girl. Do not think that this old fool has rescued you, and you will have a good life. He is merely preying on your youth, and may have ulterior motives. You beast! How dare you tarnish this gentleman's name? Take your silver and leave. The girl almost roared, her pent-up anger finally unleashed. Very well, I shall remember this, Wang De seethed. The longer he remained, the more his murderous intent swelled. He had committed numerous acts of violence in secrecy, as long as he was not caught in the act. A bribe could conceal his misdeeds. Murdering someone in the open, however, was a different matter entirely. Even with connections to the authorities, his power stemmed primarily from wealth. Should he dare to kill in public, his gang would not bear the costs of his recklessness. Before departing, he cast one last glare at Pei Qingyun, as if etching the old man's face into his memory. The vendetta for the stolen bride could not go unpunished. Pei Qingyun, however, had no intention of confronting him directly. Yet, Wang De had crossed an unforgivable line by revealing his murderous intent. The moment that malice surfaced, Wang De had sealed his fate. Just as Wang De turned away, a voice thundered in his ear like a clap of thunder. Pei Qingyun flicked his finger, channeling his inner energy into a single point, transforming it into an arrow that shot forth with deadly precision. In the blink of an eye, the energy pierced through Wang De's heart with devastating force. Thud! Wang Da's body stiffened, as if struck by an unseen force. A gaping wound, the size of a finger, appeared in his chest, blood spraying forth with abandon, splattering those closest to him. Moments later, Wang De collapsed heavily to the ground. Devoid of life, the assembled crowd erupted in screams. A murder! A murder! In an instant, the throng dispersed in panic. Pei Qingyun cast a final glance at the fallen Wang De, his energy once again coalescing before he turned to leave. The girl, now regaining her composure, called out, "Benefactor, how may I find you after the funeral?" "Pei Manor," he replied succinctly, and with that, Pei Qingyun vanished into the distance. Chapter 9. The Great River Gang. After departing from the slums, Pei Qingyun found himself devoid of any inclination to linger. This outing afforded him a general understanding of Wuyang County, and on the whole, the county's condition appeared rather favorable. The order was relatively stable, and the calamities wrought by monsters had yet to threaten the safety of its inhabitants. With this foundation, Pei Qingyun found himself with time to develop, for otherwise, he would face devastation upon arrival. Given his current circumstances, survival was already a precarious endeavor. Upon returning to the Pei family estate, Pei Qingyun set about formulating plans for strengthening the clan. Shortly thereafter, news of Wang Da's demise reached the Pei family. Murders in public are not a common occurrence. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to commit such acts. According to eyewitness accounts, Wang De had engaged in a confrontation with an elderly man prior to his death. Upon comparison, the Pei family swiftly identified the assailant as their own ancestor. The ability to kill from a distance using one's vital energy could only be achieved by martial artists of the fifth organ's realm or higher. Within the entirety of Wuyang County, there were only a handful of such practitioners, no more than 5, when accounting for the authorities and the Evil Suppression Bureau. Naturally, the local constables were quick to investigate the incident's outcome. When it pertains to the level of the Pei ancestor, unless a high-ranking constable had perished, any death would be deemed inconsequential. Meanwhile, the other two families also received the news. In these extraordinary times, both families kept a vigilant watch over all happenings within the city. The news of Pei Qingyun's intervention could hardly be concealed from them. Upon discerning the full details of the situation, both families chose to cease their scrutiny. They could only surmise that Pei Qingyun had acted on a whimsical impulse, perhaps out of a newfound affection for a young maiden, leading to a scenario reminiscent of an old bull courting fresh grass. Nevertheless, the tale continued to circulate. Within the Pei estate, Pei Tianrong received the information promptly. Although the ancestor did not require accompaniment, it was imperative for him to remain apprised of all developments concerning the ancestor. Upon learning of the ancestor's killing of Wang De, his immediate thought was not whether Wang De deserved such a fate, but rather to send someone to investigate Wang Da's background. This could potentially serve as a probe from the other two families regarding the Pei clan. If the actions against their ancestor were not instigated by the other families, it would signify a blatant disregard for the Pei family, and those behind such audacity would undoubtedly face repercussions. Has Wang Da's background been thoroughly investigated? Pei Tianrong inquired of a subordinate leader within the family. The investigation revealed that Wang De was a minor leader within the Great River Gang. This incident appeared to be an unfortunate accident, with the higher-ups of the Great River Gang remaining unaware. The Great River Gang? Pei Tianrong narrowed his eyes, recalling intelligence regarding the gang. Established 3 years prior, the Great River Gang is one of the 4 prominent gangs in the slums, ranking second in overall strength among them. boasting a membership of several hundred. In terms of numbers, the Great River Gang was not significantly outnumbered by the Pei family. However, in terms of strength and influence, they were not on the same level. Should the Pei family choose to mobilize a commanding force, they could easily annihilate the gang. Master, do you wish to take action against the Great River Gang? The subordinate leader, perceiving Pei Tianrong's expression, ventured to suggest. Of course, we must take action. Anyone daring to offend the Pei family must face the consequences. Yet, I am not a petty individual. First, convey a message to the Great River Gang. Before noon today, I expect to see their sincerity, or they shall face the repercussions. With that, Pei Tianrong lifted a teacup, savoring a sip with an air of unparalleled contentment, as if he still possessed a hidden edge. Listening to Pei Tianrong's words, the subordinate leader could only internally mourn for the Great River Gang. The master was not simply petty, he was intent on total annihilation. It was already the hour of the snake, leaving less than an hour until noon. Considering the time it would take him to reach the Great River Gang, nearly half an hour would be consumed. Even if he hurried, a 15-minute advance would be remarkable. In truth, from the moment he relayed the message to the gang leader, to the leader's decision, a considerable span of time would ensue. Such a significant matter could not simply be decided by the leader's word alone. Convening the elders would require time. Moreover, the nature of the sincerity they sought remained ambiguous. Instead of extending hope to the Great River Gang, it was more about granting them time for regret. Shortly after the subordinate leader departed, Pei Tianrong made his way to the ancestral hall once more. At that moment, Pei Qingyun had already returned for quite some time. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun, Pei Tianrong respectfully bowed before conveying his intentions and subsequently laid out his plans. Ever since learning of the ancestor's breakthrough, Pei Tianrong had been contemplating an opportunity for a proactive strike. The other two families had previously conspired against the Pei family. This grudge could not go unavenged. But the timing had not yet been right. The incident involving Wang De presented a perfect opportunity. The specifics of the situation were of little consequence. What mattered was that the Great River Gang had offended their ancestor. This accusation could carry varying degrees of severity, solely dependent on the Pei family's narrative. The Great River Gang was subtly linked to the Wang family. While it was publicly stated that the gang was not affiliated with the Wang family, the relationship between the two was undoubtedly complex, at the very least involving mutual benefit. With this connection, the Great River Gang would inevitably face dire consequences. The so-called sincerity was merely the Pei family's final ultimatum. After hearing Pei Tianrong's account, Pei Qingyun grasped the situation's intricacies. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the catalyst for this chain of events. Initially, Pei Tianrong had intended to exploit his situation without prior communication. While this matter would not significantly affect him personally, such unilateral decision-making was not a precedent that should be set. A powerful clan relies on unity and adherence to family rules. Yet, Pei Qingyun found it difficult to be angered, as all actions were taken in the family's interest. It was he who had prompted Pei Tianrong to take the initiative, and the family head had indeed acted. Tianrong, proceed with this matter. It is time to collect some interest from the other two families, but to exercise restraint and avoid excessive collateral damage. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Qingyun spoke calmly. Understood. Pei Tianrong nodded. The Great River Gang, with its several hundred members, could not all be exterminated, as that would create too much upheaval. However, eliminating the gang's leadership was certainly within reach. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Soon after, Pei Qingyun issued a dismissal, as he was not accustomed to lingering in the company of men. I shall take my leave then. With Pei Tianrong's departure, the door to the ancestral hall quietly closed. Chapter 10. Excessive deception. Throughout the years, the family head has conducted himself with propriety, seemingly influenced by his predecessor. However, with newfound liberation, the turn of events has indeed taken many by surprise. As Pei Qingyun gazed in the direction of Pei Tianrong's departure, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. In the past, when the Pei family was weak, they naturally adopted a cautious approach. Yet, times have changed, and it is now imperative for the Pei family to reveal its brilliance. Within the Pei family's training ground, dozens of warriors clad in identical attire gathered, each standing tall and exuding a commanding presence. The orderly formation radiated an undeniable aura of strength, perceptible even to casual observers. This formidable group, however, directed their reverent attention towards a middle-aged man positioned at the center of the arena, Pei Kong. Pei Tianrong's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon the foremost figure in the ranks. Your subordinate is here, Pei Kong replied, his voice resonating with confidence. You are entrusted with the command of this operation, but I have a stipulation. I demand that the prestige of the Pei army reverberates throughout the city. As he spoke, Pei Tianrong and Appo's tone became increasingly fervent. Your subordinate accepts the assignment. Pei Kong slightly bowed, his eyes ablaze with martial spirit. It had been a considerable time since Wuyang County had witnessed such a momentous event. It was evident that this impending show of strength would undoubtedly shake the entire city. As the Pei family assembled their forces, the young leader of the Pei family also conveyed the news to the Dai gang. Upon receiving the message, the Dai gang was thrown into turmoil. In no time, the gang leader, Zhao Shanhe issued a summons, calling all elders who had not yet departed to convene urgently. Perhaps the pressure brought by the Pei family was simply too overwhelming. Within a mere quarter of an hour, nearly all the elders capable of attending had arrived. Just now, the Pei family issued an ultimatum, demanding that our Dai gang, before noon, extend a sincere apology to them. Does anyone know the reason behind this? Zhao Shanhe surveyed the gathered elders, still somewhat bewildered. He had been in seclusion, and to be confronted with such an unexpected incident was immensely frustrating. Reporting to the leader, during this period, I have remained diligent and rarely ventured outside. Even when matters arose at the hall, I warned others repeatedly to avoid offending the Pei family. Like Elder He, had it not been for your summons, I would still be in seclusion. Leader, I too received no such information. We would never dare to offend the Pei family. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, Zhao Shanhe retorted, his anger palpable. If it were merely a misunderstanding, the Pei family would not have come to our doorstep. Whoever has offended the Pei family must confess at once. There may still be a chance for redemption. Delay, and you shall bear the consequences. His gaze bore down upon the elder who mentioned misunderstanding, filled with fury. Several elders exchanged glances, understanding that this was not an opportune moment for discussion. The entire conference hall fell into an oppressive silence. In such a pressing moment, Zhao Shanhe found it difficult to maintain composure. He suppressed his inner wrath and, with a forced pleasantness, stated, "Time waits for no one. This matter requires a resolution. The Pei family awaits our response. Elders who come forward with the truth will not be held accountable for past transgressions." Nonetheless, no one spoke up. Seconds turned into minutes, and the council hall remained eerily quiet, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Suddenly, an elder slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Zhao Shanhe. "Leader, I have a conjecture, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice it." With someone finally speaking, Zhao Shanhe's anxious heart settled slightly. "Elder Yun, please do share. It has come to my attention that this morning, the Pei family's ancestor executed one of our minor leaders," Elder Yun stated slowly. The Pei family's ancestor. Zhao Shanhe felt as though the world around him darkened, nearly losing consciousness. Of all people to offend, they had angered Pei Qingyun, a grave miscalculation indeed. The reasons for this grievance mattered little. Pei Qingyun could easily manipulate the Dai gang's reputation if he so desired. It was clear that crossing Pei Qingyun was a misfortune for the Dai gang. What was the name of this minor leader? And under whose command did he dare to provoke the Pei family's ancestor? Had it not been for the ancestor's swift hand, I would have flayed him alive to assuage my fury. Zhao Shanhe's rage surged to new heights. The minor leader is named Wang Da, from Wangjia village. Elder Yun clarified without hesitation. Yet, regarding Wang Da's affiliations, he refrained from making them explicit, leaving it to interpretation. Elder Bai, is Wangjia village not under your jurisdiction? Why did you not report such an incident? Zhao Shanhe questioned coldly. Wang Da indeed hails from my jurisdiction, yet he was not recruited by me into the gang. Hence he is not my subordinate. If the leader wishes to investigate, perhaps you should inquire with Elder Zifeng, Elder Bai replied. Elder Zifeng, is what Elder Bai stated true? Zhao Shanhe's gaze shifted to the elder closest to him, filled with inquiry. This Elder Zifeng had always been one of the closest allies among the elders. To his dismay, the very elder he trusted most was now betraying him behind his back, making his expression even more dismal. Wang Da is under my command. The reason I did not report this incident was due to my oversight. However, I hope the leader will allow me to recount the events in detail. Elder Zifeng admitted after a brief contemplation. Following this, Elder Zifeng relayed the findings of the investigation. From the perspective of the Dai gang, the fault lay with Pei Qingyun. Now, having slain one of their own, Pei Qingyun demanded an apology. This outcome was entirely unforeseen for Elder Zifeng. It could be argued that any elder in his position would have reached the same conclusion. Regardless, the fault lay with his subordinate, and thus it was merely his misfortune. Punishment was warranted, but this was not the time for such discussions. The priority was to quell the Pei family's wrath. Yet, the thought of this outcome left many elders feeling deeply aggrieved. Over the years, our Dai gang has consistently paid tribute to the Wang family. Leader, should we escalate this matter to the Wang family head? The Pei family has gone too far. Their arrogance knows no bounds, one elder voiced in frustration. Chapter 11. The demise of the Great River Gang. Do you think the Wang family is just any place? Do you truly believe they would act against the Pei family for the sake of the Great River Gang? One elder scoffed. Shall we simply allow the Pei family to bully us? Another elder's face betrayed his dissatisfaction. If you were unaware of the circumstances, it would be one thing. But now that you know the truth, everything changes. What's the matter? Elder Wen's heart simmered with indignation. If Elder Wen truly has the courage, he could personally visit the Pei family to reason with them. If you succeed, you will be hailed as a hero of the Great River Gang, one elder mocked. You. Elder Wen's face flushed, momentarily rendering him speechless. Just as the two argued vehemently, Zhao Shanhe slammed his hand on the table. With a resounding crash, the solid wood splintered into fragments scattered across the floor. Realizing Zhao Shanhe was angered, the two elders understood that further defiance would be unwise. As they fell silent, Zhao Shanhe regained his composure and spoke slowly. Let us proceed according to the wishes of the Pei family. Who among you is willing to take on the role of envoy and pay them a visit? At that moment, everyone bowed their heads, naturally. No one wished to undertake such a thankless task. Only Zifeng raised his head and addressed Zhao Shanha. Since this issue originated with my subordinates, I am willing to go personally. Excellent. Elder Zifeng, we entrust this matter to you. If you have any requirements, please voice them now. I shall fulfill whatever is within my power. Should you succeed, you will earn great merit. Zhao Shanha's face lit up with joy at Zifeng's willingness. With Zhao Shanha's promise in hand, Zifeng immediately articulated his demands. Fortune favors the bold, he thought, perceiving this venture as low risk with a substantial potential reward. The notion that it was a matter of his subordinates was merely a pretext. Zifeng was not noble enough to clean up after others. The blunders of Wang Do were his own to rectify. Meanwhile, as the upper echelons of the Great River Gang were deliberating, Pei Kong, leading the Pei family's guard brigade, had already set forth towards the Great River Gang. As one of the commanders of the Pei family's guard, Pei Kong, a prominent figure among the fourth generation, with Pei Qingyun as the current first generation, possessed late-stage divine power, effortlessly dominating all the young martial artists of his generation within the Pei family. He was also a standout among his peers throughout Wuyang County. Dealing with the Great River Gang, whose highest-ranked members were merely at mid-stage divine power, posed no challenge at all. However, for safety's sake, Pei Qingyun remained concealed in the shadows. Although the Pei family had taken the initiative, the likelihood of being ambushed was minimal. Yet Pei Qingyun had to eliminate all potential risks. The Pei family could not afford any losses at this juncture. Under the blazing sun, with the heat radiating fiercely, enticing aromas of food wafted from many homes along the streets. It was mealtime, a rare moment of respite for the common folk. Yet, at that very moment, the Pei family's guard brigade, a well-organized procession of dozens, marched down the street with great momentum. As one of the three major families in Wuyang County, the Pei family had seen better days, yet to the ordinary citizens, they remained one of the esteemed clans. The sight of the Pei family's guard brigade quickly captured the attention of the populace. Most citizens were only vaguely aware of the Pei family's existence, their knowledge limited to hearsay. However, the imposing presence of the guard brigade sparked curiosity among them. A few individuals recognized the identity of the brigade and wondered, what could the Pei family be up to? Have they mobilized their guards for war against another faction? Those who recognized the Pei family's insignia felt a surge of unease, sensing that an event of great magnitude might soon unfold. As time passed, news of the Pei family's guard brigade spread like wildfire. Pei Kong, following Pei Tianrong's directives, arrived at the Great River Gang stronghold. Meanwhile, Zifeng was en route to the Pei family to offer apologies, inadvertently crossing paths with the guard brigade. At Pei Kong's command, the guard brigade surged into the Great River Gang's headquarters. Kill. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Great River Gang. The ordinary members, caught off guard by such an overwhelming force, were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the Pei family's guards. Once they grasped the situation, they surrendered without resistance. Pei Kong cast a cold glance over the crowd, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, he coerced a few ordinary members to guide them. Shortly thereafter, the Pei family's guards stormed into the elder's chamber. Inside the chamber, one elder was deeply engrossed in cultivating his techniques, his demeanor focused and serene. Yet, the abrupt intrusion of the guard brigade shattered his concentration. The timing of his meditation was critically interrupted, and his fury was palpable. Upon opening his eyes and spotting the neatly attired Pei family guards, it felt as if a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him, chilling him to the core. "What do you want?" he demanded, but received no answer, only the glint of a steel blade. The blade sliced through the air with blinding speed, aimed directly at the elder's neck. With a dull thud, the sound of severance echoed, and a head rolled to the ground, continuing to tumble several times. Blood gushed forth from the neck of the headless corpse like a sword, splattering Pei Kong's face. Yet, rather than appearing grotesque, the bloodstained visage only enhanced his striking handsomeness. Glancing at the fallen headless body, Pei Kong shifted his gaze elsewhere. This was not his first kill, but he deemed it the most significant. The death of this Great River Gang elder marked not an end, but the dawn of the Pei family's resurgence. Amidst the anguished cries, life after life fell, and that day, the Great River Gang was littered with corpses, including their leader Zhao Shanha and all 13 elders. Only Elder Zifeng, who had volunteered, managed to escape the carnage unscathed. Chapter 12. Spreading throughout the city after resolving the situation with the upper echelons of the River Gang. Pei Kong led the Pei family guards to plunder the gang's assets thoroughly. As for the corpses, Pei Kong ordered his men to incinerate them on site. His motivation for this action was not solely to erase evidence, but primarily to prevent corpse mutation. In this world, due to the invasion of malevolent forces, any corpse left untreated for an extended period could transform into a corpse demon. The stronger the martial artist, the more formidable the resulting demon. If these bodies were neglected, it would only take a few days for numerous ordinary citizens to perish. Have all the bodies been checked? Rest assured, my lord, all have been inspected. The bodies are all accounted for. Pour hot oil over them and incinerate every last one. Leave no trace. With Pei Kong's command, a roaring fire ignited within the river gang's premises. Thus, the river gang was effectively extinguished. It was inevitable that news of the gang's downfall would reverberate throughout the city. After Pei Kong dismantled the river gang's leadership, Pei Qingyun, who had been lurking in the shadows, departed first, returning to the Pei family estate. Upon entering the ancestral home, he acknowledged that this operation was a resounding success. The initial strike, a calculated show of strength, had yielded substantial rewards. The wealth accumulated by the river gang's leaders over the years had now been added to the Pei family's coffers. The amount far exceeded initial expectations. Although the Pei family was not facing a financial crisis, it did not mean they were devoid of monetary needs. Expanding the guards, crafting weapons, and supporting family members in their martial training all demanded significant funds. Hence, the more silver, the better. However, these gains were not Pei Qingyun's most significant reward. Through the attributes panel, he discovered that the family's luck had increased by 50 points, rising from 600 to 650. He surmised that family luck was a manifestation of various factors, including the family's strength, reputation, and population. Despite the financial and material gains from this endeavor, they paled in comparison to the vastness of the Pei family and did not significantly enhance their foundational wealth. At least, in his view, they certainly did not warrant a 50-point increase in family luck. He deduced that the more likely source of this increase stemmed from the family's cohesion and reputation. The strength of a family is inextricably linked to its prestige and unity. In recent years, the Pei family had been in a steady decline, and their reputation and cohesion had subtly eroded. Understanding this, Pei Qingyun chose not to dwell on it further. He would have ample time to validate his theories in the future. Yet, he held on to a glimmer of hope. If this incident continued to develop, could it lead to a sustained increase in family luck? Or perhaps the attributes panel had some form of judgment based on the family itself. The following day, at dawn, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. The fresh air still carried a hint of dampness. On the morning streets, the familiar cries of vendors filled the air. Rising early was the norm for these merchants. However, an unusual occurrence took place. The business in the tea houses of Wuyang County was surprisingly bustling. These establishments shared a common thread. Patrons were predominantly engaged in discussions about the happenings within the river gang. Has anyone heard the news? Yesterday at noon, the river gang was annihilated. Is that true? The river gang has hundreds of members. Who could possibly wipe them out so swiftly? Where did you catch wind of this rumor? There's no doubt. I've heard that the river gang's headquarters was engulfed in flames that day, supposedly to burn the bodies. You're just spreading hearsay. If any river gang members hear you, you won't have a pleasant outcome. I'm not lying, if you don't believe me. Listen to what everyone is discussing. If it were false, would I bother telling you? Upon hearing this, the man leaned in to listen to the surrounding chatter. Just as the other had said, people were indeed talking about the river gang. He could hardly fathom that such a colossal entity had been dismantled in less than half a day. Which power in Wuyang County possesses such might? He wondered aloud. The possibilities are limited to a few families. My brother-in-law mentioned that it seems the Pei family is behind this. Apparently, a minor leader of the river gang offended the Pei family's ancestor, provoking their wrath, a bystander quietly informed. The Pei family, one of the three great families. The man mused, his expression complex and contemplative. Thus, the news of the river gang's leadership being eradicated spread like wildfire throughout Wuyang County. After a day of circulation, various factions within the county gradually received word of the gang's downfall. The revelation sent shockwaves through the major powers. The Pei family had been in a state of decline for years, often displaying weakness towards the other two families. This had led to a subtle erosion of their reputation within the city. Even secondary forces, typically fearful of the three great families, found their respect for the Pei family diminishing. If this trend continued, other factions might entertain the notion of usurping the Pei family's position. Yet, in a mere half-day, the seemingly faltering Pei family had managed to eliminate the river gang's leadership entirely. While the river gang was far inferior to the Pei family, it was still a significant force within Wuyang County, ranking among the second tier. This incident delivered a heavy blow to those secondary forces eyeing the Pei family. As for those who could barely contend with the river gang's familial power, in the eyes of the Pei family, they were scarcely more than mere ants. Simultaneously, the Pei family conveyed a message within Wuyang County. Their position was unassailable. At the Wang family estate, Wang Yang had received the news the previous day. However, he could hardly believe that Pei Tianrong would dare to take such action. Although the river gang was not a subordinate force of the Wang family, they contributed a substantial sum every year. In fact, the river gang's rise 3 years prior to become one of the 4 major gangs in the impoverished district was, to some extent, attributable to the Wang family. In other words, despite not being directly related, the river gang and the Wang family shared a connection. The eradication of the river gang's leadership meant that the Wang family would lose a significant annual tribute. More critically, the Pei family had delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Wang family, and they found themselves without a valid reason to retaliate. This left Wang Yang seething with frustration, resulting in a restless night filled filled with dark thoughts and sleeplessness. With dark circles under his eyes, he awoke early the next morning. "Master, here is the ginger tea you requested," a maid said, bowing her head respectfully as she approached Wang Yang. Wang Yang took the ginger tea and took a hearty sip. Yet, the next moment, he spat it out in shock. "What are you doing? You can't even brew a simple cup of ginger tea properly," he exclaimed, hurling the teacup to the ground, glaring furiously at the maid. Chapter 13. Transformation. The maid's face turned ashen, and she dared not argue, swiftly dropping to her knees with a soft thud. At that moment, a young man with delicate skin and an air of playful charm sauntered in from outside the hall. Upon entering the grand chamber, he appeared oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere, casually approaching the maid and pinching her rosy cheek before reclining leisurely in a chair. This seemingly carefree youth was none other than Wang Tengfei, the eldest son of the Wang family. True to his name, Wang Tengfei often embodied a carefree demeanor. However, to dismiss him as merely a debauched scion would be a grave misjudgment. As the heir apparent to the Wang family, he possessed exceptional qualities beyond his free-spirited nature. In matters of domestic and foreign affairs, he was even more capable than Wang Yang. Wang Yang felt a mix of exasperation and affection towards this heir. "Father, what has stirred your temper so?" "Even Xiaolian is frightened," Wang Tengfei asked nonchalantly, reclining in his chair. Upon witnessing this attitude, the anger that had subsided in Wang Yang flared up once more. "Look at you, always so undisciplined. Just seeing you infuriates me. After such a significant event yesterday, you were out drinking with courtesans. Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" "Father, you wrong me. My visit to the brothel was not for revelry. I was attending to family matters," Wang Tengfei retorted, a defiant expression on his face. "You claim to be attending to family matters while indulging in pleasures? Do you take me for a child of 3? If I do not discipline you today, I am not your father," Wang Yang declared, his temper rising as he rolled up his sleeves. Seeing the situation escalate, Wang Tengfei composed himself and said earnestly, "Father, please allow me to finish my explanation. If, after hearing me out, you still believe I was indulging in frivolity, then I shall accept any punishment." Wang Yang remained silent, though his actions ceased. Recognizing the moment, Wang Tengfei continued without hesitation. "Yesterday at noon, I received news of the Pei family mobilizing their guard. At first, I was puzzled by their intentions. Little did I know, their actions were so swift. By the time I grasped the situation, the Dai gang had already been annihilated. This operation starkly contrasts with the Pei family's usual methods. I suspect this is not merely coincidence. It seems premeditated." "Premeditated? I hardly think so. Which decrepit elder of the Pei family would act so hastily? Their actions are merely for revenge against our Wang family, a facade of strength. A cornered beast fights fiercely, but once Pei Qingyun is gone, the Pei family will be a toothless tiger. I am eager to see how they contend with us without him." Wang Yang replied with a fierce gaze and a hint of disdain. "Father, we must remain vigilant. I sense that the situation is more complex than it appears. The Pei family would not recklessly invite their own demise at this juncture. I suspect that the rumors circulating about them these past months are fabrications," Wang Tengfei expressed, a sense of unease gnawing at him, as if a storm was brewing. "Impossible. That old fool is in decline. I have confirmed it myself," Wang Yang asserted firmly, dismissing Wang Tengfei's concerns. Despite his father's words, an unsettling feeling lingered in Wang Tengfei's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he probed further into other possibilities. Could it be that one of the elders of the Pei family has broken through to the Five Organs realm? That is utterly implausible. With the commercial pathways shut, there are insufficient spiritual herbs in Wuyang County to support such a transformation. Moreover, the elders of the Pei family are either too old and lacking vitality or have yet to reach the critical threshold for a breakthrough. The prospect of anyone advancing to the Five Organs realm is akin to a fantasy, Wang Yang elaborated. As one of the 5 major families in Wuyang County, Wang Yang understood the arduous nature of breaking through the 5 organs. Firstly, such a breakthrough requires exceptional talent. Secondly, the spiritual herbs necessary for transformation are exceedingly rare. Even with the resources of the 3 major families, gathering a complete set of herbs for such a metamorphosis is no simple feat. The notion of achieving transformation without herbs did not even enter Wang Yang's considerations. Across the Great Jing dynasty, such prodigies are few and far between. While the Pei family is significant in Wuyang County, they are but a third-rate family in the grand scheme of the Great Jing dynasty. What merit could a third-rate family possess to nurture such talent? With this possibility ruled out, Wang Tengfei felt a slight sense of relief. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his inquiries, Wang Yang issued an abrupt dismissal. "That will be all for today. There is no need to dwell on the Pei family. The truth will reveal itself in 2 days. However, do keep a watchful eye on the Li family, who have been lurking with intent." "Understood." Wang Tengfei nodded and took his leave, though doubts still lingered in his mind. He recognized that further inquiries were unwarranted at this moment. Pei family ancestral residence. At the break of dawn, Pei Qingyun opened his eyes and eagerly accessed the attribute panel. After a day of anticipation, he wished to ascertain whether the family's fortune had continued to flourish. Name: Pei Qingyun, lifespan, 10 years and 2 months, cultivation, mid-5 organs, technique, Pei family, everlasting technique, perfected, yellow grade, exceptional. Family fortune, 576. 5, 650. Note, family fortune can recover, with a natural daily recovery of 5 points. If family fortune falls below 80 of the total, unforeseen disasters may occur. However, the outcome was disappointing. Over the course of the day, the family's fortune had not changed, perhaps due to the brevity of time. Pei Qingyun could surmise that the increase in family fortune was not a fluctuation tied to events, but rather a predictive growth based on future potential. While the anticipated changes did not manifest, this did not imply that Pei Qingyun had gleaned no insights. The 50 points of family fortune accrued yesterday, combined with the daily recovery of 6 points, would see the family's fortune replenished in just 12 days. However, prior to that, he needed to devise a strategy for the Pei family. For a powerful family, nurturing its members and increasing its populace is as vital as waging external battles. The Pei family had recently acted to eradicate the Date gang. Although the justification for this action was not particularly sound, it served as both a catalyst and an opportunity. This rationale sufficed for the time being. In the short term, the Pei family could not continue such methods to plunder other factions to enhance their reputation. Otherwise, they would not only invite a collective retaliation from the major powers, but also face repercussions from the authorities. The world had yet to descend into chaos, and Pei Qingyun was not inclined to confront the authorities openly. Moreover, the prosperity of a family cannot solely rely on plunder, as it may provoke even greater calamities. Chapter 14. The clan cultivation plan. As the opportunity for plundering was temporarily unavailable, the plan to cultivate the clan members could be advanced. Consequently, Pei Qingyun instructed the steward to summon Pei Tianrong. The foundation of cultivating clan members lies in a comprehensive understanding of the family dynamics, including the character, talents, and loyalty of each clan member. These factors are crucial for evaluation. While significant decisions ultimately rest with him, the elder, he acknowledges that his advancing age has diminished his vigor. Since Pei Tianrong assumed the role of the family head, his understanding of the clan's affairs has remained stagnant for a decade. Thus, Pei Qingyun called upon him not only to gain insight into the clan members' conditions, but also to assess Pei Tianrong's capabilities. A clan leader who is oblivious to the affairs of his own family is, indeed, remiss in his duties. Meanwhile, upon receiving the steward's notification, Pei Tianrong hastily made his way to the ancestral residence, neglecting even his breakfast. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun, he performed a respectful greeting and promptly inquired, "You summoned me. What are your instructions?" "It is still early. Please have your breakfast first. Afterward, we shall converse." Pei Qingyun gestured towards the medicinal cuisine nearby, speaking in a calm tone. "Understood," Pei Tianrong replied, somewhat puzzled but not refusing. For those possessing extraordinary strength, ordinary sustenance hardly suffices to meet their bodily demands. Therefore, a daily medicinal meal is essential to maintain their vitality. To strive for further advancement, at least 3 meals a day are required. Before long, Pei Tianrong completed his meal. It was then that Pei Qingyun slowly began to inquire about the family's enterprises and the living conditions of the clan members. Regarding the family's industries, the Pei family's enterprises are widespread throughout Wuyang County, with a few ventures even in the county city. However, the bulk of these industries is primarily situated within Wuyang County. Among them, the mining operations represent the family's most significant industry, accounting for 50% of their annual income, followed by the farming sector at 30% and the pharmaceutical industry at approximately 10%. The remaining portion of revenue is diverse, encompassing shops, taverns, granaries, and various other enterprises. After listening to Pei Tianrong's introduction, Pei Qingyun gained a clearer understanding. The mining operations, as expected, are the backbone of the Pei family. Nearly 1/3 of the elders reside within the major mines, overseeing daily operations and ensuring safety. Those stationed at the mines operate on a rotational basis, changing every 3 months. This system is in place due to the harsh living conditions of the mines, which can be mentally taxing over extended periods. A degree of hardship fosters cohesion among clan members, while excessive strain can have the opposite effect. Furthermore, the mines carry inherent dangers, with frequent conflicts arising, particularly with exotic beasts and malevolent entities. Naturally, the remuneration for work at the mines is the highest. The Pei family does not restrict those clan members who voluntarily wish to remain at the mines. As for the farming sector, it does not involve the rearing of ordinary livestock, but rather focuses on the breeding of exotic beasts, which have been researched and tamed by several generations of the Pei family, possessing remarkable reproductive capabilities. These creatures primarily serve to provide meat, which is not only superior in taste, but also more effective in replenishing the vitality of warriors. It is precisely due to these 2 major industries that the Pei family has endured over the past century. After understanding the family's enterprises, Pei Qingyun turned his attention to the clan members' conditions. In comparison to the industries, the situation of the clan members is far more intricate. Even as the family head, Pei Tianrong's focus is predominantly on those closest to him. After all, the Pei family consists of hundreds of direct and collateral relatives, leaving him little time to familiarize himself with each individual. Aware of this complexity, Pei Qingyun recognized that pursuing further inquiries would be futile. Before heading to the demon suppression office, he fortuitously found himself with 2 free days. Rather than merely relying on hearsay, he deemed it more prudent to observe the situation firsthand. On the other side, after departing from the ancestral residence, Pei Tianrong contemplated the elder's intentions. Although the elder did not elucidate the reasons, Pei Tianrong sensed that significant changes were afoot within the family. Whether these alterations are beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. What am I pondering? The elder's thoughts are beyond my comprehension. Pei Tianrong shook his head, deciding not to dwell further. Upon leaving the ancestral residence and learning the location of the first mine, Pei Qingyun ordered the arrangement of a carriage and several attendants. This excursion was intended to commence at the first mine, traversing all of the Pei family's enterprises. Of course, the available time was insufficient. Yet, if 1 day is inadequate, then 2 will suffice. Following his activities at the demon suppression office, he would allocate time to fulfill this plan. The first mine is situated outside Wuyang County, nestled within a mountainous region approximately 60 miles northeast of the Pei family estate. 60 miles is not an excessively long distance. With Pei Qingyun's physical prowess, he could easily make the round trip within an hour. However, in the interest of discretion, he opted for a common carriage. Though the pace would be slower, it afforded greater comfort. Additionally, the roads beyond Wuyang County are fraught with danger, often plagued by banditry. Merchants traveling between towns frequently hire escort services to safeguard their goods and personal safety. Naturally, there are always those willing to take risks. Smaller merchant groups often cannot afford protection and must rely on luck. As one of the 3 major clans within Wuyang County, the Pei family's reputation and influence far surpass those of these merchant groups. Most bandits would hesitate to target the caravans of the 3 great families. Nevertheless, a handful of audacious bandits dare to challenge this norm. Though their strength may not rival that of the Pei family, eluding detection within the mountains poses a significant challenge for the Pei family. Coincidentally, Pei Qingyun was en route to the first mine, and should he encounter any unwise bandits, he could effortlessly deal with them. As the carriage rolled out of Wuyang City, it gradually ventured into the mountain woods. Compared to the smooth roads within the city, the paths outside were noticeably more rugged. Pei Qingyun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was jolted awake by the bumpy ride and pulled back the curtain. "Have we left the city?" he inquired, gazing at the mountain scenery. "Reporting to the master, we have indeed exited the city," the attendant replied. "How much longer until we reach the first mine?" "Master, we are still approximately 45 miles from the first mine. If the journey proceeds smoothly, we should arrive in half an hour," the attendant responded after a moment of contemplation. "Half an hour?" Pei Qingyun murmured. This pace was considerably slower than he had anticipated. However, considering the rugged mountain roads, it was not unreasonable. Chapter 15. Distinct rewards and punishments. Time swiftly elapsed, a mere half-hour passing in the blink of an eye. Aside from the initial jolt, the journey was remarkably serene, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. This left Pei Qingyun, who had harbored some anticipation, feeling somewhat disenchanted. "Ancestor, we are nearing mine number 1. The road ahead is rather bumpy, and the carriage will slow down a bit. Would you like us to carry you up?" Upon reaching the Pei family's mining station, the guards reverted to their original form of address. Hearing this, Pei Qingyun could only manage a wry smile. Although he had aged a tad, he was not yet akin to those elderly gentlemen who could hardly walk. Nonetheless, he understood that the guards did not mean it in that manner. The number 1 mine was situated halfway up the mountain. Despite the Pei family's repeated road repairs, the ascent remained challenging. "Let it be slow, we are not in a rush," he thought. Pei Qingyun drew back the curtain and surveyed his surroundings. In his field of vision, he noticed several rudimentary stone houses scattered across a nearby hillside, all of uniform design. Though it was his first visit, it was not difficult for him to surmise that these were indeed the accommodations for mine number 1. After observing for a while, Pei Qingyun withdrew his gaze. This inspection had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and apart from a few guards, even Pei Tianrong was unaware of his whereabouts, let alone the elder responsible for mine number 1. The absence of a welcoming party afforded him a rare moment of tranquility. Had he informed them in advance, the reality might not have been accurately reflected. Before long, his entourage arrived at the mine number 1 station. By this time, the majority of the miners had already descended into the mine, with only a few remaining in the houses, either the mine overseers or those unwell. Pei Qingyun and his companions made no effort to conceal their presence, and their arrival quickly drew the attention of the mine's guards. "Who are you?" the guard inquired sternly, gripping his weapon tightly. "We are here for an inspection. We are all from the Pei family," the guard team responded. To substantiate their claim, a guard produced a token from his waist. Upon recognizing the Pei family's insignia, the guard did not concede entry immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "I have not received any notification regarding the guard team's inspection today. so I cannot permit your entry unless you possess a hand order from the family head or elder Pei Tianming. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun remained silent, while the guard's anger flared. Initially, one of them had intended to make a good impression before the ancestor, but being halted here could lead to the ancestor's displeasure, which they would be unable to escape. Are you suggesting that we must stand here without a hand order? Indeed, I do not wish to repeat myself. Without the family head or elder Pei Tianming's hand order, no one is permitted entry. In the face of the enraged guards, the sentry remained unfazed. He understood that as a guard, his primary duty was to ensure the safety of the mine. While the guard token might be genuine, it did not necessarily verify the identity of the individuals before him. It was conceivable that others had ambushed the guard team and were impersonating them. Furthermore, even if the individuals before him were indeed members of the guard team, he had a responsibility to adhere to the regulations. However, Pei Qingyun's accompanying guards held a different perspective. While being obstructed was a minor issue, the notion of their ancestor being barred at the entrance was a grave dereliction of duty. It would be an utter embarrassment if word spread that the ancestor's first inspection of the mine was thwarted at the gate. Just as the guards were about to erupt in anger, Pei Qingyun sensed something amiss within the carriage. The carriage had suddenly halted. If they had indeed reached the mine station, the guards should have notified him to disembark. What could possibly be the issue? Pei Qingyun drew back the curtain and noticed a standoff between the accompanying guards and the sentry at the lookout post. Without hesitation, Pei Qingyun stepped down from the carriage and approached the sentry. What is the matter? He inquired, glancing at the group with a dawning suspicion. Reporting to the ancestor, it is the guards who have obstructed our path, stating that without the family head or elder Tianming's hand order, we cannot be granted passage. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun grasped the situation. Meanwhile, the sentry, upon hearing the term ancestor, felt a chill run down his spine. Though he had never seen Pei Qingyun, he had seen a portrait, and the resemblance between the elderly man before him and the image was striking. Coupled with the guard's description, he could confirm that the individual who had alighted from the carriage was indeed his family's ancestor. Though he had believed he was in the right, acting in the interest of the mine's safety, the realization that he had barred his own ancestor from entry obliterated his confidence. A wave of profound dread swept over him. In the next moment, the guard collapsed to his knees, pleading earnestly, "Ancestor, I was unaware of your visit to the mine. I implore you to forgive my transgression. Your diligence is commendable. There is no fault in your dedication to the family. It is precisely this commitment to duty that ensures the safety of the family's one mine. Not only shall I refrain from punishing you, but I shall also commend you for your efforts. As long as you remain steadfast in your responsibilities to the family, you are all esteemed contributors to our lineage." With this, Pei Qingyun turned his gaze toward the other guards. The principle of clear rewards and punishments is fundamental to a prosperous clan. If the family cannot even adhere to such basic tenets, how can they aspire to rise? The kneeling guard was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Pei Qingyun would not only spare him but reward him instead. This drastic shift from despair to elation nearly brought him to tears, nearly causing him to forget to express his gratitude. At that moment, a gentle force lifted him, allowing him to rise. There is no need to remain on your knees. I appreciate your service, ancestor, the guard said, his eyes brimming with respect. Do not forget your responsibilities, Pei Qingyun replied nonchalantly, and the group proceeded into the mine no. 1 station. The guard's resolve intensified at these words. With such an ancestor, there was renewed hope for the family. Shortly after Pei Qingyun entered the station, the chief overseer of mine number 1, Pei Tianming, emerged from the mine. Dust-covered and weary, his countenance revealed his exhaustion. Upon seeing his ancestor, Pei Tianming straightened up and respectfully bowed. "Ancestor, you have arrived." "Indeed," Pei Qingyun replied, then continued, "Tianming, you appear worn out. Have you been working in the mine? Why not rest properly at the station instead of toiling in the depths?" Chapter 16. The mining accident. Typically, individuals like Pei Tianming, the highest authority at the mine, do not venture into the depths of the mine themselves. Their primary role is to quell any disturbances at the site. Pei Tianming's decision to descend into the mine indicated that something significant had transpired, requiring his personal intervention. Just an hour prior, a worker had collapsed while mining, initially thought to be due to exhaustion. However, shortly thereafter, several more workers fainted within the mine. Upon examination, it was discovered that the initial worker seemed to be afflicted by a sinister energy. Aware of the dangers posed by such malevolence, Pei Tianming chose to investigate personally. Indeed, traces of the malevolent presence were found within the mine. Surprisingly, it was identified as a second-tier entity. Pei Qingyun, without needing Pei Tianming to elaborate further, could surmise the gravity of the situation. No wonder Pei Tianming emerged looking fatigued and disheveled. Among the Pei family, none possessed a deeper understanding of these dark entities than he did. He had vanquished numerous second-tier malevolent beings, numbering in the tens, if not hundreds. Second-tier malevolent entities correspond to those at the level of divine power. Yet, subduing such entities is no trivial task. Pei Tianming was capable of this due to his advanced stage of divine power. A novice at this level would struggle merely to ensure their own safety against a second-tier foe. After listening to Pei Tianming's account, Pei Qingyun fell into contemplation. Had Pei Tianming chosen to dispatch an investigation team instead of attending the incident himself, the losses would have been catastrophic. Pei Tianming's successful suppression of the second-tier entity warranted recognition. In accordance with the principle of rewarding merit, Pei Qingyun bestowed upon Pei Tianming a divine power pill. Upon receiving the pill, Pei Tianming's spirits lifted significantly. His previously lackluster demeanor seemed to invigorate instantly. While a single divine power pill would not elevate him to the pinnacle of divine power, it would shorten the journey by a tenth, equating to the value of half a year's salary. In contrast to Pei Tianming's elation, Pei Qingyun's thoughts were more somber. Despite the numerous second-tier entities he had slain, their presence was still far from common. In remote locations like the mine, the likelihood of encountering such entities was exceedingly low, especially second-tier ones. The coincidence of such an occurrence during his inspection raised suspicions. He dismissed the notion of mere bad luck. He was no mere fool to accept such randomness as an explanation. This incident with the second-tier entity alerted him to an unusual presence. Contemplating this, Pei Qingyun turned to Pei Tianming and inquired, "Tianming, recount the circumstances at the mine over the past few months." Pei Tianming straightened his posture and began his narration. He detailed the mine's earnings and various incidents over the previous 3 months meticulously. However, Pei Qingyun was not particularly concerned with the financial aspects, which were managed by Pei Tianrong, the family head. Instead, he focused on the incidents, which numbered 12 in total over 3 months, averaging 1 each week: cave-ins, beast attacks, and the incursion of malevolent entities. The latter piqued his interest most, yet aside from the recent event, no other incursions had been reported during this period, leading Pei Qingyun to doubt his intuition. Perhaps this truly is an isolated incident, he mused. Yet, the next moment, he negated this conclusion. Despite the absence of further malevolent incursions, the frequency of beast attacks had evidently doubled, in stark contrast to the previous month, which saw only 1 or 2 incidents. The last 3 months averaged 4 per month, with the third month alone witnessing 6 attacks. Such a shift could not merely be attributed to chance. Pei Qingyun was resolute in his disbelief. What could have caused this surge in beasts within the mine? Suddenly, Pei Qingyun seemed to grasp something, and his previously calm expression turned grave. The actions of the Demon Suppression Office, the blockade of trade routes to other counties, and the anomalies within the mine all intertwined in his mind, leading him to a disconcerting conclusion. As the intensity of malevolent encroachment escalated, the space for both humans and beasts was constricted. The threat posed by malevolent entities extended beyond humanity. Even the beasts were facing diminishing habitats. Thus, even in such a remote location as the number 1 mine, incursions were occurring. Following this line of reasoning, Pei Qingyun envisioned the extent of the impending chaos. It was likely that other mines, including the number 1, were experiencing similar anomalies, though not yet to the extent of incursions. This predicament posed a significant threat not only to his family, but also to various other factions, who would soon find themselves in a similar plight. It was no wonder that the Demon Suppression Office, despite being aware of his declining vitality, still pressured him to cooperate with their operations. While there might be other factions at play, the deeper issue was the severe threat that malevolent entities posed to the safety of Wuyang County. To validate this hypothesis, Pei Qingyun lost interest in further exploring the number 1 mine. Although he kept his suspicions to himself, he nonetheless reiterated his warnings to Pei Tianming before departing, urging him to enhance safety measures at the mine and to ensure his own security. If the situation became untenable, mining operations should be halted. Listening to Pei Qingyun's admonitions, the joy Pei Tianming felt from receiving the divine power pill evaporated instantly. The gravity of the issue was now abundantly clear. After leaving the number 1 mine, Pei Qingyun opted not to travel by carriage, but instead arranged for 2 swift horses. One was ridden by a guard to lead the way, while he himself mounted the other, racing urgently towards the number 2 mine. Chapter 17, Crisis Time Flies. Pei Qingyun rode swiftly to the second mine. It must be said that the speed of a galloping horse is incomparably superior to that of a carriage. The distance from the first mine to the second mine exceeds 30 miles, yet he accomplished it in less than 2/4 of an hour. This pace was even swifter than that of his own footsteps. Upon arriving at the second mine, Pei Qingyun sought out another elder, the overseer of the second mine, Pei Tianquan. After inquiring about the circumstances at the second mine, Pei Qingyun discovered that its condition was significantly better than that of the first mine. However, compared to several months ago, the second mine also exhibited signs of deterioration. Like the first mine, the likelihood of encountering aberrant beasts had risen considerably in the second mine as well. This investigative result undoubtedly corroborated his suspicions. Nevertheless, Pei Qingyun refrained from hastily drawing conclusions, though his heart grew heavier with each moment. As the saying goes, bad things come in threes. Should the third mine reflect a similar situation, or even a more dire one, Pei Qingyun would have ample reason to believe his deductions were accurate. The situation in Wuyang County was gradually unraveling, yet it had not reached a critical point. Beside him, Pei Tianquan noticed the shifting expressions on Pei Qingyun's face and, mistaking it for anger, cautiously inquired, "Elder, if there is anything I have done inadequately, please do point it out. I will certainly amend it according to your directives." Hearing this, Pei Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the misunderstanding. He chose not to clarify, instead reiterating his instructions before departing. Thus, Pei Qingyun journeyed onwards to the third mine, completing his inspection of all 3 mines in less than an hour. As he had anticipated, the conditions at the third mine were comparable to those of the second mine, remaining secure for the moment. Provided that the 2 overseers adhered to his guidance, losses could be minimized. Only the situation at the first mine troubled Pei Qingyun. If the encroachment of malevolent forces intensified, Pei Tianming alone would be insufficient to defend it. With the Demon Suppression Office set to act in 2 days, the Pei family could hardly spare additional manpower to support the first mine. There simply weren't enough people. He could only hope the situation would not deteriorate too rapidly. Pei Qingyun sighed softly, his gaze filled with helplessness. Since his arrival in this world, it had barely been a day. In such a brief span, there was only so much he could accomplish. Ultimately, plans often fall short of reality. He had initially hoped to scout for talent within the family, but alas, time was against him. Nevertheless, he remained confident that once they overcame this tribulation, the Pei family would enter a phase of rapid development. Upon leaving the third mine, Pei Qingyun did not inspect the family's other enterprises, but returned directly to the family estate. For an ordinary elder, such a morning of exertion would surely leave one exhausted. Yet for Pei Qingyun, it was merely a trifle. With the vitality of a martial artist far surpassing that of an average person, even in his twilight years, he retained a vigor exceeding that of many young men untrained in the ways of combat. The reason for returning to the estate was to leverage the changes in the mines to extend to all family enterprises. Each enterprise had its respective overseer. Pei Qingyun only needed to maintain a broad strategic direction, while the investigative tasks could be entrusted to the family head, Pei Tianrong. Once Pei Tianrong compiled and summarized the information, he would report back to him. Upon returning to the estate, Pei Qingyun made his way directly to the family head's courtyard. At that moment, in the study, Pei Tianrong was furrowing his brow, occasionally scratching his head and glancing at the ceiling, as if pondering a complex problem. On his desk lay a substantial pile of documents awaiting his review. Suddenly, Pei Tianrong picked up his brush and diligently began to examine them. "Almost done. I shall continue this after lunch," he muttered. Time passed. And after what felt like an eternity, Pei Tianrong stretched, having reduced the mountain of paperwork by half. This was the daily routine of a family head, tedious and monotonous. Had it not been for the elder designating him for this role, he might not have taken this path. Just as Pei Tianrong prepared to leave the study, Pei Qingyun entered from outside. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun, he immediately straightened in his seat, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. "Elder, you seek me for something?" Pei Tianrong asked. "What? Can I not come without a reason?" Pei Qingyun's murky eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Pei Tianrong opened his mouth to offer a defense, yet the flattery never escaped his lips. "Very well, I have come with a matter to discuss. You are surely aware of the events at the mines. What is your perspective on this?" Understanding Pei Tianrong's nature, Pei Qingyun did not press him, opting instead for a straightforward approach. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Pei Tianrong's demeanor shifted instantly. He spoke with earnest gravity. "Regarding the mines, I have already been informed through the guards. Additionally, I instructed the overseers of all enterprises to compile recent operational reports. If the situation unfolds as you predict, Wuyang County will soon find itself in peril. However, I believe that for the next few months, Wuyang County will remain safe. I have already planned to reinforce personnel and heighten vigilance at the mines. Furthermore, it is possible that there may yet be an opportunity for a turnaround. The increase in the intensity of malevolent forces within Wuyang County is an established fact, and the county seat has been informed. Perhaps the county seat believes that the current situation remains manageable. Should the circumstances worsen, they would not simply stand by and watch Wuyang County fall." Listening to Pei Tianrong's response, Pei Qingyun fell into contemplation. As one of the 5 counties in Anha Prefecture, Wuyang County ranked lowest in terms of resources, population, and geographical position, yet it possessed strategic resources, specifically grain. Over 40% of the grain supply for Anha Prefecture originated from Wuyang County, rendering it a veritable granary for the region. If Wuyang County were to fall into prolonged turmoil, even if grain were transported from nearby counties, it would only address immediate needs. The absence of that 40% would inevitably lead to famine in Anha Prefecture. This was the assurance behind Pei Tianrong's words. However, upon further reflection, Pei Qingyun found certain aspects to be less than rational. If the county seat was already aware of the situation, knowing full well that Wuyang County could scarcely quell the malevolent forces on its own, why had they not dispatched personnel to suppress the threat sooner? Were they truly waiting until the crisis reached a critical point before intervening? It seemed implausible that the county seat could be so foolish. Therefore, only one explanation remained. The county seat might be unable to spare any personnel, or perhaps, more severely, It was preoccupied with its own troubles. Otherwise, why had trade routes between the counties been sealed off months prior? Chapter 18. Strengthening Power. Taking a deep breath, Pei Qingyun cast aside all speculations. If the situation unfolded as Pei Tianrong suggested, and the officials from the county could arrive in time, it would indeed be a joyous outcome. However, if they were unable to do so, Pei Qingyun would not place his sole hope in this. Relying on oneself is far more prudent than relying on others. Perhaps the various factions within Wuyang County might falter, but he, Pei Qingyun, was determined to succeed. Regardless, he still had time, at least a few months to spare. While a few months might be insufficient for any family or faction to develop, it was an entirely different matter for the Pei family. Beside him, Pei Tianrong did not interrupt Pei Qingyun's contemplation, merely sitting quietly, awaiting the elder's response. With clarity restored to his thoughts, Pei Qingyun's gaze sharpened. This matter could rest for now. In 2 days, he would set forth to the Jinxie division. The elders on the list must also prepare themselves, for this endeavor would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Until his return, all matters must be handled with utmost caution. As Pei Qingyun departed, everything reached a temporary conclusion. In stark contrast to the Pei family's state of alertness, the various factions remained absorbed in the shock of the Dai gang's annihilation. Only a handful sensed something amiss, while most focused on their own affairs. Returning to yesterday, within the county office of Wuyang County, an elderly man clad in deep gray silk was gracefully wielding a brush, his calligraphy flowing elegantly towards completion. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. "Come in," the elder said, setting down his brush. A flicker of displeasure crossing his face, quickly replaced by composure. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a man of similar age, sporting a lengthy beard. Upon seeing the elder, the man immediately bowed respectfully. "Master, I have urgent news to report." "What is it?" The elder reclined in his chair, his tone devoid of emotion. "Just half an hour ago, I received word that the upper echelons of the Dai gang have been entirely captured by the Pei family," the man reported candidly. "The Dai gang has been completely taken down? Why is it only now that you bring this news?" The elder's tone turned cold. "I have only recently received this information, and I needed time to confirm that it was indeed the Pei family responsible, which caused the delay. I beg for your leniency, master," the man explained, his expression filled with trepidation. In truth, the reason for his delay was not as he stated, but he understood that the elder despised interruptions during his writing practice. Hence he timed his arrival carefully. However, he could not voice this reasoning, for it would reflect poorly on the elder. The elder remained unaware of the man's subtle machinations. Yet he understood the importance of not procrastinating on such matters. "I will temporarily note this delay. The Pei family is audacious indeed, acting without my office's consent to eliminate the Dai gang. They do not regard me, the county magistrate, at all. Steward, what do you think should be done about this?" At this, the man, who had begun to relax, was suddenly startled. A poor response could lead to dire consequences. "I am but a humble servant, lacking the wisdom to presume," he said, bowing his head, forced to choose the most reasonable answer. "Speak freely. I require the truth," the elder said, scrutinizing the man with particular emphasis on the last 2 words. "It appears I must articulate something," the man thought. Serving a master is akin to walking with a tiger. As the steward of Wuyang County, he appeared to hold great power, yet few understood the risks he faced. At times, he even needed to play the role of a strategist. "I believe the Pei family's actions are not directly aimed at you, master, but rather a form of retaliation against the Wang family. However, such conduct from the Pei family severely undermines your authority, and thus they must be punished." The man reasoned after a moment's contemplation. "And how do you propose they should be punished?" The elder pressed further. The man stammered, struggling to answer. Very well, I shall not press you further. Inform them to pay a fine of 10,000 taels. We shall consider this matter resolved," the elder decreed. Realizing that it was time to conclude the discussion, a balance of benevolence and authority was necessary. Intimidation should not be excessive. Shortly after the steward departed, the elder's demeanor turned cold once more. Since assuming the role of county magistrate, he had faced constant constraints from the 3 powerful families. His disdain for them had reached its zenith, yet he could not openly oppose them, for it would jeopardize his career. Additionally, the rampant supernatural disasters necessitated cooperation from these families. Even though the Jinxie division did not interfere in the internal affairs of the office, they would not allow him to act recklessly. At this juncture, a mere reprimand of the Pei family was all he could afford. Otherwise, the consequences would extend far beyond a simple fine. Meanwhile, the Jinxie division had also caught wind of the situation. However, their response was rather subdued. The Dai gang, as a force, held little utility in combating supernatural disasters. Their demise was inconsequential. 2 days swiftly passed. Since leaving the family estate, Pei Qingyun had made his way to the Sanjing Pavilion. 2 days may not suffice to effect a qualitative transformation in his realm, but it did not imply that he could not enhance his strength. During this time, Pei Qingyun dedicated himself to concurrently practicing another martial art, aimed at solidifying his foundation and augmenting his power. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 10 years and 2 months. Cultivation, mid-stage of the 5 organs. Technique. Pei family evergreen technique. Perfect. Yellow grade supreme. 1000 blade slash. Great accomplishment. Yellow grade high tier. Family destiny. 520, 650. Note. Family destiny can be restored, naturally recovering 5 points daily. If the family destiny falls below 80% of the total, unforeseen disasters may occur. Pei Qingyun's innate talent was commendable. Within a single day, he had completed the initial entry into the 1000 blade slash. Bolstered by the family destiny points, he had swiftly transcended both the minor and major accomplishments. However, the accumulation of these few days had been entirely consumed. Nonetheless, Pei Qingyun felt quite satisfied. The Pei family evergreen technique, regardless of its grade, significantly enhances vitality. However, its application in offensive techniques is somewhat singular. This limitation had led to Pei Qingyun often being perceived as possessing ample endurance, but lacking explosive power when contending with martial practitioners of the same realm. As he aged, diminished vitality further exacerbated this disadvantage. Now, with the 1000 blade slash at great accomplishment, his vitality, augmented by the evergreen technique, positioned him as no weakling among his peers. Should he contend with others of the same level, he now held confidence in achieving victory rather than relegating himself to the lowest tier. It was nearly time. Pei Qingyun's eyes sparkled with determination as he slowly exited the Pei family estate. Chapter 19. Master of the Exorcism Bureau, Qin Yuanba. Upon exiting the Pei family estate, Pei Qingyun soon discovered that a group of 10 had been awaiting his arrival. Each individual among them was a formidable warrior of divine strength. Even one of them, if placed in a small town, could easily reign supreme. Notably, the 3 elders of the Pei family possessed strength at the later stages of divine power, rendering them the most formidable combatants in Wuyang County outside of the 5-element warriors. Yet, in the face of the impending calamity, this group could barely ensure their own safety. Pei Qingyun scanned each face before him. This mission will be under my complete command. Everyone must stay close and refrain from straying from the group. Let us adhere strictly to the teachings of our ancestors. Now let us depart. With that, a resonant voice rang out, prompting each family member to mount their spirited steeds. Simultaneously, the other 2 families began to assemble. At the Wang family estate, Wang Yang's eyes gleamed with malevolence, his face adorned with a cruel smile. At last, the day has come. This time, I shall ensure your demise amidst the calamity. The destruction of the Great River Gang had left a bitter taste in his heart, and he had waited long for this moment. Once Pei Qingyun fell victim to the disaster, the Wang family would undoubtedly rise to power under his command. Just as Wang Yang reveled in visions of prosperity following Pei Qingyun's demise, a voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. Head of the family, it is time to depart. If we delay further, we may find ourselves unable to arrive on time. A glance at the hourglass revealed the urgency of the situation. Climbing onto his horse, the Wang family set off in haste toward the Exorcism Bureau. At the entrance of the Exorcism Bureau, representatives from various factions continued to arrive. This operation to eradicate the calamity was not solely the responsibility of the 3 prominent families and the Exorcism Bureau. Any faction possessing warriors of divine strength was required to send representatives to partake in the mission. Conversely, those without divine warriors had no reason to engage, as they would find it exceedingly difficult to face even the most minor of malevolent creatures. Amidst the mingling of small and medium-sized factions, conversations flourished. Their lack of strength rendered them vulnerable in this endeavor, and only by banding together could they hope to find a semblance of security. Though the efficacy of such measures remained uncertain, just as discussions flourished among the factions, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. The Pei family has arrived. Is it truly the Pei family? Look, the figure at the forefront is none other than Pei Qingyun, the ancestor of the Pei family. I saw him during the last operation. As they gazed toward the rising sun, there stood Pei Qingyun and his entourage. Despite the passage of several days since the downfall of the Great River Gang, the present factions could hardly forget the terror that was Pei Qingyun. With his arrival, the majority of eyes present fixated upon him. Unbothered by the scrutiny, Pei Qingyun dismounted alongside his kin, who instinctively parted to create a pathway. Unlike the others, members of the 3 great families were allowed direct access to the Exorcism Bureau. Truly, the Pei family commands a presence unlike ours. We, mere commoners, must wait at the entrance for our lives, one observer lamented. Let us speak no more. Such thoughts only bring tears. It is our misfortune to have been born into lesser circumstances. Who knows if we shall survive this mission? If not, may we be reborn into better lives. As envy-filled gazes followed him, Pei Qingyun entered the Exorcism Bureau. Upon his entrance, he was met by a gaze of considerable stature. The figure, towering at nearly 8 feet tall, donned a helmet and was encased in heavy dark armor, a sword fastened at his waist, emanating an air of formidable authority. A mere glance would render an ordinary individual awestruck by his unspoken might. This imposing figure was none other than Qin Yuanba, the master of the Exorcism Bureau, a dominant force at the peak of divine strength in Wuyang County. Upon Pei Qingyun's arrival, Qin Yuanba donned a welcoming smile and gestured toward a nearby seat. Ancestor Pei, please take a seat. Pei Qingyun, feeling no need for formality, promptly sat down without concern for the hierarchy of seating. The Pei family had endured a prolonged period of decline, making his position here quite reasonable unless he chose to reveal his true strength. Clearly, he had no intention of exposing his hidden prowess for the sake of petty pride. After seating Pei Qingyun, silence enveloped the hall. Yet, Pei Qingyun could sense Qin Yuanba's gaze lingering upon him. Could he have discerned something? Pei Qingyun maintained an impassive expression, though his mind remained alert. As long as there was no confrontation, he felt secure in concealing his true abilities. However, he bore a flaw. Prior to his arrival, his vitality had been in decline, exuding a faint odor of decay. Now, however, his vigor was restored. How could he replicate the scent of deterioration? Fortunately, Qin Yuanba did not linger on him for long, shifting his attention toward the entrance. Yet, as he glanced back, a subtle flicker of intrigue appeared in his eyes. It had been said that Pei Qingyun's vitality was waning, on the brink of death. Now, that notion seemed a mere jest. In light of the great river gang's downfall, a wry smile crept upon Qin Yuanba's lips. The Wang and Li families might find themselves in dire straits this time. As for whether Pei Qingyun posed any threat to his position, it had never crossed his mind. What did it matter if Pei Qingyun's vitality remained intact? At most, he was merely a warrior at the initial stage of divine strength. Should Pei Qingyun endure longer during the eradication of the malevolent, it might serve as an advantage. Before long, the Wang family arrived at the exorcism bureau. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Pei Qingyun maintained an indifferent demeanor. Despite their families being at odds, they exchanged pleasantries, but the sincerity of such gestures was evident to all. Wang Yang soon took his seat on the opposite side, adopting an air of confidence, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on Pei Qingyun. Pei Qingyun, fully aware of Wang Yang's intentions, remained composed, projecting an air of nonchalance. Let him continue to play his part. He is soon to face his end. Yet, Wang Yang perceived Pei Qingyun's demeanor as an affront, intensifying his murderous intent. Thus, the three figures waited in the hall for nearly a quarter of an hour until Li Wu, the head of the Li family, arrived with his entourage at the exorcism bureau. At last, the major factions had gathered. Chapter 20, Dread with the three prominent families gathered. Qin Yuanba promptly instructed the Jinxia Guard to commence a head count. Those who received invitations yet failed to attend would undoubtedly face repercussions from the Jinxia division. And this was no mere threat. This reality brought a sigh of relief to some factions that had initially harbored deceitful intentions. Should they fail to appear, the reckoning from the Jinxia division would be unbearable. How is the head count proceeding? Are there any who received invitations but did not attend? Qin Yuanba inquired. Casting a glance at the nearby Jinxia Guard, the count is complete. For factions failed to send representatives, replied the Jinxia Guard. Which for? Qin Yuanba furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. From the Eastern City Rice Shop, the Lu family. From the Eastern City Casino, the Yuan family. From Yunhe Pawn Shop, the Yun family. And lastly, from Zhangpu's Zhang family. After a brief pause, the Jinxia Guard relayed the information carefully, deliberately pausing for 2 seconds before mentioning the Zhang family. Yet, Qin Yuanba discerned his caution. Captain Zhang belonged to the Zhang family, under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate. The Jinxia Guard feared that this matter might incite conflict between the Jinxia division and the magistrate's office. However, Qin Yuanba was a man of his word. Since these four families refused to cooperate with the Jinxia division, their existence was rendered unnecessary. The Zhang family, the Yun family, the Yuan family, and the Lu family would all face annihilation without exception. Execute this immediately. I wish to see the results before sunset. Qin Yuanba's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly with everyone present. One absence would lead to the complete eradication of a family. Not even the captain of the magistrate's office would be spared. This iron-fisted approach instilled fear among those gathered. Leaders of smaller factions fell silent, relieved they had chosen to attend. Had they not, their own presence could have spelled doom for their families, rendering them eternal sinners. Observing the expressions around him, Qin Yuanba realized his tactic of using fear as a deterrent had succeeded. In the next moment, he donned a different expression, smiling warmly at the assembly. I, Qin Yuanba, am truly pleased that you all could come today to lend your support for the eradication of the demonic plague. I extend my deepest respect to you all. With a slight bow, he continued, many among you have participated in similar eradication efforts before. However, this mission differs from past endeavors and is fraught with greater peril. Should anyone come with the mindset of merely reaping benefits, it will cost you your lives. I advise all to heed the commands given. I trust none of you would toy with your own lives. On behalf of the 40,000 citizens of Wuyang County, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Together, we shall surely vanquish this demonic menace. As he spoke, Qin Yuanba's tone grew impassioned. Some fervent youths might have been stirred by his fervor. Yet, those present were seasoned veterans, each having endured countless trials in their quest to become formidable warriors. How could they completely trust Qin Yuanba's words? Nevertheless, one truth resonated clearly with all. This mission was far more hazardous than any previous ones. All other statements might be dubious, but this one rang undeniably true. This realization drained the color from the faces of the already doubtful, while those brimming with confidence sensed an ominous air, their expressions turning grave. It appears this demonic plague is even more perilous than anticipated. Aside from the members of the three prominent families, it seems no one can guarantee their safe return. Someone whispered, "Who would have thought it would be this dangerous? I truly regret not heeding my uncle's advice. Had I delayed my breakthrough, I would not have been conscripted into this eradication effort. At the initial stage of divine power, I am undoubtedly the weakest here." The young man lamented, wishing he had listened to the wisdom of the elders. In contrast to the murmurs of others, the three prominent families remained eerily silent. Their understanding of the demonic plague surpassed that of the masses, and they had already been mentally prepared before arriving. After a moment of hushed whispers, Chen Yuanba spoke once more. "If there are no objections, let us prepare to depart." Upon hearing this, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent. Before long, the group, under the watchful eyes of the townsfolk, strode purposefully out of the city gates. 30 miles outside the city, before dawn, a chill morning mist enveloped the dock like a delicate veil. A dozen or so individuals tasked with transporting goods had gathered early, clad in thick garments, their expressions serious, eyes reflecting focus and vigilance. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man named Chun Hai, seasoned in the art of cargo escort, who now efficiently directed the others. "Ensure all your equipment is in order. This shipment cannot afford any oversight," his deep, commanding voice echoed in the stillness of the dock. As he finished speaking, several experienced hands quietly began their checks. Once all had completed their inspections, they carefully loaded the cargo onto the carts. The sound of wheels turning resonated dully against the cobblestones as they moved. While advancing, Chen Hai did not forget to remind everyone, "This journey will not be tranquil. Stay alert." Soon, the convoy entered the winding mountain path, flanked by dense forests, where the occasional call of birds heightened the already tense atmosphere. Chen Hai led at the forefront, his keen eyes scanning for any signs of disturbance, determined not to overlook any anomaly. However, as they progressed, he noted an unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings. Aside from the rustling branches, not a sound could be heard. For a convoy such as theirs, two scenarios posed significant threats: excessive noise attracting powerful beasts, or an unnaturally quiet wilderness. The absence of wildlife sounds in such an expansive forest was anything but normal. "Silence. Observe your surroundings," Chun Hai commanded, instinctively raising his hand to signal the group to halt, then lowered his voice to caution. Instantly, the group grew alert, hands gripping their weapons at their waists. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in from the distance, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. An instinctive shiver coursed through the ranks. In the next moment, several shadowy figures emerged from the woods like phantoms, swift as the wind. Demons. Chun Hai's eyes widened as he hurriedly alerted his companions. Yet, his warning came too late. Several members of the convoy were caught off guard, their bodies infiltrated by the malevolent energy. A series of piercing screams echoed as those afflicted by the demonic force rapidly deteriorated, their flesh visibly decaying. Within mere moments, they were reduced to lifeless bones. Chapter 21. The Purge within the ranks. Seasoned veterans predominated. Yet, among them, only Chun Hai had truly encountered the malevolent entities. In an instant, the gruesome sight of the deaths of a few had rendered the others utterly disoriented. The sole individual unfazed by this harrowing scene, Chun Hai, let out a fierce roar. "Hurry, mobilize your vital energy." With his roar, an invisible surge of vitality erupted from his being. As a warrior endowed with divine strength, he was the only one capable of channeling his life force outward in this dire moment. It was precisely this roar that jolted the previously dazed individuals back to their senses. They promptly began to circulate their own vital energies. In that fleeting moment, the entire group transformed into a colossal furnace, the searing heat dispelling the chilling aura brought forth by the malevolent entities, instilling a measure of safety within them. However, Chun Hai understood that merely resisting the encroachment of evil was but the first step. The vital energy was finite. Should they continue to defend without offense, they would inevitably succumb to the corrupting influence. "Follow my lead and strike down the malevolent beings." With a furious shout, Chun Hai charged at the nearest creature. His long blade drew forth, unleashing a blinding white light into the air. The blade left a shimmering afterimage as it sliced through the atmosphere. Simultaneously, his surging vitality, akin to a blazing flame, enveloped the blade, cleaving a path towards the nearest malevolent entity, manifesting as a dragon of vitality. This vitality dragon, a bane to malevolence, made contact with the first-tier creature, igniting it in blue flames, as if its very form had been set ablaze. In mere moments, the creature dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing into the ether. Concurrently, the others engaged in combat with their own foes. With each confrontation, they inflicted minor wounds upon the malevolent beings. Yet, they remained mere ordinary warriors, their vital energy barely sufficient for self-preservation, let alone slaying the creatures. Fortunately, With Chenhai, the divine warrior present, the fate of these first-tier malevolent entities was sealed. After a fierce battle, Chenhai eradicated all the creatures. Thankfully, aside from the initial tragic losses, no further casualties occurred under his vigilant guidance. Nevertheless, the morale of the group had taken a significant blow. "Boss, are we still delivering this cargo?" inquired a young man among the ranks. "We must not only deliver this cargo but personally ensure its safe arrival to the owner. If we abandon it now, the deaths of Urjin, Xiaoyun, and Daqiang would have been in vain." Chenhai acknowledged the collective sorrow and fatigue that weighed heavily on their hearts. Encountering malevolent entities is beyond anyone's foresight. To surrender now would surely leave us all unsatisfied. Observing the despondent expressions of his comrades, Chenhai spoke passionately. Noticing a flicker of resolve among them, he continued, "I bear responsibility for this incident as well. I shall forego my share of the earnings from this cargo. Half of the surplus will go to the families of Urjin, Xiaoyun, and Daqiang, while the other half will be distributed among all of you." His declaration stunned the group. Chenhai, their leader and the only divine warrior present, was also the principal overseer of this cargo. He was set to receive half of the profits, a sum that no one disputed. Yet, for him to willingly relinquish such a substantial income was unfathomable. "Brother Chen, please, don't say that. Were it not for your intervention in slaying the malevolent entities and saving our lives, the consequences would have been dire. I, Xiao Jin, am not ungrateful. Since you wish to continue, I will accompany you, and I shall forfeit my share of the reward. Boss, I too wish to follow and waive my share. Boss, I also wish to join." Upon hearing their responses, Chenhai felt a surge of emotion, which only solidified his resolve. "I am grateful for your support and trust. However, you must accept your rewards. You all risked your lives to accompany me on this journey. If I were to deny you your due, I would lose my honor. I promise to ensure your safe return from this venture." Subsequently, he directed a few individuals to gather firewood and conduct a cremation for the fallen comrades. The bodies, tainted by malevolence, required immediate disposal to prevent any potential transformation. Chenhai did not wish for his companions to suffer even in death. However, not long after Chenhai and his group departed, a formidable contingent of several dozen individuals arrived with great fanfare. At the forefront was the ancestral patriarch of the Pei family, Pei Qingyun, under Chen Yuanba's arrangement. The three major families had designated a specific area for purging operations, with a timeline of 7 days. After 7 days, once the roaming malevolent entities had been eradicated, they would collectively advance towards the epicenter of their origins. The previous operation had chosen a location 50 miles east of Wuyang County. Although the threat posed by the wandering malevolent entities was relatively low, familiarity with the area led to its selection. As for the additional personnel, they were naturally assigned to the Pei family's designated purge zone, comprising members from other factions. For safety's sake, participants from other factions readily followed along, recognizing the advantages of aligning with a dominant force. At that moment, a scout at the forefront of the expedition noted several tire tracks imprinted upon the ground. He promptly dismounted, scooping a handful of soil, which he cautiously inhaled before surveying the surrounding area. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a nearby thicket, where charred remnants were evident. From the ashes, he discerned that they were the remains of human bodies, burned to ash. With this revelation, he swiftly mounted his horse and reported the findings. "Are you suggesting that a merchant caravan passed through here and encountered a skirmish?" Pei Qingyun inquired. "Indeed, ancestor," the scout confirmed. "Lead me to the site. I must ascertain the truth of this matter." With that, Pei Qingyun and his entourage rode forth to the scene of the conflict. After a brief inspection, Pei Qingyun deduced the events that had transpired. It was likely that the merchant caravan had encountered malevolent entities. Though the creatures had been vanquished, significant casualties had ensued. Given that the wandering malevolent entities were not particularly formidable, the losses sustained by the caravan indicated a lack of strength on their part. Should they press onward, they would likely catch up with the caravan. However, the audacity of individuals still daring to traverse the merchant routes piqued Pei Qingyun's interest. Yet, it was a fleeting intrigue, not enough to warrant a dedicated pursuit. If fate brought them together, it would merely serve as entertainment. The area east of Wuyang County, spanning 50 miles, was neither too small nor too vast. 7 days was not an extensive duration. Should they finish their sweep early, the group could afford some respite. Let us proceed. With Pei Qingyun's command, the grand procession delved into the dense woodland. Chapter 22. The Undead Tide. This dense forest is vast, and even with the formation of dozens of individuals, it will take considerable time to thoroughly cleanse it. Typically, malevolent spirits prefer to linger in dark, damp places. However, when their numbers swell, they begin to roam freely. Unlike the ghosts of previous lives, these malevolent entities do not fear the sun. Rather, they harbor an intense aversion to its light. Armed with this knowledge, our party of dozens continues to scour the forest, particularly investigating caves with teams of 2 or more. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. The area overseen by the Pei family has been purged of 70% of the malevolent spirits. During this period, The Pei family and various allied forces have collectively vanquished 110 first-tier malevolent spirits and 13 second-tier ones. Regrettably, casualties are inevitable. In one instance, 2 second-tier spirits emerged simultaneously from a cave, resulting in the demise of a warrior of divine strength. Aside from that, only minor injuries were reported, largely due to the presence of Pei Qingyun. Without his leadership, the death toll would have certainly multiplied. After 3 consecutive days of relentless purging, even those with divine strength feel the weight of fatigue. Cleansing is not merely a matter of physical exertion. It is a significant drain on one's mental faculties, requiring a constant state of heightened alertness in the face of malevolent spirits. It is time to take a day for recuperation, as the forthcoming tasks promise to be increasingly arduous. Perched upon his steed, Pei Qingyun's mind drifts far beyond the immediate surroundings. Unlike in the past, where the Pei family alone bore the responsibility for this region's cleansing, they now find themselves alongside other factions. This collaboration has provided the Pei family with a clearer understanding of the number of malevolent spirits they have eliminated. Yet, historically, the number has always been less than half of what they currently face. The remaining 30% of the area is the closest to the epicenter of the malevolent disaster, where both the quality and quantity of spirits are expected to surge. The situation appears dire, and he wonders how the other factions are faring. If they are in a similar predicament, the chances of survival for this expedition are grim. Pei Qingyun surveys his comrades and the other factions. If deaths are to occur, he hopes they will befall others. Nevertheless, they must adhere to their plan. Clearing his throat, Pei Qingyun's voice resonates within the ranks, announcing that they are merely a few miles from Yuyang Town. After several days of arduous effort, he has decided that everyone will rest for a day in Yuyang Town before resuming their mission. A collective sigh of relief escapes the warriors. At last, they can rest. One warrior of divine strength exclaims his exhaustion, expressing that he has never felt such fatigue before. A middle-aged warrior, wearied by the ordeal, echoes this sentiment. Upon hearing that they may rest, all present relax, but Pei Qingyun cautiously reminds them not to let their guard down until they reach Yuyang Town. The journey ahead is not far, requiring less than a tea's worth of time. To hasten their progress, they opt for the main road. As they approach Yuyang Town, through the misty haze, they catch sight of a stone tablet etched with the characters Yuyang Town. This sight alleviates the tension that had gripped them for so long. However, just then, Pei Qingyun commands the party to halt. Stop. Everyone, cease your advance. The unexpected shout leaves the group in bewilderment. They are on the verge of reaching Yuyang Town, and now this? Discontent brews within many, yet none dare voice their doubts. Confusion reigns. In contrast to the others, Pei Tianlin harbors fewer concerns. Within the Pei family, apart from the patriarch Pei Tianrong, he has had the most frequent interactions with the ancestral spirit. Ancestral spirit. What is happening? Pei Tianlin inquires, puzzled. Pei Qingyun does not immediately respond, but instead furrows his brow, fixated on the horizon. Suddenly, his expression shifts dramatically, and he bellows with deafening urgency. Quickly, everyone, arm yourselves and retreat. A monster is about to emerge. This shocking revelation jolts the dazed warriors into alertness, and they hastily grasp their weapons and turn their steeds to flee. At that very moment, within Yuyang Town, a massive, ominous shadow surges forth, obscured by the fog, like a tide rushing in. In mere moments, this shadow envelopes the outskirts of Yuyang Town. It is at this point that the assembled warriors finally comprehend the gravity of the situation. A horde of undead, thousands of malevolent spirits converge into a colossal and terrifying tide. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, every individual gasps in disbelief, their hearts echoing the sentiment. Impossible. How could such a monstrous tide exist? An individual malevolent spirit is not formidable. Any warrior present could easily dispatch one. However, once they coalesce into a tide, even the mightiest of warriors would find themselves powerless within its grasp. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Behind the tide, dark shadows continue to coalesce, causing the wave of the undead to expand at a visible rate. What shall we do? A young warrior of divine strength momentarily falters under the pressure of the advancing tide. Unfortunately, no one is there to provide an answer. In this moment, even Pei Qingyun feels a chill run down his spine. The sheer size of this undead army is far beyond the capabilities of their mere dozens to confront. Without hesitation, Pei Qingyun issues a retreat command. Everyone follow me. We must leave the vicinity of Yuyang Town. At this juncture, even if he urged others to fight, aside from the 10 warriors of the Pei family, none would comply. Knowing they would be marching to their deaths, the leaders of the other factions are not fools. As they depart Yuyang Town, under Pei Qingyun's guidance, the group heads toward their next resting point, Tong Town. Yet, the impact of the undead tide continues to resonate deeply within each heart present. Including Pei Qingyun, all are witnessing such a vast horde for the first time. Until now, they had only heard tales of towns succumbing to the invasion of malevolent spirits. Now, witnessing the horror of an entire town's demise firsthand, they grasped the true terror of such a fate. In the face of this overwhelming tide, Yuyang Town undoubtedly harbors no living souls. Amidst the shock, Pei Qingyun's mind sharpens. The army of malevolent spirits is an insurmountable force. He even doubts that even if he ascended to the rank of a sixth Viscera master, he could navigate through such a horde unharmed. Regardless, he resolves to find a way forward. If extermination is not an option, then they must distance themselves. Yet, despite this resolve, a lingering sense of sorrow weighs heavily upon Pei Qingyun's heart. Chapter 23. Chaotic situation. Departing from Yuyang Town, the group headed directly towards Tong Town. Among the numerous towns in Wuyang County, Tong Town was quite unremarkable. In terms of overall strength, economy, and population, it fell far short of Yuyang Town. However, it possessed its own merits, notably its considerable distance from the epicenter of the demon disaster. Additionally, the nearby malevolent entities had been purged over the past 3 days. With the grim example of Yuyang Town in mind, Pei Qingyun deliberated carefully and opted against visiting the unpurged towns. Should another town succumb, they might not be so fortunate again. Although the journey was somewhat longer, everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Before long, the group arrived at the borders of Tong Town. Finally, they could rest easy and enjoy a good night's sleep. The tide of corpses in Yuyang Town had been utterly terrifying. In the ranks, a warrior who had been tense suddenly relaxed. Enough chatter, let's hurry inside. The others have already gone ahead, one person urged from behind. Thus, the group entered Tong Town. After discussing the time and place for their next gathering, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective matters. Pei Qingyun, accompanied by 10 members of the Pei family, sought out a decent inn nearby. I shall reside here for today. If you have personal matters to attend to, do not feel obliged to consider my presence. If there is nothing pressing, I will take my rest, Pei Qingyun informed his family members. With that, he entered his room, disregarding the thoughts of his kin. During the past 3 days, this elder had not exerted himself excessively, so his body was not fatigued. However, the mental toll had been considerable. Lying on the bed, Pei Qingyun found it difficult to sleep immediately, as his mind was awash with thoughts. The fall of Yuyang Town, with tens of thousands transformed into corpse demons, left him profoundly shaken. It was the first time he realized that even his mid-stage strength was insufficient. After the initial shock, he found himself more alert. Perhaps he could single-handedly annihilate a group of several hundred, but he could not hope to eradicate hundreds of malevolent entities alone. Humans experience fatigue and fear, which leads to numerous vulnerabilities. Conversely, malevolent entities do not tire, nor do they fear. In confronting these entities, warriors must constantly expend their vitality for defense. This implies that each malevolent entity inevitably drains a portion of a warrior's life force. Should the number of entities become overwhelming, even a mid-stage warrior like himself would struggle to endure. Of course, Pei Qingyun never considered confronting the tide of corpses head-on. Such an action would be reckless. Instead, he viewed his own strength as a measure to analyze and compare against the tide, seeking a solution. Despite the formidable nature of the tide in Yuyang Town, he was confident in his ability to address it. While handling tens of thousands at once was impossible, he could tackle them in segments. If one attempt failed, he would pursue multiple efforts. Yet, Pei Qingyun chose not to dwell on this matter for the time being, as it required considerable time. The Pei family had agreed to cooperate with the Demon Suppression Division in purging the malevolent entities in their designated areas. However, the significant issue of Yuyang Town's fall was beyond his purview. That burden belonged to the Demon Suppression Division. While he could remain indifferent to the fall of Yuyang Town, he felt compelled to ponder its underlying causes. The transformation of corpses into demons requires a certain time frame, ranging from 3 to 7 days. Based on this timeline, the complete transformation of a large town's population into demons could not have occurred simultaneously. This indicated a gradual process, from a few to many, culminating in tens of thousands of deaths. This transition must have spanned at least half a month or even longer. Considering Wuyang County, Yuyang Town was not insignificant, boasting a population of over 30,000, with nearly 10 divine power warriors and more than 100 warriors below the divine power realm. Given such a substantial warrior presence, it was implausible for the town to succumb to multiple second-tier malevolent entities. Yet, Yuyang Town had indeed fallen, and for over half a month, not a single message had been transmitted. Otherwise, the Demon Suppression Division would not have failed to disclose such critical intelligence. What sort of force was at play? Perhaps a third-tier malevolent entity could bring an entire town to ruin, transforming it into a wasteland. However, a third-tier entity could never silence the divine power warriors of Yuyang Town. As for fourth-tier malevolent entities, they had never been within Pei Qingyun's considerations. The rampant existence of a fourth-tier entity would spell doom not just for Yuyang Town, but for all of Wuyang County. Eliminating this possibility, Pei Qingyun contemplated further, only to find the results chilling. From the fall of Yuyang Town, he sensed a profound malevolence. To ensure that the joint operation 4 days hence would not be disrupted by external factors, Pei Qingyun remained silent for a long while before deciding to relay the news of Yuyang Town's fall to Qin Yuanba. Soon, Pei Qingyun inscribed the contents onto a letter. To prevent any unforeseen incidents during transit that might result in non-delivery, he took the precaution of writing 3 copies. Tianlin, Here are 3 identical letters. Please arrange for 3 individuals to deliver them. Ensure that at least one letter reaches Chief Chen safely. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, these letters will undoubtedly reach Chief Chen's hands safely, Pei Tianlin assured as he took the letters. Upon exiting the room, Pei Tianlin's expression turned grave. Though he had not seen the contents, he had his suspicions. Just observing the demeanor of his ancestor made him realize that the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Another troublesome autumn. After Pei Tianlin departed, Pei Qingyun could no longer suppress a sigh. He had originally intended to develop his family steadily, taking it step by step along the path of longevity. Who could have imagined that calamities would come one after another, from the mining site to the eradication of malevolent entities? And now to the fall of Yuyang Town. There seemed to be no respite. Why is it so difficult to focus on development? He lamented. Instead of being given a family system, it would be better to simply enhance his abilities and enjoy a carefree existence. To the north of Wuyang County. This area was under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division. As the largest power within Wuyang County, the warriors of the Demon Suppression Division surpassed the 3 clans in both quality and quantity. In the span of just 3 days, under Chun Yuanba's leadership, over 90% of the area within 50 miles north of Wuyang County had been cleared, with only the finishing touches remaining. Within a day at most, the Demon Suppression Division would complete the concluding tasks in this region. As the clearing operations neared completion, Chun Yuanba wondered how the other 3 families were faring. Stretching his limbs, he prepared to enter the tent for a brief rest. Just then, a small captain from the Demon Suppression Division rushed in, flustered. Chief, there's an urgent matter. Chapter 24. The disturbance at the Evil Suppression Office. What is happening? Chun Yuanba questioned, his expression a mask of confusion mingled with curiosity. Please take a look at this letter. It has been sent by the ancestor of the Pei family, the young commander of the Evil Suppression Office said, bowing slightly and presenting the letter high above his head. Very well, you may leave now, Chun Yuanba replied, taking the letter with a calm demeanor. Understood. The young commander acknowledged, quickly retreating. Once alone, Chun Yuanba opened the letter. As he perused its contents, his previously composed face darkened with an ominous shadow. Yuyang Town has fallen, he murmured. Even now, he found it hard to accept the shocking revelation contained within. As the head of the Evil Suppression Office in Wuyang County, Chun Yuanba's influence extended beyond the city limits. While there was no official Evil Suppression Office within the various towns of Wuyang County, he had stationed several Evil Suppression guards in each town as his eyes and ears. Under normal circumstances, these guards would report on their respective towns every 7 days. In urgent situations, however, they were not bound by this timeline. Just days prior, he recalled that reports from all major towns indicated everything was normal. Yet, according to the letter from Pei Qingyun, Yuyang Town had been utterly devastated. If Pei Qingyun intended to deceive him, there would be no reason to send a letter. The two bore no mutual interests. Thus, it was highly likely that the information was genuine. A town's fall could not occur in a mere instant. Moreover, such critical intelligence should have reached him through the Evil Suppression guards stationed there. Either the guards had fabricated their reports or someone had tampered with Yuyang Town's information. Infuriated by these possibilities, Chun Yuanba crumpled the letter in his fist. Come in, he bellowed. At your service. A loyal guard rushed into the tent, kneeling promptly. Inform Ling Ziwen to see me immediately. Additionally, dispatch someone to Yuyang Town. I must ascertain the latest developments there. Chun Yuanba's voice remained calm, yet it carried an unmistakable intensity that underscored his fury. Understood, I will take care of it right away. The guard, glancing at the scattered remnants of the letter, wasted no time in exiting the tent. What on earth has transpired in Yuyang Town? What could have provoked the master to such a state? Could it be Ling Ziwen? The guard pondered, his mind racing even as his feet moved swiftly. A quarter of an hour later, the guard returned to the tent, his head bowed, unable to meet Chun Yuanba's piercing gaze. Where is Ling Ziwen? Chun Yuanba's stare bore down on him with a weighty pressure. Reporting to the master. I went to Ling Ziwen's residence, but he is not there, the guard replied in a hushed voice. Not there? Surely you must have searched thoroughly. How can a living person simply vanish? You must find him by any means necessary. I must see Ling Ziwen today. Chun Yuanba's frustration surged, rendering him unable to contain his anger any longer. Understood. I will seek him out immediately. The guard's voice trembled, taken aback by Chun Yuanba's explosive rage. After the guard departed the tent, Chun Yuanba overturned the table before him in fury. Ling Ziwen, if this is your doing, I shall see you torn limb from limb. To the south of Wuyang County, the area was under the jurisdiction of the Li family, tasked with the eradication of threats. Under Li Wu's leadership, approximately 60% of the area had been cleared. In general, the strengths of the 3 families were comparable, and thus their rates of eradication were similar. At that moment, a scout rode swiftly from the opposite side of the road, approaching Li Wu with urgency. Dismounting, the scout spoke in hushed tones. Master, I bring news. There has been a significant upheaval at the Evil Suppression Office, for reasons unknown. Chief Chun Yuanba is fervently pursuing Ling Ziwen. Pursuing Ling Ziwen? Surely this cannot be correct? Li Wu stared incredulously at the scout, questioning the reliability of his ears. Ling Ziwen was the esteemed deputy commander of the Evil Suppression Office and one of Chun Yuanba's closest allies. Moreover, Ling Ziwen was a martial artist of consummate strength, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of his prowess. Even among the formidable martial artists of Wuyang County, his abilities ranked within the top 5. From any perspective, there seemed to be no rationale for Chun Yuanba to pursue Ling Ziwen. This situation is escalating. Chun Yuanba is in a furious uproar, and the Evil Suppression Office is in chaos. I assure you, there is no falsehood here, the scout asserted confidently. Unbelievable. Has Ling Ziwen truly betrayed us? What could have transpired to prompt such a drastic action? Li Wu pondered, unable to comprehend Ling Ziwen's motives for betrayal. However, upon further reflection, the notion of unwavering loyalty began to seem implausible. True allegiance was a fragile concept, easily swayed when the price of betrayal became sufficient. This matter is far from simple. He concluded. Xiaoling, have you heard any other rumors regarding this situation? What exactly has occurred? The scout hesitated. I am not clear on the specific reasons. I have caught wind of some rumors, but their authenticity is uncertain. Speak freely. Even if you are mistaken, I shall not hold it against you, Li Wu replied, his tone gentle yet firm. The rumors suggest that this pursuit of Ling Ziwen is linked to the Pei family ancestor. It is said that after Chief Chun Yuanba read the letter from the Pei family, he took this action, the scout disclosed. Thus, this incident connects back to Pei Qingyun. Li Wu surmised, sensing a deeper complexity in the situation. As the head of the Li family, he recognized the necessity of unraveling this mystery. Xiaoling, this information is invaluable. Upon our return, seek Elder Li Lu and request a blood-replenishing elixir, attributing it to me. However, before that, continue gathering intelligence on this matter, particularly regarding the relationship between Pei Qingyun and these developments. A substantial reward awaits you upon success. Li Wu's persuasive words ignited the scout's enthusiasm, who bowed gratefully. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I shall dedicate myself to uncovering the truth. Now, return to the Evil Suppression Office to continue your inquiries, Li Wu urged. Yes, I shall depart at once. The scout leaped onto his steed and vanished from view, his mission clear. Chapter 25 Cooperation west of Yu County, in the town of Qiushui. Within a luxurious inn, the family head, all the malevolent beings near Qiushui town have been dealt with. What do you think? Shall we rest here for the night? Inquired an elder from the Wang family. Very well, everyone is weary after a long day. It is time to rest. However, what have we discerned regarding the situation with the Pei family? Wang Yang cast a glance at the exhausted group, acknowledging that it was indeed time for respite. Currently, the Pei family seems to be stable, and their ancestor does not appear to be in any serious trouble. However, a significant incident has occurred at the Jingxie division. Chun Yuanba seems to be pursuing Ling Ziwen. The elder from the Wang family responded. Is that so? Chun Yuanba is after Ling Ziwen? But Ling Ziwen is one of his trusted aides and the commander of the Jingxie division. Why would Chun Yuanba want to apprehend him? Wang Yang exclaimed, his surprise concealing a tempest of turmoil within. I am uncertain of the specifics, but it appears this matter is related to a letter from the Pei family. The Wang elder pondered for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. I recall that the Pei family has always maintained a rather indifferent relationship with Chun Yuanba. It feels rather peculiar that a letter from the Pei family would lead to the apprehension of his trusted subordinate. Wang Yang felt a vague sense of unease. I too suspect that this news may be fabricated. Perhaps the Pei family is deploying a smokescreen, or Chun Yuanba has ulterior motives. The elder from the Wang family furrowed his brow. There is a possibility of that. Chun Yuanba has always viewed our three families with disdain. He might seize this opportunity to orchestrate some scheme, Wang Yang concurred. I will instruct my scouts to pay closer attention to this matter. Should any concrete information arise, I will report it to the family head. The elder from the Wang family seemed to realize something and spoke swiftly. All right, I shall await your news. Not long after the elder departed, Wang Yang's expression fell, and he mused to himself. Could it be that my dealings with Ling Ziwen have been discovered by that old fool from the Pei family, prompting him to send a letter to Chun Yuanba? Yet, even so, Chun Yuanba should not be so brazen as to pursue Ling Ziwen. Is there some hidden truth I remain unaware of? As Wang Yang contemplated, a shadow flitted past the window. He immediately sat up and called out sharply, who dares to spy on me from outside? Family head Wang, please do not raise the alarm. The familiar voice echoed in Wang Yang's ear moments later. Who are you? Step forward, Wang Yang demanded, lowering his voice but not conceding. How is it that the family head Wang does not recognize me? A tall figure materialized before him. Ling Ziwen. Wang Yang's pupils constricted, his countenance overtaken by shock. Why the surprise, family head? Have we not been like two peas in a pod? If you do not mind my presence being discovered by others, feel free to call out my name. Ling Ziwen chuckled, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. We are not of the same ilk. Commander Ling, do not slander me. Wang Yang retorted quietly. Is it not too late for the family head to say so? Were it not for your involvement, how could I have been pursued by the Commander Chun? Ling Ziwen responded with a smirk, unaffected by Wang Yang's words. What do you mean by that? Wang Yang feigned disbelief, yet a part of him began to believe. This is a long story. And you probably do not know that Commander Chen despises traitors above all else. I have used the power of the Zhengxia division to assist your family, which has crossed Commander Chen's taboo. I regret ever boarding this pirate ship of yours. Had it not been for this, I would not have found myself in such dire straits. Ling Ziwen wore a look of regret, as if Wang Yang were the true sinner. Commander Ling, your words are unjust. Our collaboration was consensual. If you had objected, could I have forced you? Now that trouble has arisen, to blame me is utterly unreasonable. Wang Yang countered. At this juncture, further discussion is futile. I have but one question. Will the Wang family take me in? Ling Ziwen's tone turned resolute, as if ready to sever ties at any moment. That is too risky. Should Chen Yuanba discover your presence here, my Wang family would be unable to defend ourselves. Wang Yang declined. Then let it not be said that you did not have your chance. Ling Ziwen ceased his argument, producing a letter from his sleeve and gently placing it on the table before turning to leave the room. Wait a moment. At this moment, Wang Yang realized that Ling Ziwen seemed to possess leverage over him. This letter, family head, you may peruse it first. Once you have read it, we can discuss further. Ling Ziwen's demeanor remained calm, as if Wang Yang's reaction were entirely anticipated. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Yet he complied with Ling Ziwen's instruction and opened the letter. However, upon reading its contents, his composure shattered, replaced by sheer terror. You, how did you obtain this? That is of no concern to you, family head. Rest assured, as long as you collaborate with me, this letter shall never see the light of day before Commander Chen. Ling Ziwen's tone softened, his attitude shifting instantly. Wang Yang remained silent, while Ling Ziwen was in no hurry. Time ticked by, and the room fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Wang Yang inhaled deeply and finally spoke. Very well, I agree to collaborate with you. However, I have one condition. You must hand over all evidence contained within this letter to me. Not a problem. But before that, family head Wang must assist me with a task. Ling Ziwen promptly acquiesced to Wang Yang's request. Speak, then. Wang Yang ceased his resistance, realizing that his vulnerabilities lay in Ling Ziwen's hands. Further argument would be futile. Shortly thereafter, Ling Ziwen exited Wang Yang's chamber, in stark contrast to Wang Yang's defeated demeanor. He wore a bright smile. Family head Wang, do not appear so troubled. Has our collaboration not been smooth thus far? I know you have long desired to eliminate the Pei family. Collaborating with me is indeed a favorable course of action. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall provide you with a piece of information without charge. Pei Qingyun's apparent decline in vitality is merely a facade. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With that, he did not await Wang Yang's response. Ling Ziwen leapt gracefully, traversing several dozen meters in a few bounds before vanishing into a courtyard, leaving only the echo of his laughter lingering in Wang Yang and Appo's ears. Damn it! Wang Yang scowled darkly, returning to his room in frustration. That night, he faced utter defeat. Chapter 26. The conclusion in Tong Town. Within an inn. Ever since the dispatch of 3 letters, Pei Qingyun has remained within the inn. Unbeknownst to him, the emergence of these letters has stirred the Zhengxia division into a state of turmoil akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. From the highest-ranking Zhengxia commander to the most ordinary Zhengxia guards, all are engulfed in anxiety. Countless individuals have spent sleepless nights grappling with the implications of this matter. Ironically, the instigator, Pei Qingyun, has enjoyed a restful slumber. As dawn's light began to break, the distant horizon was tinged with hues of pale white, while the inky earth gradually yielded to the morning's gentle illumination, revealing strokes of brightness. With the soft light of dawn, Pei Qingyun awakened from his deep slumber. This night, he had slept soundly, a rarity during his recent days of travel, where his average rest amounted to less than 3 hours. Yet, in this instance, he had enjoyed a full night's sleep. The restorative effects were palpable. He could sense his vitality burgeoning, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of mental fulfillment. As the first rays of light filtered in, Pei Qingyun stepped out of his room. His ability to rest so long was a fortunate consequence of the fatigue accumulated from days of relentless travel. However, the days to follow promised no respite. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the designated hour for assembly as set by Pei Qingyun. After swiftly confirming the number of participants, he and his group prepared to head towards the eradication zone. Although less than a third of the area remained to be cleared, Pei Qingyun was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, particularly the complexities of the final joint operation. Following a day of recuperation, everyone was in peak condition. Not a single individual took the opportunity to indulge carelessly. The peril of the eradication mission rendered such recklessness unthinkable. After verification, the number of individuals remained unchanged from the previous day. The reason no one attempted to flee was not due to a lack of desire. Rather, they were not alone. One could escape the monk, but not the temple. If they were to abandon their post, their families and affiliated powers would inevitably face retribution from the Zhengxia division. Moreover, their own safety would not be guaranteed. Everyone is present, ancestor. Shall we set off? Pei Tianlin inquired. Since everyone is here, let us depart. Pei Qingyun nodded. mounting his horse and riding towards the town's exit. Half an hour later, the Pei family arrived at their final destination for this mission. Due to the perilous nature of this last battle, Pei Qingyun revised the tactical plan. From this point onward, pairs would operate together. If they encountered an insurmountable situation, they were to immediately seek assistance from the nearest team. Remember, all must adhere to the plan, he instructed. Understood. Under Pei Qingyun's guidance, dozens quickly formed several small teams. Pairing individuals not only enhanced their safety, but also ensured efficiency in completing the eradication within the shortest possible time. The 10 members of the Pei family were divided into 5 groups, while the members from other factions would need to find their own partners. After a brief period of disarray, the groups were largely established, with only 2 individuals remaining as solo teams. Masters He and Mu, are you both choosing to act independently? Pei Qingyun inquired kindly. Thank you for your concern, Ancestor Pei. I find it more comfortable to operate alone without a suitable partner, Master, he replied. That is my sentiment as well, Master Mu concurred. Seeing their resolve, Pei Qingyun chose not to press further. Both were prominent families from Wuyang County, their strengths well established at the late stage of divine power. Such prowess made solo action feasible in the outer regions of the demonic disaster. Moreover, should misfortune befall them, it would not concern him. Pei Qingyun would only extend assistance to ensure the task's success, prioritizing the safety of his own kin. Thus, the numerous small teams commenced their independent operations. Unlike the previous days, here, the quality and quantity of the demonic entities were considerably heightened. Even with pairs working together, their progress was slower than anticipated. However, time remained on their side, and Pei Qingyun was in no rush. Should losses be excessive here, the subsequent joint operation would not bode well for him. Under his organization, the entire eradication mission proceeded relatively smoothly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Qingyun had completed the eradication task ahead of schedule, finishing a day early. Overall, the outer eradication campaign took only 5 days. Regrettably, 2 individuals had lost their lives during this period, a ratio Pei Qingyun found acceptable. In total, 3 members of the Pei family had perished, comprising roughly 1/10 of the total number. The eradication mission was inherently perilous. Even divine warriors could fall prey to fatal missteps. This was particularly true given his repeated interventions. Otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. It was no wonder the Jinxia division insisted that the 5 divine warriors from the 3 prominent families be present. Otherwise, clearing the outer areas of these demonic threats would be an overwhelming task. He pondered the conditions of the other families, suspecting they had fared similarly. Their strengths were formidable, and they too likely completed their tasks ahead of schedule. Pei Qingyun mused. However, he had not anticipated that a simple remark from him could incite such widespread upheaval. The other 2 families were likely on edge. This thought brought a smirk to his face. The Jinxia division's considerable mobilization had entangled the Pei family. Even if he were to provide an explanation now, the other families would inevitably suspect a deeper conspiracy at play. Following this incident, it was certain that the other families would adopt a more cautious stance towards him. Yet, one aspect caught Pei Qingyun off guard. The fall of Yiyang Town was somehow linked to Ling Ziwen, a revelation that was rather unexpected. But why would Ling Ziwen act in such a manner? This question remained a mystery to Pei Qingyun. The culpability for the fall of an entire town was no trivial matter. In truth, no individual in Wuyang County could bear such a burden alone. Should the court become aware of this, the repercussions could range from demotion and exile to complete annihilation of one's family. As the head of the Jinxia division, Chen Yuanba would undoubtedly shoulder a significant portion of the blame, along with the county magistrate of Wuyang. It is not difficult to envision why Chen Yuanba had been so active in recent days, causing unrest among numerous families. According to Pei Qingyun's understanding, several of Ling Ziwen's trusted aides had been executed in these few days, with dozens more implicated. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances at hand, he had no doubt that Chen Yuanba would have unleashed a far greater storm. Yet even so, he had not uncovered any leads concerning Ling Ziwen. Chapter 27. Qingshi Town. Pei Qingyun hoped that this joint operation would proceed without any unforeseen complications. He pondered for a moment, letting out a long sigh. Upon returning to his guest room, he quickly gathered his belongings, which were few in number. In mere moments, he had everything in order. Subsequently, he glanced at his attribute panel. During these past 7 days, aside from the extermination efforts, he had made it a point to check his attribute panel daily. No matter how busy he was, he could always discern the larger and smaller matters at hand. However, the primary reason for his scrutiny of the panel was to assess the family's fortune and whether there had been any significant changes in its overall quantity. The outcome revealed that there had indeed been a change, albeit a subtle one. On the morning of the 4th day, the family's fortune experienced a slight surge, increasing by approximately 2 points. For the remaining 6 days, he merely observed the normal restoration of fortune. Despite this outcome, Pei Qingyun did not harbor excessive disappointment. If family fortune could easily increase, the Pei family would not have remained a third-rate family in the Great Jing dynasty for over a century. Nonetheless, the increase in fortune on the 4th day piqued his interest. By inference, he could reasonably conclude that the rise in family fortune was not significantly related to their extermination efforts. A more probable explanation was that someone within the family had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. Yet, he lacked the time to return and verify this conclusion. Closing the attribute panel, Pang Qingyun checked the time. As agreed, the rendezvous point for this joint operation was Qingshi Town, the largest town within Wuyang County. Pang Qingyun was no stranger to Qingshi Town. As the foremost town in the county, the Pei family naturally had interests there. However, this elder rarely visited their own enterprises. Half an hour later, as Pang Qingyun and his companion stood at the foot of the city wall, they were greeted by the sight of a towering, majestic wall. At its center, a grand gate stood approximately 20 feet high and 30 feet wide, with two heavy and broad doors, their surfaces coated in black. A mere glance imparted a sense of formidable weight. On either side of the gate, 10 armored city guards, armed with long spears, scanned the throng of citizens passing through. It was only upon the arrival of Pang Qingyun and his party that the guards shifted their focus. Upon reaching the gate, Pang Qingyun presented a token to the small captain of the guards. After a brief inspection, the captain promptly opened the gate to allow passage. Entering Qingshi Town felt akin to stepping into another realm. The streets were alive with bustling traffic and throngs of pedestrians. In recent days, Pang Qingyun had visited several towns, yet none matched the vibrancy and population density of Wuyang County's capital. Only in Qingshi Town did he experience that familiar sense of extraordinary liveliness. To his surprise, Qingshi Town was indeed crowded. Pang Qingyun felt somewhat reflective. Having rarely visited, he was not fully aware of Qingshi Town's circumstances. The town boasted a population of nearly 100,000. Were it not for the inability to expand Qingshi Town, resulting in population restrictions, this number might have been significantly higher. Pei Tianlin explained beside him. Listening to Pei Tianlin's explanation, Pang Qingyun couldn't help but feel astonished. 100,000 was indeed an impressive figure. The most ordinary towns typically had only 20 to 30,000 residents, whereas here, the population was multiplied several times over, rivaling that of a small county. A larger population signified flourishing commerce. For the moment, Pang Qingyun had not considered this aspect. As he had little time, less than an hour at his disposal, after a series of stops and starts, the Pei party arrived at the entrance of an enormous estate. This was the designated meeting place. Upon entering, Pang Qingyun was greeted by several familiar faces from days gone by. The Wang family, the Li family. Additionally, the town's evil suppression officer, Chen Yuanba, had arrived early. However, compared to a few days prior, Chen Yuanba appeared noticeably haggard, as if the incident involving Ling Ziwen had lodged a thorn deep in his heart, depriving him of restful nights. Upon seeing Pang Qingyun, Chen Yuanba forced a smile and greeted him. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other two families occasionally lingered on him, particularly in Wang Yang's eyes. Pang Qingyun detected a stark difference from 7 days prior, a profound resentment, as though he had committed some unspeakable atrocity against Wang Yang. Recalling recent events, Pang Qingyun realized he had never targeted the Wang family, nor had he engaged with them. If there was blame to be assigned, it should fall upon Wang Yang, who had consistently undermined the Pei family. The current situation was entirely inverted. As Pang Qingyun followed Wang Yang's gaze, the resentment vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He did not have to wait long. Soon, over 100 individuals crowded into the estate. Compared to 7 days ago, the number was noticeably diminished. Those who had perished were missed. Once everyone had gathered, Chen Yuanba began to outline the joint operation, perhaps due to his somber mood. His voice was icy. However, no one paid it much mind. After Chen Yuanba finished speaking, many inquired about life and death matters, to which he patiently responded one by one. When all questions had been addressed, the group set out towards the epicenter of the recent monster calamities, the source of the malevolent forces. At that moment, it was noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, akin to a scorching fireball, casting a torrent of light and heat upon the land, where the sky appeared devoid of any impurities. Yet, amidst this sweltering heat, the group galloped through the woods on their spirited steeds. Suddenly, the lead horse, seemingly startled by an unseen force, reared up and came to an abrupt halt. If one were to scrutinize the horse's eyes, they would discern an uncharacteristic fear glimmering within. "What is happening?" a man in the rear inquired. "The horse is spooked. It refuses to move forward," replied another ahead. "Let me give it a try," the man behind offered. "All right, go ahead," the lead rider responded. As he prepared to dismount, the horse that had been standing still suddenly let out a shriek, breaking free from its reins and bolting backward. The rider was caught off guard and fell to the ground. At that moment, a dark shadow glided in, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of ancient ice, causing the man to shiver involuntarily. Before he could look back, he caught sight of the terrified eyes of the fallen rider behind him. "Be careful. There's an evil spirit behind us." In that instant, the man grasped the imminent danger and let out a cry of despair. "No, I don't want to die." But it was too late. With that cry, his flesh and blood began to wither at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Chapter 28. The third-order fiend, the man on horseback, witnessed a terrifying scene unfold before him. His body, nearly frozen in blood, screamed within him to move. In that fleeting moment, a fierce instinct for survival surged through his mind, compelling him to raise the whip in his hand. Crack! The sharp, resonant sound echoed as the whip struck the horse's back. At that very instant, a sigh of relief spread across the man's face, as if that single lash had drained him of all his strength. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As time passed, the man's smile gradually stiffened. He could not comprehend why the steed beneath him remained still. But in the next heartbeat, the reason dawned upon him. The fiend, once several dozen meters away, had inexplicably closed the distance and now loomed beneath him. Suddenly, a dense and chilling aura flowed into his body through his nostrils. His once surging vitality felt as though it were under siege, desperately fighting back against this malevolent force. A third-order fiend. The man struggled to articulate a sound, but all that emerged from his throat was a hoarse rasp. In mere moments, the vitality that had surged within him was devoured by the cold essence. Yet this was merely the beginning. After consuming his life force, the fiend was not satiated and continued to feast upon the man's flesh. In the blink of an eye, he met the same fate as his companions, reduced to mere bones. Ancestor, we have a situation. A hurried warrior from the Pei family rushed forth. The 4th and 5th teams have gone silent. What on earth happened? How could 2 teams suddenly lose contact? Pei Qingyun questioned, his brow furrowed. According to the ancestor's instructions, each team must report in every half hour. But after waiting a full half hour, I received no word from either the 4th or 5th teams. I attempted to reach out, only to find that contact was impossible. The Pei warrior explained, anxiety evident in his tone. Do not panic. Please recount the situation of both teams, including their last known communications. Pei Qingyun gestured for the warrior to take his time. Thus, Pei Qingyun meticulously reviewed the circumstances surrounding the 2 teams. Are you aware of the area where the 2 teams disappeared? He inquired. If I recall correctly, it should be over here. The Pei warrior pointed in a direction. Notify the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams to halt their missions and come to this location. Once the Pei warrior departed, Pei Qingyun's expression darkened considerably. In this source of fiends, losing contact nearly equated to death. The 4th and 5th teams, each comprised of 4 members, had been assigned a late-stage divine power warrior as their captain for safety. Under such arrangements, even encountering a second-order fiend in a group was manageable. At the very least, a few could escape. But now, 8 individuals had vanished without a trace. This loss was significant. Though none of the missing were Pei family warriors, the responsibility of the teams still rested upon him. Before long, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams arrived. Leading the 1st team was Elder Pei Tianlin, who, upon seeing Pei Qingyun, anxiously asked, Ancestor, why the sudden summons? Has something occurred? The 4th and 5th teams have gone missing. I suspect they have encountered a third-order fiend. Pei Qingyun divulged his suspicions. At the mention of a third-order fiend, Pei Tianlin's face paled. The expressions of the other team members mirrored his concern. Although none had faced a third-order fiend, they were all acutely aware of its dreadfulness. While the 5 Organs warriors were formidable, they still possessed flesh and blood. If sufficiently outnumbered, divine power warriors could withstand a second-order fiend. However, against a third-order fiend, even an abundance of divine power warriors would appear as sheep to the slaughter. This was due to the fact that their life force could not inflict harm upon a third-order fiend. Only 5 Organs warriors, whose vitality had undergone a qualitative transformation, could possess a thread of yang power within their essence capable of inflicting damage. Had Pei Qingyun not been present, they would have certainly kept their distance from the territory of any third-order fiend. Of course, if they were to confront a dozen or more second-order fiends, it could be possible. Pei Qingyun continued. However, I personally lean towards the idea that it was indeed a third-order fiend. Seeing the pallor on their faces, Pei Qingyun slowly elucidated further. Ancestor, did you summon us here to investigate this matter together? Pei Tianlin inquired cautiously. That is precisely my intention. If it is indeed the work of a third-order fiend, it will undoubtedly not remain in one place. Should you encounter it, your chances of survival would be bleak. Rather than risk that, it is wiser to accompany me in uncovering the truth. If we do encounter a third-order fiend, I can hold it off, Pei Qingyun replied. Your foresight is commendable, Ancestor. Pei Tianlin nodded in agreement, though numerous questions lingered in his mind. Having received word from Pei Tianrong, Pei Tianlin was aware that their ancestor's vitality had not waned. Yet, even with such vigor, it would be unwise to provoke a third-order fiend. Third-order fiends corresponded to the 5 Organs realm, but even early 5 Organs warriors could only manage self-preservation in the presence of a third-order fiend. It was only mid-stage 5 Organs warriors who could contend with them. As for slaying a third-order fiend, from what he understood, only the master of the Fiend Suppression Division, Chen Yuanba, could accomplish that feat. Chen Yuanba was a late-stage 5 Organs warrior, while their ancestor was merely at the early stage. In such circumstances, their ancestor's actions were decidedly unwise. Had it been him, he would have reported the situation to the Fiend Suppression Division first and entrusted them with the matter. However, This was their ancestor, and no decision could be questioned. There is no need for flattery. Let us proceed together. Pei Qingyun stated coolly as he set off towards the direction where the two teams had vanished. Meanwhile, beside the head of the Wang family, Wang Yang, stood a towering figure. If members of the Fiend Suppression Division were present, they would recognize him as Ling Ziwen, the fugitive they had been desperately pursuing. Commander Ling, I must express my gratitude for your assistance this time. Had it not been for your intervention, this third-order fiend would not have strayed into the Pei family and Appos as territory. Wang family head, the arrival of the third-order fiend in the Pei family's vicinity was purely coincidental. I possess no such power to drive it away. Furthermore, I would prefer not to be addressed as Commander Ling anymore. As a wanted criminal, I cannot bear such a grand title. Simply call me Ziwen. Ling Ziwen waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. Regardless, I must thank Brother Ziwen. Without your aid, my Wang family would have suffered tremendous losses this time. Wang Yang feigned gratitude, his words laden with ulterior motives. Merely a trivial matter indeed. But has the Wang family devised a plan for when to take action against the Pei family? A single third-order fiend alone cannot contend with Pei Qingyun. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Ling Ziwen replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth, yet his words remained unyielding. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter, Brother Ziwen. My Wang family has its own plans. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of wariness flashing within. Chapter 29. The exposure of Ling Ziwen, is that so? In that case, I shall extend my early congratulations to the master of the Wang family for his imminent success, Ling Ziwen remarked with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed. Under Wang Yang's scrutiny, Ling Ziwen's figure flickered and vanished into the depths of the forest. Shortly after his departure, a man, strikingly similar in appearance to Wang Yang, emerged from the thicket. It seems he has noticed me, the man whispered. And so what? At present, he and we are in the same boat. Your existence cannot possibly be exposed. Once we subdue the Pei family, I shall seize this opportunity to break through to the mid-stage of the five organs. Even if you were to be revealed then, Qin Yuanba would not be able to handle us, Wang Yang replied with a sly smile, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. Yet I can't shake the feeling that Ling Ziwen harbors ulterior motives. Collaborating with him is akin to courting danger. Moreover, how did he come to know about that matter? I suspect he has long anticipated this day and sought our collaboration only as part of his scheme, the man expressed. What a schemes! He plots against us. Yet we too are plotting against him. Having embarked on this path, there is no turning back, Wang Yang replied, his smile fading into a grave demeanor. But the man attempted to counsel him, but was abruptly cut off by Wang Yang. There are no buts. Your talents surpass mine, and your abilities were greater. Yet do you know why our father did not choose you as the family head? It was precisely because you lacked ambition. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Taking a little risk is worthwhile. If we miss this chance, when will the Wang family ever rise again? As he spoke, a hint of madness ignited in Wang Yang's gaze. Brother, I understand. The man lowered his head, losing the courage to counter. 10 miles away, within a secluded mountain forest, Qin Yuanba, clad in dark armor and wielding a long spear, resembled a war god as he engaged in combat with a host of malevolent creatures. The ebony spear in his grasp was akin to a divine instrument of slaughter. With each flourish, the yang energy within him blazed like a consuming flame, erupting from the spear's tip in the form of a fiery serpent. This fiery serpent appeared to be a bane to the wicked, each undulating movement claiming the lives of several fiends. In mere moments, Qin Yuanba executed a series of thrusts, dispatching over a dozen malevolent creatures with ease. Following this display of prowess, he slowly retracted his spear, delicately wiping its tip. As the chief of the Evil Suppression Division, the number of fiends slain by his hand surely numbered in the thousands. Thus, dispatching a mere dozen was child's play. However, after the onslaught, a furrow of concern creased Qin Yuanba's brow. The previous day's upheaval in the fiend's lair had allowed several third-tier fiends to escape, and their whereabouts remained unknown. As the head of the Evil Suppression Division, Qin Yuanba was acutely aware of the threat posed by third-tier fiends. Within the entire territory of Wuyang County, no one but him could single-handedly subdue such formidable foes. He could only envision the unimaginable catastrophe that would ensue if these third-tier fiends were not dealt with promptly. Just as he was consumed by worry, the Evil Suppression Guards brought him a piece of good news. Report to the chief. Scouts have spotted traces of Ling Ziwen ahead. Where? Take me there immediately. Qin Yuanba's expression shifted, revealing his delight. He had been beleaguered of late, and Ling Ziwen was one of the principal culprits. The emergence of this villain was certainly a cause for celebration. Without further contemplation, Qin Yuanba followed the guards at a brisk pace. Soon, they encountered the scout. You claim to have discovered Ling Ziwen's whereabouts. Where is he? Upon meeting, Qin Yuanba could hardly contain his eagerness to learn of Ling Ziwen's location. Report to the chief. Just moments ago, I noticed an individual whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Ling Ziwen, so I discreetly followed him. After confirmation, I am certain that the individual was indeed Ling Ziwen. However, he did not linger long before departing. The scout recounted truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanba felt a twinge of disappointment. He had arrived as swiftly as possible, yet still missed him by a hair's breadth. Sensing Chen Yuanba's dismay, the scout continued. Though I am unaware of Ling Ziwen's destination, I observed that he seemed to have come from the direction of the Wang family. You mean to say Ling Ziwen has come from the Wang family? A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Yuanba as he regarded the scout. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes and would never deceive the chief, the scout affirmed with unwavering conviction. With the scout's confirmation, Chen Yuanba's mind began to churn like a tempestuous sea. His initial reaction was disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the Wang family possessed such audacity as to be entangled with Ling Ziwen. The crimes committed by Ling Ziwen were severe enough to warrant the annihilation of 9 clans. For the sake of personal gain, he had caused the downfall of a town. Such transgressions were beyond comprehension. Yet the Wang family, under these circumstances, dared to associate themselves with Ling Ziwen. It was hardly a wise decision. Chen Yuanba had known Wang Yang for some time and understood the nature of the man. He would stop at nothing for his own gain. But he was certainly not a fool. However, the scout's words served as a reminder. The Wang family had indeed made such a foolish choice. If there were any fallacies in the scout's report, Chen Yuanba found it even harder to believe. Each scout he employed was meticulously chosen and had undergone rigorous testing. Otherwise, they would not be entrusted with such missions. From another perspective, even if the scout bore a grudge against the Wang family, he would not fabricate such a lie. A family such as the Wang family would demand substantial evidence before Chen Yuanba could take action against them. He could not act solely on a scout's word or suspicion. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yuanba arrived at a conclusion. This was the only lead Ling Ziwen had left behind. If he were to let this opportunity slip, it would be uncertain whether he would encounter another. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly, even if Ling Ziwen had merely passed by the Wang family by chance. Moreover, he did not trust the Wang family. His suspicions stemmed from his own perspective, and when viewed from another angle, the situation appeared different. Wang Yang might be clever, but a clever person does not inevitably commit foolish errors. In his estimation, this was not necessarily the case. He even considered whether the incident in Yuyang town was somehow connected to the Wang family. If there were a connection, perhaps he could use this opportunity to redeem himself. From now on, you shall keep a close watch on the Wang family. Should you observe anything amiss, report to me at once. Chen Yuanba instructed the scout beside him. Understood, the scout bowed his head slightly, acknowledging the command. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, his encounter with Ling Ziwen had already raised Chen Yuanba's suspicions. Chapter 30. Conclusion and Facts on a Hillside. Pei Qingyun and his companions dismounted their horses. This location marked the final site where the 4th and 5th teams had lost contact. One scout spoke up. Pei Qingyun remained silent, his gaze following the direction indicated by the scout. Suddenly, he noticed a broken riding whip beside a large, smooth rock. Let us investigate that area, he commanded, prompting a dozen individuals to move toward the stone. Soon, they arrived at the smooth stone. In addition to the broken whip, they discovered a set of skeletal remains and a lifeless horse. A chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers at this grim sight. Before Pei Qingyun could utter a word, someone in the group recognized the identity of the remains. It was Lu Dafu from the 4th team, and it was shocking to realize that he had met his demise here. Pei Qingyun recalled Lu Dafu's name. He was one of the 4 members of the 4th team, possessing mid-level divine strength. The manner of his death led Pei Qingyun to conclude that it was at the hands of a malevolent creature. However, he could not ascertain whether it was a 3rd-tier or 2nd-tier creature responsible. Regardless of whether a 3rd-tier or 2nd-tier malevolent being had slain the warrior, the characteristics were largely consistent. The flesh had been devoured by the creature. It was impossible to draw definitive conclusions based solely on the remains. As for higher-tier malevolent beings, Pei Qingyun had yet to encounter them, leaving him without further insights. Nevertheless, there were still clues to consider. Based on the warrior's identity and strength, one could expect some form of resistance when facing different malevolent entities. This was akin to a person instinctively struggling before death. The same principle applied to warriors. After examining Lu Dafu's skeletal remains, the group began to scrutinize their surroundings. Other than the typical hoofprints left by horses, there were no signs of a struggle. This indicated that Lu Dafu had perished without any resistance against the malevolent entity. If he had been an ordinary person, it might have been understandable. But Lu Dafu was a mid-level divine strength warrior, tasked with exterminating malevolent beings. His vigilance would have been high, even when confronted by multiple 2nd-tier malevolent entities. It was nearly impossible for there to be no trace of a struggle, eliminating all other possibilities. Only one conclusion remained evident to all. Lu Dafu had encountered a 3rd-tier malevolent being. Prior to this moment, Pei Qingyun had hinted at this possibility, even assuring that he would distract a 3rd-tier malevolent creature. Yet, when the grim reality lay bare before them, a profound fear began to seep into their hearts. Any one of them would likely perish if faced with a 3rd-tier malevolent entity. The atmosphere grew heavy. Pei Qingyun understood that he could not remain silent for long. Everyone, search the vicinity for the bodies of other team members. If any discoveries arise, report them immediately. For safety, do not stray more than 500 meters from me. In truth, even without his instruction, no one would have opposed this precaution. Thus, they began their search and soon discovered several other team members' remains near Lu Dafu's. Each body bore a similar fate, having succumbed without any sign of resistance. The sole exception was the captain of the fourth team, who had fought back before his demise. With the situation becoming increasingly clear, it was evident that a third-tier malevolent being had decimated both the fourth and fifth teams. I need someone to report this matter to Chief Chun, who is willing to go. Pei Qingyun addressed the group gravely. The members from other factions, save for those from the Pei family, lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Under normal circumstances, such a task would not be daunting. However, the awareness of a third-tier malevolent being's presence instilled an unspoken dread among them. The thought of encountering such a creature en route was terrifying. At that moment, Pei Tianlin, sensing the unusual atmosphere, stepped forward, eager to undertake the task. Yet, Pei Qingyun signaled him to pause. Given that several bodies from the fourth and fifth teams remained unfound, it was possible that some individuals were still alive. We will conduct a search in this area. However, it remains uncertain whether the third-tier malevolent being has vacated. I hope someone can relay this situation to Chief Chen promptly. Pei Qingyun's seemingly casual remark immediately heightened the alertness of the members from other factions. If conveying a message posed danger, then this vicinity was surely more perilous. One individual among them quickly accepted the task. In truth, Pei Qingyun's words were not mere bluster. He too lacked certainty regarding whether the third-tier malevolent entity had truly departed. Yet, he possessed the confidence that even in the face of such a being, he could contend with it, perhaps even slay it. This conviction made the Pei warriors who remained by his side feel comparatively safer. However, he could not take the moment to explain this to everyone. The lives of warriors from other families naturally did not hold the same weight as his own kin. Nonetheless, shortly after the assigned warrior departed, he encountered the Wang family's team. Brother Lin, where the hurry? Wang Yang greeted warmly. The Lin warrior had not anticipated Wang Yang's approach and paused to respond. Honorable Wang, I bear urgent news for Chief Chun and must take my leave. Don't rush off. What is this urgent news? If it is suitable, do share it with me. Wang Yang hastily inquired. Upon hearing this, the Lin warrior slowed his horse once more. The matter of the third-tier malevolent being would inevitably reach the Jinxie division, and they would inform the heads of various families. Moreover, as they were all engaged in the extermination of malevolent entities, sharing the information early would be beneficial. Perhaps he could even earn some favor from the Wang family in the process. With this in mind, the Lin warrior resolved to divulge the news. A few moments of conversation would not delay him significantly, and sharing the information could work to his advantage. Near the Lingshi, the Pei family's ancestor discovered the presence of a third-tier malevolent being and ordered me to relay this to Chief Chun. A third-tier malevolent being. That is indeed a terrifying matter. Wang Yang's expression shifted to one of shock, as if the revelation had taken him aback. I did not expect such a formidable being to emerge so swiftly. Thank you for your timely warning. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of the dire situation. Coincidentally, I have urgent matters to discuss with Chief Chun as well. Why don't we travel together for mutual support? Wang Yang's demeanor became notably more amiable. Upon learning that Wang Yang was also headed to meet Chen Yuanba, the Lin warrior felt elated and readily agreed. Simultaneously, he could not help but reflect on his good fortune. Accompanied by a powerful warrior like Wang Yang and the numerous divine strength warriors from the Wang family, even an encounter with a third-tier malevolent being would be less perilous. Chapter 31. Confrontation with the third-order demon. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at the moment he acquiesced to Wang Yang's request, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wang Yang's eyes. Meanwhile, the Lin clan warrior patiently awaited on horseback, lost in thoughts about how to strengthen his bond with Wang Yang during their journey. However, at that very instant, a chilling light erupted abruptly. The long sword that had been secured at Wang Yang's waist had unsheathed itself without notice. Accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound, the sword sliced through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood as it lunged towards the Lin clan warrior's body, eliciting terror in his gaze. With a sickening thud, blood spattered as the sword pierced through his heart, emerging from his back. Though the heart was injured, he would not succumb to death immediately. Yet the agony of the wound felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him, compelling him to emit a harrowing scream. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Wang Yang abruptly withdrew his sword, and the gaping wound, previously blocked by the blade, unleashed a torrential flow of blood. With the deluge of crimson gushing forth, both the Lin clan warrior and his steed became enshrouded in a thick layer of blood-red hue. From a distance, it appeared as though he donned a cloak of blood. Why? The Lin clan warrior coughed violently, his gaze fixed firmly on Wang Yang, struggling to comprehend why Wang Yang would turn against him. Why? One could only blame your misfortune. Wang Yang, devoid of any malicious delight, answered his inquiry with a calm demeanor and swung his sword once more. In an instant, a flash of white light cut through the air, and before anyone could react, the blade severed the Lin clan warrior's throat. With a potent sense of unwillingness, his head thudded heavily against the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. His headless corpse, amidst the frantic movements of the terrified horse, toppled down. It was only in his final moments that the Lin clan warrior realized his grave error. Dispose of his body. The rest of you, follow me to collect the stones. The Wang family members exchanged glances, astonished by Wang Yang's decisive action. Unbeknownst to them, as he acted, an observer hidden in the distance was silently witnessing the entire scene. Indeed, the Wang family was up to no good. This matter must be reported to the Lord immediately. Collecting stones. Under Pei Qingyun's guidance, the group conducted a cursory search of the surrounding area. Ultimately, all 8 members of the 2 teams were found, yet they were all lifeless corpses. This outcome was precisely as he had anticipated, so Pei Qingyun felt no profound disappointment. They were dead. No amount of lamentation would alter that. However, the absence of the Lin clan warrior, who was meant to relay messages, filled him with an unsettling premonition. Could it be that further troubles had arisen? Since the commencement of the purge, Pei Qingyun had begun to suspect himself of stepping into a field of misfortune. From the memories of his past life, he comprehended that the likelihood of encountering either a tide of corpses or a third-order demon was exceedingly low. One might not encounter such phenomena, even once in a decade. Yet, in just a few days, he had faced both. To claim it was mere luck was something he found hard to believe. Regardless, the area had been thoroughly searched. Continuing would serve no purpose. Should a third-order demon wander back, it would pose a significant nuisance. Pei Qingyun pondered silently. Since mastering the 1000-blade slash, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5 organs, rendering him unafraid of third-order demons. Not to mention that earlier this morning, he had harnessed the family's fortune to perfect his 1000-blade slash. Yet, even so, he had no desire to confront a third-order demon directly. Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat one, should he prevail, the sole consequence would be the revelation of his strength. Beyond that, he would gain nothing of value. Rather, it would be wiser to delegate this task to Chen Yuanba, as it was indeed his duty. Enough of this. Summon the others so we can depart. Cleansing his mind of distractions, Pei Qingyun addressed Pei Tianlin beside him. Tianlin, go gather everyone. It's time to leave. Understood, ancestor. Pei Tianlin clasped his hands in acknowledgement and swiftly headed towards the 3 teams. Not good. Not good. A third-order demon has appeared. A Pei family warrior galloped in, colliding head-on with the departing Pei Tianlin. Explain clearly what has transpired. Pei Tianlin implored urgently. There is a third-order demon. Hurry, notify the ancestor. The Pei family warrior gasped for breath. What? A third-order demon has appeared. Pei Tianlin's expression turned grave as he promptly turned his horse around. Ancestor. It is dire. A third-order demon has shown itself. Damn it. Pei Qingyun could not restrain himself from cursing. It was as if whatever he thought of manifested into reality. He had just contemplated the third-order demon, and now it was indeed upon them. Let us go. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Pei Qingyun galloped in a singular direction. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. With the whip in hand, the steed reached its utmost limit. Yet Pei Qingyun felt the pace was still inadequate. Compared to modern transportation, a warhorse was vastly inferior. As Pei Qingyun drew nearer, the unfolding scene came into view. He beheld a Pei family elder, at the pinnacle of divine strength, being relentlessly pursued by the third-order demon, the distance between them continuing to close. With the speed of his steed, he realized he could not reach the elder in time to render aid before the demon caught up. Since speed was lacking, he would accelerate himself. Pei Qingyun abruptly pressed down with all his might against the stirrups. Such immense force was beyond the stirrups' capacity to withstand. In an instant, they shattered into countless fragments. Yet, even so, this tremendous force consumed only a fraction of his strength. The majority surged through his body, channeling into the warhorse beneath him. The explosive power released was terrifying. The steed could not bear such force and stumbled, rolling sideways. However, buoyed by this immense strength, Pei Qingyun propelled himself forward as if walking through the air, covering several dozen feet in mere strides. In this explosive surge, his speed surpassed that of the warhorse by several fold. Within less than 10 breaths, he had traversed dozens of feet, positioning himself directly above the Pei family elder. At last, he had caught up. Just as Pei Qingyun was about to exhale in relief, the third-order demon lunged towards the elder's rear. Get out of the way, Pei Qingyun bellowed. His entire being surging with vitality, the scorching force of the sun enveloping his blade as he swept it horizontally at the third-order demon. With a whoosh, the long blade cleaved through the air, accompanied by a deafening sound. A flash of white light darted by, and the solar force upon the blade blazed fiercely, aiming to engulf the third-order demon. Meanwhile, the elder of the Pei family, upon hearing the warning, leapt from his steed at the first opportunity. Chapter 32. Decapitation. It seemed that the third-tier demon sensed the threat of the blade. Rather than confronting it head-on, it released a torrent of demonic energy from within. As this malevolent force surged forth, an invisible power collided with the radiant energy. The air erupted with a piercing sound, reminiscent of a drop of warm water splashing into a hot oil pan, each force utterly incompatible with the other, with the initial strike failing to yield results. Pei Qingyun swiftly retreated. Throughout this period, Pei Qingyun had vanquished numerous demons. However, these adversaries merely relied on instinct to engage in combat. In contrast, battling a third-tier demon revealed a stark difference. The demon was not solely aggressive, it exhibited a capacity for defense. More precisely, it appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence. This revelation took him by surprise. Although he was a practitioner of the five organs, his memories indicated he had never directly confronted a third-tier demon, often serving merely as a subordinate. Particularly during the encounters with third-tier demons, it was invariably Chun Yuanba who fought at the forefront. Now, in solitary combat, he comprehended the formidable nature of the third-tier demon. Tianyun, you go ahead, I will handle it. Pei Qingyun called out to the elder of the Pei family while keeping his gaze fixed on the demon. Ancestor, take care, I will leave now. Pei Tianyun replied without any pretense, dashing away. In the face of a third-tier demon, even though he had attained perfect divine power, he could only endure for 10 breaths. His presence would not aid the ancestor. Rather, it could easily turn him into the demon's next meal. Furthermore, the demon could replenish its own energy by devouring the blood essence of warriors. Given the circumstances, his involvement would only serve to complicate matters. After sending Pei Tianyun away, Pei Qingyun engaged in battle with the third-tier demon. The demon was indeed a formidable opponent, capable of contending with the five organs. With each of Pei Qingyun's strikes, the demon utilized its own demonic power to defend itself, even managing to counterattack during his moments of vulnerability. Several times, Pei Qingyun narrowly avoided being struck. This creature is exceedingly troublesome. Were it not for my recent breakthrough to the mid-level of the five organs, which significantly increased my vitality and doubled my internal sun power, I would truly struggle to contend with it, Pei Qingyun mused to himself. Up to this point, aside from the thousand-blade strike, he had employed every technique available to a mid-level practitioner of the five organs. Yet, even so, he could merely hold his ground against the third-tier demon. The prospect of slaying it was far from feasible. In fact, in terms of endurance, he found himself at a disadvantage. After all, demons lacked physical bodies, rendering the concept of stamina irrelevant. However, their demonic energy was finite. Otherwise, the endless supply of it would render his efforts futile. Thus, it became evident that Chun Yuanba's strength held substantial merit. At this moment, Pei Qingyun concluded that he was not yet a match for Chun Yuanba, even if he were to utilize the thousand-blade strike. As the battle progressed, Pei Qingyun gauged his own capabilities while growing increasingly weary of the third-tier demon, which clung to him like a stubborn piece of chewing gum. Perhaps I should explore whether I can resolve this predicament. It is not a sustainable strategy for it to persist in pursuing me, Pei Qingyun murmured to himself. The third-tier demon remained oblivious to Pei Qingyun's transformation. It lunged at him with the same ferocity as before. Previously, he would have chosen to evade, but now he resolved to confront it head-on. The third-tier demon had indeed developed a measure of intelligence, yet it still possessed weaknesses akin to those of ordinary demons. When attacking, it expended a significant amount of its demonic energy to erode the warrior's body, leaving its own reserves vulnerable. This was the opportunity Pei Qingyun had been waiting for. Without warning, Pei Qingyun leaped high into the air, his long blade resonating with a newfound vitality, emitting a subtle tremor. As the vibrations intensified, the blade quivered violently. He delicately caressed the blade's surface, lightly flicking it, which accelerated the trembling blade tenfold. The once distinct blade transformed into countless visible phantoms, coalescing into a singular strike under his command. One blade became 1,000 blades converged into one. This was the culmination of the perfect thousand-blade strike. Pei Qingyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the sun power at the tip of his blade underwent a qualitative transformation, akin to an indomitable silver needle of flame, effortlessly tearing through the demon's defenses and erupting at its core. Boom. At that moment, the sun power resembled a bomb dropped into deep water. The ensuing violent shockwaves sent the demon's internal energy surging like waves, each crest more powerful than the last. Within mere moments, the demon's aura diminished by a fifth. This is astonishing, Pei Qingyun exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He had not anticipated that the perfect thousand-blade strike would yield such significant results. With just 5 strikes, he could slay this third-tier demon. Although the demon could not comprehend his words, the damage inflicted by his strike was undeniably substantial. Driven by a flicker of intelligence, the demon sought to flee. You thought you could escape? It is too late now. Stay here. Pei Qingyun unleashed the thousand-blade strike in rapid succession, venting his pent-up fury. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blade's brilliance illuminated the air, and with each strike, the demon's aura plummeted once more. When the 4th blow landed, the demon's essence appeared to reach a critical threshold. As the final flash of light emerged from the blade, its form disintegrated at a visible pace, replaced by a green orb, the demon orb. Upon witnessing the green orb's emergence, Pei Qingyun was filled with elation. He was no stranger to the reputation of the demon orb. This treasure was left behind only after the demise of a demon of third-tier rank or above. It was said that the demon orb could be refined into a jade talisman, which possessed the ability to ward off demonic corrosion. Many affluent officials in the county town, lacking martial prowess, relied on jade talismans for protection. However, he had never been able to slay a third-tier demon until now, thus never obtaining a demon orb. Nevertheless, he had encountered jade talismans before, and for practitioners below the level of the 5 organs, their benefits were quite significant. To him, they seemed somewhat extravagant. Moreover, they were exceedingly costly, as the primary material was the demon orb. Of course, even at great expense, the Pei family could afford it. However, distributing them to every single member of the human race was impractical, not to mention that the jade talisman was a consumable item. It could not be resolved with just 1 or 2. It required ongoing purchases. Thus, the Pei family chose to overlook the existence of jade talismans. Chapter 33. Unexpected gains. Upon acquiring the demon evil pearl, Pei Qingyun scrutinized it meticulously. Prior to holding it, he had envisioned the orb to be cold and smooth, akin to the crystalline glass beads of his past life. However, once it was in his grasp, he realized his assumptions were erroneous. The demon evil pearl not only lacked chill, but rather emanated a continuous warmth, resembling a heated stone. After toying with it for a while, Pei Qingyun found it rather dull and decided to stow it away in his pouch. With the third-tier demon evil vanquished, it was time to return. Though he lamented the loss of his noble steed, gazing at the lifeless horse not far off, he sighed in regret. Without a warhorse to expedite his journey, he was left to traverse the terrain on foot. Suddenly, he heard the distant sound of hooves. Could it be Tianlin and Tianyun returning? As he had not ventured far, the sound of galloping hooves filled him with surprise. Naturally, he preferred riding over walking, even if the latter didn't tire him. Eagerly, he followed the sound, not pausing in his pursuit. Yet, upon catching up, he realized something amiss. Among the crowd, there was not a single familiar face. They were clearly not members of the Pei family. Nevertheless, since he had encountered others, it was serendipity, and he felt entitled to request a warhorse. Pei Qingyun leaped lightly, positioning himself in front of several individuals. "May I borrow a warhorse?" The group had not anticipated such an abrupt blockade. They were taken aback by his audacity to ask for a steed, suspecting he might be inebriated. Just as they prepared to scold him, they caught sight of his visage, their pupils constricting in shock. However, they maintained their composure and replied, "Who are you? By what right do you ask to borrow our warhorse?" Despite their feigned bravado, Pei Qingyun was no fool. He could discern their slightest emotional shifts. Their eyes betrayed their anxiety. Initially, he merely sought to borrow a mount, but now his interest was piqued. If they truly did not recognize him, why the trepidation? Clearly, they were at least aware of his identity, aware of his status. Yet pretending ignorance was a blatant ruse, and he was not inclined to dismiss it. Since they chose to play a part, Pei Qingyun was more than willing to engage in their charade. "Pei Qingyun," he stated emphatically, "surely you have heard of my name." The sudden boldness of his declaration disrupted their thoughts. Instantly, their expressions froze, their movements noticeably delayed. The first to recover was the diminutive figure, who hastily exclaimed, "Ah, it is the esteemed ancestor Pei. Your reputation precedes you. We are indeed fortunate to encounter you here." While speaking, the short man discreetly gestured to the others. "Yuan he. Yuan Bao, dismount at once. Choose any warhorse you desire, ancestor. It would be an honor for them to serve you." It must be said, the short man's quick thinking was impressive. In responding to Pei Qingyun, he also sought to flatter him. Had he not noticed the subtle exchanges among them, Pei Qingyun might have doubted his initial perceptions. The more they acted in such a manner, the more Pei Qingyun questioned their identities. Their nimble minds suggested a certain cunning, and he began to suspect they were not as straightforward as they pretended. Since conventional methods failed to unveil their true intentions, Pei Qingyun decided to take an unconventional approach. "Is that so? Yet I sense you do not strike me as virtuous individuals. Speak, who sent you here?" He regarded them coldly, a hint of menace glimmering in his gaze. Sensing the lethal intent behind his stare, the short man hurriedly reassured him, "Ancestor, you must believe us. We harbor no ill intentions. We are merely escorts for a merchant convoy. We became separated due to an attack by demon evils, and in our quest to find them, we lost our way." Once the short man finished, Pei Qingyun replied leisurely, "You claim to be escorts, and I will entertain your assertion. However, it is my understanding that any escort would prominently display their flag. Yet, I see none upon you." At this, the short man grew anxious, eager to refute him. But Pei Qingyun silenced him, continuing, "Of course, you may explain that your flags were lost. However, there is one thing you cannot disguise. Look at your fingers, neck, and faces. Do they resemble those of seasoned escorts?" Upon hearing this, the trio instinctively glanced at the areas Pei Qingyun had pointed out. It was in that moment they realized their deception had been unraveled. "Now you may speak. Who are you truly?" Pei Qingyun demanded. "We did not intend to deceive you, ancestor. We are spies from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Please spare our lives," the short man blurted out. "You assert that you are spies from the Demon Suppression Bureau. What proof do you offer?" Pei Qingyun's gaze remained icy, devoid of emotion. Realizing the gravity of their situation, the trio exchanged glances, and with urgency, they produced their tokens, revealing the markings on their forearms. "Ancestor, please observe. These are our tokens," they said in unison. Pei Qingyun examined the tokens, turning them over with care. He was well acquainted with the demon suppression tokens. The front indicated the wearer's identity, while the back bore their names. A comparison revealed that the names inscribed on the tokens matched those etched on the forearms of the individuals. Thus, their identities as spies from the Demon Suppression Bureau were virtually indisputable. With his prowess, eliminating them posed no challenge. In other words, even if Chun Yuanba discovered their demise at his hands, he could not be held accountable. However, simply executing them would yield him no advantage. In that scenario, Chun Yuanba would merely dispatch others to monitor the Pei family anew. "You should be aware of the fate that befalls exposed spies. Even if I were to slay you here, Chun Si Master would not dare to question me." At this, two of the men trembled, fearing for their lives, and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Only the short man remained pensive, contemplating the implications of Pei Qingyun's statement. This statement bore two meanings. One suggested Pei Qingyun held the power of life and death over them, while the other served as a warning. Yet, if Pei Qingyun truly intended to kill them, there seemed no need for such words. Could it be that Pei Qingyun was indeed offering them a warning? Or was there a deeper significance to his words? The short man considered a possibility. Before he could voice his thoughts, Pei Qingyun's piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Why do you not plead like the others? Are you not afraid of death?" "Of course I fear death. But I understand that if the ancestor truly wished for my demise, no amount of pleading would save me," the short man replied, his expression resolute. Pei Qingyun regarded him with a sharp intensity that captivated his attention. "Oh, you possess great confidence. What do you believe my decision will be? Will I kill you or spare you?" Upon hearing this, the short man's complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his prior confidence evaporating. He knew that a single misstep in his response could lead to his immediate execution. At that moment, he felt a flicker of regret for his earlier cleverness. Given that Pei Qingyun had shown an inclination to spare them, why had he not aligned with that sentiment? Why not adopt a moderate approach, akin to the others? In truth, the short man had not been mistaken. As the ancestral figure of the Pei family, Pei Qingyun had taken the lives of hundreds. In such circumstances, it was clear he would not be swayed by the emotions of a stranger. Yet, those in positions of power share a common trait. They must never allow others to decipher their true thoughts. As the short-statured man remained silent, Pei Qingyun's murderous intent began to dissipate. It seemed he had no answers to provide, and thus, Pei Qingyun declared, "If that is the case, I shall send you on your way." With that, he made a motion as if to strike. The short man hastily fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, ancestor, spare my life. I am willing to serve as an informant for the Pei family within the Jinxie division." At the utterance of these words, the oppressive aura above him vanished as if it had never existed. A satisfied smile graced Pei Qingyun's face. "Excellent. I indeed did not misjudge you. If my memory serves me right, your name is Heatsong, and you are indeed clever and astute. Thank you for your kind praise, ancestor." Heatsong immediately expressed his gratitude. "Rise. There is no need for formality in my presence. From this day forth, the Pei family shall grant you a salary calculated at 5 times your position in the Jinxie division. However, should you dare to betray the Pei family, the consequences will be beyond your endurance." As he spoke, Pei Qingyun's imposing aura surged forth, a pressure akin to a great mountain sweeping toward Hekong. In an instant, that pressure vanished without a trace, but Heatsong understood that it was no mere illusion. It was a warning from Pei Qingyun. Just when he thought the matter concluded, Pei Qingyun's voice echoed once more, "These 2 individuals shall be your responsibility." Heatsong recognized this as Pei Qingyun's first assignment for him. With a swift motion, he executed both men on the spot. Initially, Pei Qingyun had considered sparing the 3. But upon accepting Heatsong as an informant for the Jinxie division, his perspective shifted. Nonetheless, he did not forget his primary objectives. The Pei family awaited his return, and if he tarried too long, they might begin to speculate. "I have tasks to attend to and cannot be away for too long. Proceed with the original plan. Since Chun Yuanba has instructed you to monitor the Pei family, execute his orders." Just as Pei Qingyun was about to turn away, Heatsong interrupted him with a statement. "Report, ancestor. I believe there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Please, grant me a moment." Pei Qingyun was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Hekong. Although Heatsong had allied himself with the Pei family, Pei Qingyun had never believed it was due to any compelling charisma on his part. He lacked the magnetism to inspire such immediate loyalty. Heatsong's choice to align with the Pei family stemmed from a desperate bid for survival. At this juncture, Pei Qingyun was skeptical of the depth of Heatsong's loyalty. Yet, at this critical moment, Heatsong had halted him. This indicated that the matter at hand was significant, piquing Pei Qingyun's curiosity alongside his astonishment. Chapter 34. The Wang family's assault. "Speak, what is it?" Pei Qingyun inquired, directing his gaze towards Hekong. "This matter is rather lengthy. So I hope the ancestor will allow me to narrate it in detail, Heetsung replied, unhurriedly. Thus, as Heetsung recounted the events, Pei Qingyun listened attentively. When Heetsung revealed that Wang Yang had ambushed his messenger, Pei Qingyun furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. From the moment he discovered the two teams of corpses, he had arranged for the matter of the third-tier demon to be reported to the Demon Suppression Division. Yet, even after encountering the third-tier demon, the messenger had not returned. This led him to suspect that the messenger had met with misfortune. Now, with Heetsung's revelation, it became clear that the messenger had indeed perished, not at the hands of a wandering third-tier demon, but rather at the hands of the Wang family. As for why the Wang family would resort to such measures, the reasons were manifold. They were undoubtedly aware of the dangers posed by the third-tier demon. Without the assistance of the Demon Suppression Division, should Pei Qingyun, with his original strength, encounter a third-tier demon, it would inevitably result in significant losses for the Pei family. The Wang family had long harbored intentions to annex the Pei family. The greater the losses the Pei family suffered, the easier it would be for the Wang family to succeed. As for the destruction caused by the eventual rampage of the third-tier demon, it would not be the Wang family's responsibility. They could even use this incident to sway Chen Yuanba, as the large-scale slaughter of innocent civilians would certainly implicate him in dereliction of duty. This scheme could be described as killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the Demon Suppression Division might not grasp this intricate web of deceit. They would merely perceive it as yet another conspiracy by the Wang family against the Pei family. However, Pei Qingyun was as clear as day. Yet, he could not help but admire Wang Yang for his relentless tactics against the Pei family. Is there anything else? Pei Qingyun inquired, gazing slowly at Yikong. What Heetsung had shared would have been a remarkable achievement for him before he had broken through in cultivation. Now, with his strength capable of slaying third-tier demons, even if the Demon Suppression Division's aid did not arrive in time, it would not be of great consequence. As for the slain messenger, he was not even one of the Pei family members. Nonetheless, Heetsung's willingness to share this information clearly demonstrated his loyalty. There is one more matter, although my subordinate is not entirely certain of the Wang family's intentions. Heetsung pondered for a moment before divulging the recent intelligence he had acquired. Speak, I will assess it, Pei Qingyun urged. According to the information I received, the Wang family has been moving towards the Ling Stone, though I am uncertain whether this is intentional or coincidental. The Ling Stone? Are you certain? Pei Qingyun's expression shifted, his voice tinged with skepticism. Based on the route, it should be correct, Heetsung affirmed after a moment of contemplation. Though he did not fully comprehend why Pei Qingyun reacted so strongly upon hearing about the Ling Stone, it indirectly underscored the significance of this intelligence. If this information proves accurate, it would indeed be a commendable achievement. Once this calamity is resolved, you shall be handsomely rewarded. This divine power pill shall serve as your token of appreciation for your earnest service to the Pei family. As he spoke, Pei Qingyun flicked his fingers, sending a plump, gleaming pill into Heetsung's hands. Upon receiving the divine power pill, Heetsung was elated. For a martial artist at the initial stage of divine power like him, the pill represented the pinnacle of resources available to him. Originally, he had merely wished to elevate his status in Pei Qingyun's eyes. To his surprise, he had instead received a tangible benefit, further solidifying his confidence in aligning himself with the Pei family. With this divine power pill, his cultivation would advance further. The clarity in rewards and punishments was undoubtedly one of the most effective means of commanding subordinates. After bestowing the divine power pill, Pei Qingyun offered a few more instructions before hastily departing. While Heetsung might not fully grasp the significance of the Ling Stone, Pei Qingyun certainly did. Long before confronting the third-tier demon, he had arranged for the elders of the Pei family to wait for his return at the Ling Stone. If what Heetsung reported was true, and the Wang family's objective was indeed the Ling Stone, then it was clear they were targeting the Pei family. Should the two factions encounter one another in his absence, he had no doubt that Wang Yang would commit unspeakable acts. At that point, the Pei family would undoubtedly suffer. Contemplating all of this, Pei Qingyun's thoughts drifted miles away to the Ling Stone. At the Ling Stone, a clear expanse of ground, 3 elders of the Pei family, along with several martial artists, paced anxiously, their expressions grave. Pei Qingyun's delay in returning filled each member of the Pei family with trepidation. Pei Qingyun was not merely the ancestor of the family. He was the very pillar upon which the Pei family relied. Should anything happen to him, the consequences would be unbearable for them. In such circumstances, the psychological pressure on each individual was immense. However, while some possessed strong resilience, others were less capable of enduring the strain. After a prolonged wait, a young junior could no longer tolerate the atmosphere and spoke up. Elder Tianyun, how is the ancestor? Has he mentioned when he would return? Upon hearing the voice, Pei Tianyun abruptly halted his pacing, casting a puzzled glance around. As he turned towards the source of the voice, a youthful visage came into view. Recognition dawned upon him as he clearly identified the face. Pei Tianyun approached the young junior, speaking earnestly, inquire less about the ancestor's affairs. The young junior bristled at the admonition. The tone conveyed an implicit view of him as a child. Given their age difference, There was little issue in Pei Tianyun regarding him in such a manner. However, he was already an elite warrior fighting for the family. To be regarded thus was unacceptable. Yet, due to the elder's status, he could not openly retort. Instead, he could only articulate his feelings delicately. But remaining here, I cannot find peace of mind. Earlier, you mentioned that the ancestor fell from his horse during a battle with the third-tier demon. I thought that without a mount, it would be inconvenient for him to return. Perhaps I should go to assist him. Absurd. Pei Tianyun scolded. Do not think that slaying a few demons makes you formidable. The ancestor has already faced significant challenges to contain the third-tier demon. If you were to go now and he is still engaged in battle, would he not be distracted by the need to protect you? Elder Tianyun, please trust me. If I were to discover the ancestor's whereabouts, I would keep my distance and not interfere with his battle. The young junior insisted. No, simply no. I know your intentions all too well. The ancestor has instructed us to wait here not only for our safety, but also due to his absolute confidence in his own strength. Even against a third-tier demon, he will surely have a method to deal with it. Pei Tianyun shook his head, understanding the young junior's sentiments, and could only explain patiently. But there are no buts. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a familiar voice interrupted their exchange. Chapter 35. Confrontation with the Wang family. It seems I have not gone astray. Who is there? The two turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a group of over 10 individuals before them. At the forefront stood Wang Yang, the long-standing adversary of the Pei family. Pei Tianyun was perplexed as to why the Wang family would appear in this place. However, the aggressive demeanor of the Wang family clearly indicated their ill intentions. Pei Tianyun scrutinized Wang Yang warily, yet he adhered to the customary etiquette and greeted him. Master Wang, I trust you are well. Wang Yang cast a glance at Pei Tianyun, disregarding him entirely. Instead, he swept his cold gaze across everyone present. Noticing the absence of Pei Qingyun among the crowd, he coldly declared, You are not qualified to speak to me. Bring out that old man, Pei Qingyun. Wang Yang's tone was exceedingly arrogant, showing blatant disdain for the Pei family members. As one of the few practitioners of the five organs, he had the standing to speak thus. Yet, to the Pei family, his words were nothing short of naked contempt. Confronted with Wang Yang's scorn, Pei Tianyun's expression darkened significantly. He clenched his fists, his fingers cracking ominously. Since assuming the role of elder in the Pei family, he had never been so belittled. Yet, the arrival of Wang Yang, their sworn enemy, and the sole five organs practitioner present, placed him at a disadvantage. He understood that he must not act impulsively. Provoking Wang Yang could endanger not only himself, but also the entire Pei family. Thus, he resolved to maintain his composure and delay Wang Yang as much as possible. With this in mind, Pei Tianyun's tumultuous emotions calmed. He looked at Wang Yang and said, Master Wang, it appears that fortune has not favored you. Just a moment ago, Master Qin personally visited, stating that he had important matters to discuss, and requested my ancestor to accompany him. If Master Wang has urgent business, we can relay your message. Of course, should you not be in a hurry, you may wait here. How fortunate indeed. I arrive only to find that old man absent. You claim Master Chun was here to discuss matters, yet I just encountered him, and he said nothing of the sort. Wang Yang and Appo's expression bore a smirk, his eyes brimming with derision. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Pei family turned ashen. Only one among the two could be telling the truth. Regardless of how Pei Tianyun responded next, he would fall into Wang Yang's trap. Thus, it became evident that Wang Yang's intentions were never honorable. Yet, Pei Tianyun hesitated to escalate the conflict, striving to buy his family precious time. Master Wang, what exactly do you mean? The Pei family has no reason to lie about this. If you truly wish to see my ancestor, then please be patient. It will take no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. My ancestor shall return shortly. A stick of incense? That is far too long. I cannot afford to wait. Here is what I propose. I will give you 15 minutes. If that old man does not return within that time, I shall have to impose upon you. As he spoke, Wang Yang's eyes were filled with mockery, and a sneer graced his lips. In truth, he had already discerned that the Pei family was merely stalling for time. But what did that matter? His target had always been Pei Qingyun. The others were merely collateral. Should Pei Qingyun remain alive, even if all 10 of the godly power practitioners present perished, the Pei family would suffer a severe blow but remain intact. However, such a scenario would undoubtedly provoke Pei Qingyun, a frenzied practitioner of the five organs, is not to be trifled with. Therefore, Wang Yang allowed the Pei family to buy a little time. As for the 15 minutes, it was merely a casual remark. He was not one to adhere strictly to agreements. If he chose not to wait, he could easily renege. Nonetheless, he had his speculations regarding Pei Qingyun's whereabouts. If Pei Qingyun was not present, he must certainly be somewhere. The first possibility was that Pei Qingyun was among another group. The second was that he was entangled with something. If it were the former, Wang Yang could simply wait. However, if it were the latter, and Pei Qingyun was indeed ensnared, Wang Yang could almost guarantee that it was a third-order demon. With the aid of such a creature, and with a little push from behind, the demise of Pei Qingyun would reach a perfect conclusion. Several miles away, Pei Qingyun galloped through the forest. Ever since he learned of the Wang family's movements from Heatsong, an unsettling feeling had taken root within him. Although he possessed no evidence to substantiate that the Wang family intended to act against the Pei family, an inner voice insisted that this was the truth. Pei Qingyun could almost envision the scenario. Once the Wang family confronted the Pei family, given Wang Yang's martial prowess, the Pei family would have little room for resistance. He had only recently taken charge of the Pei family. He could not bear such a significant loss. As Pei Qingyun raced onward, the Pei family endured immense agony. With each passing second, the pressure in their hearts grew in tandem with time's relentless march. In such a brief span, it was unlikely that the ancestor would return. Given the current circumstances, the Wang family would undoubtedly strike. If the Wang family attacks, I shall confront them. You take the others and scatter. Save as many as you can, Pei Tianlin whispered to Pei Tianyan. Tianlin, allow me to handle this. I have lost hope of breaking through to the 5 organs. But you still have that potential, Pei Tianyan argued. Who says you lack talent? Had it not been for saving me back then, you would not have sustained such damage to your foundation. This time, heed my request, let me repay your kindness. If you refuse, I shall carry the guilt for a lifetime. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere surrounding the Pei family, the Wang family exuded an air of tranquility. Over the years, the Wang and Pei families had clashed frequently. Many members of the Wang family harbored deep-seated grudges against the Pei family. Seizing this opportunity, they could not only severely weaken the Pei family, but also exact revenge. Were it not for Wang Yang's restraint from issuing the order to attack, they would have long since torn the Pei family to shreds. As the time approached, it appeared that the old man would not return. Very well. Let us deal with them regardless. Wang Yang rose suddenly, preparing to take action. Just as he was about to strike, a resounding neigh of a horse echoed from afar. Someone was approaching. Everyone turned their gazes toward the sound of the horse's whinny. A figure, not particularly imposing, rode forth on a warhorse through the billowing smoke. Racing towards them, as the distance closed and the smoke began to dissipate, they finally discerned the identity of the rider. It was the ancestor. The Pei family members were filled with excitement. Their suppressed spirits lifted. With a flurry of hooves, Pei Qingyun leaped from his mount, landing firmly on the ground. It seems I have not arrived too late. Seeing that everyone remained safe, a long-lost smile graced Pei Qingyun's face. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Wang Yang, a chilling murderous intent radiated from him, as piercing as the frost of December, imbued with an unsettling coldness. Chapter 36 Confronted by Pei Qingyun's murderous intent. Wang Yang displayed no fear. Instead, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Old fool, I finally awaited your arrival. Today, I shall send you on your way. Is that so? If you truly possess such capability, you wouldn't have cowered in the shadows while watching your father being turned into a puddle of mud by me back then, Pei Qingyun retorted, shaking his head in disdain. Initially, the members of the Pei family were pondering how to counter Wang Yang's audacious claims. They were unprepared for the shocking revelation that not only had their ancestor killed the former head of the Wang family, but the current head, Wang Yang, had witnessed it firsthand. Faced with the murderer of his father, Wang Yang had actually shown cowardice. In that moment, the Pei family regarded Wang Yang with a newfound contempt. This memory had always been Wang Yang's most loathed past. Now, publicly exposed by Pei Qingyun, he felt neither shame nor embarrassment. He had never believed he had done anything wrong. His father's demise was due to weakness, and his own retreat into the shadows stemmed from the same. To him, the sacrifice of the weak held no value. What he truly dreaded confronting was his own frailty. As Pei Qingyun laid bare his weakness before all, it ignited the deepest-seated rage within him. Old fool, you seek death. With a surge of intense murderous intent, Wang Yang's visage twisted grotesquely, his aura resembling that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Suddenly, without warning, Wang Yang moved, his form a streak of dark wind. In the blink of an eye, he was above Pei Qingyun. The next moment, his sword descended, imbued with tremendous force, aimed at Pei Qingyun's throat. The speed was astonishing. The onlooking divine warriors barely registered when Wang Yang had struck until the sword was already descending upon Pei Qingyun. They envisioned the moment Pei Qingyun would be pierced. Yet, to their dismay, Pei Qingyun did not falter. At the instant the sword was about to meet Pei Qingyun's throat, his long knife was already unsheathed, intercepting the sword's path. Clang! As blades collided, sparks erupted, and a powerful shockwave reverberated through the air, coursing through their arms. In the next moment, Wang Yang's expression changed drastically. He had anticipated that Pei Qingyun might react, perhaps even counter directly, but he had never expected such formidable resistance. The shockwave visibly rattled his right arm, while Pei Qingyun's movements flowed like water, unaffected by the recoil. Impossible. This cannot be. Wang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own perception. He was the one with the deeper cultivation, the one to strike first. Yet, he was the one injured. He could not comprehend why. However, Pei Qingyun had no intention of allowing Wang Yang time to ponder. In truth, the moment Wang Yang attacked, Pei Qingyun had noticed the compressed energy surrounding him. Fueled by this energy, Wang Yang's explosive speed was astonishing, nearly doubling that of an ordinary practitioner in the initial stage of the five organs. Pei Qingyun speculated that Wang Yang's speed stemmed from his martial arts technique, contrasting with the enduring nature of his own Pei-style everlasting technique. Yet, Pei Qingyun was no ordinary practitioner in the initial stage of the five organs, possessing attributes from two techniques. Even without fully unleashing the power of the five organs in the mid-stage, he was far beyond the reach of a typical practitioner in the initial stage. Though he might be slightly disadvantaged in speed, he surpassed Wang Yang in strength, endurance, explosiveness, persistence, and reaction time. Thus, Wang Yang's stealthy assault was destined to fail. As such, victory was assured, and the victor would be Pei Qingyun. Wang Yang remained oblivious, as Pei Qingyun's long knife cleaved through the air. Whoosh! The blade gleamed fiercely, creating razor-sharp winds that seemed to rend the very fabric of the air, vowing to obliterate any foe in its path. But this was not the end. Almost simultaneously, Pei Qingyun's own energy surged forth, the aura of a mid-stage five organs practitioner erupting magnificently for the first time before the audience. His formidable energy rose like a pillar of smoke, reaching several yards high, leaving the spectators in awe. Under this enhanced vigor, Pei Qingyun's already fearsome strike doubled in potency. Faced with this terrifying blow, Wang Yang's eyes widened. He had not anticipated Pei Qingyun's counterattack to be so swift and powerful. Even more shocking was the realization that Pei Qingyun had attained the mid-stage of the five organs. Yet Wang Yang was indeed a practitioner of the five organs. In the face of urgency, he retaliated, his sword colliding with Pei Qingyun's strike like a shooting star. Once again, steel met steel. In that moment, Pei Qingyun attacked, while Wang Yang defended. However, the circumstances were vastly different. The instant Wang Yang recognized Pei Qingyun's mid-stage prowess, he understood that he was doomed to defeat. His counter was less about confrontation and more about deflecting the force. Yet he had still underestimated the sheer terror of that strike. As their weapons clashed, a tremendous force surged through the sword into his body, sending his internal organs into disarray. Had he not already entered the realm of the five organs, he would have lost all combat capability from that blow. Yet even so, he sustained significant injuries, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as proof of his condition. Pei Qingyun, on the other hand, merely adjusted his wrist and, after being pushed back several steps, landed gracefully. A stark contrast was evident between the two. Outside the fray, Pei Tianlin stood in stunned silence, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. Though he had known that his ancestor was in good health, he could not help but feel anxious before the battle, his heart racing. Yet the outcome was this. Wang Yang, so confident, was easily overwhelmed. This was utterly incomprehensible. It seemed as if Wang Yang's vitality had waned, while his ancestor's vigor was at its peak. In truth, aside from Pei Tianlin, Pei Tianrong had not disclosed Pei Qingyun's condition to anyone else, and all were merely speculating. Thus, at this moment, the Pei family members were even more astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who had claimed that their ancestor's vitality was fading? An old man in decline could not possibly cleave Wang Yang so effortlessly. Surely, they must have lost their minds. Chapter 37. Ling Ziwen takes action undoubtedly. The most astonished were the members of the Wang family. They held absolute confidence in the strength of their family head, especially at the moment when Wang Yang unleashed his power. They envisioned the scene of Pei Qingyun being cleaved in two by a sword. However, the outcome was utterly contrary. The instant they witnessed their family head, Wang Yang, spitting blood from a single strike by Pei Qingyun, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. The situation was nothing short of disastrous. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Yang remained their family head. As realization dawned, the Wang family members looked towards him with deep concern. They beheld Wang Yang, one hand on his sword, gazing unwillingly at Pei Qingyun, allowing blood to drip from the corner of his mouth. "You are in the mid-stage of the five organs realm. You have deceived us all," he uttered. In response to Wang Yang's accusation, Pei Qingyun did not deny it. Instead, he replied coolly, "I have never claimed to be in the early stage of the five organs. That is merely your own wishful thinking." You, Wang Yang, infuriated, found this answer far from satisfactory. "Enough. I have given you an opportunity to speak. Since you have nothing further to say, let this come to an end." Before Wang Yang could speak again, Pei Qingyun suddenly stomped his right leg, unleashing a tremendous force that sent dust flying around him. He then soared into the air like a bird, charging directly at Wang Yang. Aware that he was no match for Pei Qingyun, Wang Yang did not stubbornly cling to pride. He hurled his sword with great force, and in an instant, it shot towards Pei Qingyun like an arrow released from a bow. Pei Qingyun, faced with the incoming sword, had no choice but to halt his pursuit and draw his blade to block. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang darted in a specific direction, heedless of the remaining members of the Wang family. As he fled, he called out, "Ling Ziwen, come out quickly." Pei Qingyun, in pursuit, distinctly heard Wang Yang's words. His knowledge of Ling Ziwen was limited. He only knew that the former head of the town exorcism division was a warrior at the pinnacle of divine power. If it were not for Chen Yuanba's bounty, he might not have paid much attention. It was evident that a warrior at the pinnacle of divine power would not significantly influence a battle between those at the five organs level. Yet, Wang Yang, fully aware of Pei Qingyun's mid-stage cultivation, still sought help from Ling Ziwen, which raised Pei Qingyun's wariness. Perhaps Wang Yang was attempting to deceive him with words. However, the greater possibility was that it was indeed true. Thus, Ling Ziwen might also be a warrior at the five organs level. Exercising caution, Pei Qingyun maintained a watchful eye on his surroundings to prevent a surprise attack from Ling Ziwen. It was at that moment that he noticed. Directly ahead of Wang Yang's escape route, a tall man clad in black leather armor. Ling Ziwen. Just a glance was enough for Pei Qingyun to recognize him. Few knew the truth behind Ling Ziwen's bounty, but Pei Qingyun happened to be one of them. Ling Ziwen was intricately connected to the fall of Yuyang Town. Pei Qingyun pondered why Ling Ziwen, a warrior of the five organs, would choose to conceal his cultivation and commit such heinous acts. It now appeared that everything was premeditated, and it was highly likely that the Wang family was complicit in the scheme. Nonetheless, Pei Qingyun could not allow Wang Yang to escape. Upon seeing Ling Ziwen's arrival, Wang Yang's face lit up with joy. Simultaneously, his hatred towards Pei Qingyun deepened. You've arrived. As long as you assist me in eliminating that old man Pei Qingyun, I will agree to your conditions. If you had agreed to my terms earlier, I would have fully cooperated in killing Pei Qingyun. However, now you expect me to help you kill him? That is impossible. Ling Ziwen coldly regarded Wang Yang, his eyes betraying his contempt for the man's foolishness. The situation was not in Wang Yang's favor, yet he still harbored hopes of bargaining based on previous terms. Feeling the icy gaze of Ling Ziwen, Wang Yang finally comprehended his predicament. However, if he did not eradicate Pei Qingyun, even if he survived this day, it would only be a temporary reprieve. Once the current calamity concluded, the Wang family would undoubtedly face Pei Qingyun's full wrath. He had no confidence that the Wang family could withstand such an onslaught. Realizing this, Wang Yang understood he must concede. Flexibility and resilience are the marks of a true man. Today, Wang Yang would embody that man. Brother Ziwen, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was momentarily blinded. As long as Pei Qingyun remains, my Wang family will find no peace. He spoke through clenched teeth, filled with hatred. I said, it's impossible. Change your terms. Time is running short. If you do not reach a decision before Pei Qingyun arrives, I will have no choice but to stand by. Ling Ziwen remained unmoved. Brother Ziwen, let us do this. You state your terms. And as long as you assist me in eliminating Pei Qingyun, I will agree to anything. Wang Yang gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Is that so? You will agree to any terms? Ling Ziwen elongated his tone, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Yang. Indeed, Wang Yang replied without hesitation. He had resolved to go all out to eliminate Pei Qingyun. Very well. If your Wang family submits to me, I will help you kill him. Ling Ziwen's expression grew serious, his demeanor earnest. Submit my Wang family? Wang Yang looked at Ling Ziwen, disbelief etched on his face. He had anticipated that Ling Ziwen's demands might be steep. Even if he asked for half of the Wang family's resources, he would agree without hesitation. Yet he had never imagined that Ling Ziwen would demand their submission. This was utterly unacceptable. It was not merely a question of whether he could agree. Even if he did, it would not be feasible. While Wang Yang was indeed the head of the Wang family, making all decisions, that did not mean he could compel the family to submit to Ling Ziwen. The reason the family members obeyed his commands was not solely due to his status, but because he represented their collective interests. Submitting to Ling Ziwen would infringe upon the interests of all Wang family members. It was easy to foresee that if he were to voice this proposal, every member of the Wang family would vehemently oppose him. This matter, even if I were to agree, the Wang family would never consent. Wang Yang rejected firmly. If Brother Ziwen intends to assist me, please propose another condition. Aside from your Wang family's submission, everything else you possess holds no value in my eyes. However, I understand the difficulty of this request. As long as you agree to the Wang family's submission to me, persuading your kin can be done gradually. I trust you will manage it. As he spoke, Ling Ziwen offered Wang Yang a look of confidence. Chapter 38. The shock of Pei Qingyun. However, Wang Yang hesitated. For him personally, submitting to Ling Ziwen was not entirely out of the question. After all, it merely meant having an additional superior. Before he ascended to the position of the family head, he had always been under someone else's authority, often more than one. Now, at worst, he would revert to his former circumstances. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Ling Ziwen would not dare to create too much trouble. The Jinxia division loomed over him like a colossal mountain. Even if he were to submit to Ling Ziwen, the latter would not dare to overstep his bounds. As for persuading the clan members, he could always find excuses to deflect responsibility. On the side, Ling Ziwen also noticed the shift in Wang Yang's demeanor. He understood that Wang Yang was leaning towards acquiescence, but needed a little more encouragement. This is your final opportunity. Have you considered that if Pei Qingyun remains alive, can you truly safeguard the Wang family? Given today's events, if Qin Yuanba were to discover your connection with me, the repercussions would extend far beyond just the Pei family. The Wang family is already struggling to withstand the pressure from the Pei family alone, let alone facing a more formidable Jinxia division. Ling Ziwen did not finish his sentence, but Wang Yang grasped the gravity of the situation. The Wang family was at a dead end. Submitting was far better than facing total annihilation. Reflecting on this, a flicker of regret welled up within Wang Yang. If only he had heeded his brother's advice to avoid provoking the Pei family and not to ally with Ling Ziwen. Perhaps the Wang family would not have fallen to such depths. Having reached this point, he found little left to say. With no path of retreat, Wang Yang suppressed his regret and decisively agreed to Ling Ziwen's request. Very well, I accept your terms. Haha, I knew you would make the right choice. Rest assured, the Wang clan will understand your decision. Ling Ziwen laughed heartily. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a serious expression. Although you have pledged your allegiance to me, and I believe you to be a man of your word, I am inherently distrustful. What do you mean? Wang Yang inquired. Puzzled, sensing a hint of foreboding. Once you consume this, I will trust your commitment. Ling Ziwen produced a blood-red pill from his pocket and presented it to Wang Yang. Wang Yang merely glanced at it, hesitating to take it. Yet, deep down, he understood Ling Ziwen's intentions. In this world, alongside beneficial elixirs for warriors, there also existed poisons that could harm them. Once he ingested the pill, whether he truly submitted would become irrelevant. Besides, what sincerity could there be between them? Despite his numerous reservations, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Excellent, Ling Ziwen replied with evident satisfaction, instinctively licking his lips. If Wang Yang were to gaze into Ling Ziwen's eyes at that moment, he would see a fierce glimmer of avarice, akin to a hunter eyeing his prey. After swallowing the pill, Wang Yang felt no immediate change. However, he knew this was only temporary. Ling Ziwen would not provide him with something useless. Yet, his concerns lay elsewhere. He had paid such a hefty price solely because of Pei Qingyun. At this moment, his greatest desire was to see Pei Qingyun dead. Brother Ziwen, I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now let us together eliminate that old dog Pei Qingyun. As he caught sight of Pei Qingyun drawing nearer, a murderous intent ignited in Wang Yang's eyes. Just as he anticipated Ling Ziwen's immediate agreement, a cold voice pierced through his fervor, dousing his excitement in icy reality. What did you just call me? Ling Ziwen's demeanor had shifted to one of icy indifference, a stark contrast to his previous enthusiasm. Yet, after the initial chill, a wave of indescribable fury surged within Wang Yang. He glared at Ling Ziwen, enunciating every syllable. Ling Ziwen, do you intend to go back on your word? Unfortunately, his anger did not elicit a response from Ling Ziwen. The latter regarded Wang Yang as one would a disobedient beast. In the next instant, a frigid voice rang out again. I do not wish to repeat myself. What did you call me? Ling Ziwen, die for me. Hearing Ling Ziwen's chilling tone shattered the last vestiges of rationality within Wang Yang. He had sacrificed so much, even wagering his family's fate, only to be met with humiliation. Ling Ziwen not only refused to assist him, but also sought to belittle him. He seethed with rage. In that moment, all his hatred for Pei Qingyun was redirected towards Ling Ziwen. Yet, having previously thrown his sword to prevent Pei Qingyun's advance, he now found himself weaponless. But what of it? As a martial artist of the five organs, any part of Wang Yang's body could become a weapon at any moment. With his fingers poised like a sword, he lunged towards Ling Ziwen with astonishing speed, not a whit slower than his previous confrontation with Pei Qingyun. In fact, the distance between them only heightened the swiftness of Wang Yang's strike. Not far behind, Pei Qingyun stood in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events. If this were mere theatrics, it was far too genuine. Despite the nearly 10-jong distance, Pei Qingyun could feel the overwhelming killing intent embedded within Wang Yang's attack. It was undoubtedly aimed to kill. At this range, even he might struggle to evade it. Why were they behaving this way? Were they truly embroiled in a conflict between themselves? Just as Pei Qingyun grappled with his confusion, Ling Ziwen emitted a cold snort, unleashing an invisible force of vital energy. Almost simultaneously, Wang Yang fell to the ground, crashing heavily onto a boulder. Disregarding rank deserves punishment. With Ling Ziwen's decree, Wang Yang emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Subsequently, under Pei Qingyun's astonished gaze, Wang Yang writhed on the boulder, his cries growing increasingly desperate. What is happening? Pei Qingyun marveled at the scene. If Wang Yang acted against Ling Ziwen, it could be construed as an internal conflict. However, Ling Ziwen's command rendered Wang Yang incapable of rising. That was truly astonishing. A single command rendering a five-organs warrior unable to stand? Pei Qingyun searched his memories, recalling no instance of such prowess within a five-organs warrior. He even doubted whether a master of the six viscera, skilled in melodic techniques, could achieve such a feat clearly. Ling Ziwen could not be a six viscera master adept in melodic arts. Otherwise, he would not merely be the former commander of the Jinxie division, nor would he be pursued by Chen Yuanba. After much contemplation, Pei Qingyun arrived at one conclusion. It was likely that Ling Ziwen had employed some underhanded means against Wang Yang. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, Wang Yang was marked for death. The addition of Ling Ziwen merely meant one more enemy to contend with. With this realization, Pei Qingyun resolved to act without hesitation. Chapter 39. The arrival of Chen Yuanba. What did you feed me? Why are my organs deteriorating? Wang Yang's expression twisted in agony, the intense pain radiating from within him, contorting his features. That was a rare treasure, something many covet. Yet, you were fortunate enough to consume it. Ling Ziwen remarked with a tone of regret. You beast, you deceived me. Quickly, give me the antidote. I'm in excruciating pain. As he spoke, Wang Yang was once again engulfed by suffering, his words trailing off. The blood demon pill has no antidote. It is a potent elixir. Even if you wish for death now, it will not grant you that mercy. It will gradually siphon the essence from your body until nothing remains. As he spoke, Ling Ziwen's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. However, Wang Yang could hardly hear Ling Ziwen's words. As the relentless agony consumed his focus, he could only mutter incoherently, Why? Why treat me this way? Ling Ziwen cast a glance at the prostrate Wang Yang, then turned his attention elsewhere. He stepped forward to meet the pursuing Pei Qingyun. Their eyes locked, and Pei Qingyun perceived the indifference in Ling Ziwen's gaze, a disdain akin to that of a superior being regarding an inferior one. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that indifference vanished, and Ling Ziwen resumed a demeanor befitting a normal person, as if the preceding moments had merely been a figment of imagination. Pei Qingyun sensed that the current version of Ling Ziwen was the true illusion. Before he could make a move, Ling Ziwen spoke first. Elder Pei, we share no enmity. Engaging in conflict here would benefit neither of us. I understand your intent. You seek Wang Yang's life. Why not allow me to take his life and provide you with the corpse? Fine, then kill him now. Once he is dead, I will immediately depart. As for the grievances between you and the Zhengxie division, I neither wish to involve myself nor care about them, Pei Qingyun replied resolutely. Not yet. He still holds value for me. However, I assure you that I will return his corpse to you in 3 days, Ling Ziwen countered, shaking his head. No, he must die now, Pei Qingyun insisted, his stance unwavering. As Ling Ziwen indicated, should they engage in battle, it would serve no purpose for either party. Nonetheless, Pei Qingyun had a non-negotiable boundary. Wang Yang must die at this moment, regardless of the means. Elder Pei, are you leaving me no room for negotiation? Ling Ziwen narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. This is my bottom line. Pei Qingyun met Ling Ziwen's gaze without fear. I did not wish to engage you, but it appears that is no longer an option. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Ziwen vanished from sight, followed by a silver blade slicing towards Pei Qingyun with unmatched ferocity. Just in time, Pei Qingyun scoffed, drawing his long blade to meet the onslaught. Half an hour earlier, within the Zhengxie division's hall, Chen Yuanba was poring over documents regarding the origins of demonic entities when a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Not bothering to close it, a member of the Zhengxie guards, clad in dark armor, entered promptly. Upon seeing Chen Yuanba, the guard bowed respectfully. Speak, what is the matter? Chen Yuanba set aside his readings, focusing on the guard. Report to the division master. Scouts have just informed us that the Wang family is heading towards the Ling Stone. The guard stated. The Ling Stone? Isn't that within the Pei family's jurisdiction? Why would the Wang family stray from their own territory in a pace? What are they plotting? Chen Yuanba murmured, pondering aloud. Suddenly, a realization sparked in his mind, illuminating a possible motive. Throughout history, the Wang and Pei families had maintained a rivalry, though it had not escalated to outright hostility until the death of the previous Wang family patriarch. With Wang Yang's generation, relations had soured significantly, particularly in recent years as the Pei family dwindled, while the Wang family exhibited an insatiable appetite for dominance. This presented an opportune moment for the Wang family to seize control of the Pei family. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yuanba would have applauded the internal strife among the three families, as it only solidified the Zhengxie division's preeminent position. However, these were extraordinary times. The threat posed by third-tier demonic entities loomed large, and Ling Ziwen lurked in the shadows. He could not allow the three families to waste their strength in futile battles. Moreover, it appeared that the Wang family had ties to Ling Ziwen. For all these reasons, he could not permit the Wang family to act against the Pei family. With this understanding, Chen Yuanba rose abruptly from his seat. Prepare my horse at once. I shall personally head to the Ling Stone. Understood, Division Master. At the Ling Stone, the morale of the Wang family had plummeted to a nadir after witnessing Wang Yang's vulnerability and Pei Qingyun's divine prowess. If they had arrived brimming with confidence, they were now engulfed in fear and trepidation. Their greatest dread was the sight of Wang Yang's lifeless body. An instinct told them that his chances of survival were grim. Should Wang Yang perish, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Wang family, making them the first victims of the ensuing turmoil. Some of the more rational members of the Wang family began to recognize this stark reality and urged the elder in charge. Elder, perhaps we should flee. With the head of the family's fate uncertain, if Pei Qingyun were to return now, our lives would be at stake. Indeed, elder. Remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death. If the head of the family manages to escape, he will likely not return here. Departing now would not contradict his orders. Another family member added, Elder, please give the command. We cannot delay any longer. Initially, the elder reacted with ire, angered that With the head of the family's fate unknown, the members were only concerned with self-preservation. However, upon turning to face the dejected family members, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him to the reality of the situation. He had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps Wang Yang could turn the tide, yet that was merely a fantasy. The sentiments of the members reflected the harsh truth. While Wang Yang's safety was indeed paramount, there was no need for them to stay and await their demise. After careful contemplation, the elder resolved to acquiesce to the desires of his kin. However, if the Wang family sought to flee, the Pei family would certainly not permit it. Many astute members of the Pei family had already noted the Wang family's subtle maneuvers. Without uttering a word, Pei Tianlin gestured with a hand, and the others immediately understood the unspoken command. To arrive and then depart unscathed was an impossibility, especially given the long-standing enmity between the two families. This was the perfect opportunity for the Pei family to exact their revenge. From any perspective, Pei Tianlin had no justification to allow the Wang family to escape. Meanwhile, their ancestors fought valiantly on the front lines, and the younger generation felt it inappropriate to remain idle. Within a bamboo grove, two figures leapt gracefully among the trees, their speed reminiscent of agile monkeys. Yet, with each collision, the force was staggering, causing violent tremors that toppled swathes of bamboo with every impact. In the midst of their fierce combat, the two fighters appeared completely unfazed. Had members of the Wang and Pei families been present, they would have recognized the identities of these two individuals, Pei Qingyun and Ling Ziwen. As time passed, their skirmish escalated to an intense climax. It must be noted that Ling Ziwen's prowess was not to be underestimated. In fact, his cultivation was significantly deeper than that of Pei Qingyun, being merely a step away from the late stage of the five organs. Were it not for Pei Qingyun having perfected two distinct techniques, gaining the benefits of both, he would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Pei family's ancestor, your concealment is profound. No wonder this fool sought your assistance. You have deceived everyone in Wuyang County. You possess a cultivation at the mid-stage of the five organs while having mastered two complete techniques. Within the confines of Wuyang County, aside from Chen Yuanba, your strength could be deemed unparalleled. Yet, you choose to feign weakness and frailty. Such a deep-seated scheme and grand ambition, Ling Ziwen scoffed. When it comes to cunning and ambition, I pale in comparison to you. My motives are solely for self-preservation, unlike your insatiable greed. Pei Qingyun retorted with a cold laugh. You disregard the lives of an entire town for your own schemes. Initially, I was reluctant to involve myself in your conflict with the town evil division, but upon reflection, Wang Yang's current predicament is largely of your making. He is but a pitiful pawn in your game, and even my Pei family is ensnared in your machinations. If one were to deduce further, considering your heartlessness, I would not be surprised if every force within Wuyang County is a target of your ambitions. Upon hearing Pei Qingyun's analysis, Ling Ziwen's countenance darkened, and a more pronounced murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A cheerful laughter abruptly interrupted their duel. Chapter 40. The blood demon sect. The two individuals turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Emerging slowly from behind a massive tree, which could easily be embraced by two people, was a tall and imposing man clad in a dark robe. With his appearance, a chilling and authoritative aura emanated from him, resembling an immovable iceberg that instilled a sense of reverence. This man was none other than Chen Yuanba, the master of the Evil Suppression Division. Almost simultaneously, their pupils constricted sharply. Pei Qingyun was predominantly astonished, bewildered by Chen Yuanba's unexpected presence. He pondered over how long the man had been there. Had he arrived early, or just moments ago? Conversely, Ling Ziwen's countenance darkened considerably, his expression chillingly indifferent. Yet, Chen Yuanba's words swiftly confirmed Pei Qingyun's suspicions. Pei Laozu, you are correct. My target has never been you or me, but rather everyone in Wuyang County. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Ling Ziwen. Blood Demon Sect's evil envoy. I trust it is acceptable for me to address you this way. What Blood Demon envoy? I, Ling Ziwen, am merely an ordinary warrior. To fabricate a reasonable accusation against me, Master Chun has certainly gone to great lengths. Ling Ziwen felt a sudden jolt of alarm within, discreetly searching for an escape route, yet his exterior remained unfazed. In the midst of their exchange, he even glanced, whether intentionally or not, at Pei Qingyun, who chose to disregard it, though a tempest surged within his heart. The name of the Blood Demon sect appeared infrequently in his memory, yet each occurrence heralded immense calamity. Through the unlocking of his memories, Pei Qingyun realized that this world was extraordinarily vast, with the Great Jing dynasty occupying merely a corner of it. For ordinary individuals, the Great Jing dynasty was sufficiently expansive. Most lived and died within the confines of Jinhua County, never venturing beyond. Thus, the world beyond the borders of the Great Jing dynasty was of little concern to them. However, Pei Qingyun was no ordinary person. He was a practitioner of the five organs martial arts. In his youth, he had aspired to become a Grand Master of Meridian Opening, which led him to traverse the Great Jing dynasty. After years of travel, He accumulated a wealth of experiences and learned about the vast world beyond the Great Jing dynasty, referred to as the Outer Realm. The Blood Demon sect was one of many sects from this Outer Realm, infamous for its bloodshed. In the Outer Realm, such evil sects were not uncommon. Yet their territories did not border the Great Jing dynasty. Only the Blood Demon sect was adjacent to the lands of the Great Jing dynasty, resulting in periodic bloodshed within its borders. Such tragedies typically occurred in the border regions, while places like Jinhua County, situated in the heart of the Great Jing dynasty, rarely experienced such events. Even the most lowly existence, the Blood Demon Envoy, was seldom encountered. Yet, given the current situation, Chen Yuanba had determined that Ling Ziwen was indeed a Blood Demon Envoy. As Pei Qingyun contemplated the veracity of this claim, Chen Yuanba spoke again, his tone laced with disdain. You are not worthy of an accusation. Since I declare you a Blood Demon Envoy, I must possess evidence. Will you accompany me willingly or resist stubbornly? Chen Yuanba, you remain as arrogant as ever. This trait is precisely what I despise about you. Do you truly believe that your mere word will compel me to follow you? You overestimate yourself. With that, Ling Ziwen unleashed a tremendous surge of blood energy, propelling himself swiftly in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 zhang away. This astonishing burst of speed astonished Pei Qingyun. At a distance, Chen Yuanba seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. Almost concurrently, his figure vanished from sight. Just as Pei Qingyun marveled at their speed, Chen Yuanba's voice resonated in his ear. Pei Laozu, I beseech you to assist me. Pei Qingyun lifted his gaze towards the direction where Chen Yuanba had disappeared and promptly pursued him. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. In the falling sunset valley, leaden gray clouds swirled above, obscuring the faint sunlight, casting an increasingly somber hue over the sky. The distant mountains loomed in the mist, resembling monstrous creatures with outstretched claws. At that moment, two figures appeared in the valley. It was Chen Yuanba and Pei Qingyun. With their arrival, the fierce wind howled through the open valley like an enraged beast. He escaped again, Chen Yuanba lamented, his face twisted in frustration. To capture Ling Ziwen had consumed him with anxiety, and just as he was on the verge of success, the prey slipped away. Such a situation would leave anyone feeling disgruntled. Pei Qingyun empathized with this sentiment, but understood it was only temporary. Thus he remained silent, patiently waiting by Chen Yuanba's side. After a brief silence, Chen Yuanba regained his composure, though a shadow of gloom lingered in his eyes. Allowing him to escape was my fault. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to Pei Laozu for your aid. There is no need for thanks. This was my duty. Pei Qingyun replied, waving his hand dismissively. However, I do have a request, and I hope Master Chen will oblige. Please, speak. Chen Yuanba regarded Pei Qingyun, neither granting nor denying his request. I trust you are well aware of the enmity between the Wang family and me. I merely wish for you to allow me to handle the Wang family head. Pei Qingyun stated calmly. I agree. Without hesitation, Chen Yuanba acquiesced to his request. The swiftness of Chen Yuanba's agreement surprised Pei Qingyun. In truth, while he appeared composed, he had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. In this confrontation, he had revealed his full strength, mid-stage 5 organs, nearing the late stage. Since his power was exposed, he certainly could not leave empty-handed. In the eradication of evil, as well as in dealing with Ling Ziwen, he played a pivotal role in shaping the situation. Under these circumstances, Chen Yuanba would not dare to offend him. In fact, it was plausible that he might seek to win him over. Thus, it was inconceivable that Chen Yuanba would risk offending him over a half-witted Wang Yang. Yet, the fact that he agreed so decisively, without any additional conditions, was indeed beyond Pei Qingyun's expectations. Chapter 41. The Transformation of Wang Yang. Thank you, Chen Sis. Pei Qingyun expressed his gratitude. There is no need for further thanks. Without your letter, the identity of Ling Ziwen as the Blood Demon evil servant would not have been revealed so swiftly. Chen Yuanba spoke with indignation. As for that scoundrel Wang Yang, he is deserving of death for conspiring with Ling Ziwen. Thus, the two continued their discussion, primarily centered around Ling Ziwen. If we discover Ling Ziwen's whereabouts again, I implore Elder Pei to lend me your assistance. Chen Yuanba voiced his concerns. Rest assured, Chen Sis. This matter is my obligation, Pei Qingyun assured him. In truth, there is no need for excessive worry. If it were not for the peculiarities of the Blood Demon escape technique, Ling Ziwen would not have managed to evade capture. Although we did not apprehend him this time, we have not returned empty-handed. As far as I know, the Blood Demon escape technique is not an ordinary skill, but rather a forbidden method, Pei Qingyun explained slowly. Forbidden method. Indeed, how could I have almost overlooked that? Chen Yuanba's eyes brightened, his expression shifting to one of delight. A forbidden method is not a conventional technique. It resembles a secret art. It can amplify certain aspects of a martial artist's abilities. Yet it also inflicts severe damage upon the user's body. Though we do not know the cost of Ling Ziwen employing the Blood Demon escape technique, we can surmise that he must have sustained significant injuries after repeatedly using it while being pursued. However, the next moment, Chen Yuanba's expression darkened. Even if he has used a forbidden method and is severely wounded, if he is determined to hide and recuperate. It will not be an easy task for us to trace him. Finding him actively is indeed challenging, but we need not seek him out ourselves, Pei Qingyun remarked with a smile. Are we to wait for him to come to us? Shen Yuanba questioned, perplexed. Precisely, Pei Qingyun affirmed. Shen Yuanba's confusion deepened. Ling Ziwen coming to us willingly? That would require him to be quite deranged. Sensing Shen Yuanba's doubts, Pei Qingyun unveiled his plan. After exchanging opinions, the two parted ways. Upon returning to the base, night had fallen. Pei Qingyun, after carelessly tossing the barely conscious Wang Yang to the elders of the Pei family, retreated to his chamber. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. First, Wang Yang's outburst, followed by the revelation of Ling Ziwen's identity as the blood demon evil servant. Fortunately, Shen Yuanba arrived just in time. Otherwise, after utilizing the forbidden method, Ling Ziwen might have bested him. Amidst the danger, there were also significant gains. With Wang Yang now in his grasp, the formidable obstacle before the Pei family in Wuyang County had been decisively dismantled. The following day, at dawn, before Pei Qingyun had even risen, he overheard discussions among the members of the Pei family. Elder, you are truly remarkable. Even Wang Yang, a seasoned warrior, was captured alive. I cannot fathom how you accomplished this. Indeed, seeing Elder return with Wang Yang last night left me utterly astonished. I questioned whether my eyes were deceiving me. Wiping them repeatedly, yet the scene remained unchanged. However, one must say, Wang Yang, the former head of the Wang family, is in a pitiful state. Since last night, he has been wailing, and only this morning did he quiet down. In just one night, his hair turned white, and he lost dozens of pounds. He appears quite pitiable. Who knows what transpired to render him thus? Could it be that Elder employed some special method? It is truly terrifying. Speak not of Elder's affairs so frivolously. Should Elder hear of it, you may be punished to clean the latrines. As Pei Qingyun stepped out of his room, the chatter ceased abruptly, and everyone greeted him with respect. Elder, good morning. Elder, good morning. Pei Qingyun exchanged a few pleasantries before heading towards the room where Wang Yang was confined. Aware of Wang Yang's significance, Pei Tianlin had personally guarded him throughout the night, unwilling to delegate the task to others. Martial artists are not ordinary individuals. A sleepless night does not greatly affect them. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun arrive, Pei Tianlin immediately reported on Wang Yang's condition. Since last night, Wang Yang has not been in a normal state, constantly shouting. Initially, I suspected he was feigning, but his demeanor suggested otherwise. Thus, I personally examined his condition and discovered that his vital energy was depleting, seemingly consumed by some force. From last night until today, his vitality has diminished by a full 10%. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun furrowed his brow and placed his hand on Wang Yang's chest. In the next moment, he sensed the rapid loss of vital energy within Wang Yang, and the pace was alarming. At this rate, barring unforeseen circumstances, Wang Yang would not survive 5 days. Though Pei Qingyun had long desired Wang Yang's demise, the manner of his potential death struck him as peculiar. Consequently, he recalled the details of yesterday's battle. Wang Yang and Appo's transformation appeared to stem from Ling Ziwen and Appo's interference, though he was uncertain if Wang Yang himself was aware of it. Observing the unconscious Wang Yang, Pei Qingyun delivered 2 sharp slaps. In a violent jolt, Wang Yang awoke from his stupor, only to clutch his chest and scream anew. How did you come to be in this state? Pei Qingyun inquired. Wang Yang ignored him, rolling on the ground in agony. After an indeterminate period, the room fell silent. At that moment, Wang Yang ceased his cries, weakly begging, please, kill me, kill me, kill me. I shall end your life, but not at this moment. Tell me, why have you become like this? Pei Qingyun gazed at Wang Yang, devoid of any sympathy. Wang Yang's plight was entirely of his own making. However, Pei Qingyun had no interest in torturing him. Still, the sudden change in Wang Yang demanded investigation. Otherwise, he felt an unsettling sense of unease. I don't know. I truly do not know. Please, kill me. Reflect carefully. Have you ever practiced any techniques imparted by Ling Ziwen or consumed anything he provided? If you recall anything, inform me immediately. If your words hold truth, I shall assist you in finding peace. Otherwise, you shall endure this torment until you perish, Pei Qingyun stated flatly. Having spoken these words, Pei Qingyun exited the small room. Tianlin, I entrust you with the continued watch. I must visit the Jinxia division to seek any potential leads. If there are any revelations, I shall convey them upon my return. Understood, Pei Tianlin nodded. It was only after Pei Qingyun's departure that he slowly withdrew his gaze. Chapter 42. The effects of blood demon pill. The esteemed head of the Wang family had fallen to such a fate. Observing the incessant wails of Wang Yang, Pei Tianlin no longer felt the initial thrill. Instead, he was enveloped by a sense of sorrowful empathy. However, his gaze soon regained its determination. With the presence of the ancestor, the Pei family would undoubtedly grow stronger and prosper. After leaving the humble abode, Pei Qingyun proceeded directly to the town exorcism office. Perhaps due to the camaraderie forged in battle, the distance that once characterized their exchanges had vanished. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, The two even referred to each other as brothers. After a brief exchange, Pei Qingyun elucidated his purpose. Brother Pei, your timing is impeccable. Upon my return last night, I ordered the retrieval of the Blood Demon sect's archives. After a night of study, I discovered numerous related records concerning situations like Wang Yang's. Qin Yuanba remarked with a smile. This indeed bears the mark of Ling Ziwen. Initially, I was perplexed by Wang Yang's sudden collapse. Pei Qingyun replied. It is undoubtedly the work of Ling Ziwen, yet he lacks the prowess to execute such a plan alone. If my conjectures are correct, Wang Yang must have been deceived into consuming the Blood Demon pill, Qin Yuanba explained. Pei Qingyun pondered this revelation. The Blood Demon pill. He recalled, but found no pertinent information regarding this elixir in his memory. Accordingly, he looked quizzically at Qin Yuanba. At that moment, Qin Yuanba's demeanor shifted, and he adopted a serious expression. The Blood Demon pill is a profoundly malevolent concoction. Once ingested, it swiftly siphons the life force from the host. Typically, any martial artist who consumes it does not survive beyond 5 days. Such potency, Pei Qingyun exclaimed, astonished, but upon recalling Wang Yang's condition, he felt a sense of resignation. However, he also recognized the peril posed by the Blood Demon pill and promptly inquired, is there any remedy for those afflicted by it? There is a method, albeit a challenging one. It requires the intervention of a 6-organs master, along with a rare herb known as the blood-dissolving grass for treatment. Even then, the afflicted individual will suffer severe depletion of their vitality. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. The Blood Demon pill is exceedingly rare, and it is already a stroke of fortune that Ling Ziwen possesses one. Qin Yuanba elaborated without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun gained a new understanding of the dangers posed by the Blood Demon pill. While the blood-dissolving grass itself is not particularly costly, its availability is alarmingly scarce. Nevertheless, acquiring it would not pose a significant challenge for the Pei family. However, securing the assistance of a 6-organs master would be an endeavor of monumental difficulty. Yet, Pei Qingyun remained unperturbed. After all, it was Wang Yang who was afflicted, not a member of the Pei family. Wang Yang was destined for death, naturally. There was no intention to intervene for his salvation. Additionally, given the rarity of the Blood Demon pill, it was improbable that Ling Ziwen possessed more than one. Nonetheless, Pei Qingyun resolved to prepare for contingencies, instructing his family members to gather the blood-dissolving grass upon his return. Yet, a lingering question nagged at Pei Qingyun's mind. Why would Ling Ziwen resort to such measures? Logically, the two shared a partnership, even if their relationship soured. Ling Ziwen need not expend a Blood Demon pill to eliminate Wang Yang. His strength alone would suffice to dispatch him without injury. Conversely, if the intent was to control Wang Yang, that reasoning appeared flawed. As if sensing Pei Qingyun's confusion, Qin Yuanba continued, in truth, the Blood Demon pill is labeled as the most malevolent elixir not merely for its capacity to drain the life force of martial artists. Were it solely that, it would merely be considered poison. The primary function of the Blood Demon pill lies in its ability to allow the disciples of the Blood Demon sect to refine it through the Blood Demon technique, thereby siphoning vitality. Furthermore, the vitality obtained through this refinement is comparatively pure and bears minimal side effects, unlike other nefarious techniques that typically harvest a chaotic blend of energy. Now it all makes sense, Pei Qingyun realized with clarity. Everything was part of Ling Ziwen's scheme. From the beginning, he had never intended to collaborate with Wang Yang. In Ling Ziwen's eyes, Wang Yang was merely a source of sustenance. Had Wang Yang not concealed his strength and thwarted Ling Ziwen's plans, by the time Qin Yuanba made his discovery, it would have likely been too late for intervention. Subsequently, Pei Qingyun gleaned additional insights regarding the Blood Demon sect from Qin Yuanba. Upon returning from the town exorcism office, Pei Qingyun re-entered the humble abode. Upon seeing him, Pei Tianlin inquired about the situation. Pei Qingyun refrained from elaborating. Matters pertaining to the Blood Demon pill and the Blood Demon sect were beyond the Pei family's current scope. Sharing too much information would only incite unnecessary panic. Entering the room, Pei Qingyun beheld Wang Yang's near-lifeless state and resolved to execute him, lest the situation prolong and worsen. Wang Yang, you may find your release, he declared, and with that, he struck Wang Yang's chest with a powerful palm, unleashing an overwhelming force that erupted instantly. As for the choice of target, Pei Qingyun sought to avoid a gruesome scene. The experience of splattering brains was hardly pleasant. Following the strike, Wang Yang violently expelled a torrent of black blood, his aura gradually fading. Yet, a faint smile graced his features. For Wang Yang, liberation from such a torturous existence was, in fact, a form of happiness. At that moment, Pei Tianlin, stationed outside, sensed the commotion within and entered out of curiosity. Upon witnessing Wang Yang's stillness, Pei Tianlin's expression froze. He felt that Wang Yang's demise was somewhat hasty. However, upon meeting Pei Qingyun's calm visage, he quickly understood the situation. After a moment of silent contemplation, Pei Qingyun nonchalantly instructed, Tianlin, your timing is fortuitous. I have a task for you. This afternoon, personally deliver Wang Yang's corpse to the Wang family's residence, and then return immediately. Understood, Pei Tianlin nodded, refraining from questioning the rationale. However, as he prepared to depart, a look of confusion lingered in his eyes. He could not fathom why the ancestor had chosen this course of action, yet he knew he must carry out the command. After leaving the humble abode, Pei Qingyun wasted no time and swiftly gathered the Pei family's members to embark on a mission to exterminate the vile creatures. In truth, prior to departing from the town exorcism office, Qin Yuanba had already apprised him of the events transpiring in the source of the demonic entities. The encounter with the third-tier demon was a result of a mishap at the source. The third-tier demon that fell to his hand was merely one among several that had strayed. Regardless of the imperative to ensure the Pei family's safety or the demonic pearls left behind by the slain entities, he felt it was his undeniable duty to act. Chapter 43. The Tremor of the Wang Family. Time slips away swiftly. An hour has elapsed since Pei Qingyun departed from the encampment. At this moment, within the Wang family's residence, after discarding Wang Yang's lifeless body to the family, Pei Tianlin, following Pei Qingyun's directives, hastily departed without pause. However, the arrival of this corpse acted as a deep water bomb, stirring a profound uproar within the Wang family. In truth, from the day Wang Yang went missing, the atmosphere within the family had been fraught with anxiety. All members involved in the Pei family's operations were acutely aware that the chances of Wang Yang returning alive were exceedingly slim. Yet, a lingering thread of hope in their minds compelled them to silently pray, preventing them from spiraling into madness amidst their trepidation. As time wore on, however, that hope began to dissipate. Regardless, as long as they had not received confirmation of Wang Yang's death, the last flicker of hope remained unextinguished. But now, with Wang Yang's corpse laid before them, all illusions shattered, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Many elders of the Wang family, upon gazing at Wang Yang's remains, turned pale, their eyes vacant and lost, at a loss for what to do. Eventually, some could no longer contain themselves and wept openly. Whether their tears were genuine or feigned was a matter of personal interpretation. A select few, fiercely loyal to Wang Yang, cried out for vengeance. Yet, in a shadowy corner, a man strikingly similar in appearance to Wang Yang silently observed the scene. His face bore no tears, yet the pain reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. This man was Wang Yang's twin brother, Wang Gang. Thus, Wang Gang remained silent for an extended period, the sorrow in his gaze gradually fading, before he murmured, "Brother, you were mistaken, and so was father." He then turned and departed. Shortly after Wang Gang left, he found himself in a small courtyard. Though modest in size, it exuded a sense of tranquility and serenity, as if time itself had slowed within its confines. Particularly in the center, a small flower bed flourished with vibrant peonies. Their large blossoms layered like flames of red and hues of pink, sending forth a delightful fragrance as the gentle breeze wafted through. Just as Wang Gang was reveling in the beauty of the courtyard, an elderly man with graying hair and a scruffy beard emerged from the house. His face aglow with health as he strolled leisurely with the aid of a cane, appearing to be in good spirits. This elder was none other than the most senior member of the Wang family, Wang Yongyan. Upon seeing Wang Yongyan, Wang Gang promptly approached with warmth. "Elder Yongyan, how have you been lately?" "I am quite well. My old bones are holding up fine. Each day, I tend to the flowers and nurture the plants. All these blossoms are of my own planting," Wang Yongyan replied, tending to the flowers as he spoke. "I had wondered who possessed the skill to cultivate such a beautiful garden. It turns out it was you all along," Wang Gang praised, immediately grasping Wang Yongyan's intent. "You've always been sweet-tongued," Wang Yongyan chuckled. "You know I have never spoken insincerely. Every word comes from the heart," Wang Gang replied with a serious expression. "At least you have grown wise," Wang Yongyan remarked. "By the way, why hasn't Ti Xiaoyang accompanied you today? He has his own matters to attend to." Wang Gang's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of hesitation. After some deliberation, he could not bear to divulge the truth to this elder who had raised them both. Yet, he underestimated Wang Yongyan's perceptiveness. Despite Wang Gang's subtle changes, Wang Yongyan sensed that something was amiss. "Xiaoyang, has he encountered difficulties?" Wang Yongyan inquired cautiously. "No. It's just that the area our family is currently purging has seen an increase in malevolent creatures. My elder brother has been too occupied to accompany me," Wang Gang hastily explained, fearing Wang Yongyan would detect an anomaly. "I thought Xiaoyang simply didn't wish to see this old man. Turns out he has been busy. Come, sit over here, let us share some tea and converse," Wang Yongyan jested. Of course, seeing Wang Yongyan's demeanor, Wang Gang felt a weight lift from his heart. The two continued their conversation for a while. However, Wang Gang, anxious about prolonging the charade, sought an excuse to leave the courtyard. Little did he know. The moment he departed, the smile on Wang Yongyan's face vanished, replaced by profound sorrow. He was all too aware of the turmoil that had befallen the family. Just 2 days prior, a family member had reported Wang Yang's condition to him. Now, with Wang Gang visiting and Wang Yang absent, the conclusion was unmistakable. The family stood on the brink of collapse, and he did not want Wang Gang to worry about his own health at such a time. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Gang sat on a large stone, lost in thought. Wang Yang's demise weighed heavily upon him. Yet he understood the significance his brother held for the family. Within Wuyang County, aside from the three major families, there were numerous other factions, totaling dozens. Each of these factions had divine warriors at their helm, ranging from a few to several. However, due to the absence of a fifth-level warrior, these factions had no choice but to submit to the dominance of the three major families. Now, with the loss of Wang Yang, the only fifth-level warrior, while the Wang family remained powerful, they were nonetheless dwarfed by the other factions, lacking sufficient deterrent strength. The news of Wang Yang's death would undoubtedly incite the other factions to converge and consume the Wang family. Moreover, the Pei and Li families, both of whom belonged to the three major families, would certainly seize this opportunity. Among these factions, the Pei family was the one he feared most. In recent years, the relationship between the Pei and Wang families had soured dramatically, culminating in Wang Yang's death at the hands of Pei Qingyun. From any perspective, it was evident that the Pei family would act to annihilate the Wang family. He believed that the only reason the Pei family had not yet moved was due to the delays caused by the demonic disaster. Once that was resolved, it would mark the downfall of the Wang family. Additionally, Wang Yang's entanglement with Ling Ziwen had also come to the attention of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Wang Gang was uncertain of the Bureau's stance, but it was unlikely they would let the Wang family off easily. Throughout the Wang family's century-long history, they had never faced such a crisis. Contemplating this, Wang Gang's face was etched with bitterness. Simultaneously, he felt deep remorse for not persuading Wang Yang to reconsider. Now, the Wang family had offended the two strongest factions in Wuyang County. The mess was insurmountable. From any angle, he could find no glimmer of hope for the Wang family's survival. Thus, Wang Gang sat from day until night, engulfed in profound worry for the family's future. Meanwhile, Pei Qingyun returned to the Pei family's residence after a day of battling the demonic disaster. Upon his return, he inquired about the matter concerning Wang Yang's corpse. Upon learning that Pei Tianlin had delivered the body, Pei Qingyun chose not to pursue the matter further, leaving Pei Tianlin perplexed. Chapter 44. The shift of family fortune. As twilight descended, the night gradually enveloped the surroundings. Pei Qingyun sat by the window, gazing into the vast moonlight. His eyes fixated on a particular direction, seemingly lost in contemplation. In truth, his attention was wholly absorbed by his attribute panel. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 10 years and 2 months. Cultivation: mid-stage of the 5 organs. Techniques: Pei family evergreen art, perfect, yellow grade premium. 1000 blade slash, perfect, yellow grade high tier. Family fortune: 593, 700. Note: family fortune can be restored. It naturally recovers 7 points daily. Should it fall below 80 of the total, unforeseen calamities may arise. The family fortune had surged by 50 points, leaving Pei Qingyun somewhat astonished. After slaying Wang Yang, he had observed the changes in the attribute panel, only to be disappointed that the family fortune remained unchanged by Wang Yang's demise. However, as night fell, an inexplicable increase of 50 points occurred. If one were to suggest this was linked to the day's eradication of demonic calamities, Pei Qingyun would dismiss the notion entirely. The extermination of evil spirits had long become a routine task, and if the family fortune were to fluctuate, it would not have waited until today. He ruled out the possibility of a qualitative change arising from a quantitative accumulation. After some contemplation, he recalled the arrangement made for Pei Tianlin. Though lacking concrete evidence, he surmised that this was likely the catalyst for the change. What surprised him was that such an inadvertent move could yield this effect. The only regret he harbored was that the increase in family fortune was somewhat meager and insufficient to elevate his cultivation level. Having experienced the incident with Ling Ziwen, Pei Qingyun recognized that his mid-stage strength of the 5 organs did not guarantee his safety, let alone the development of his family. A mere blood demon servant had already posed a lethal threat to him. While others might regard the emergence of a blood demon servant in Wuyang County as an anomaly, Pei Qingyun held a different perspective. He understood the principle of being vigilant in times of peace, especially since a secure environment was yet to be established. If a blood demon servant could appear, stronger foes could very well intrude. As a mid-stage practitioner of the 5 organs, he lacked the ability to dominate even a single county, so he had no justification for complacency. However, breaking through to the late stage of the 5 organs was no trivial matter. Even with the infusion of family fortune, it would require 200 points. While he could reduce the necessary family fortune for the breakthrough through cultivation, he still estimated needing 20 days to achieve this goal. For anyone in Wuyang County, 20 days to advance to the late stage of the 5 organs would be cause for wild celebration. Yet, Pei Qingyun felt this was still too slow. Ling Ziwen, having suffered from backlash due to forbidden techniques, would necessitate a lengthy recovery period if he were any other martial artist. However, practitioners of the dark path could not be judged by conventional standards. It was likely that Ling Ziwen would recover in less than a week. As one of the individuals who had thwarted Ling Ziwen's plans and caused him to lose a precious blood demon pill, it was certain that retribution would follow. Moreover, although Pei Qingyun had other plans, they all revolved around a central theme: his own strength. Without adequate power, everything else was mere talk. In a concealed and unknown part of the deep mountains of Wuyang County, a bloodied man, clad in tattered garments, leaned against a large tree. His violent cough echoed through the valley like thunder. Suddenly, amidst his coughing, he expelled a mouthful of black blood, his body convulsing violently, resembling a seizure. The once rosy hue of his face vanished in an instant. After an indeterminate passage of time, the bright sunlight gradually dimmed. As time flowed on, the man's body ceased to convulse, yet his face remained pallid. This man was none other than Ling Ziwen. After escaping from Pei Qingyun and Chen Yuanba, he had fled at breakneck speed until he was far from the source of the demonic evil, at which point he ceased to suppress the backlash of the forbidden technique. The prolonged suppression had exacerbated his injuries. Upon regaining consciousness, Ling Ziwen immediately assessed his internal condition. However, this inspection rendered his already ashen face even more grim. He understood that the forced use of the blood demon escape technique would inevitably result in backlash. He had estimated that his vitality had diminished by 50 to 60%. But the reality was far worse than he had anticipated. His vitality had plummeted by over 70%. In his current state, he was ill-equipped to contend even with practitioners at the 5-organ stage, let alone those at the pinnacle of divine power. He had not expected the backlash from the blood demon escape technique to be so severe. His internal vitality was now barely a third of its peak. If he were to recover through normal means, it would take at least 3 months. Had he not been exposed, 3 months would not have seemed lengthy, allowing him ample time to recuperate. However, the situation was now dire. His identity had been revealed. Being a blood demon servant was a taboo within the great Jing dynasty. The moment he was spotted, he would undoubtedly attract the pursuit of various factions. The only reason the Demon Suppression Office of Wuyang County had acted against him was due to the rampant demonic calamities, coupled with the blockade of trade routes, rendering communication between counties impossible. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. In 2 months, when the winter solstice arrived, a food crisis would inevitably erupt within Jinhui Prefecture, of which Wuyang County was a crucial granary. The county city would not idly observe the outbreak of famine. Thus, before the crisis struck, the county city would undoubtedly spare no effort in breaking the trade blockade of Wuyang County. The timing of this would be crucial. Once the blockade was lifted, the identity of the blood demon's servant would reverberate throughout Jinhui Prefecture. At that point, the martial artists sent to confront him would not merely be at the 5-organ stage, but could likely include those at the 6-organs master level. Faced with a 6-organs master, even if he regained his peak strength, survival would be improbable. This meant he had less than 2 months to act. Factoring in the time required for him to execute his plans, he had at most 1 month remaining. Contemplating this dire scenario, the cold glint in Ling Ziwen's eyes intensified, and a fierce killing intent radiated from him, coupled with an even deeper hatred towards Pei Qingyun. If it were not for Pei Qingyun's interference, he would have already advanced to the late stage of the 5 organs, would not have lost the blood demon pill, and would not have found himself in this predicament. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, Pei Qingyun could not help but shudder. He suspected someone was cursing him, but weariness soon overtook him, and he fell back into slumber. After a long while, Ling Ziwen finally subdued his hatred for Pei Qingyun and contemplated his countermeasures. A month was still too long. The county city might not allow him such an extended period. He had only half a month. Within this fortnight, he must restore his strength. Therefore, he must resort to blood sacrifice. With this thought, his gaze turned towards a nearby village. Chapter 45. The affiliated family. The following day, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, Pei Qingyun awoke from his slumber. Bathed in the morning light, his spirits soared with an unusual buoyancy. However, this hard-won tranquility was abruptly shattered by the cacophony emanating from outside the courtyard. Peering out, he observed the members of the Pei family gathered in a huddle, periodically erupting into derisive laughter. "Wang Gang, how dare you show your face here? For years, your Wang family has opposed us at every turn. Now that Wang Yang is dead, you think you can come here to beg for mercy? There is no such good fortune in this world. If I were you, I wouldn't come here to humiliate myself. Indeed, your brother's body is still warm, and you have the audacity to visit? Such cowardice is truly disgraceful. If I had someone like that in my family, I would strike him down on the spot. How can you speak of him so? He is merely seeking a chance to survive. What crime is that? His presence here indicates commendable bravery." Amidst the scornful remarks of the Pei family, Wang Gang maintained a facade of forced laughter. He had prepared himself mentally before arriving, yet upon his actual arrival, he realized he had overestimated his own standing. Every taunt from the Pei family struck him like bullets to the chest, rendering him breathless. Nevertheless, despite the pain in his heart, he did not forget his mission. He must meet Pei Qingyun. Yet, there was one who stood apart from this judgment, observing with a cool detachment. Pei Tianlin watched the unfolding scene with a discerning eye. Wang Gang's arrival had taken him by surprise, even causing a flicker of astonishment. However, after this shock, he found himself contemplating further. As Wang Yang's biological brother, if Wang Gang were genuinely only seeking to preserve his life, there was no need for him to openly approach the Pei family at this time. Not only would he be subjected to humiliation, but a single misstep could lead to his demise. Moreover, given that Wang Yang had met his end at Pei Qingyun's hands, the Pei family had no reason to spare Wang Gang. Furthermore, even if he were to survive, word would inevitably reach the Wang family, and Wang Yang would undoubtedly face public condemnation, perhaps even punishment from their clan's laws. After all, such behavior would be intolerable in any family. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Pei Tianlin couldn't help but recall the task assigned to him by the ancestor. Had it been him, after eliminating Wang Yang, he would never have returned the body, instead seizing the opportunity to eradicate the remaining forces of the Wang family before the news of Wang Yang's death spread. As for the Wang family members in Wuyang City, due to the presence of the Exorcism Bureau and the official offices, direct action was not feasible. However, he could strategize for a more opportune moment following this operation. Without Wang Yang, the Wang family would undoubtedly falter. In his contemplations, he found that Wang Gang's presence at the Pei family residence was undoubtedly linked to the ancestor's schemes. As Pei Tianlin pondered, Pei Qingyun appeared before the crowd, seemingly out of nowhere. The moment he arrived, the previously raucous environment fell into an immediate hush. Pei Qingyun first cast a glance at Wang Gang, then at the gathered Pei family members, as if grasping the situation. Wang Gang, come with me. To the astonishment of all present, Pei Qingyun not only called out Wang Gang, but also instructed him to follow inside. In an instant, expressions of disbelief spread across everyone's faces, including Wang Gang himself, who had not anticipated such an easy summons from Pei Qingyun. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Wang Gang followed Pei Qingyun into the courtyard. Have a seat. There's no need for formality here. Once inside, Pei Qingyun casually selected a spot to sit, and then turned to Wang Gang. Feeling the weight of Pei Qingyun's gaze, Wang Gang felt an immense pressure welling within him. Nonetheless, he chose a position close to Pei Qingyun and took his seat. Speak, what brings you here? Pei Qingyun raised a cup of hot tea and took a gentle sip. Our Wang family is willing to become an affiliate of the Pei family. I implore the ancestor to spare our Wang family. Wang Gang did not respond immediately. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. That proposal sounds quite enticing. Yet how can I trust that you can deliver? A flicker of surprise crossed Pei Qingyun's eyes, yet his tone remained frosty. Bear in mind, I personally killed your brother. Do you not wish to avenge him? Furthermore, our families have harbored animosity for many years. On what grounds do you believe the Pei family would be inclined to accept the Wang family? As Pei Qingyun's relentless questioning bore down, cold sweat beaded on Wang Gang's forehead. He understood that how he answered these two questions would determine his fate. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed a rush of emotion. If I were to claim I held no desire for vengeance, perhaps the ancestor would find that hard to believe. Yet, deep down, I consider this all merely the consequence of my brother's own actions. The ancestor may not be aware, but though we are brothers, my father has always treated us differently. From a young age, whenever my brother and I had conflicting views, my father invariably sided with him. It was precisely this favoritism that led my brother, upon inheriting the position of family head, to become obstinate and autocratic. Therefore, I feel no sorrow over his fate. As for the enmity between our families, I believe it has yet to reach the point of mortal conflict. It is primarily a struggle for interests. If the ancestor is willing to accept the Wang family, we are prepared to pay any price to resolve our grievances. Any price? Would that be your head? Pei Qingyun chuckled lightly. As long as the ancestor desires it, I, Wang Gang, would willingly take my own life. Wang Gang's expression was resolute, his eyes betraying no hint of fear regarding death. I shall keep your head for now. However, you ought to realize that mere words are insufficient to earn my trust. Pei Qingyun regarded Wang Gang with a penetrating gaze before gently placing his teacup down. Ancestor, rest assured, I will demonstrate my family's sincerity to you. But I hope you can grant the Wang family an opportunity. Wang Gang implored. I can offer you a chance, but you have only 3 days. Within these 3 days, I must witness your family's sincerity. Should the Wang family meet my expectations, why should I not spare you? Pei Qingyun took another sip of tea, speaking with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Pei Qingyun relent, Wang Gang's face brightened with joy. He understood that this was the Wang family's sole opportunity. The next moment, he knelt and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, ancestor, for granting my family a chance. I, Wang Gang, will forever remember this kindness. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return. Remember, you have only 3 days. Pei Qingyun glanced at Wang Gang, acknowledging his flexible attitude, albeit with limited approval. In a past life, such individuals would have been considered valuable assets. Yet in this realm, martial prowess reigned supreme. Chapter 46. The Power of the Ancestor. After Wang Gang departed, Pei Tianlin stepped inside. Each time he faced his own ancestor, a wave of reverence would involuntarily swell within him. Yet, driven by curiosity, he could not suppress the question that had long lingered in his mind. Ancestor, why did you choose to meet with Wang Gang? The Wang family is but a grasshopper after the autumn, unable to leap for long. With the strength of the Pei family, we could easily annihilate them. Do not be careless. It would be wise to read more books instead of filling your mind with thoughts of violence and slaughter, Pei Qingyun replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, without Wang Yang, the Pei family could eradicate the Wang family. Yet have you considered the consequences? Should war erupt between our families? The Wang family possesses dozens of divine warriors and hundreds of foundational warriors, all of whom would fight to the death. Faced with such a multitude of fearless warriors, even if I were to intervene personally, the Pei family's casualties would be significant. Furthermore, do you believe that the town evil division and the government would remain indifferent, allowing us to exterminate the Wang family and monopolize all their resources in Wuyang County? Although Pei Tianlin harbored doubts about his ancestors' assertions, he remained puzzled. The implication was clear. Both the town evil division and the government would intervene. Yet, he could not fathom how Wang Yang dared to invade Pei territory just days prior. This matter is complex. Wang Yang's audacity stemmed not only from a gamble, but also from a clandestine collaboration with Ling Ziwen. If he could eliminate our Pei family, even if discovered by the town evil division, he could shift the blame onto Ling Ziwen, Pei Qingyun explained. Upon hearing this, Pei Tianlin's confusion only deepened. As far as he knew, Ling Ziwen, despite being wanted, was merely a divine warrior, his strength comparable to his own. What could possibly justify a partnership with Wang Yang? Moreover, Wang Yang's alliance with Ling Ziwen undeniably offended the town evil division, providing them with even less reason to prevent the Pei family from taking action. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Pei Qingyun seemed to anticipate him. Do not dwell too much on Ling Ziwen. He is a warrior nearing the late stage of the Five Organs realm. Pei Tianlin's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. A former commander of the town evil division, nearing the late stage of the Five Organs realm. This revelation, if it were to spread, would send ripples across the entire Wuyang County, akin to a deep water bomb dropped in a tranquil lake. This matter must remain confidential. It serves no purpose to disclose it for the situation in Wuyang County, Pei Qingyun instructed, disregarding Pei Tianlin's shock. Understood, Pei Tianlin nodded vigorously, still unable to quell his tumultuous emotions. However, he soon realized something even more staggering. Previously, when his ancestor had effortlessly defeated Wang Yang, he had speculated that his ancestor might have advanced to the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. In retrospect, he recognized that he had severely underestimated his ancestor's capabilities. Even with Wang Yang and Ling Ziwen's combined efforts, his ancestor had still been able to slay Wang Yang. Such prowess could hardly be attributed to someone merely at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. Could it be that his ancestor had reached the late stage? As this possibility coursed through his mind, Pei Tianlin's heart raced. Despite the Pei family being one of the three great families in Wuyang County, renowned as they were, they would only be deemed a third-rate force by the standards of the Great Jing dynasty. Nevertheless, even among third-rate forces, there existed a hierarchy. The Pei, Wang, and Li families had always lingered at the bottom. Once outside Wuyang County, their influence dwindled significantly. However, should one of the three families produce a warrior at the late stage of the Five Organs realm, they would instantly ascend to the ranks of a senior third-rate family. With such a title, the third-rate forces across the counties would surely extend a modicum of respect to the Pei family. Furthermore, the Pei family would gain greater access to rare resources. As long as Pei Qingyun did not fall, the Pei family would undoubtedly give birth to a new warrior at the Five Organs realm within a few short years. While astonished by his ancestor's cultivation, Pei Tianlin was equally taken aback by his ancestor's cunning. All along, Pei Qingyun had outwardly presented himself as merely a warrior at the early stage of the Five Organs realm, even recently displaying signs of waning vitality. Had he been biding his time for this very moment? Such subtlety was utterly disarming. Fortunately, he was indeed his own ancestor. Otherwise, the implications would have been dire. If his ancestor had concealed his true power as a master of the Six Fu, it would have been even more remarkable. Unbeknownst to Pei Qingyun, while he was elucidating matters, Pei Tianlin was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Keep a close watch on the Wang family in the coming days, and promptly inform me of their situation. If all goes as planned, by the day after tomorrow at the latest, you shall hear the news of the Wang family becoming a subsidiary of the Pei family, Pei Qingyun stated slowly. Upon hearing these words, Pei Tianlin's mind erupted once more. At that moment, he questioned whether he had misheard. The Wang family was to become a subsidiary of the Pei family. If this news were to circulate, not only would he find it hard to believe, but the entire Wuyang County would also dismiss such a rumor as absurd. Yet, he understood well that his ancestor would not speak lightly in his presence. In truth, from the moment Wang Gang had entered, Pei Tianlin had contemplated the reasons for Wang Gang's visit to the Pei family stronghold. Perhaps it was an appeal for self-preservation or a compromise, even sacrificing certain interests in exchange for the Pei family's forgiveness. However, he could never have imagined that the Wang family, one of the three great families, would become a subsidiary of the Pei family. Once this occurred, the Pei family would have the authority to allocate all resources owned by the Wang family. This was a far superior outcome compared to outright annihilation. Indeed, those with simpler minds, like his own, were better suited for violence and conflict. while his ancestor embodied the true path of governance. In a mere short span, the revelations imparted by Pei Qingyun had provided him with more stimulation than he had encountered in his entire life. He needed to step outside to compose himself. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall take full responsibility for this matter. I will meticulously document the Wang family's situation over the next few days and present it to you for your review. Pei Tianlin declared solemnly, clutching his head. That will suffice. You likely have no further questions, Pei Qingyun remarked. Thank you, ancestor, for your clarifications. I have no further inquiries. Pei Tianlin hastily waved his hand, eager to avoid further shocks. Observing Pei Tianlin's demeanor, Pei Qingyun nearly felt guilty for having overwhelmed him. As Pei Tianlin departed, Pei Qingyun resumed savoring his tea. His decision to present Wang Yang's corpse indeed carried the intention of subduing the Wang family. Yet he had also prepared for their potential annihilation. Regardless of the Wang family's fate, the Pei family must secure the greatest advantage. Only in this manner could he accrue additional family fortune points. Thankfully, all was proceeding smoothly. Wang Gang's proposal was precisely aligned with his aspirations. Once the Wang family exerted their strength, he would undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest of family fortune. His only concern was whether the town evil division and the government would intervene as a result. Chapter 47. The Royal Council upon returning to the royal residence. Wang Gang found himself engulfed in a tempest of emotions. He made his way to the Pei family compound, where fortune hung in the balance. Even before arriving at the Pei estate, he had spent a restless night in contemplation. He had considered the possibility of aligning with the Li family, but swiftly dismissed the notion. Although the Li family possessed 5 vitality warriors and was the wealthiest among the 3 prominent clans, their warrior was merely in the early stages of vitality. Moreover, he was still in the prime of his life. Should Wang Gang choose to ally with the Li family, the Wang family might not survive, and over the vast expanse of time, they would remain in obscurity. The prospect of siding with Chun Yuanba seemed plausible, as long as Chun Yuanba was willing to offer protection to the Wang family. The various factions within Wuyang County would undoubtedly think twice before attacking the Wang family. However, this reliance hinged on Qin Yuanba maintaining his position as the head of the Jinxia division. In the Great Jing dynasty, any official below the 3rd rank could not serve in the same capacity for more than 10 years. From what Wang Gang understood, this year marked the conclusion of Chun Yuanba's tenure in the Jinxia division. Once winter gave way to spring, he would inevitably be reassigned from Wuyang County. Whether he would be promoted or demoted depended on his accumulated merits, personal strength, and relationships with superiors. Any dissatisfaction could likely result in a demotion. Regardless of whether he was demoted or promoted, once Qin Yuanba departed, the Wang family would again be bereft of protection. This implied that their choice to seek refuge in the Jinxia division afforded them merely a few months of safeguard. A few months were insufficient for the Wang family to nurture a new vitality warrior. Furthermore, even if a new vitality warrior were to emerge, would they be able to contend with the Pei family? Wang Yang's prowess was known to few, yet as Wang Yang's younger brother, Wang Gang was acutely aware of it. Wang Yang was but a step away from the mid-stage of vitality. Pei Qingyun, having slain his brother, possessed strength that was at least in the mid-stage of vitality. Even if the Wang family were to produce a new vitality warrior, they would find themselves unable to rival the Pei family. Nevertheless, the Pei family had one significant disadvantage. Pei Qingyun was aging. His advanced age could present an opportunity for the Wang family. If Pei Qingyun could endure for a few more years, the Wang family might yet find their chance. In a few years, should a new vitality warrior arise within the Wang family, they could potentially reclaim their status as a 3rd-rate clan. As for the official channels, Wang Gang had never entertained such thoughts. However, all of this depended on his ability to persuade the numerous elders of the Wang family to agree to this course of action. Time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly. With this in mind, Wang Gang promptly reached out to the elders of the Wang family. The internal chaos following Wang Yang's death had thrown the Wang family into disarray. Many clan members had recognized the precariousness of their situation and, in their quest for survival, had begun to distance themselves from the Wang family, with some even contemplating a change of surname, even without external forces intervening. A significant upheaval was on the brink of unfolding within the Wang family. Although Wang Gang had temporarily assumed the role of family head, he could not alter this reality. This was one of the reasons he sought a way out. Within the Wang family courtyard, in the family council chamber, Wang Gang sat firmly in the main seat, his gaze fixed on the elders arriving from the Wang family. Yet, after half an hour of waiting, the number of elders present was less than half of the total. This clearly demonstrated that his newly appointed position as acting head of the family lacked the authority that Wang Yang once commanded. Anticipating such a situation prior to the meeting, he was nonetheless disheartened by the scant attendance. As he surveyed the room, contemplating whether to persist, a trusted guard leaned in and whispered a few words. In an instant, Wang Gang's expression shifted, a fierce glint of determination igniting in his eyes. He decided against waiting any longer. The gathered elders understood that the purpose of this assembly was to seek a way out for the Wang family. Yet, many elders, disregarding the family's interests, chose not to attend such a critical meeting. leading Wang Gang to believe they were intent on betraying the Wang family and deserved severe punishment. His declaration took the room by surprise. They had not anticipated that Wang Gang would not immediately engage in discussion, but instead hold numerous elders accountable, even labeling them as traitors. "Head of the family, you mustn't," one elder exclaimed. "Why shouldn't I? As elders of the Pei family, if they disregard the family's interests, what will the other members of the Wang family think? Have you ever considered that?" Wang Gang thundered. "Calm your anger, head of the family. I believe the absent elders had no intention of betraying the family. They may have been delayed by other matters," Elder Wang Shi interjected. "I understand that Elder Shi speaks to promote unity within the clan, but has Elder Shi considered that, at this moment? Is there anything more pressing than the survival of the family?" Wang Gang replied unhurriedly. At this, Elder Wang Shi found himself at a loss for words. Regaining composure, he recognized the new head of the family's resolve. It seemed he intended to reform the Wang family. Thus, the council chamber fell silent. Seeing that his message had been conveyed, Wang Gang refrained from lengthy discourse. However, he did not immediately reveal his intentions, but instead sought the opinions of the elders present. The outcome was clear. None of the elders could propose an effective plan. The only suggestion that seemed somewhat viable was Elder Wang Shi's proposal to abandon the Wang family's current assets and relocate the entire clan to another county. Wang Gang promptly dismissed this suggestion, publicly elucidating its impracticality. Firstly, given the scale of the Wang family, the leading forces in each county would certainly not welcome our arrival. Even if the Wang family forced their way in, they would undoubtedly face hostility from various factions. In a matter of months, the Wang family would face decline. However, decline is preferable to withering away in Wuyang County. Wang Gang had also considered this suggestion. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the trade routes in the counties remain blocked. The Wang family cannot even leave Wuyang County. As discussions progressed, the expressions of the Wang elders grew increasingly despondent. The Wang family's predicament appeared to have reached an impasse. No one could have foreseen that the once thriving Wang family now faced the looming threat of extinction overnight. Observing the pale faces of the elders, Wang Gang realized that he was nearing his desired outcome. All present elders needed to grasp that the Wang family had entered a deadlock, thereby igniting a determination to fight for survival. Only then could he seamlessly propose the plan to become an affiliate of the Pei family. Had he suggested it from the outset, he would have faced unanimous opposition. After a moment of silence, Wang Gang finally spoke. "I have an idea that may offer the family a glimmer of hope, though it may not be readily accepted by all of you. Please, head of the family, do share. There is nothing to hold back now. The Wang family has reached this point. What cannot be said? As long as it can save the Wang family, I would gladly sacrifice my life," Elder Wang Shi declared before Wang Gang could finish his thought. Chapter 48. Rectifying the Wang family. Elder Wang Shi's resolute determination fills me with immense relief. If the Wang family had more individuals like Elder Wang Shi, who are willing to dedicate themselves to the family, we would not be in our current predicament. Wang Gang praises Wang Shi, yet his words are laden with subtle insinuations. The elders present are not fools. This blatant suggestion is evident to any discerning eye. Consequently, the attending elders express their sentiments, affirming their support for the family head's decisions, provided they can save the Wang family. Seeing his goal achieved, Wang Gang elaborates, stating that there is currently only one method to secure a glimmer of hope: aligning with the Pei family and becoming their subordinate clan. Despite many elders of the Wang family being mentally prepared, they are nonetheless taken aback by Wang Gang's proclamation, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Were it not for Wang Gang being the brother of Wang Yang and the acting head of the Wang family, they might even suspect him of treachery. Ignoring the shock of the assembly, Wang Gang continues, "I understand that this may be hard to accept, but have we truly considered that this is our family's sole path forward? I urge you all to contemplate this before responding." However, before Wang Gang could finish, an elder, visibly agitated, interrupted him. "I cannot agree. The body of head Wang Yang has barely cooled, and yet we are to turn to the Pei family? As the brother of head Wang Yang, how can you propose this? You are not saving the Wang family. You are condemning it. As the family head, I must possess the resolve to sacrifice everything for the family's interests. Aligning with the Pei family is our only opportunity. I cannot allow personal emotions to drive me to make unwise choices that betray the family's interests. If Wang Ming disagrees with my thoughts, he is welcome to voice his objections. If it can save the Wang family, I will not contest it," Wang Gang declared with righteous fervor. "Since the head of the family believes that aligning with the Pei family is essential for our survival, why can we not turn to the Li family instead? Compared to the Pei family, our grievances with the Li family are not as deep-rooted. I believe they are more trustworthy. To abandon our head while he is still fresh in his grave will only turn our family into a laughingstock throughout the city. I trust none of the elders wish to see our family's reputation trampled upon so thoroughly," Wang Ming retorted sharply, his gaze glinting with determination. Upon hearing this, many younger elders displayed signs of intrigue. Ultimately, a family's reputation is a matter of face. Being younger, they care more about appearances. In their eyes, the strength of the Pei and Li families is comparable. Should they ally with the Li family, their reputation would certainly fare better. Yet, some astute elders, aware of the formidable nature of Pei Qingyun, supported Wang Gang's stance, showing little regard for so-called reputation. Nevertheless, it was evident that Wang Ming's remarks had subtly divided the elders into two factions. Faced with Wang Ming's challenge, Wang Gang seethed internally. Although he understood that the Pei family was the best option, he could not publicly dissect the merits and demerits of both families. Who could guarantee that none among the elders had secretly made pacts with other factions? If the Pei family were to become aware of this, their attempt to align could backfire catastrophically. Just as he felt the pressure mounting, an elder with graying hair and age spots, leaning on a cane, slowly entered the meeting hall. As the elder arrived, all eyes turned to him, with only Wang Gang displaying a smile as he hurried to greet him. Elder Yongyan, what brings you here? Have I grown too old to attend family meetings? You didn't even notify me of such an important assembly, Elder Wang Yongyan chastised, though his eyes shimmered with affection. If you are not qualified, then none of us should be here. It was not my intention to disturb your rest. It was my oversight, Wang Gang admitted, signaling to a nearby guard. Although he was unsure how Elder Wang Yongyan had learned of this matter, the elder's presence left him no room for further concealment. Please continue, do not mind me, Elder Wang Yongyan said, taking a seat at the nearest position. Head, since Elder Yongyan is here, you should no longer withhold your thoughts. Aligning with the Li family is the wisest choice. I believe the elders share my perspective, Wang Ming asserted, casting a provocative glance at Wang Gang. Simultaneously, another elder beside him echoed, Head, Elder Wang Ming is correct. Let us ally with the Li family. This way, we will not tarnish our family's reputation. With the Li family backing us, the Pei family will have no leverage against us. Wang Gang realized that if he remained silent, more elders would gravitate towards Wang Ming's stance. At that point, not only would he fail to fulfill his agreement with Pei Qingyun, but he might also lose his position as acting head. Yet, to topple Wang Ming, he would have to reveal more of the underlying circumstances. At that moment, Elder Wang Yongyan suddenly stood up, gazing intently at every elder present. I do not concur with Elder Wang Ming's statement. After uttering this, he turned his focus back to Wang Ming, stating, Elder Wang Ming, you speak incessantly of family reputation. Yet I see it differently. What holds more weight, the family's reputation or its very survival? I am well aware of the Li family's ulterior motives. They seek to co-opt some among you, merely viewing the Wang family as expendable cannon fodder. The Pei family is formidable and will not relent simply because we turn to the Li family. If we ally with the Li family, should the Pei family launch an attack, do you really believe the Li family will come to our aid? I think not. Conversely, if we align with the Pei family, the Li family will not dare to act against us. As he spoke, a hint of ferocity emerged on Elder Wang Yongyan's wrinkled visage. Some individuals betray their family while cloaking their actions under the guise of protecting its reputation. In my view, this is the true act of treachery against the family. At this, all eyes turned toward Wang Ming. Even the elder who had previously sided with Wang Ming discreetly distanced himself. Elder Wang Yongyan's words unmistakably implied that Wang Ming had colluded with the Li family at the expense of the Wang family's interests. Wang Ming's heart raced, but he could not publicly admit to such accusations. Betraying the family would lead to certain death according to the clan's rules. Elder Yongyan, do not slander me. Everything I have done has been for the family's benefit, devoid of any personal gain. Since the head has allowed us to voice our opinions, what wrong is there in presenting my suggestions? Is that so? You truly refuse to acknowledge the truth. Bring forth the evidence of Elder Wang Ming's collusion with the Li family for all to see. Chapter 49. The next steps of the Pei family with Wang Yongyan's words. Wang Ming realized that his collusion with the Li family had been exposed. Before the shadow guard could present any evidence, Wang Yang dashed out of the council hall. However, as soon as he exited, a group of shadow guards clad in black trench coats surrounded him. At that moment, Wang Ming understood that his fate was sealed and, under the pressure of the shadow guards, he chose to abandon his resistance. Following the incident with Wang Ming, the other elders also refrained from speaking recklessly. With Wang Yongyan's support, Wang Gang's resolution was swiftly passed. After leaving the council hall, Wang Gang returned to the courtyard with Wang Yongyan. I should not have concealed the convening of the family meeting from you. Had you not arrived, the Wang family would have likely descended into an irretrievable abyss. Faced with the elder who had raised him, Wang Gang lowered his head, akin to a child who had committed an error. Well, that matter is now behind us. Furthermore, it is not entirely your fault. With Xiao Yang's demise, these elders have begun to harbor ulterior motives. It is not easy to secure your position so swiftly. However, you must remember the lesson of this incident. As the head of the clan, every action you take is tied to the family's interests. Refrain from undertaking any ventures without certainty. Wang Yongyan waved his hand, his expression tinged with fatigue. Understood. Wang Gang nodded vigorously, acknowledging the concern he had caused. What do you intend to do about Wang Ming's matter? Wang Yongyan continued to inquire. According to the third clan rule, traitors must be executed. Wang Gang declared with a fierce demeanor. Indeed. Wang Yongyan nodded in agreement. At this moment, it was an opportune time to make an example of Wang Ming. establishing Wang Gang's authority while quelling dissent within the clan. Yet, it was clear that not all within the Wang family would be convinced. He understood that this was merely the beginning of bloodshed within the family. However, for the longevity of the clan, such sacrifices were unavoidable. Upon leaving the courtyard, Wang Gang immediately executed Wang Ming. In full view of the onlookers, Wang Ming met a gruesome end. This act served as a significant deterrent to those with nefarious intentions. If even an elder could be executed, the ordinary clansmen had no hope of escaping the same fate. The remaining elders who were absent could not be dealt with at that moment due to their sheer number. Yet, this did not imply that the matter had come to a close. He was well aware that among those absent, only a portion would remain loyal to him. The others were already drifting away from the clan. He could understand the elders who were skeptical of him, but felt it necessary to impose punishment. As for those who had strayed from the clan's principles, they would become his primary focus moving forward. Afternoon. Wang Gang once again visited the Pei family residence to meet with Pei Qingyun. Upon entering the room, he presented a stack of rice paper to Pei Qingyun. Ancestor, this is the contract for the affiliated family. Please review it personally. Before long, Pei Qingyun finished reviewing the contract's contents. Generally, there were no issues, and he was not overly concerned with minor details. With this contract, the Wang family officially became an affiliated clan of the Pei family. 3 days shall be given to you. You completed it in half a day. I can sense the Wang family's sincerity. However, do not announce your affiliation with my Pei family just yet. I plan to make that known in a few days. Pei Qingyun stated. Ancestor, I can keep it private. But the elders within the clan are aware of this matter. I cannot guarantee their absolute loyalty to the family. Wang Gang scratched his head awkwardly. Pei Qingyun understood Wang Gang's concerns about potential leaks. With Wang Gang's control over the Wang family, if he could truly keep everything airtight, it would raise suspicions. That is of no concern. Simply follow my instructions. Pei Qingyun dismissed the worry. In truth, even if the Wang family were to announce their affiliation now, Pei Qingyun did not fear the Pei family becoming a target. Subduing the Wang family was something no faction could thwart, not even the Jinxia division. Pei Qingyun had noticed an increase in the family's fortunes since signing the affiliated family contract, and he intended to use this time to further advance his cultivation. Just after Wang Gang departed, Pei Tianlin entered the room. Tianlin, you must return to the clan's grounds immediately and deliver this contract to Tianrong. Pei Qingyun instructed. Understood. Taking the contract, Pei Tianlin felt a surge of excitement. From this day forth, the Wang family would be the Pei family's affiliated clan. This filled him with a sense of pride, dispelling years of oppression. With just one more step, the Pei family would become the unchallenged sovereign of Wuyun County. Pei family clan grounds, the head's small courtyard. Pei Tianrong was engrossed in managing clan affairs in his study. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a tall figure stormed in. The loud noise interrupted Pei Tianrong's train of thought, and he intended to scold the intruder for their audacity. Who dares enter without knocking? However, upon lifting his gaze and recognizing the visitor, his anger dissipated instantly. Tianlin, what brings you back? Pei Tianrong asked, somewhat surprised. At this hour, Tianlin should have been assisting the ancestor in purging the evil. Could it be that something had happened to the ancestor? I have returned for an important matter. Am I not welcome? Before Tianrong could ponder further, Pei Tianlin replied with a grin. Stop teasing, what important matter? Pei Tianrong rolled his eyes. Seeing Pei Tianlin's expression eased his concerns. As long as the ancestor was unharmed, he could handle anything else. You'll see for yourself. With that, Pei Tianlin presented the contract signed with the Wang family to Pei Tianrong. Upon seeing the contract, Pei Tianrong quickly perused its contents. With each page he turned, his eyes widened further. By the end, his eyes were as wide as saucers. The Wang family had indeed become their affiliated clan. In recent days, he had been following the news regarding the frontline extermination of evil. Upon learning that Wang Yang had fallen at the hands of their ancestor, he had celebrated for quite some time and even convened a feast for the clan members, though he did not disclose the specific reason for the gathering. Most clan members presumed it was in celebration of the successful efforts against the evil forces and paid it little mind. For the following 2 days, he had hardly left his study, intent on devising a detailed plan to take the Wang family with minimal losses before the ancestors' return. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Wang family had become their affiliated clan. Even though Pei Tianrong's recent endeavors amounted to naught, he was still immensely thrilled. To conquer the Wang family without shedding a single drop of blood was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet the ancestor had accomplished it. If Pei Tianlin were not present, he would have surely exclaimed, "The ancestor is incredible." Chapter 50. Late stage of the 5 organs as the clock struck midnight. The residence of the Pei family was alive with activity, unlike the modern world where most would be asleep. During this hour, many still reveled in the nightlife, dancing and celebrating. However, the majority had succumbed to slumber. While warriors could go days without rest, their routines were not drastically different from ordinary folk. Pei Qingyun, awake at this hour, was not driven by an unusual diligence. After forming a pact with the Wang family, he noticed a remarkable increase of 300 points in the family's fortune on his attribute panel. This substantial boost marked the greatest accumulation of family fortune he had experienced to date. Additionally, he was now able to utilize 193 points of fortune, which elevated his spirits considerably. The only drawback was that this 193 points were insufficient to enhance his cultivation. After several days of training, the required family fortune to advance to the late stage of the 5 organs had decreased from 200 to 199. Although this represented a mere 1% progress, Pei Qingyun felt a sense of satisfaction, as it indicated that he could break through on his own merit, albeit at a slower pace. Compared to his previous incarnation, this rate was astonishing. He recalled that his previous self had only managed to reach the early stage of the 5 organs by the age of 50, and during the subsequent 32 years, he had yet to touch the threshold of the mid-stage. This transformation in his abilities was a testament to the power of the attribute panel, which allowed him to directly enhance his capabilities and altered his innate qualities. To ensure he could achieve his breakthrough promptly, Pei Qingyun deliberately waited until midnight. Time passed slowly, and for the first time, he felt the weight of each second. Suddenly, he noticed a fluctuation in the available family fortune displayed on his panel. 200 points had materialized. A smile graced his face. In the next moment, he directed his finger to the cultivation section, and a familiar window appeared in the upper right corner. To enhance cultivation to the late stage of the 5 organs, it will require 199 points of family fortune. Does the host wish to proceed? Yes. No. Without hesitation, he pressed yes. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, and his consciousness seemed to be drawn into a mysterious realm. In this vision, he sat cross-legged, repeatedly circulating his vital energy. Days turned into weeks, and Pei Qingyun lost track of time. When he finally regained awareness, he discovered that his cultivation had indeed ascended to the late stage of the 5 organs. With a slight adjustment of his vital energy, he realized that the total amount had nearly doubled compared to before. This increase, while not exaggerated, was sufficient to overwhelm those at the mid-stage of the 5 organs. Should he engage in battle with Qin Siju, the outcome was uncertain, though it was likely that Qin Siju would have the upper hand. He recalled that Qin Siju had not fought with full strength last time, and since he had just achieved his breakthrough, he was at a disadvantage in terms of technique. Pei Qingyun contemplated this comparison, which grounded his burgeoning ambition. However, he also recognized that there remained ample opportunity for self-improvement. If he were to face Ling Ziwen, he believed he could single-handedly defeat him. Yet, Ling Ziwen possessed the blood demon escape technique, making it improbable to eliminate him alone. Hence, Pei Qingyun resolved to abandon the notion of solo combat. Should he engage, it must be a decisive strike, leaving no room for Ling Ziwen to escape again. Of course, if he could further enhance his strength before Ling Ziwen appeared, solo combat might still be feasible, though this possibility seemed slim. He had attempted to break through to the perfected stage of the 5 organs, which would require 300 points of family fortune. Under normal circumstances, this would take him at least a month. While a month was not excessively long, Pei Qingyun surmised that Ling Ziwen would not wait that long. He decided it was late and time for rest. Closing his eyes, he surrendered to sleep. The following day, the morning light streamed through the window, and Pei Qingyun stretched lazily. Missing an hour of sleep had little impact on him. He then recalled his agreement with Wang Gang. Previously, he had refrained from announcing it to maintain caution. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough, it was the perfect moment to reveal the alliance between the Wang family and the Pei family, which might yield unexpected benefits. With this thought, he did not linger. As he stepped out of his room, he collided with Pei Tianlin, who was rushing towards him. Before Pei Qingyun could inquire about his early arrival, Pei Tianlin spoke urgently. Ancestor, the town evil division has just sent word requesting your presence. They say it's urgent. An urgent matter at this hour? Pei Qingyun was taken aback. However, as he pondered, he began to piece things together. The urgency of Chun Yuanba's summons likely related to the demonic forces, possibly indicating they had discovered Ling Ziwen's whereabouts. Indeed, the situation is dire. The town evil division emphasized the need for you to come at once. Otherwise, I wouldn't have disturbed you so early, Pei Tianlin explained. I shall go to the town evil division right away. Inform the other elders to temporarily suspend the operation against the demonic forces until my return. Furthermore, there is no need to conceal the pact any longer. The Wang family can announce it at any time. Pei Qingyun instructed after glancing at Pei Tianlin and arranging the necessary matters before striding towards the town evil division. At the town evil division, in the main hall, Chen Yuanba occupied the seat of authority, listening to reports from various town enforcers. Report to the chief. Last night at midnight, the old village was attacked, and not a soul survived. Men, women, and children alike. Report to the chief. At noon yesterday, the stable village faced a similar fate, with corpses strewn everywhere, just like the old village. Report to the chief. At the hour of the monkey yesterday, the Datong village was also assaulted. Fortunately, Commander Ning Mo arrived in time, preventing the assailants from achieving their goals. As Chen Yuanba absorbed these reports, his brow furrowed deeply. If these were mere bandits raiding villages, it would typically be for food, wealth, or women. Such indiscriminate slaughter left no survivors. Thus, the motive was evident. Ling Ziwen was undoubtedly behind this, having attacked 8 villages in a matter of days. His madness was alarming. It appeared that his previous injuries were more severe than anticipated, compelling him to resort to blood sacrifices for recovery. Reflecting on this, Chen Yuanba felt a pang of regret. If he had not made a mistake last time, they would not be in such a passive situation now. Chapter 51. The Transformation Elixir of Divine Power. Please proceed below. I will dispatch the exorcist guards to assist you in investigating this matter. We must not allow such a tragedy to recur. Chen Yuanba paused, signaling for others to take their leave. Once they exited, he fell silent once more. He could no longer afford to be complacent. He must locate him before his injuries healed. However, finding his trace necessitated a clear understanding of his next course of action, which proved somewhat challenging. Never mind. Let me first see if there are any other clues. With a casual gesture, Chen Yuanba opened the map of Wuyang County and marked the locations of the 8 villages. Noting the times of the assaults, after a thorough analysis, he discerned that there was little connection among the 8 villages. Ling Ziwen had acted at random, which caused Chen Yuanba considerable distress. Suddenly, a realization struck him. While the villages appeared unrelated, they were each situated in different territories. If he were to adhere to Ling Ziwen's patterns of movement, his next target was highly likely to be Kaihing Town. At this thought, he felt an overwhelming urge to fly directly to Kaihing Town. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was merely his conjecture and not necessarily accurate. Currently, the exorcist guards at his disposal were limited. Part were required to guard various towns, while others were tasked with eliminating malevolent entities. The actual number of personnel he could mobilize was far from sufficient. The scope of a single town was considerable, and accounting for the distributed villages, the manpower was undeniably inadequate. Just as Chen Yuanba was overwhelmed with frustration, his personal guard entered. Report, Master, the ancestor of the Pei family has arrived. Quickly, please invite him in. Chen Yuanba's heart leapt with joy. It was as if the perfect solution had arrived at precisely the right moment. Upon reaching the hall of the Exorcist Bureau, Pei Qingyun noticed Chen Yuanba seated at the main position and slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Master Chen, you summoned me so early. Has something occurred? In the past 2 days, 8 villages have been slaughtered, and I suspect Ling Ziwen is responsible. These are the reports just submitted by the exorcist guards. Chen Yuanba gestured toward a table cluttered with letters, speaking with indignation. Master Chen, may I have a look? Pei Qingyun inquired. These are not confidential. Please feel free. Afterward, Chen Yuanba turned to his personal guard and instructed, please present these reports to Ancestor Pei. Yes. The guard nodded and promptly organized the letters before handing them to Pei Qingyun. Pei Qingyun accepted the documents and began to peruse them attentively. Chen Yuanba refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to wait patiently for Pei Qingyun to finish. A quarter of an hour later, Pei Qingyun had gained a general understanding of the situation regarding the 8 villages and expressed his agreement with Chen Yuanba's assessment. If it were bandits, they would not ignore wealth, let alone slaughter livestock. As for malevolent entities, that is even less likely. When malevolent forces attack, all bodies turn to dust. Such a characteristic is far too conspicuous. Do you have any suggestions? Please share your thoughts. Chen Yuanba prompted once Pei Qingyun concluded his review. Master Chen, perhaps you should speak first, Pei Qingyun suggested modestly. Very well, I shall outline my plan, and if there are any differing opinions, Ancestor Pei, please speak candidly. Chen Yuanba then proceeded to elaborate on his strategy to mobilize forces toward Kaihing Town. Master Chen, I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. I believe the likelihood of Ling Ziwen's next move being toward Kaihing Town is rather low. In contrast, the probability of him targeting Nanling Town is significantly higher. Pei Qingyun stated. Chen Yuanba was taken aback by Pei Qingyun and Appo's perspective and curiously asked, Ancestor Pei, why do you believe his next action will be in Nanling Town? Master Chen, please observe, Pei Qingyun replied, gesturing toward the map on the wall as he began to explain. I suspect you have noted the distribution of the 8 villages. Coincidentally, each village corresponds to a town. Aside from Yuyang Town, which has been devastated, the only town unscathed is Kaihing Town. While on the surface, it may seem plausible that Ling Ziwen would strike at the villages of Kaihing Town. I perceive this as a mere feint. The massacre of the 8 villages is indeed shocking. However, have you considered that the individuals remaining in those villages were primarily ordinary people? These individuals lack martial prowess and are physically frail, possessing only a meager amount of vital energy. Even if Ling Ziwen were to conduct a blood sacrifice of all the villagers, it would hardly suffice to restore his strength. Yet, he chose to proceed in this manner. From what I understand, Ling Ziwen is a person of profound vindictiveness and purposefulness. Moreover, he does not adhere to conventional methods. The significant commotion he has caused this time must be part of a grander scheme, one that fulfills his objectives while enacting revenge. The only feasible approach to achieve this would be to annihilate another town. Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat unconsciously formed on Chen Yuanba's forehead. Kaihing Town lay a daunting 50 miles from Nanling Town, necessitating a round trip of at least half an hour. However, that was not the most perilous aspect. The most critical danger lay in the fact that traveling directly from Kaihing Town to Nanling Town required passage through the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The 10,000 Demon Mountains are teeming with beasts, many of which are third-tier monsters. Even with Chun Yuanba's prowess, he could not guarantee his safety. If he chose to take a detour, the journey would double in length, thereby doubling the time required. Should Pei Qingyun's assertions prove accurate, and he concentrated all his efforts on Kaihing Town, the consequences of an assault on Nanling Town would be dire. Nevertheless, he also harbored doubts about Ling Ziwen's audacity. After all, Ling Ziwen's strength was no longer at its peak, and seizing control of a town was no trivial matter. The scenario described by Ancestor Pei was indeed plausible. However, we must not act solely on conjecture. Chen Yuanba steadied himself and reorganized his thoughts. Indeed, we cannot act based solely on conjecture. Therefore, regardless of whether it is Kaihing Town or Nanling Town, we must arrange for personnel to monitor both locations. Pei Qingyun had anticipated that Chen Yuanba would respond in this manner and promptly articulated his own viewpoint. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a look of concern on Chen Yuanba's face, which puzzled him. Could it be that Chen Yuanba did not endorse his proposed plan? Yet, the next moment, Chen Yuanba clarified his concerns. What Ancestor Pei suggested is indeed an excellent plan. However, the manpower at the Exorcist Bureau is currently insufficient, and we cannot allocate enough personnel in the short term. I can arrange personnel from my Pei family, but I have one condition, Pei Qingyun stated. Ancestor Pei, please feel free to express your conditions. If it is within my means, I shall not decline, Chen Yuanba replied. I require 5 doses of the Transformation Elixir of Divine Power. Chapter 52. Unveiling Strength. 5 portions of the Divine Power Transformation Elixir are simply too many for me to concede. If Elder Pei is genuinely willing to act, I can offer 2 portions. Chen Yuanba's expression changed. He did not anticipate that Pei Qingyun would make such a bold request at this moment. The Divine Power Transformation Elixir is not merely an ordinary resource. In Wuyang County, it is considered a strategic asset, not something that can be purchased with mere currency. Even as the head of the town evil control division, the annual allotment of the elixir he could acquire is only 2 portions. 5 portions amount to approximately 2.5 years' worth of his shares. Generally, 10 portions of the elixir are sufficient to elevate a martial artist to the pinnacle of the 5-organ stage. Do not be hasty in your refusal, Chief Chen. I have no intention of taking advantage of your situation. Since I dare to request 5 portions of the Divine Power Transformation Elixir, there is naturally a rationale behind it. Pei Qingyun quickly clarified upon observing Chen Yuanba's reaction. Speak, Chen Yuanba replied, his expression softening slightly. Before I disclose my thoughts, I would like to hear your opinion on how to proceed with this plan. Pei Qingyun countered, refraining from providing an immediate answer. Chen Yuanba looked at Pei Qingyun with surprise. He was uncertain of what Pei Qingyun was hinting at, yet he proceeded to outline the arrangements. According to the plan, personnel must be allocated for both Kaihing Town and Nanling Town. I will oversee the operations in Nanling Town, while your forces will be responsible for Kaihing Town. After stating this, he cast a glance at Pei Qingyun. If Chief Chen adheres to this arrangement, it is unlikely to yield fruitful results. Pei Qingyun shook his head, expressing his disapproval. Why do you say that? Chen Yuanba inquired, astonished. While this arrangement seems sound in theory, have you considered that Ling Ziwen has served as the supreme commander of the town evil control division for many years? Even after a thorough cleansing, can you guarantee that there are no loyalists to him within the division? Once you take action, it is likely that Ling Ziwen will receive word of it swiftly. If matters become more severe, even your summoning of me could reach his ears, Pei Qingyun stated solemnly. That's impossible. Chen Yuanba began to deny, but then recalled the implication within Pei Qingyun's words. He discreetly glanced at his trusted aide, who displayed a flicker of unease in his expression, indicating his alarm. That glance compelled Chen Yuanba to swallow his words. Since Chief Chen cannot assure that no one loyal to Ling Ziwen remains within the town evil control division, it would be wiser to turn the tables. Let us mobilize all available personnel within the division to Kaihing Town. I will also arrange a contingent to infiltrate Nanling Town. To be cautious, Chief Chen must also publicly disclose that a 3rd-tier demon has been sighted. Beyond this, I assure you that if Ling Ziwen dares to appear, I shall apprehend him. Should I fail to capture Ling Ziwen, I will take nothing in return. As he spoke, Pei Qingyun deliberately unleashed his full vitality. In an instant, a wave of pressure, characteristic of someone at the late stage of the 5 organs, radiated from Pei Qingyun toward Chen Yuanba. Upon feeling this sudden surge of vitality, Chen Yuanba instinctively prepared to retaliate. It was at this moment that he recognized the source of the pressure. It was Pei Qingyun. Pei Qingyun is at the late stage of the 5 organs. That cannot be. Chen Yuanba's eyes widened in disbelief. Not long ago, the two had fought side by side, severely injuring Ling Ziwen. At that time, Pei Qingyun had not even reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 5 organs. In such a short span, Pei Qingyun had advanced to the late stage. If one were to consider Pei Qingyun as an unparalleled talent from a prestigious family, perhaps he could have achieved such a breakthrough through rare resources. However, Chen Yuanba knew Pei Qingyun's age. He was well into his 80s. To maintain his vitality at this stage was a testament to the family's bloodline cultivation techniques. Now, to achieve a leap from the mid-stage to the late stage in just a few days seemed utterly absurd. Throughout the vast Jing dynasty, one would be hard-pressed to find a comparable individual. Even in the chronicles of the dynasty's history, no such feat had ever been recorded. Could it be that Pei Qingyun had been concealing his true strength all along? This line of thought sparked an unsettling notion within Chen Yuanba. Was the late stage of the five organs merely a fraction of Pei Qingyun's true capabilities? Was the Pei family indeed the legendary sixth family? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. On the other side, seeing Chen Yuanba suddenly fall silent, Pei Qingyun initially feared that the other party might refuse, leaving him feeling disheartened. After all, he had invested considerable thought into this matter, only to find that Chen Yuanba could not even provide 5 portions of the divine power transformation elixir. Just as Pei Qingyun despaired, Chen Yuanba finally spoke. Since Elder Pei is confident, I, Chen Yuanba, am not one to dither. As long as we can eliminate Ling Ziwen, I will gladly present you with 5 portions of the divine power transformation elixir. Very well, it is settled then, Pei Qingyun replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With the 5 portions of the divine power transformation elixir, coupled with the resources accumulated by the family over the years, the emergence of a new 5 organs martial artist was imminent. At that point, he would no longer need to handle every matter personally. However, he had yet to determine who would ascend to the status of a 5 organs martial artist first. If memory served him right, there were 4 individuals in the Pei family who had achieved complete divine power. At that moment, Chen Yuanba stepped forward and extended his right hand. A pleasure to cooperate. If there is nothing further, I shall not detain Elder Pei. A pleasure to cooperate. I shall take my leave then. Pei Qingyun grasped his hand before departing from the town evil control division. Not long after, Chen Yuanba's furious voice echoed within the hall. Have I not treated you well over the years? Why have you betrayed me? Tell me, why have you betrayed me? I have not. I truly have not. After leaving the town evil control division, Pei Qingyun did not return to the Pei family residence, but instead made an uncharacteristic direct journey to the ancestral grounds of the Pei family. According to the plan devised with Chen Yuanba, he needed to arrange personnel to infiltrate Nanling town. Given the nature of infiltration, secrecy was paramount to mitigate the risks posed by Ling Ziwen's potential survival. This led Pei Qingyun to contemplate the Pei family's most elite force, the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards were responsible for tasks deemed inconvenient for the family to undertake openly and remained concealed from the scrutiny of the major factions. Furthermore, their reconnaissance and stealth capabilities were unrivaled among the Pei family's protective forces. With the assistance of the Shadow Guards, this operation could yield remarkable results with minimal effort. With this thought in mind, Pei Qingyun resolved to act without hesitation. Chapter 53. Revelation and turmoil. At this moment, Tian Rong was still engaged in his affairs, so he would not be disturbed. Upon returning to the Pei family estate, Pei Qingyun noticed that the courtyard had been meticulously tended to since his departure, appearing much more refreshing. It was then that he spotted a young woman, her back to him, engrossed in caring for the flowers and plants in a corner of the courtyard. Just as he intended to inquire with the steward about this unexpected sight, the woman turned around. Pei Qingyun focused his gaze and suddenly realized that this young woman was none other than the girl he had encountered in the impoverished district, who had sold herself to bury her father. It seemed she had come to his home to tend to the garden at Pei Tianrong's behest. This left Pei Qingyun in a state of bemusement. Since she was here, he decided to accept the situation. On the other hand, upon seeing Pei Qingyun return, the young woman's face lit up with a radiant smile, greeting him warmly. Pei Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to ask her name. Through their conversation, he learned that her name was Xiaofeng. After their last encounter, Xiaofeng had come to the Pei household, and upon explaining her intentions, Pei Tianrong had arranged for her to care for the courtyard. Over the past few days, Xiaofeng had discovered that the elderly gentleman who had given her money was indeed the ancestor of the Pei family, which thrilled her immensely. This revelation ignited a fervent resolve within her to repay this kindness. In just half a month, she had transformed the small courtyard into a well-ordered sanctuary. While chatting, Pei Qingyun discreetly assessed Xiaofeng's innate abilities. Unfortunately, he found that she lacked the extraordinary fortune of a chosen one, possessing no martial talent, which destined her to be an ordinary individual. Although she exhibited a decent capacity for learning, her foundational skills were lacking. Oh well, perhaps it would be a blessing for her to lead a quiet life as an ordinary person, he mused. After sending Xiaofeng on her way, Pei Qingyun summoned the leader of the Shadow Guards, Xia. He then recounted the plan for their covert operations, emphasizing the utmost necessity of maintaining discretion. With the arrangements for the Shadow Guards in place, Pei Qingyun returned to the front line of the Pei family's campaign against malevolent forces. Everything was set. Now, it was simply a matter of waiting for Ling Ziwen to take the bait. As time passed, noon arrived. It was at this moment that news of the Wang family becoming an affiliated clan of the Pei family spread like wildfire, igniting fervor among the various factions in Wuyang County. The Li family, in particular, reacted swiftly. Long before the Wang family made any announcement, they had already learned of the alliance. They had hoped to sabotage the announcement before it was made public, but to their surprise, Wang Gang disclosed the information far sooner than anticipated, leaving the Li family with no opportunity to prepare. Within the grand hall of the Li family estate, Li Wu sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the family elders. The atmosphere was solemn, with a palpable cloud of anxiety hanging over each elder's countenance. As you are all aware, Wang Gang has publicly announced the signing of an affiliation contract with the Pei family. From this day forth, the Wang family will be an affiliated clan of the Pei family. I wish to hear your thoughts on this matter and what course of action we should take, Li Wu stated, his eyes filled with concern. In just half a month, the Pei family had managed to reverse their fortunes, transforming from a position of vulnerability to having the Wang family under their control. The speed of this development was staggering, leaving him struggling to accept this reality. I believe the head of the family need not worry, Elder Li Xian, a trusted confidant, asserted. Though the Wang family has publicly acknowledged their relationship with the Pei family, internal discord exists within their ranks. To my knowledge, nearly 30% of the Wang family elders oppose this decision, while another 60% have chosen to remain neutral. But even so, what does that accomplish? Half of their elders still support Wang Gang. Moreover, the contract has been signed, making it impossible for the Wang family to backtrack. Li Wu retorted, perplexed. While a reversal may be impossible, we can entice those 30% of elders to sever ties with the Wang family. Furthermore, I believe we can persuade the neutral elders to join our cause. By doing so, we could fracture the Wang family, thereby weakening the Pei family, Li Xian articulated confidently. I cannot agree with Elder Li Xian's approach. Such actions would only plunge our Li family into peril. As you know, Wang Yang was killed by Pei Qingyun. Surely the head of the family understands Wang Yang's capabilities. If he could be slain by Pei Qingyun, what makes us think we could act without consequence? Should Pei Qingyun turn his sights on the Li family, how would we respond? Another elder countered. Are you suggesting that the Li family fears the Pei family? We have stood firm in Wuyang County for hundreds of years, not through endless retreat. Even if Pei Qingyun is at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm, does he truly dare to openly attack the Li family? Besides, we are not the Wang family. With the head of the family at the helm, even if the Pei family mobilizes their entire force, they will not gain the upper hand on our territory, Li Xian countered defiantly. Li Xian was treating the fate of the family as a mere jest. Thus, the meeting devolved into chaos, with factions led by Li Xian advocating for war clashing with those under Elder Li Han advocating for peace. This turmoil left Li Wu with a throbbing headache, leading him to question whether he should have convened this meeting at all. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the tea houses and taverns was abuzz with activity. Individuals from all walks of life gathered in these venues. Upon learning of the Wang family's new status as an affiliate of the Pei family, many flocked to these establishments seeking detailed information. I heard that the Wang family has publicly acknowledged their affiliation with the Pei family, one patron remarked. You just arrived? The Wang family released that news early this morning. Initially, I was skeptical, but I went directly to the Wang family estate to investigate. And it turned out to be true. I recall the Wang family had always held an advantage over the Pei family in recent years. I can hardly believe they've now become subservient. If it weren't broad daylight, I would think I was dreaming. Indeed, who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? One of the three great families, the Wang family, has thus yielded to the Pei family. What I don't understand is why the Wang family would choose this path. Their strength is superior to that of the Pei family, so why submit? I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect it has to do with the head of the Wang family. From what I gather, the current head is no longer Wang Yang, but his brother Wang Gang. So I suspect something must have happened to Wang Yang, forcing the Wang family into this position. Surely not. Wang Yang is a peak martial artist of the Five Organs realm. Who in Wuyang County could possibly kill him? Chapter 54. Serenity as the crowd engaged in fervent debate, a man clad in black made his entrance. No need for speculation. Word had spread from the Wang family that a funeral for Wang Yang would be held in 3 days. Is this news credible? Someone inquired. My aunt's husband is an elder of the Wang family. What do you think? The man in black replied with a sidelong glance. Grateful for the information, the crowd acknowledged him. With the news of Wang Yang's demise circulating, various factions began to comprehend the motives behind the Wang family's actions. However, the identity of Wang Yang's killer remained shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few. Simultaneously, many factions that had previously aligned with the Wang family seized the opportunity to gravitate toward the Pei family. Those families with matrimonial ties to the Pei family took this chance to lavish praise upon them. Following these events, the Pei family began to be regarded as the foremost family in Wuyang County. In the Pei family estate, the head of the family, Pei Tianrong, received news from within the city, causing his heart to swell with excitement. The ascent of the Pei family to such heights would etch his name indelibly in the annals of family history. Yet, once the initial thrill subsided, clarity returned. While the Wang family's subordination to the Pei family significantly enhanced their prestige, the Pei family's strength would not simply transform overnight. In truth, their power was comparable to that of the Wang family. Without the support of their venerable ancestor, the Pei family would struggle to uphold the title of the leading family. Moreover, the ancestor's advanced age loomed large in Pei Tianrong's mind. Very few martial artists lived to the age of 90. Now at 82, he pondered how long the ancestor could maintain his formidable prowess. Thus, the path to establishing the Pei family as a truly preeminent family remained fraught with challenges. Master, the outside world is abuzz with the claim that our Pei family is the foremost in Wuyang County, the steward remarked. Such titles are mere fabrications spun by various families. Pei Tianrong retorted. History has shown that the higher one ascends, the harsher the fall. We must exercise utmost caution during these times. The steward nodded in agreement, acknowledging his master's wisdom. I have heard that several young members of the clan have recently exhibited signs of reckless behavior. Is there truth to this? Upon hearing this, the steward's heart sank, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood the implications of Pei Tianrong's words and felt compelled to be forthright. Indeed, it is true. The youth have grown quite arrogant. Just days ago, the grandson of the third elder, Si Xian, brazenly attempted to abduct a woman in broad daylight. Fortunately, the incident was averted in time, sparing us from a greater calamity. Unthinkable. How dare he? This is sheer lawlessness. Pei Tianrong thundered, slamming his hand upon the stone table. It seems I have been too lenient with them of late. Summon Xing Wei immediately and bring Qin Xian to me. I wish to interrogate him personally. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the steward hurried from the estate. He understood that a storm was brewing within the Pei family. Once the steward departed, Pei Tianrong furrowed his brow. It had only been a few days since the clan's younger generation had devolved into such behavior, just as the ancestor had forewarned. This conquest of the Wang family had fostered a sense of unwarranted pride among the clan members. If left unchecked, such arrogance could lead to the emergence of elements that would tarnish the family's reputation. They were fortunate to have detected this issue early. Next time, luck might not be on their side. Contemplating this, Pei Tianrong felt the time had come to cleanse the internal rot within the Pei family. In a secluded manner in Nanling town, Ling Ziwen leisurely sipped tea, appearing nothing like a fugitive. Qin Yuanba, with 8 villages annihilated, what will your next move be? As he pondered this, a man in white entered and clasped his hands in salute. My lord, your foresight is remarkable. As per your instructions, Qin Yuanba has indeed fallen into our trap. Early this morning, a large contingent of the Jinya guards was dispatched to Kaihing town. If all goes as planned, they should have arrived by now. Do not let your guard down. He is not as simple as you perceive. Return and confirm whether the Jinya guards have reached Kaihing town. Once verified, report back to me. Also, create some commotion around the vicinity of Kaihing town, Ling Ziwen instructed, furrowing his brow, not allowing himself to be swayed by the apparent success. Shortly after the departure of the man in white, another scout entered the manor. All remains normal with the Pei family. The ancestor is currently purging third-tier demons. I understand. You may take your leave, Ling Ziwen replied, sinking into contemplation. Everything was progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Both the Pei family and the Jinya office were following his meticulously laid plans. Yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. What is there to fear? As long as Qin Yuanba heads to Kaihing town, any unforeseen events will merely result in a failed plan. No one else poses a threat to my safety. As long as I live, I can always make a comeback. With this thought, Ling Ziwen felt a measure of reassurance. I must wait a bit longer. I need to confirm that Qin Yuanba has arrived in Kaihing town. As a day slipped by, the surroundings of Kaihing town experienced minor disturbances, while Nanling town remained eerily quiet. Ling Ziwen seemed to have vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanba, situated in Kaihing town, grew increasingly anxious, doubting whether the plan had unraveled. Could Ling Ziwen have discovered something? Impossible. This plan is known only to myself and the Pei ancestor. There is no way it could be leaked. Yet, the continued silence from Ling Ziwen left him restless. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to dispatch a letter to Pei Qingyun. Bring me pen and paper at once. Soon, Qin Yuanba had composed his letter. On the other end, Pei Qingyun received the missive and perused its contents. While he found no cause for concern, he still felt compelled to reply. Master Chun, I believe that the lack of activity is, in fact, a good sign, indicating that Ling Ziwen is proceeding with caution. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, neither shall we. Should Ling Ziwen remain inactive, it may bode well for Wuyang County. Time is on our side. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Ling Ziwen. His frantic actions are merely a desperate bid for time. After contemplating Pei Qingyun's letter, Qin Yuanba recognized the wisdom in his words. The closer they drew to the year's end, the more precarious the situation became. The blockade of trade routes could be lifted at any moment. The only disadvantage was that relying on the county's power to deal with Ling Ziwen would be a significant blunder in his career. Yet, in contrast, Ling Ziwen's loss would be his life, which should render him far more anxious. Chapter 55. Pursued. Upon receiving the message, Qin Yuanba regained his composure. Time swiftly progressed to the evening. The lingering rays of the setting sun cascaded across the horizon like remnants of snow, painting the distant mountains in hues of crimson. At the city gate of Namling town, the guards began preparing to close the heavy gates, the creaking sound resonating starkly in the stillness. As the last glimmer of light in the sky was consumed, countless lights flickered to life, illuminating the town. In the autumn water manor of Namling town, a man clad in white knelt before Ling Ziwen, fervor glinting in his eyes. "Sir, all preparations are complete, awaiting only your command." "Excellent. It is time to reclaim some interest," Ling Ziwen replied, rising from his chair, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. "Convey my orders. Act immediately. I wish to turn Namling town into a desolate wasteland." "Understood." The man in white slightly cupped his hands in respect and swiftly departed the manor. Watching him leave, Ling Ziwen vanished from the manor in a heartbeat. In his view, the success of this operation hinged on whether Chen Yuanba could arrive within the hour upon receiving the news. Namling town, though not vast, ranked third among the numerous towns in Wuyang County, boasting a population of several tens of thousands. While this number might seem modest, akin to that of a university campus in a past life, spreading such a populace across a radius of several dozen miles rendered their distribution rather sparse. Despite having several dozen subordinates assisting and the presence of a blood sacrificial formation, eliminating tens of thousands of people in a short span was no trivial feat. People are not inanimate objects. They do not simply stand still to be struck. Moreover, Namling town housed over a dozen empowered warriors. Thus, time was of the essence for Ling Ziwen. 1 hour was hardly sufficient. As night deepened, the streets of Namling town were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, save for the sounds of the patrolling guards. Soon, the hour of the dog arrived, and the voices of the night watch echoed through the streets. "Be cautious of fire in this dry weather." The melodic warnings resonated through the air, extending to the street's end, as if only this voice remained in the world. Suddenly, dozens of figures clad in black robes and masked with black scarves emerged from the dark alleys. In an instant, the watchman's call was cut short, a crimson line appearing across his neck. Thud! As the watchman collapsed, blood gushed from the wound, staining the dimly lit street in an eerie red. Yet, the black-clad assailants did not relent. After dispatching the watchman, they split into 4 squads, rushing toward other patrolling guards in the streets. At the Cloud Inn, in the heavenly room, a subordinate reported, "Elder Ancestor, just now, the shadow guards discovered a group of unidentified individuals in black attacking the night watch across the streets. So far, over a third of them have perished." "Excellent. The fish have finally taken the bait. My wait here for nearly 2 days has not been in vain." Pei Qingyun replied, a smile gracing his face. "What should my subordinates do next?" The subordinate inquired. "All remain still. Wait until the night watch is entirely dealt with before you proceed, as I instruct. By then, Ling Ziwen should also make his appearance." Pei Qingyun suppressed his emotions, opting for caution to avoid alarming the enemy. As for the sacrifices of the night watch, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Necessary sacrifices were warranted to capture Ling Ziwen. On the streets, after the black-clad figures eliminated all the night watchmen, they did not regroup, but maintained their previous 4-squad formation, each heading toward the 4 directions of the blood sacrificial formation. In an instant, this intelligence reached Pei Qingyun. "You immediately arrange for other shadow guards to split into 4 groups and track these squads. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, act as you see fit," Pei Qingyun commanded, glancing out the window. "Yes." The next moment, the subordinate leapt from the window, vanishing into the night. "It is time to act." As the subordinate departed, Pei Qingyun followed closely behind, leaving the Cloud Inn. Under the moonlight, he moved like a specter, seamlessly blending into the darkness, racing toward the heart of Namling town. In a short while, Pei Qingyun arrived at the town center. Just as he searched for a hiding spot, he spotted Ling Ziwen's silhouette atop a grand courtyard. In the moon's glow, Ling Ziwen appeared strikingly conspicuous. Pei Qingyun could no longer afford to hesitate. With Ling Ziwen present, he seized the opportunity to strike. Whoosh! Pei Qingyun leaped into the air, darting forward like a racing leopard. In a few bounds, he reached the rooftop, closing the distance to Ling Ziwen. "Not good. I've been spotted." Ling Ziwen's countenance darkened as he recognized Pei Qingyun's face, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Reacting swiftly, he abandoned thoughts of the blood sacrificial formation and turned to flee, unwilling to engage Pei Qingyun. However, Pei Qingyun would not allow him to escape so easily. "You think you can flee with such a delectable prize within reach?" he bellowed, unsheathing his long knife with a flash of cold light, aiming for Ling Ziwen's head. In a split second, Ling Ziwen had no time to turn back. He could only rely on instinct. He forcefully planted his feet against the wall, leveraging his strength to not only evade the lethal strike, but also create some distance from Pei Qingyun. Boom! The wall where Ling Ziwen had just stood crumbled under the immense force, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The tremendous noise roused the sleeping inhabitants of the house, their eyes wide with confusion. Yet, in the next moment, that confusion morphed into profound terror. Chapter 56. Overwhelming force, someone has been killed. The homeowner screamed, but the sound abruptly ceased the next instant. The immense force generated by the clash between the 2 combatants shattered a massive stone, sending debris flying like cannonballs, striking the homeowner's body. In that moment, the fragility of ordinary life became painfully evident, as even the residual force of a martial conflict proved insurmountable. At the heart of the battle, one pursued and the other fled. The pursuer was Pei Qingyun, while the one escaping was Ling Ziwen. In the heat of combat, Pei Qingyun paid little heed to the presence of ordinary people. Perhaps the commotion caused by their struggle was too great, awakening many from their slumber. Yet, when they peered outside, all they could discern were the remnants of the battle on the ground and the sounds of combat echoing through the quiet night, which seemed particularly pronounced against the stillness. The figures of the two combatants moved with such swiftness that by the time an onlooker could register their presence, they had already transported to another location. Ling Ziwen, you cannot escape. Everything you are doing now is but a desperate struggle. As he pursued, Pei Qingyun did not hesitate to apply psychological pressure with his words. Having the capacity to slaughter an entire town, Ling Ziwen's mental fortitude was not to be underestimated. However, the relentless pursuit of Pei Qingyun weighed heavily upon him. Were it not for his unhealed injuries, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. At the same time, he could not fathom why his plans had been so easily unraveled. I hate this. Ling Ziwen dared not look back and continuously shifted his position, striving to elude Pei Qingyun's relentless tracking. Yet, after several evasive maneuvers, rather than shaking off his pursuer, he only exacerbated his injuries further. This cannot continue. If I keep fleeing like this, I will not only fail to escape him, but the depletion of my vitality will worsen my wounds. In the midst of this crisis, Ling Ziwen's mind grew clearer. However, the perilous situation would not ease simply because he had regained his composure. Upon reflection, he realized that he had unwittingly lost his escape route. Moreover, he recognized an essential truth. Pei Qingyun was not merely chasing him. It was as if he were being slowly boiled alive, and he was the frog in the pot. Some might say that Pei Qingyun's tactics were insidious. But could one truly uphold principles of morality against a bloodthirsty demon capable of slaughtering a town? I will fight back. Realizing he had no way out, Ling Ziwen gritted his teeth. At the moment Pei Qingyun was about to close in on him, instead of fleeing as before, he suddenly turned, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. With a flourish of radiant swordplay, Ling Ziwen drew his long sword from its sheath and, with blinding speed, thrust it toward Pei Qingyun's heart. Faced with this unexpected counterattack, an ordinary martial artist might have fallen into the trap. Yet Pei Qingyun seemed to have anticipated this move. Just as he was about to step forward, he halted his advance in a manner that defied the laws of physics, evading Ling Ziwen's strike. Oh, so you finally realized it and chosen not to run. Pei Qingyun laughed heartily, swiftly countering. Had I not been injured, you would not have survived this long. I truly regret not having killed you with my full strength earlier. Ling Ziwen roared in anger, filled with resentment. He was acutely aware that there was no time to contemplate his injuries. Without hesitation, he invoked forbidden techniques. As the blood demon art surged through him, a thin layer of dark crimson energy enveloped his body, propelling his vitality to its peak and hinting at a breakthrough beyond the late stage of the five organs. This is a fight to the death. Witnessing this transformation, Pei Qingyun's expression turned grave. The energy circulating within him had reached a terrifying level. Though he had spoken lightly, he would not show any sign of leniency in battle. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted in the air. Clang! The fierce collision of blades sent sparks flying. With his vitality at its zenith, Ling Ziwen felt a surge of confidence in his strength. In a contest of raw power, Pei Qingyun could not possibly match him. However, as he swung his sword, Ling Ziwen felt an electric sensation travel through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his longsword. Such incredible power, he thought, astonished to find himself at a disadvantage after a single strike. He recalled that during their last encounter, Pei Qingyun had not exhibited such strength. At that moment, Pei Qingyun would not afford Ling Ziwen the luxury of contemplation. With a thunderous shout, he summoned his immense energy into both arms, transforming his long sword into a multitude of phantoms. In the blink of an eye, those phantoms vanished, and when his sword reappeared, a dazzling blade of light descended upon Ling Ziwen with overwhelming force. Thousand Blade Slash. The attack was his most powerful technique. Having broken through to the late stage of the five organs, the Thousand Blade Slash not only doubled in power, but also increased in speed significantly. Ling Ziwen was keenly aware of this, but Pei Qingyun's Thousand Blade Slash was far too rapid this time. At that moment, he had no time to evade and could only raise his longsword in defense. Clang! Compared to the previous strike, the force behind the Thousand Blade Slash was overwhelming. Ling Ziwen felt a rush of sweetness in his throat as an immense force collided with his chest, pinning his sword tightly against it. Simultaneously, a portion of Pei Qingyun's blade embedded itself into his shoulder blade, causing blood to flow freely. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Ling Ziwen leaned back, attempting to escape Pei Qingyun's assault. Yet Pei Qingyun would not grant him such mercy. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the blade toward Ling Ziwen's neck. In that instant, Ling Ziwen experienced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. There was no way to avoid it. No, In a moment of desperation, Ling Ziwen summoned all his strength, twisting his body just enough to evade the lethal blow to his neck. This minuscule adjustment meant that the blade would not cleave his throat, but he still sustained a grievous wound. Blood gushed forth as the blade carved through him. In that moment, Ling Ziwen realized that Pei Qingyun's vitality was no longer at the mid-stage of the 5 organs. "You are at the late stage of the 5 organs," Ling Ziwen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Pei Qingyun had concealed his true strength during their last encounter. "Correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward," Pei Qingyun replied, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. "Spare me. Do not kill me. I possess a secret of monumental significance," Ling Ziwen hastily implored. "Oh," Pei Qingyun responded. Before he could even agree, Ling Ziwen rushed to divulge his information. "Before I departed from the Town Demon Management Bureau, I was merely an ordinary martial artist of divine power. Yet, in a short span of time, I have attained my current level. Do you not wish to know the secret behind this?" Chapter 57. The Harvest. What a grand secret it is. Pei Qingyun gazed at Ling Ziwen with a mirthful smile. Yet his long blade surged with renewed speed. Perhaps others might cherish this secret, but Pei Qingyun was not one to be swayed by such trifles. He coveted time above all else. Besides, from the moment they clashed, an unquenchable enmity had been forged between them, and there was no way he would spare his opponent. In a flash, Ling Ziwen seemed to hear a wail from the depths of hell. A glint of the blade flashed, cutting through the air. Accompanied by the shrill sound created by the force of the wind, Ling Ziwen's head was cleanly severed. The severed head fell silently to the ground, blood splattering against the nearby wall, leaving a crimson mark. Through the lifeless eyes, Pei Qingyun discerned Ling Ziwen's lingering resentment. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why Ling Ziwen had suddenly struck. "I forgot to mention, your secret holds no interest for me." Upon uttering these words, Pei Qingyun exhaled deeply. The battle had unfolded rather smoothly. Apart from the lengthy pursuit, the actual combat had not consumed much time. However, he was acutely aware that this was primarily due to Ling Ziwen's incomplete recovery from his injuries. Otherwise, even with his advancement to the later stages of the 5 organs, he might not have triumphed over Ling Ziwen. After swiftly cleaning the blood from his blade, he sheathed it. Yet, something crossed his mind. In the act of killing, it was paramount to search the corpse. Typically, one would not expect the average individual to carry valuable items on their person. However, in Ling Ziwen's case, it was highly probable that he had hidden treasures close to him. Adhering to the principle of not letting opportunities slip away, Pei Qingyun bent down to search Ling Ziwen's body. Before long, he discovered a square piece of cloth wrapped around something. Upon unwrapping it, he revealed several pages of books. The first page boldly proclaimed the title, Blood Demon Technique. Pei Qingyun was not particularly interested in such sinister practices. Although these dark arts could yield rapid results before reaching the 4 realms of martial cultivation, they invariably bore significant side effects. The Blood Demon Technique, in particular, required continuous blood sacrifices before it could be perfected. Otherwise, prolonged use would result in regression. Of course, there existed some dark arts devoid of such gruesomeness, but Pei Qingyun had yet to encounter them. Furthermore, practicing the Blood Demon Technique would inevitably invite persecution from the Great Jing dynasty. As a member of a minor, third-rate family, he lacked the audacity to defy the court. Setting aside the Blood Demon Technique, Pei Qingyun continued to peruse the subsequent texts. The second book was also a technique, known as the Fiery Sun Technique, categorized as a superior yellow-level martial art. This discovery pleased Pei Qingyun immensely. He had long contemplated acquiring another technique to solidify his foundation and enhance his prowess. However, apart from the Thousand-Blade Slash, there were no high-tier yellow-level techniques within the Pei family's martial library. Ordinary mid-tier yellow-level techniques did not pique his interest, and over time, he had temporarily abandoned the pursuit. Now, with the Fiery Sun Technique in his possession, he could elevate his abilities further. After finishing the second book, Pei Qingyun systematically read through the remaining texts. Regrettably, they mostly comprised miscellaneous writings or forbidden techniques associated with the Blood Demon. These were of no use to him. However, as he reached the bottom of the last book, Pei Qingyun discovered a small porcelain vial containing pills. His heart swelled with excitement. He uncorked the vial and poured out a few crimson pills. At a glance, he recognized them as Blood Demon pills. This fellow actually possesses Blood Demon pills. Could he have plundered the grave of some ancient demon? Pei Qingyun mused inwardly. Blood Demon pills were no ordinary concoction. Even within the Blood Demon sect, they were considered high-quality elixirs. Alas, to maximize their efficacy, one must refine them using a martial artist's vital energy before consumption. This was the true reason Ling Ziwen had urged Wang Yang to take the Blood Demon pills. Moreover, these pills had to be used in conjunction with the Blood Demon Technique. Otherwise, the user would not enhance their cultivation but rather waste it. This realization left Pei Qingyun feeling somewhat regretful. Nonetheless, such treasures could be kept for later use. Once the trade restrictions were lifted, he might have the opportunity to exchange these Blood Demon pills for more practical resources. Having secured the texts and pills, Pei Qingyun was ready to depart with Ling Ziwen's severed head. On the opposite side of the street, a figure approached him swiftly. As they drew within 30 paces, Pei Qingyun recognized the individual. It was Qiao. He did not flee, but instead awaited Qiao's arrival. This timing was fortuitous for him. Report to the ancestor. The task is complete. All but the 2 survivors have been dealt with. Upon reaching Pei Qingyun, Qiao knelt respectfully on one knee. Well done. Clean up a bit, and take this head back. Pei Qingyun remarked with a smile, offering praise. Yes, ancestor. Thus, Qiao grasped the head and followed closely behind Pei Qingyun, showing no signs of embarrassment. It must be said that the efficiency of the shadow guards was remarkable. The operation that night took less than half an hour in total. Before long, Pei Qingyun returned to the Yunlai Inn. In a grand estate within Kaiking town, Shen Yuanba had just finished undressing and was preparing for bed when a bird landed at his window. A carrier pigeon. Who could possibly be sending messages at this hour? Shen Yuanba quickly donned his clothes and approached the bird. He untied the string and retrieved the message within. Initially puzzled about the sender, his confusion evaporated as he read the contents of the paper, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. At last. I have rid myself of a great burden. He never expected such unexpected joy at this late hour. Outside, the guards on duty, hearing his unabashed laughter, exchanged curious glances. What news could possibly have elicited such delight from the Lord? While the 2 speculated, Shen Yuanba's voice rang out once more from within. Come in. Upon hearing his command, the 2 hurriedly entered. Lord, what are your orders? Immediately prepare my horse. I must return to Nanling town tonight. Yes. After the 2 departed, Shen Yuanba remained unable to contain his elation. With Ling Ziwen's death, the fall of Yuyang town would no longer be attributed to him. Moreover, Ling Ziwen's identity as a blood demon servant could serve as proof of his own advancement. As long as he could rise to a higher position, given his age, he might one day glimpse the realm of the 6 organs. To become a 6 organs master would grant him an additional 20 years of life, breaking through the century mark, a realm every martial artist dreams of. More importantly, a 6 organs master would not suffer from the decline of vitality due to age. How could he not be thrilled by this prospect? The only regret was that he did not leave Ling Ziwen alive. Chapter 58. The key to elevating the 6 organs. Upon contemplating Ling Ziwen's formidable prowess, Shen Yuanba felt a sense of resignation. Capturing Ling Ziwen alive was beyond even his capabilities. Only by joining forces with another could there be a glimmer of hope. In Nanling town, at the Yunlai Inn, as soon as Pei Qingyun returned, he instructed the young attendant to prepare hot water. Although the duration of their battle was not extensive, his garments were inevitably stained with blood. If it had merely been blood, Pei Qingyun might have endured it. However, combined with the odor of sweat from exertion, the situation became utterly intolerable. The amalgamation of these scents provoked a nauseating impulse. Before long, the attendant prepared the hot water. After placing his books and a small porcelain bottle aside, Pei Qingyun leaped into the bathtub. While the sanitary conditions of this world left much to be desired, bathing was still a more pleasant experience than in his previous life. After a refreshing soak, Pei Qingyun felt invigorated. Once the attendant had tidied up the bathtub, he closed the door to his room, ensuring solitude. Only then did he slowly open the book he had set aside. Soon, he located the volume titled Li Wang Jiying. Pei Qingyun couldn't help but feel a strong desire for this martial art. Had it not been for the overwhelming odors, he would not have delayed in his pursuit. After a brief study, he gained a fundamental understanding of Li Wang Jiying. Unlike Ch Qing Ju, which was characterized by its prolonged and enduring nature, Li Wang Jiying emphasized explosive power. This explosive characteristic could enhance a martial artist's vital energy by an astonishing 30% beyond their foundational realm. Although 30% might seem modest, it was precisely what Pei Qingyun required at this juncture. Once he mastered Li Wang Jiying, he would effectively compensate for his shortcomings. Additionally, Li Wang Jiying possessed an enticing effect for those who cultivated the 5 organs, as it aided in the refinement of yang energy. Moreover, the efficiency of this refinement was contingent upon the practitioner's mastery of Li Wang Jiying. According to the tome, a martial artist who perfected Li Wang Jiying could enhance the purity of their yang energy by approximately 20%. For the majority of 5 organs practitioners, reaching the initial stage of the 5 organs was often their limit, rendering the refinement of yang energy less significant. However, for an ambitious 5 organs practitioner, the degree of yang energy refinement was crucial for ascending to the realm of the 6 organs master. Coincidentally, Pei Qingyun's previous incarnation had aspired to be a 5 organs master. Although he had not progressed to the mid-stage of the 5 organs in 30 years, his yearning for the 6 organs realm remained unquenched. Through his memories, Pei Qingyun learned that a 5 organs practitioner needed to undergo at least 3 transformations of yang energy to elevate to the 6 organs master. The prerequisite for these transformations was a sufficient refinement of yang energy. Generally, if a martial artist cultivated a primary technique of the highest yellow grade to perfection, they could achieve 1 transformation upon reaching the completion of the 5 organs. Each additional 20% of refinement would yield another transformation. Thus, the remarkable refinement effects brought forth by the perfection of Li Weiying Jiying were evident. However, this did not imply that all 5 organs practitioners transitioned to the 6 organs realm solely through martial arts. In reality, the majority relied on the earth's veins or consumed rare yang attribute herbs to facilitate their ascension. Truly achieving 3 transformations through martial arts to elevate to the 6 organs realm was exceedingly rare. In his memories, Pei Qingyun's predecessor had once fantasized about this perfect ascension pathway. Unfortunately, after decades of cultivation, he had barely mastered Ch in Qingju. Had Pei Qingyun not traversed into this realm, his predecessor would have never perfected Ch in Qingju, let alone studied other martial arts. Having grasped the various benefits of Li Weiying Jiying, Pei Qingyun settled down to diligently practice it. It must be acknowledged that while the effects of Li Weiying Jiying were potent, its difficulty was no less than that of Ch in Qingju. After half an hour of practice, Pei Qingyun had yet to find a foothold in the fundamentals of Li Weiying Jiying. Comparatively, the difficulty he faced with Qi in Dozich had been significantly lower. Nevertheless, Pei Qingyun did not allow himself to be disheartened. As long as he could grasp the basics of Li Weiying Jiying, subsequent cultivation could be enhanced through familial fortune. Patience was key, he reassured himself. Just as Pei Qingyun was about to delve deeper into his training, a knock at the door interrupted his focus, stirring a hint of irritation within him. No one relished having their practice disrupted, yet he understood the doorman would not dare disturb him at such a time. "Come in," he called. Upon receiving Pei Qingyun's consent, the doorman entered and relayed the news. After hearing the doorman's account, Pei Qingyun was both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that the instigator of this situation was none other than Chen Yuanba. In a fervent endeavor to witness Ling Ziwen's head, Chen Yuanba had sprinted across 2 towns for an hour that very night. Given Chen's arrival, Pei Qingyun decided to grant him a glimpse. Otherwise, the man would likely find it difficult to rest. Since the head was in the possession of the doorman, Pei Qingyun instructed him to notify the doorman while he donned his attire. After all, the master of the town's evil suppression had come in person, and it was only courteous to offer a proper reception. Shortly thereafter, Pei Qingyun met Chen Yuanba, who had journeyed from Kaiking town. Despite an hour of travel, there was no sign of fatigue on Chen Yuanba's face. Rather, he exuded an air of high spirits. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun, Chen Yuanba acknowledged the untimeliness of his visit and promptly expressed his apologies. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Yuanba, feeling more familiar in the absence of outsiders, addressed Pei Qingyun with greater intimacy. "One cannot overlook the fact that it was thanks to Brother Pei's intervention that we could successfully capture Ling Ziwen," he remarked appreciatively. "Such praise is unwarranted. Had it not been for Brother Chen's cooperation, Ling Ziwen would not have fallen so easily into our trap," Pei Qingyun replied, waving his hand with a smile. "You are far too humble, Brother Pei. I am aware of your low-profile nature, yet this time, the credit for capturing Ling Ziwen belongs entirely to you," Chen Yuanba said, his words brimming with admiration, a stark contrast to his demeanor from 2 weeks prior. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they walked. Under Pei Qingyun's guidance, Chen Yuanba finally beheld the head he had been yearning to see, leaving satisfied. Before parting, they agreed upon the time for the transaction the following day, an exchange of money for the goods. Pei Qingyun sought 5 elixirs for yang energy transformation, while Chen Yuanba desired Ling Ziwen's head. As for the spoils gleaned from Ling Ziwen, they were not part of the transaction. After bidding farewell to Chen Yuanba, Pei Qingyun lost interest in continuing his practice of Li Weiying Jiying. Lying in bed for just a short while, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Pei Qingyun had breakfast before hastening to the location they had agreed upon. Chapter 59. Selection of the 5 organs within a certain estate. Chen Yuanba had been waiting for quite some time. As Pei Qingyun arrived, he promptly stepped forward to greet him warmly. "Brother Pei, please have a seat here," Chen Yuanba said, gesturing towards a chair beside a stone table with a smile. Pei Qingyun, without hesitation, took a seat. Observing his action, a nearby servant quickly brought forth a platter of fruits that had been prepared in advance. Following Chen Yuanba's subtle cue, the servant hurriedly departed. Once alone, Chen Yuanba presented a beautifully carved small wooden box to Pei Qingyun, speaking with utmost sincerity. This box contains the Divine Power Transformation Elixir, a total of 7 portions. The extra 2 are my way of expressing gratitude on behalf of the townsfolk. If it weren't for your assistance, a tragic incident could have befallen the entire town once again. Pei Qingyun, upon hearing this, chose not to be overly modest as he had been the previous night and accepted the gift with composure. Firstly, the Divine Power Transformation Elixir was indeed urgently needed by his family, while the additional 2 portions would not allow the Pei family to add another 5 organs warrior. They would certainly expedite the emergence of such a warrior. Secondly, Pei Qingyun understood that Chen Yuanba's words were likely a form of humility. The extra gift was probably intended to foster goodwill between them. To refuse such kindness would seem deliberately distant. As the saying goes, having one more friend means one less enemy. Moreover, Chen Yuanba held the esteemed position of the town's evil control master. Even if he were to be reassigned from Wuyang County in the future, their paths might still cross. The two exchanged pleasantries before delving into discussions regarding the recent calamities caused by demons. When the conversation turned to the third-tier demons, Chen Yuanba's demeanor grew serious. Since the incident at the source of the demon outbreak, it had been several days since third-tier demons had escaped. Aside from the one Pei Qingyun had slain, neither had seen any other third-tier demons. This was not a favorable situation for either of them. Aside from the head of the Li family, who could somewhat restrain the third-tier demons, others would find themselves helplessly awaiting their doom upon encountering such foes. This predicament explained the slow progress in locating the third-tier demons. Brother Pei, I must trouble you further regarding the third-tier demons. Should you have any needs, please feel free to mention them, Chen Yuanba stated. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun had a sudden insight. Personally, he had no immediate needs. However, from the perspective of the Pei family, the requirements were indeed numerous. Resources were always welcome, but the most pressing necessity remained the divine power transformation elixir. If Chen Yuanba could present 7 portions at once, it was conceivable that he could procure even more. With that thought in mind, Pei Qingyun felt no need for further courtesy and articulated his needs directly. I have some other divine power realm elixirs in stock, but I truly have no more of the divine power transformation elixir. The 7 portions I possess are all that I have. Chen Yuanba sighed with a wry smile. Slowly explaining, Pei Qingyun felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly came to terms with it. The divine power transformation elixir was not something as common as cabbage. Receiving 7 portions was indeed a rare occurrence in Wuyang County. Accepting the reality, he replied, if that is the case, then so be it. Sensing Pei Qingyun's mood, Chen Yuanba added, if you urgently require the divine power transformation elixir, you may need to wait patiently for a while. Once the trade routes are established with the prefectural city, I can introduce you to some purchasing channels. Thank you, Brother Chen, Pei Qingyun responded, clasping his hands in gratitude. With Chen Yuanba's promise, Pei Qingyun felt considerably uplifted. Although he had not acquired more elixirs, the long-term benefits of such a channel for obtaining the divine power transformation elixir were undoubtedly invaluable. Otherwise, there would not be so few 5 organs warriors within Wuyang County. After Pei Qingyun's departure, an elderly man donned in a black cap and a deep blue robe approached Chen Yuanba. This elder was none other than Chen Yuanba's steward, Husan. It was only after Pei Qingyun left that Husan voiced his confusion. I do not understand, master. The Pei family is merely an ordinary third-rate clan. Why do you place such importance on them? Though the Pei family may be a third-rate clan, that was in the past. As long as Pei Qingyun is present, the Pei family will inevitably ascend to a senior third-rate clan, Chen Yuanba clarified. Even so, master, there is no need to provide the Pei family with channels for the divine power transformation elixir. How many senior third-rate clans have fought tooth and nail for such a channel? It is rather unwise to give it so easily to the Pei family. Husan pressed further. Had anyone else made such inquiries, Chen Yuanba would have been furious. However, out of respect for the elder who had watched him grow, he suppressed his irritation and conveyed his stance. Whether it is wise or not, I am aware. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. If I have decided to assist the Pei family, it is because they possess that qualification. With this, Husan understood that further questioning would be futile. Once Husan departed, Chen Yuanba's face finally revealed signs of anger. It seemed he had been far too lenient with the Hu family over the years. After leaving the estate, Pei Qingyun returned to the Yunlai and with the 7 portions of the divine power transformation elixir. With these 7 elixirs, the Pei family could indeed add another 5 organs warrior to their ranks. However, the question of who should be promoted had become a challenging dilemma. In terms of contributions, it was undoubtedly the head of the family, Pei Tianrong, who had made the most significant effort. As the family patriarch, Pei Tianrong not only managed the family's internal affairs but also handled their external matters. From a safety perspective, his strength needed to be the greatest, otherwise he would not command respect. Naturally, he was excluded from consideration as an ancestor. Logically, promoting Pei Tianrong to a 5 organs warrior would be the most fitting decision. However, after considerable thought, Pei Qingyun resolved against this course of action. For an ordinary third-rate clan, the opportunity for 2 generations to promote a member to the 5 organs level was limited to just once, and that opportunity would inevitably belong to the family head. Pei Qingyun's rationale for this choice was twofold. Firstly, he was confident that once the trade routes were reopened, he would be able to secure more divine power transformation elixirs in a short time. By that calculation, the emergence of the Pei family's second 5 organs warrior would occur within a few months at most. Secondly, the cost-effectiveness of allowing Pei Tianrong to ascend to 5 organ status was not as beneficial as promoting Pei Tianlin first. After all, the threat posed by third-tier demons had not yet been eliminated. As the family patriarch, Pei Tianrong could not lead the charge. In contrast, Pei Tianlin served as both the family's grand elder and a member of the demon disaster response team. If he could ascend to 5 organs, it would greatly aid in the eradication of third-tier demons. However, before proceeding, he needed to inform Pei Tianrong and the other two members of the Pei family who had achieved complete mastery of their divine power. Chapter 60. Unexpected changes. Upon departing from the Yunlai Inn, Pei Qingyun returned to the Pei family estate. Upon hearing the news of his return, Pei Tianrong personally visited the ancestral residence to pay his respects. Seizing this opportunity, Pei Qingyun recounted the recent events in detail. When Pei Tianrong learned that their ancestor had reached the late stage of the 5 organs, his face lit up with excitement. Even more so than when he first discovered that the Wang family willingly became a subsidiary of the Pei clan. The situation unfolded as follows. Currently, I possess 7 elixirs of divine power transformation, and with the stock from our clan, it is only sufficient for one individual to ascend to the 5 organs. I plan to allocate this promotion opportunity to Tianlin, Pei Qingyun stated. As the ancestor wishes, I have no objections, Pei Tianrong replied. Given that Tianlin is preparing for external battles, it is most fitting for him to receive this chance. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of concern. Yet a flicker of disappointment lingered in his heart. From the perspective of the clan, he understood the ancestor's decision. However, on a personal level, he still hoped to be the one chosen. Noticing Pei Tianrong's disheartenment, Pei Qingyun spoke earnestly. Tianrong, in your spare time, you should diligently practice the Changqing technique. When the day comes for your ascension to the 5 organs, you will save yourself considerable effort. Acknowledging this, Pei Tianrong nodded, his eyes reflecting a newfound glimmer of hope. Pei Qingyun continued, if there is nothing else, return to your training. The path of martial arts is long. Pei Tianrong replied, and promptly left the ancestral home. After witnessing Pei Tianrong's departure, Pei Qingyun proceeded to the family treasury, retrieving 3 elixirs of divine power transformation, which he ultimately handed over to Pei Tianlin. Upon receiving the elixirs, Pei Tianlin swiftly adjusted his state and entered seclusion. With the aid of these 10 elixirs, his breakthrough to the 5 organs was virtually assured. However, the transformation of vital energy and the birth of yang power would still require time. Back at the Yunlai Inn, Pei Qingyun immediately began practicing the Liang technique. Since his practice had been interrupted the previous night, he had not found the time to train until this morning, which left him feeling quite restless. Before long, he entered a state of deep concentration. Perhaps due to his excellent condition, this session of training proceeded remarkably smoothly. In just half a day's time, he had mastered the fundamentals of the Liang technique. However, achieving minor success would still require 3 more days, even with the infusion of clan vitality. If he were to rely solely on rigorous training, he estimated it would take 3 months. Thankfully, his regular practice would reduce the consumption of clan vitality needed for his progress, ensuring he would not become complacent in his training. The following day, upon awakening and checking his attributes, Pei Qingyun noticed a change in the clan vitality section. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 10 years and 2 months. Cultivation: late stage of the 5 organs. Techniques: Pei Clan Changqing technique. Perfect, yellow grade. Qian Dao / perfect, yellow grade. Liang technique. Initial, yellow grade. Clan vitality: 981, 1150. Note: clan vitality can recover, restoring 5 points daily. If vitality falls below 80 of the total, unpredictable disasters may occur. His clan vitality had increased by 50 points. Pei Qingyun pondered the significance of this change. After a night had passed, the increase in clan vitality likely stemmed from Pei Tianlin and Apos' breakthrough the previous night, when he himself had ascended to the 5 organs. The clan vitality had surged by 100 points. Now, with Pei Tianlin's breakthrough, the increase was only 50, not even half of his prior experience, which left Pei Qingyun uncertain. In a mysterious manner, it seemed as if fate was at play. Just as Pei Qingyun was deep in thought, a knock at the door confirmed his suspicions. Upon opening it, he found Pei Tianlin, who, despite having spent the night in seclusion, still radiated excitement. It was not until the following day that Pei Tianlin visited Pei Qingyun's chamber to share the news of his breakthrough. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. After Tianlin's ascension to the 5 organs, the clan vitality increased by only half of what I experienced, suggesting a disparity in how the attribute panel calculates for us. Pei Qingyun mused inwardly. Regardless, the additional 50 points of clan vitality would enable him to reach minor success in the Liang technique 2 days earlier than anticipated. With a mere thought, another window appeared on the panel. Without hesitation, he selected yes. In an instant, Pei Qingyun absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding the Liang technique, and his body began to undergo a transformation toward minor success. When he regained his composure, he realized he had achieved this goal. Compared to his initial understanding, the minor success of the Liang technique exhibited a degree of explosive power, enhancing his vital energy and yang power by approximately 50% based on his late stage of the 5 organs. However, the remaining clan vitality was still insufficient for major success, especially since his ultimate aim was perfection. Setting aside his training, Pei Qingyun departed the inn. Meanwhile, Pei Tianlin, fresh from his breakthrough and with little time to boast, was promptly assigned by Pei Qingyun to assist in the eradication of evil spirits. With the addition of Pei Tianlin, A newly ascended warrior of the five organs, their efforts to eliminate the malevolent entities progressed significantly. 3 days swiftly passed. The Pei family's team encountered their second third-tier evil spirit. With Pei Qingyun's formidable strength at the late stage of the five organs, the third-tier spirit offered little resistance and was dispatched with ease. Consequently, Pei Qingyun acquired another evil spirit orb. Moreover, during this month-long campaign, the number of malevolent entities surrounding the source had decreased to below the critical threshold. Thanks to this eradication effort, the 3 mines owned by the Pei family were free from evil spirits, and the frequency of beast uprisings had diminished, indicating that everything was progressing as anticipated. Pei Qingyun estimated that in another 7 days, the eradication task would be complete. Of course, with the presence of the evil spirit source, the eradication of malevolent entities could never be entirely conclusive. However, after this endeavor, a respite of several months was assured. As long as the growth of these spirits did not exceed the critical threshold, the Pei family would not need to intervene further. Nevertheless, amidst these few days, a significant event transpired within Wuyang County. The Wang family experienced a schism, with a faction of elders choosing to secede and establish independence. While the claim of independence was made, the underlying reason was that these elders felt deprived of their rightful benefits within the Wang family. Under the instigation of the Li family, this faction opted to rebel against the Wang family. Had it ended there, Pei Qingyun would have remained indifferent. Although the Wang family had become a subsidiary of the Pei clan, the Pei family did not actively manage the members of the Wang family. As long as the Wang family ensured that the Pei family received its due share of benefits from their enterprises, it was of little concern. Clearly, this upheaval was driven by the pursuit of profit. Chapter 61. Ruthlessness. The elders who defected from the Wang family did so with alacrity, quickly dividing the family's assets upon their departure. This resulted in a staggering 30% reduction of the Wang family's holdings within mere days. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The dissenting elders sought far more than just a division of property. To legitimize their break from the Wang family, they clandestinely spread the word of Wang Yang's demise at the hands of Pei Qingyun. Consequently, some of the less informed members of the Wang family began to stir restlessly. In truth, many lower-tier members of the Wang family had harbored discontent ever since Wang Gang announced the family's subservience to the Pei clan. Although they occupied a lower status within the Wang family, they were still recognized as one of the 3 major families in the outside world. It was customary for external forces to treat them with utmost reverence. This sense of pride had accompanied them for many years. Having once enjoyed the praises that came with their elevated status, how could they adapt to such a sudden fall from grace? Especially when those who once fawned over them were now their equals. Had it not been for the suppression from the higher-ups, an uprising would have already erupted within the family. However, the troubles did not cease there. When a family is powerful, its influence rises, but once it weakens, the potential for collapse is akin to a flood breaching its dam. One crack could lead to irreparable disaster. This principle applies to families as well. The betrayal of the senior elders had already compounded the Wang family's woes, and now the lower-tier members exhibited inclinations to sever ties from the family. Wang Gang had not anticipated that the situation would deteriorate so swiftly. In what felt like just a few days, it seemed as though several years had passed. The strands of white in his hair multiplied, as if by some unseen hand. In a daze, he paced back and forth, oblivious to the additional presence in the courtyard, until a familiar voice jolted him from his reverie. "Xiao Gang, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Wang Yongyan's face, Wang Gang became aware of his own uncharacteristic behavior. "I am fine," he replied. Yet, Wang Yongyan was well aware of Wang Gang's inner turmoil. "There is no need for you to blame yourself for this incident. I foresaw that such a day would come when the decision was made. I simply did not expect them to be so eager to break away from the Wang family," Wang Yongyan remarked, a deep sigh escaping him, his expression tinged with melancholy. As the family head, the current state of the Wang family weighed heavily on him. "It is my responsibility that the family has come to this. My initial intentions were to protect the Wang family, and this situation was meant to serve as a period of dormancy. However, what has transpired has completely diverged from my original purpose." At this point, Wang Gang's words became frantic, his face revealing profound remorse. Wang Yongyan refrained from offering further comfort, fully aware that Wang Gang was not receptive to it in this moment. After a lengthy silence, Wang Gang's emotions gradually stabilized. He turned to the elder, inquiring, "Elder Yongyan, can you assure me that my choices were not misguided? The distinction between right and wrong is no longer significant, regardless of the path chosen. The Wang family's future is destined to be arduous. Yet, I believe in your capacity to salvage the Wang family and trust in your decisions. Since there is no turning back, proceed resolutely, regardless of the cost. I will always support you." Sometimes, necessary sacrifices are indeed worthwhile. Wang Yongyan's demeanor was solemn, his words resonating with strength. Witnessing Wang Yongyan and Appo's resolute stance, Wang Gang felt a surge of guilt, yet a burgeoning sense of determination and confidence also arose within him. "I know what I must do," he declared solemnly. "As the head of the family, one must always maintain a clear mind. This is your first lapse in duty. but I hope it will also be your last." After uttering these words, Wang Yongyan departed from the family courtyard, leaning heavily on his cane. Watching him leave, Wang Gang's eyes hardened with newfound resolve. At the Cloud Inn, room number 1. Pei Qingyun had just finished his lunch when he received a letter from Wang Gang. Upon opening the correspondence, he discovered that it primarily detailed recent developments within the Wang family. The information aligned closely with what Pei Qingyun had already learned, albeit with significantly more intricate details. This prompted Pei Qingyun to regard Wang Gang with newfound respect. It was unexpected for Wang Gang to candidly disclose the state of the Wang family. Perhaps, for him, the family's fragmentation constituted a grave matter. However, to Pei Qingyun, it was merely a minor concern. He had initially planned to address the internal chaos of the Wang family after vanquishing the malevolent forces. Based on Wang Gang's behavior at that time, he would then determine how to manage this subordinate family. Should Wang Gang prove disobedient, he would prefer to forego the alliance altogether. An unruly dog, even if lacking in threat, could still pose complications. Now that Wang Gang had taken the initiative to approach him, it unmistakably indicated his stance. However, what struck Pei Qingyun most was Wang Gang's final plea for assistance. He sought the Pei family's help in quelling the internal discord, suggesting that Wang Gang was prepared to act against his own kin. It was perplexing how Wang Zongzi ever deemed his son too gentle. His ruthlessness rivaled even that of his elder brother. Nevertheless, this worked in Pei Qingyun's favor, since Wang Gang was willing to cooperate fully. It would be prudent to resolve the matter swiftly. He pondered which contingent to dispatch to assist the Wang family. After a moment's reflection, he thought of the chief of guards, Pei Kong. Just 2 days prior, Pei Kong had achieved the pinnacle of divine strength and boasted of having no rivals. This presented an excellent opportunity for him to refine his abilities. Yet, relying solely on Pei Kong's team to swiftly handle the rebellious elders from the Wang family could prove challenging. Conversely, deploying multiple Pei family squads seemed imprudent. The intent behind the Pei family's support was primarily for their own benefit, not to engage in a lethal conflict. Perhaps he could also send Tianlin along. The thought intrigued Pei Qingyun. Pei Tianlin's strength was unquestionable. As a newly ascended 5 organs warrior, he might not match Pei Qingyun's prowess, but he was more than capable of managing the Wang elders. Additionally, the Pei family could potentially enhance their reputation. Should they gain additional family fortune points, it would be even more advantageous. This course of action would yield dual benefits. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Pei Qingyun felt no hesitation, promptly assigning Pei Tianlin and Pei Kong as the executors of this operation. As for the concern of exposing Pei Tianlin's strength, it was a non-issue. The Pei family had never intended to conceal his capabilities. In the afternoon, Pei Qingyun responded to Wang Gang's letter, scheduling their operation for the following night at the hour of the rat. As the saying goes, the night is dark and the winds are high for a killing spree. Pei Qingyun deemed this timing most fitting. Chapter 62. The Li family's scheming in the Wang clan's territory. As Wang stepped out the door, he received a letter in reply from Pei Qingyun, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. On one hand, he feared that Pei Qingyun would refuse. On the other, he worried that the support from the Pei family might be mere pretense. Nevertheless, dealing with the elders was an urgent matter. Any further delay would only lead to increased unrest within the Wang family. He needed to act decisively while he still held the advantage. With this thought, he took a deep breath and slowly opened the letter. Before long, he had read the entire content. Fortunately, the letter did not contain the situation he had dreaded. The only slight disappointment was that Pei Qingyun would not personally intervene, which left him feeling a tinge of regret. Perhaps for Pei Qingyun, his involvement was a trivial matter, but for the Wang family, the implications were vastly different. Should Pei Qingyun take action, the morale of the rebellious elders would undoubtedly plummet, and it would also minimize casualties from internal strife. In an instant, Wang realized his folly and wore a look of determination. He had been too greedy. The affairs of the Wang family were his to manage. The support from the ancestors in quelling the rebellion was already the greatest assistance he could hope for. This time, he would make it clear to these elders who the true master of the Wang family was. Later that night, after Pei Tianlin returned from exterminating the demonic threats, Pei Qingyun summoned him to the study. Tianlin, you need not go after the demonic threats tomorrow. I have a task for you, Pei Qingyun instructed. Please, speak, ancestor. Pei Tianlin replied respectfully. In recent days, you must have heard the news from the county. There has been a rebellion within the Wang family, and those traitorous elders have taken what does not belong to them, Pei Qingyun said slowly. How may I assist? Pei Tianlin inquired thoughtfully. Pei Qingyun continued, before noon tomorrow, you and Pei Kong must pay a visit to the Wang family with a protective escort. However, I have one requirement. Our Pei family's reputation must be upheld in this suppression. Rest assured, ancestor. I will handle this matter, Pei Tianlin responded, his expression firm but internally elated. After breaking through to the 5th stage, he had been eager for an opportunity to showcase his prowess, and the ancestor-s arrangement was perfectly aligned with his desires. Pei Qingyun nodded, watching as Pei Tianlin departed. Meanwhile, within the Li family territory, Several defector elders from the Wang family were engaged in cordial discussions with Li Wu. Master Li, we have followed your instructions and severed ties with the Wang family. What should our next step be? One elder inquired. Severing ties with the Wang family is merely the first step. Our primary objective is to reclaim those medicinal gardens. Li Wu stated. That is utterly impossible, exclaimed a purple-haired elder, visibly agitated. Why so? Li Wu asked, puzzled. At that moment, another elder from the Wang family stepped forward to explain. Master Li, you may not be aware, but the medicinal gardens are one of our most vital assets, guarded by a dedicated escort. Furthermore, there exists a powerful beast within the gardens, tasked with its protection. This creature possesses an acute sense of smell and will attack at the slightest hint of an intruder. Given our current strength, capturing the gardens is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, even if we were to seize them, we would have no means to defend them. You need not worry about guarding the gardens. As long as you can take them, the Li family will have a reason to intervene. Li Wu pondered for a moment before assuring them. If that is the case, I fear the Pei family may also intervene. It is said that their ancestor has reached the mid-stage of the 5th level. A Wang elder voiced his concerns. Li Wu understood the implication of these words, as they questioned his strength. Indeed, even Wang Yang had fallen at the hands of Pei Qingyun. His own power was inferior to Wang Yang's, making the elder's apprehension entirely reasonable. However, that was merely the situation of the Li family a few days prior. Since the Wang family had become a subordinate of the Pei family, Li Wu had been consumed by anxiety. While Li Wu had confidence in his ability to confront the Pei family on his home turf, that confidence was predicated on the assumption that the Pei family would be attacking the Li family. Once the Pei family absorbed the resources of the Wang family, their strength would inevitably rise. At that point, the Pei family would be in a position to produce another 5th-level warrior. With 2 5th-level warriors, one of whom was at mid-stage, he had no assurance of victory even on his home ground. After careful consideration, Li Wu decided to involve himself in the internal matters of the Wang family. Instead of being gradually consumed by the Pei family's expansion, he preferred to take a bold stance. However, he had little confidence in the Li family's ability to confront the Pei family directly. 3 days prior, Li Wu had approached the county magistrate, Tang Mu. If Tang Mu were willing to intervene, the scales of victory would naturally tip in favor of the Li family. However, Li Wu understood the adage that no benefit comes without effort. Convincing Tang Mu to intervene would not be an easy task. He needed leverage to sway him. The Wang family's medicinal gardens would serve as that leverage. Of course, Li Wu could not divulge this to the Wang elders. However, he could certainly hint at the support from the magistrate. As for the Pei family, you need not concern yourselves. I have already discussed this matter with County Magistrate Tang. The internal issues of the Wang family are for you to resolve on your own. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Gang, is not highly regarded by Magistrate Tang, Li Wu stated. Master Li, are you implying that Magistrate Tang does not recognize Wang Gang as the head of the Wang family? The purple-haired elder exclaimed excitedly. Magistrate Tang has never stated such a thing. Who leads the Wang family is your affair, Li Wu replied, his expression serious and his tone resolute. I understand. The purple-haired elder nodded and laughed heartily. Subsequently, Li Wu personally bid farewell to the Wang elders. As he watched them depart, he murmured to himself, what a bunch of fools, still clinging to the notion of leadership at this time. On the other side, in the back hall of the magistrate's office, at the Tang residence, in a study room, Tang Mu held a brush in hand, gracefully inscribing several lines on a sheet of rice paper. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the characters exuded an ancient and elegant charm. Standing silently beside him, the steward watched until Tang Mu finished the final character, before speaking up. Master, the Li family head requests an audience. Let him in. Tang Mu replied calmly. Yes, the steward acknowledged, promptly exiting the study. Before long, the steward returned with Li Wu. After Li Wu took his seat, the steward quietly closed the door and left. At this moment, only Li Wu and Tang Mu remained in the room. Master Li, speak. What brings you to my residence at this late hour? Tang Mu said, taking a sip of hot tea, his tone casual yet composed. Chapter 63. Trouble in the Medicine Garden. 3 days prior, Lord Tang had indeed stated that as long as I could acquire the Medicine Garden, he would be willing to advocate for the Li family. Li Wu spoke candidly. Tang Mu turned to Li Wu, recalling his words from that day. He had indeed said so. However, it was merely a casual remark, as he did not believe Li Wu could achieve it, nor did he think Li Wu would dare to attempt it. Yet, observing the current situation, it seemed that not only had Li Wu taken him seriously, but he had also succeeded. Nevertheless, since he had spoken, he had no intention of going back on his word. Although he was somewhat reluctant to offend the Pei family, it did not mean he feared them. As a county magistrate of considerable standing, at the mid-stage of his cultivation, he was not inferior to Pei Qingyun, and perhaps even surpassed him. If Li Wu could indeed accomplish this, why should he hesitate to honor his promise? Moreover, the Wang family's medicine garden was precisely what he needed. As a beneficiary, Tang Mu had no reason to reject it. I did utter those words. But has the head of the Li family truly secured the Wang family's medicine garden? Upon seeing Tang Mu's lack of denial, Li Wu was overjoyed. The heavy stone weighing on his chest suddenly lifted. The agreement between them had been verbal, without any written contract. Should Tang Mu suddenly renege, only the Tang family would suffer the consequences. Thus, Tang Mu flattered, "Indeed, Lord Tang, you possess remarkable foresight. Had I not obtained the Wang family's medicine garden, how would I dare disturb your rest?" Tang Mu displayed no visible response to Li Wu's flattery. He had heard such words far too often, to the point of tedium. He valued tangible matters. Otherwise, everything was mere empty talk. Turning to Li Wu, he stated plainly, "Now that the medicine garden is in your possession, please present the deed, so that I may verify its authenticity." Had an ordinary person spoken to Li Wu in such a manner, he would undoubtedly have been enraged. However, Tang Mu's directness delighted him. As long as Tang Mu accepted the deed to the medicine garden, it would undeniably position him against the Pei family. This would leave Tang Mu no avenue for withdrawal. Once the Pei family became aware, they would be left speechless. He doubted the Pei family would dare to act against the Li family while facing the county office. Under Tang Mu's gaze, Li Wu retrieved a square package concealed in white cloth from his bosom. He then slowly unwrapped it. Upon unveiling it, it revealed several official deeds. Without hesitation, Tang Mu picked one up and scrutinized it closely. In a brief moment, he examined each deed before returning them to their original place. These were indeed the deeds to the Wang family's medicine garden. "I accept your terms. However, I must clarify a few matters. While I am willing to support you regarding the Wang family issue, my assistance is limited to this. Rest assured, Lord Tang, I understand what must be done." Li Wu slightly cupped his hands in gratitude and then exited the study. Only after leaving the Tang residence did Li Wu's expression relax, muttering in frustration, "This old fox is indeed cunning, playing word games with me. The risks are borne by the Li family, while the benefits are all yours. Where in the world does such fortune exist? Just wait, Tang Mu, you won't escape unscathed." The following morning, Wang Gang received the distressing news of the medicine garden's fall. Upon hearing this dreadful tidings, Wang Gang was so incensed that he nearly fainted. Just the day before, he had felt confident that with the Pei family's reinforcements arriving by midnight, he would be able to eradicate the rebellious elders. Yet, in a single night, he had lost one of the Wang family's most vital assets, the medicine garden. His overwhelming fury nearly drove Wang Gang to madness, and he yearned to lead all his kin to immediately strike back at the medicine garden. Fortunately, at that critical moment, he recalled Wang Yongyan's admonitions from a few days prior. As the family head, he could not afford to lose his composure. After a considerable time, Wang Gang managed to regain his calm and turned to the elder beside him, inquiring, "What exactly transpired last night? Why did we lose the medicine garden?" Seeing Wang Gang's composure restored, the elder, Wang Tianqi, began to explain, "The matter is still under investigation. From the clues gathered, it appears that the medicine garden was subjected to a sudden attack last night. The guards did not have time to respond and were swiftly overwhelmed by the assailants. Furthermore, aside from the bodies of the guard members, Elder Zhu Chaoan and the guardian beast are both missing. This is impossible. I am well aware of the guards' capabilities. Even if these traitors deployed their entire force, they could not achieve such an outcome," Wang Gang challenged. "While they could not have done so alone. Have you considered the possibility of external forces being involved?" Wang Tianqi proposed, unveiling his suspicions. Wang Gang regarded Wang Tianqi, eager for evidence implicating the Li family. "Currently, there are no direct leads pointing to the Li family, but we cannot dismiss this possibility," Wang Tianqi conceded. "If the Li family were involved, it is indeed plausible. However, from what I understand, the head of the Li family operates with utmost caution. He may wish to meddle in the Wang family's affairs, but would never dare to so openly assist those traitors. Of course, we must investigate the Li family thoroughly, but we must also consider other possibilities," Wang Gang reflected. Yet if the Li family did not intervene, how could this have occurred? Wang Tianqi was filled with confusion. Suddenly, his expression shifted as if a realization dawned upon him. Wang Gang's insinuations hinted at a deeper conspiracy. If the Li family did not interfere, then there was only one possibility. There were traitors within the Wang family itself. Wang Tianqi was startled by this unexpected notion, yet he refrained from voicing it directly, instead stealing glances at Wang Gang. Previously, he had suspected the Li family's involvement, but as time progressed, his thoughts deepened in this direction. At that moment, Wang Tianqi began to recognize numerous inconsistencies in the investigation. If there were no internal collusion, why were Zhu Chaoan and the guardian beast missing? It should be noted that Zhu Chaoan possessed complete divine strength, and the guardian beast was equally powerful. Both had seemingly vanished without engaging in battle. Moreover, after the medicine garden was attacked, no distress signals were sent out. This could not simply be attributed to the enemy's strength. Only internal betrayal could account for such an outcome. Could it be that Elder Zhu Chaoan had defected? Or perhaps another elder had betrayed him? Observing Wang Tianqi's silence, Wang Gang assumed he was grappling with difficulties. "Elder Tianqi, are there still challenges in the investigation? Please feel free to voice any concerns." "No, I merely considered other possibilities," Wang Tianqi promptly replied, regaining his composure. Chapter 64. The Mastery of the Fiery Sun Technique. What other thoughts do you have? Feel free to express them without hesitation, Wang Gang remarked, casting a curious glance at Wang Tianqi, who was an elder with ideas at this moment. After a brief contemplation, Wang Tianqi replied, "It cannot be deemed a thought, merely a hint of understanding. Head of the family, please grant me a little more time. I shall uncover the truth. Time is of the essence. Please expedite your efforts." Wang Gang sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. He too had pondered whether there was a traitor within their clan. Yet, without concrete evidence, broadcasting such suspicions would only serve to instill further doubt among the members. At the Pei family's residence, Pei Qingyun diligently practiced the fiery sun technique as he had done on countless occasions. Following 2 days of accumulation, alongside the previous surplus from the family's fortune, he discerned that the amount of family luck had become sufficient to elevate the fiery sun technique to mastery. Enhancing the fiery sun technique to mastery requires the consumption of 60 points of family luck. Does the host wish to proceed? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Pei Qingyun selected yes. In the next instant, familiar memories surged within his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved mastery of the fiery sun technique. As he channeled the technique, he could feel the transformation of his vital energy and the power of the sun within him. Compared to the minor success he had previously attained, the increase in intensity and solar power at mastery was modest, merely a slight enhancement atop the existing foundation of his internal organs. However, Pei Qingyun observed that the refinement of the solar energy within him had also experienced subtle changes. Had he not been particularly observant, he might have overlooked these nuances. It appeared that the fiery sun technique did not necessitate absolute perfection to enhance the refinement of solar power. The changes brought about by achieving mastery were simply too minor to be noted in the annotations. Pei Qingyun mused. Even though the strength gained from mastering the fiery sun technique was not substantial, its explosive characteristics began to reveal their formidable prowess. A casual strike from Pei Qingyun was evidently more powerful than before. Compared to his former self just days prior, he could now easily suppress his opponents. Even in a confrontation with Chen Yuanba, he felt confident he would not falter. After half a month, he had finally secured his position among the stronger individuals in the later stages of his internal organs. As for surpassing levels, Pei Qingyun had not yet considered that. Setting aside the question of whether he could prevail, the risks involved were simply too great. He was but an ordinary elder, not a prodigious talent. Why should he emulate the younger generation? Elders had their own methods of combat. Such ostentation was better suited for the youth. For him, dominating through sheer realm was the true path. With the mastery of the fiery sun technique, Pei Qingyun felt a surge of elation. For days, aside from practicing, he had been tirelessly subduing evil forces. At his age, few could endure such exertion. Contemplating this, he resolved to take a day off for himself. Having spent so many days in Nanling town, he had yet to truly explore it. However, just as he stepped outside, a hurried scout from the Pei family approached him, instantly dampening his good mood. Why can't there be a moment of peace? Pei Qingyun couldn't help but grumble. Being an ancestor was indeed exhausting. While other families' ancestors merely secluded themselves at home, sipping tea, tending to flowers, and amusing maidens, he was embroiled in life and death struggles. Very well then. It seems I am fated to toil. Let us see what the matter is. Pei Qingyun sighed and regarded the scout. Speak, what has transpired? The head of the family reports that there has been an incident at the Wang family's medicinal garden, the scout replied. In less than a night, the medicinal garden encountered a crisis. Pei Qingyun frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. How could Wang Gang, as head of the family, allow something so critical to be compromised? Just yesterday, he had thought Wang Gang possessed great resolve, yet here they were again facing turmoil. The specifics are unclear to my subordinates. The head of the family mentioned that you would understand after reading this letter, the scout added, handing over a missive to Pei Qingyun. Upon receiving the letter, Pei Qingyun's frown deepened. He had not anticipated the situation within the Wang family to be so dire. The collusion within and without explained the loss of the medicinal garden. Yet, how did the Li family dare to meddle? He had refrained from provoking them. And yet they struck first. It seemed he would need to plan a return to Wuyang County soon, to remind the Li family who truly held power there. Pei Qingyun thought darkly. After the scout departed, Pei Qingyun lost all desire to explore Nanling town. At the Pei family estate, under Pei Qingyun's direction, Pei Tianlin set off early to return to their clan. According to their agreement, the two families would strike against the traitors of the Wang family at midnight. Before that, Pei Tianlin intended to meet with Wang Gang to discuss the particulars of their plan. Meanwhile, the Wang family had already uncovered the truth behind the medicinal garden incident. Just as Wang Gang had speculated, the calamity stemmed from internal collusion. However, the traitor was not Wang Chaoan, but his brother, Wang Chaoyuan. Wang Chaoyuan had not only plotted against Wang Chaoan, but had also handed over the land deeds of the medicinal garden to the elder traitors within the Wang family. Upon learning the truth, Wang Gang seethed with rage, wishing he could inflict 1,000 tortures upon Wang Chaoyuan. Yet, the deed had been done. Even if he could punish Wang Chaoyuan, it would be of no use. What he needed was to extract valuable information from Wang Chaoyuan. In the Wang family dungeon. In a dark corner, a disheveled man hung his head, sweat and blood mingling, trickling down his face and pooling on the cold floor, standing at a deep crimson. Just a glance revealed the torment he had recently endured, coupled with the surrounding stench of decay and blood. It would not be an exaggeration to declare this place a hell on earth. The man was none other than Wang Chaoyuan, an elder of the Wang family. To prevent Wang Chaoyuan from taking his own life, Wang Gang had ordered that his bones be shackled and guards be stationed to watch over him. Suddenly, the dungeon door creaked open, allowing a beam of gentle sunlight to spill in. Following the sound, a figure clad in a blue robe strode into the dungeon. Upon entering, his gaze fell squarely upon Wang Chaoyuan, who remained motionless, as if lifeless. In the next moment, a voice echoed throughout the dungeon. Elder Chaoyuan, I know you have long been awake. If you wish to escape this dark and dreary dungeon, speak up soon. As a fellow clansman, I have reason to petition the head of the family for your early release. Yet, Wang Chaoyuan remained unresponsive, as if he had not heard a word. Someone, wake him up. Such a stubborn fool, Wang Tianqi directed at the guards nearby. Chapter 65. Discussion under the watchful eye of the guards. Wang Chaoyuan soon emitted a series of anguished cries. Meanwhile, Wang Tianqi observed the scene with apparent indifference. It was only when Wang Chaoyuan's screams gradually subsided that Wang Tianqi gestured for the guards to cease their actions. The taste of punishment is certainly unpleasant, if you cooperate. These tribulations shall soon pass, Wang Tianqi murmured close to Wang Chaoyuan. Bah! Wang Chaoyuan spat defiantly, his eyes filled with malice. Wang Tianqi shot a fierce glare at him before instructing the guards, take good care of him. The next moment, the cell echoed once more with desperate screams. Upon exiting the dungeon, Wang Tianqi reported the situation to Wang Gang. Well, since he is a tough nut to crack, let him remain so. He may be silent, but others will speak. Wang Gang had not held much hope, given the time constraints. Within half a day, it was reasonable to expect no results from the interrogation. The paramount objective was tonight's operation, which aimed to capture all the rebellious elders in one fell swoop. The whereabouts of the land deed would soon be brought to light. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Wang Tianqi felt a sense of relief. Master, what should we do next? Verify the locations of these traitors once more. Tonight's operation must not falter. At this point, Wang Gang's expression became abruptly serious. The Wang family had encountered a succession of issues recently, and he feared for the family's safety while also worrying about Pei family's doubts regarding his capabilities. He did not want the Pei family to think that the Wang family could not handle such matters. Understood, I shall take my leave now. Wang Tianqi replied with a respectful bow before departing the Wang family's residence. However, scarcely had Wang Tianqi left when a scout entered, reporting to the master. We have received news from the Pei family. Elder Pei Tianlin will arrive at the Wang family in half an hour. Wang Gang felt a surge of joy. Just as he was pondering when the Pei family would arrive, they were already on their way. Discounting the time consumed in communication, Pei Tianlin should be nearing the Wang family estate. Quickly, let us proceed to the front entrance to welcome Elder Tianlin. Before long, Pei Tianlin arrived at the Wang family estate on horseback, accompanied by Pei Kong and several guards from the Pei family. Upon reaching the entrance, they dismounted. Wang Gang promptly instructed his servants to take the horses to the stable. With these formalities completed, he approached Pei Tianlin with a broad smile. It is truly an honor for Elder Tianlin to grace the Wang family with his presence. Master Wang is too kind, Pei Tianlin replied with a smile, showing no signs of condescension. Wang Gang then turned his gaze to Pei Kong, having heard of a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Pei family, who had assumed the position of the Pei family's guard captain before reaching 30. Seeing him in person, Wang Gang was indeed impressed by his exceptional demeanor. Pei Kong, you have yet to meet Master Wang, Pei Tianlin reminded him. I have met Master Wang, Pei Kong responded with a slight bow, his expression unchanging. To outsiders, Pei Kong's demeanor appeared somewhat aloof, even arrogant. One must put on a show of modesty in the face of praise. An awkward atmosphere began to subtly take shape. At that moment, Pei Tianlin interjected to ease the tension. Master Wang, you flatter me. This young man merely has some talent in martial arts. It is good for him to seize this opportunity for experience. Otherwise, he might become overly obsessed with martial pursuits. Elder Tianlin, please, Wang Gang acknowledged, recognizing Pei Tianlin's attempt to defuse the situation and refraining from further mention of it. Under Wang Gang's direction, the group soon made their way to the main hall. In a shift of seating, the position of honor was now occupied by Pei Tianlin. He did not decline, as the arrangement was appropriate given the Wang family's subordinate status to the Pei family. Next, Pei Kong and several of Wang family's elders took their seats in order. Pei Kong was placed first on the left side, while Wang Gang sat first on the right. Master Wang, you shall lead the discussion and outline the current situation, Pei Tianlin instructed. Certainly, Wang Gang replied, rising from his seat. His gaze swept across everyone present before he began. As of now, the Wang family has a total of 8 teams remaining, each comprising approximately 40 individuals. 3 teams are immobile, as 2 must guard the ancestral grounds, and 1 is tasked with protecting the cemetery. The remaining 5 teams are available for immediate deployment. In total, we have 200 personnel on hand, which is sufficient. Pei Tianlin pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire, what is the status of the rebels? Wang Gang cleared his throat and continued. The rebels command 3 teams, totaling around 150 individuals. 2 of these are stationed at the Mufing Manor on Dingha Street, while the other is encamped near the Lu residence on Central Street. Mufing Manor, Lu residence. Pei Tianlin repeated to himself. He felt a sense of familiarity with these locations, but could not pinpoint why. After a brief contemplation, he decided to press Wang Gang for clarification. Master Wang, I have some recollection of these 2 places, but cannot recall the details at the moment. At that point, Wang Gang approached the map of Wuyang County and pointed to a specific location. Elder Tianlin, please observe, this marks the location of Mufing Manor. It was formerly owned by an elder of the Li family. For reasons unknown, he sold it to a wealthy merchant. Unfortunately, the merchant met an untimely demise at the hands of a demon after a few years, and the manor eventually returned to the Li family after numerous twists and turns. Thus, the manor is, in name, still owned by the Li family. Pei Tianlin frowned slightly. From the intelligence received from the Wang family, he was aware that the Li family was covertly colluding with the Wang family's rebels. Yet, he had not anticipated the Li family to take such bold steps in providing cover. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this issue and continued to inquire. What about the Lu residence? Is there anything noteworthy? The Lu residence does not possess any particular significance other than its proximity to the government office, Wang Gang replied. Upon hearing this, Pei Tianlin let out a cold chuckle. These rebels have crafted a clever scheme, attempting to leverage the government office to intimidate my Pei family. Do they truly believe that the presence of the office will deter us from taking action? Alas, they underestimate the strength of the Pei family. The original plan remains unchanged. We shall act tonight at the hour of the rat. Since the Li family dares to intervene, we shall sever their claws. Understood, Wang Gang nodded. Subsequently, Pei Tianlin discussed further operational details with Wang Gang before departing the Wang family estate. Chapter 66. The suppression of the rebels in the sweltering heat of October. The warm breeze only intensified the discomfort. Nightfall arrived swiftly. After deliberations throughout the day, Pei Tianlin divided the Wang family's 5 squads into 2 factions. 3 squads, led by Wang Gang, would assault the Wang family rebels entrenched within Lu's estate, while he himself would command the remaining 2 Wang family squads, accompanied by a contingent of Pei family guards, to attack the Mufing Manor. As time progressed, the hour of midnight drew near. Pei Tianlin and Wang Gang began their final preparations for battle. Given that the enemy consisted of former kin, Wang Gang harbored concerns that some members of his team might hesitate to strike. Therefore, he deemed it imperative to reiterate a few crucial points before combat commenced. Within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, all combatants ignited their torches, their expressions serious as they gazed ahead. Wang Gang cleared his throat, his voice resonating through the training grounds. Tonight, we embark on a mission to eradicate the rebels. This is a fight for survival. Should we fail, the Wang family will cease to exist. Remember, traitors are not worthy of mercy. At critical moments, we must not falter. Do you all understand? Understood. With Wang Tianqi leading the response, a thunderous cheer erupted from the assembly, echoing like a mighty tide. The roar gradually subsided, and Wang Gang surveyed the determined faces of his troops, filled with confidence. His gaze then fixed upon Wang Tianqi. Wang Tianqi. Wang Tianqi knelt slightly, responding, present. Wang Gang continued. You shall lead the 1st and 2nd squads to the Pei family. Coordinate with Elder Tianlin to seize Mufing Manor. Understood. Wang Tianqi replied with a slight bow, standing tall, his spirit radiating pride. Once merely a peripheral elder during Wang Yang's tenure as head of the family, he now commanded Wang Gang's trust and understood the significance of this battle. Whether as a means to repay Wang Gang's kindness or for the sake of the Wang family and himself, victory was imperative. Wang Tianqi turned to his 1st and 2nd squads. Although they were not seasoned warriors, each member was far from inexperienced. Let us move. With his command, nearly 100 members of the 2nd squad swiftly readied their weapons. Wang Tianqi led the charge, with the others closely following. Their synchronized footsteps resonated heavily against the ground, as if the floor itself trembled beneath their collective weight. Meanwhile, the Pei family was also preparing for action. Clad in dark armor, Pei Tianlin stood resolutely at the forefront, flanked by the guards commanded by Pei Kong. They awaited the arrival of Wang's forces to unite their ranks. Wang Tianqi's 2 squads soon arrived, and upon seeing Pei Tianlin, he immediately offered his respects. Elder Tianlin, I apologize for the delay. You're just in time, Wang. Bring your men into formation quickly. Pei Tianlin replied with a casual glance. Yes. Wang Tianqi nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Kong, but refraining from greeting him. Pei Kong's icy demeanor made any attempt at camaraderie seem awkward. As the 2 factions converged, they swiftly formed a formidable tide. Despite lacking prior rehearsal, their movements were fluid and organized. Everyone, let us set off. Pei Tianlin scanned the neatly arranged troops, satisfaction swelling within him. Without delay, he issued the command. Over 100 individuals brandishing torches jogged towards Mufeng Manor, their collective presence exuding an extraordinary vigor. As the hour grew late, most households within the city had succumbed to slumber, despite the sounds of marching being rather loud. They drew no notice from the sleeping populace. Thus, they ran for about 15 minutes until they reached the end of a narrow alley, where Pei Tianlin signaled for everyone to halt. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay Mufeng Manor. Given that this was a surprise assault, the element of surprise was paramount. Wang Tianqi and Pei Kong took the lead. As they approached within 10 meters of the manor's gate, they drew their long blades. What is going on? The guards, noticing the two approaching figures, exclaimed in alarm. But their words were met with the dazzling flash of steel. The long blades sliced through the air, tracing perfect arcs. Before the guards could react, their bodies fell, severed from their heads. Witnessing the guards' demise, the 100-plus troops surged forward. The clamor of the two fallen guards, coupled with the thunderous steps of the advancing soldiers, alerted those within the manor. The night watchmen quickly emerged, brandishing their weapons. However, as they opened the gate, they were met with the overwhelming sight of over 100 attackers, prompting shrieks of alarm. "We are under attack." Yet, before the alarmed guard could utter another word, a crimson gash appeared on his neck, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining guards, realizing their fate, charged at Pei Kong with ferocious expressions. However, as mere foundational warriors, they stood no chance against Pei Kong, who had achieved divine strength. The outcome was inevitable. In an instant, 3 blades flashed, and 3 guards fell. At this moment, over 100 soldiers breached the gate, flooding into the manor. The slumbering Wang family rebel elders were abruptly awakened. What is happening? They hastily donned their garments and rushed outside, only to be met with the sight of flames illuminating the night sky. A few guards burst into the elders' courtyard, gasping for breath. "Elders, it's bad. The joint forces of the Pei and Wang families are upon us." "What?" The elders' expressions turned grave. They disregarded their disheveled attire as panic set in. "How could this happen? The deed was entrusted to the Li family head. Did he not assure us that County Magistrate Tang would protect us?" One elder exclaimed. "Why would the Pei family dare to attack us?" Another elder struggled to comprehend. However, the purple-haired elder beside him had already grasped the situation. He shouted, "This is not the time for such concerns. Immediately light the signal fire to alert others. This is Li family territory. If we can hold out just a little longer, they will surely come to our aid." "I'll do it." The elder dashed into the room and ignited a signal fire. The next moment, a brilliant flame soared into the sky, illuminating the night above Mufeng Manor. "Awaken everyone. Kill!" the purple-haired elder roared. Chapter 67. The annihilation of the rebels. As the signal flare was released, all the rebels in the Mufeng Manor surged forth from every corner. However, it was too late. Under the command of Pei Tianlin, the allied forces advanced with overwhelming momentum, causing the defenses of Mufeng Manor to crumble in an instant. Within a short span, dozens of rebels had already perished. "We cannot hold them back. Their strength is insurmountable," shouted a guard. "Quickly, summon the elders from the court to intervene," cried a junior guard leader. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a long blade pierced through his abdomen, crimson blood gushing forth like a torrent. Even as the blade was withdrawn, a piece of his entrails was pulled along. Pei Tianlin stood amidst the throng, refraining from active slaughter. It was only when the rebels advanced upon him that he would effortlessly dispatch them. Nevertheless, even under such restraint, he had already claimed the lives of over 5 foundational warriors. It was not until he saw the signal flare erupt from the depths of Mufeng Manor that he finally joined the fray. Everyone hastened their efforts to annihilate the rebels before the Li family could provide support. At that moment, the gates of the inner courtyard swung open, and dozens of figures burst forth. Leading them was the rebel elder, Wang Chaoting, flanked by 2 late-stage divine power elders and several early-stage major leaders. Upon seeing Wang Chaoting emerge, Wang Tianqi bellowed furiously, charging forward. "Wang Chaoting, you traitor! Receive my blade." Moments later, the two clashed fiercely, both being consummate masters of divine power, locked in a deadly struggle. Meanwhile, another late-stage divine power elder with violet hair targeted Pei Kong. Surrounding Pei Tianlin were 3 divine power warriors. One was late-stage, while the other 2 were early-stage. Pei Tianlin is at the pinnacle of divine power. If we can ensnare him, once the Li family arrives, it will spell their doom, Wang Chaoling declared to the 2 major leaders beside him. "Is that so? With just the 3 of you, you are far from sufficient," Pei Tianlin replied dismissively. Had he not yet broken through to the pinnacle of divine power, the 3 might have stood a chance to entangle him, but that was no longer the case. As one of the top warriors in Wuyang County, a master of the 5 organs, he had no fear, even if faced with 10 consummate divine power warriors. Moreover, the 3 before him had not yet attained that peak. Only one was late stage. In response to Pei Tianlin's derision, the leading elder, Wang Chaoling, roared, thrusting his spear forward, its tip radiating an astonishing chill that sent a shiver down one's spine. "Pei Tianlin, Do not be so arrogant. For an ordinary consummate divine power warrior, facing such an unexpected thrust would compel them to defend, granting the two other divine power warriors an opportunity to strike. This cooperation could lead to overwhelming Pei Tianlin. Unfortunately, Wang Chaoling had chosen the wrong opponent. With a slight motion, Pei Tianlin unleashed a surge of radiant yang energy from within, which enveloped his blade as it coursed through his right hand. To the onlookers, it appeared as a dazzling flash, the blade igniting with flickers of flame, emanating warmth. The purpose of the yang energy extended beyond the mere destruction of evil. It also fortified the weapon's strength. With a swift motion, the long blade, like a streak of light, struck Wang Chaoling's spear tip, which, contrary to expectation, did not shatter. Instead, Wang Chaoling's spearhead was cleaved apart upon impact, and the blade continued forward with unyielding force, seemingly intent on splitting the entire spear in two. In that moment, Wang Chaoling felt the encroaching shadow of death. Without a second thought, he released his grip on the spear and evaded to the side. That was close. He gasped, looking at the severed spear on the ground. He narrowly avoided a fate akin to that of his weapon. The two early-stage divine power warriors, who had intended to join the fray, were rendered paralyzed by the astonishing spectacle. A consummate divine power warrior is so formidable. They thought in disbelief as they regarded Pei Tianlin. Yet Pei Tianlin had no intention of explaining himself. In the next instant, the yang energy surged anew from Pei Tianlin's weapon. Simultaneously, his own vitality peaked, the essence of the five organs silently radiating outward. The three opponents felt their bodies grow inexplicably heavy, their movements slowed. Wang Chaoling reacted the fastest, seizing a weapon from a nearby ally to meet Pei Tianlin's strike. However, upon collision, the weapon shattered with a resounding crack. Pei Tianlin did not relent. The long blade continued its descent toward Wang Chaoling. The elder could not dodge in time, and his right arm, which held the weapon, was severed. In an instant, blood erupted like a fountain, spraying several feet high. At that moment, the two early-stage major leaders finally gathered their wits. Armed with long blades, they aimed to strike Pei Tianlin at the waist. If they succeeded, they were confident they could cleave him in half. However, Pei Tianlin seemed to have anticipated their actions. As he severed Wang Chaoling's arm, a surge of yang energy enveloped his right leg. Clang! Their blades collided with a force akin to striking solid iron, producing a violent shockwave. Immediately, the two were sent sprawling backward several meters until they crashed against the protective wall, finally halting their retreat. Yet the oppressive weight in their chests compelled them to spit blood, to withstand a blade with flesh. Wang Chaoling gasped, his eyes wide with terror. In that moment, he forgot the pain from his severed arm. You are a master of the five organs. The two, leaning against the wall, recalled the unique characteristics of such warriors. Their eyes filled with disbelief. The yang energy enhances both strength and potency. Moreover, it is not limited to weapons. Any part of a warrior's body, when infused with yang energy, can attain hardness comparable to ordinary weapons. However, the durability of flesh does not quite match that of weapons. Thus, when battling opponents of the same realm, five-organ warriors typically imbue their weapons with yang energy to make them exceedingly sharp. In contrast, when facing divine power warriors, they need not be so cautious and can rely on their physical resilience. This is why divine power warriors often regard five-organ warriors as having impenetrable defenses. It is time to send you on your way. Pei Tianlin did not respond to their inquiries, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Surviving 2 exchanges was already their limit. In the next heartbeat, Pei Tianlin leapt gracefully, his foot precisely landing on one of their shoulders, propelling him into the air like a soaring bird. Chapter 68. The annihilation of the rebels. Only upon reaching the zenith did Pei Tianlin commence his swift descent. Whoosh! Under the acceleration of gravity, Pei Tianlin's already bird-like speed surged once more. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Wang Chaoling. Wang Chaoling was caught completely off guard as a flash of blade light cleaved down upon him, bisecting his entire being. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why Pei Tianlin, a fifth-tier martial artist, had foolishly chosen to confront him. Boom! Without the support of power, one half of Wang Chaoling's body could no longer maintain its stance and fell heavily to the ground. Surveying the myriad of fallen warriors, none met such a gruesome fate as he did. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos of battle, no one had the energy to attend to his demise. Only 2 early-stage martial leaders watched helplessly, filled with regret for their betrayal of the Wang family. Had they remained loyal, they might have retained their status as exalted martial artists and enjoyed the protection of the Pei family, living far better lives. However, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. After dispatching Wang Chaoling, Pei Tianlin's gaze shifted to the 2 leaders. Embrace your fate, he murmured, as his sword whirled swiftly in his hand. The chasm between him and the 2 was vast, a full tier apart. Had he not been intent on eliminating Wang Chaoling, a mere flick of his blade would have sufficed to end them both. Spare us, the 2 leaders barely managed to plead before Pei Tianlin's sword struck their midsections. With a sickening sound, their bodies separated above the waist, cleaved in 2. Yet, Due to the formidable vitality of martial artists, they did not perish immediately. They struggled to utter words, but only the slightest parting of their lips echoed in silence. As they writhed, their upper halves collapsed to the ground, gazing in bewilderment at the sight before them, unable to fathom why their bodies had been severed. Pei Tianlin turned away, no longer regarding the two half-bodies. However, the blood that gushed forth from their severed forms splattered across his face, though he paid it no mind, his attention fixed upon the center of the battlefield. Under Pei Kong's overwhelming pressure, the situation for the elder with purple hair had become precarious. After all, Pei Kong was at the pinnacle of martial prowess, while the elder was merely in the late stages. It was only natural for Pei Kong to dominate. Pei Tianlin estimated that within a maximum of 10 moves, the elder would surely meet his end at Pei Kong's hands. At this juncture, he chose to refrain from intervening, redirecting his gaze to the ongoing duel between Wang Chaoting and Wang Tianqi. Both were at the pinnacle of martial strength, having once been kin, and were intimately familiar with one another. Yet, prior to Wang Gang's ascension to power, Wang Tianqi had not enjoyed a reputation comparable to Wang Chaoting's, leading many to perceive Wang Chaoting as the strongest elder beneath Wang Gang. Now it appeared that Wang Tianqi was not inferior to Wang Chaoting. In fact, he might even exceed him. Given the apparent equilibrium between the two, Pei Tianlin decided against involvement for the time being. Meanwhile, the battle within the Mu Feng Manor gradually subsided. The joint forces of the two families held a marked advantage, particularly given the element of surprise. By the conclusion of the conflict, their losses were minimal, with only a handful of unfortunate souls perishing in the campaign against the rebels. Nevertheless, approximately a quarter of their ranks bore injuries. In stark contrast, the rebels had suffered a casualty rate exceeding 80%. Were it not for their desire to capture some prisoners for subsequent interrogation, the joint forces would have long since eradicated the rebels entirely. At that moment, even the purple-haired elder and Wang Chaoting, no matter how dull-witted, sensed the shift in their surroundings. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Wang Chaoting, catching a glimpse of the unfolding situation, froze in shock. Although Wang Tianqi was unaware of the cause for Wang Chaoting's sudden stillness, he seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he drove his blade into Wang Chaoting's shoulder, the edge embedding deeply into the flesh. The excruciating pain jolted Wang Chaoting back to awareness. Extending his longsword, he aimed to pierce Wang Tianqi's heart. Yet, Wang Tianqi was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. At that moment, he had already withdrawn his long knife from his chest. Clang! The clash of blade against blade ignited sparks in the air. Due to his injuries, Wang Chaoting's movements grew increasingly sluggish. After a flurry of exchanges, Wang Chaoting was left battered and on the brink of collapse, gazing at Wang Tianqi with resentment. If not for my distraction, you would never have triumphed over me. In this moment, Wang Chaoting's lament held no weight. Betraying the Wang family was a price he had to pay. As their words unfolded, Wang Tianqi severed one of Wang Chaoting's arms. Kill me. Wang Chaoting howled in agony. His face contorted in pain. To kill you would be far too simple. Did you ever consider the day you would face such a fate when you turned your back on the Wang family? Wang Tianqi's gaze remained cold as he regarded Wang Chaoting, his eyes brimming with resentment. Had it not been for Wang Chaoting's treachery, the Wang family would not have suffered such a fate. Despite the apparent prosperity of the Wang family, it was built upon the corpses of their own kin. It would take an indeterminate time for the wounds inflicted by this rebellion to heal. Ha! In the game of kings, the victor and the vanquished are all that matter. What is there to be proud of? The family head fell to Pei Qingyun, and yet you are reduced to serving the Pei family like a dog. The true betrayal of the Wang family lies not with me, but with you. Wang Chaoting, gritting his teeth against the pain, laughed maniacally. He understood that capture awaited him, along with endless torment. Rather than succumb to that fate, he preferred to incite Wang Tianqi's wrath, hoping that in a fit of rage, his end would be swift. Regrettably, his calculations were flawed. Though Wang Tianqi yearned to end his life, he recognized that the time had not yet come. There were still numerous leads to uncover from Wang Chaoting. Do not think to provoke me. Your foolishness shall only deepen your suffering. With a gentle step, Wang Tianqi severed Wang Chaoting's left arm. Following that, he thrust a finger into Wang Chaoting's mute acupoint. Now, let us see how you can utter a sound. Wang Tianqi mocked. Meanwhile, the clash between Pei Kong and the elder with purple hair concluded swiftly. In less than 10 moves, Pei Kong secured a decisive victory. Had the elder not retained value for interrogation, he would have been slain on the spot. With the skirmish at an end, Pei Tianlin approached and softly remarked, "Well done. Your efforts are appreciated. The Li family is on its way. Take these two back for strict confinement. Matters pertaining to the Li family will be addressed later." Chapter 69. The fangs of the Pei family. As Pei Tianlin and his entourage departed from the Mufeng Manor with their captives, a great fire erupted, engulfing the manor in flames. The motive behind this act was not merely to erase evidence, but primarily to prevent any potential reanimation of the deceased. Miles away, Li Wu and the Li family's guard squad raced towards the manor. Yet, before they could arrive, they beheld the towering inferno blazing above Mufeng Manor. Against the backdrop of the night, the flames shone brilliantly, as if the heavens were concerned for Li Wu's group, prompting a sudden gust of wind. This tempest carried the acrid scent of charred flesh, mingling with thick black smoke, assaulting Li Wu and his men. What an unbearable stench! What on earth is that? The guards covered their noses, coughing incessantly. It was reminiscent of burnt meat. Who could possibly be cooking at this hour? As they speculated about the source of the odor, a scout at the front of the line suddenly shouted, "Fire! There's a huge fire up ahead." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the flames, which soared nearly 10 feet high. Even from a distance, the fiery glow was unmistakable. Mounted on horseback, Li Wu felt a pang of dread. He commanded his guards to hasten their pace. Before long, they arrived at Mufeng Manor. The sight of charred corpses left behind by the raging fire plunged Li Wu into despair. Despite having anticipated such a grim outcome upon seeing the flames, the reality was still jarring. Damn it, we are indeed a step too late. What a useless bunch. 10 formidable warriors and over 100 men couldn't hold out for even a quarter of an hour. What on earth were the elders of the Wang family doing? After venting his frustration, Li Wu regained his composure and instructed the guard captain beside him, "Send a few men inside to check for survivors." Understood. The captain immediately set about searching the premises. Apart from a few unburned bodies, there were no living souls to be found. Li Wu was not surprised by this outcome. He had already prepared himself for the worst. In such a brief span, over 100 lives had perished. It seemed the Wang family had indeed mobilized their entire force. He had not expected such decisiveness from them. However, as he pondered this, some of the guards who had entered the manor appeared to have made a new discovery. They approached Li Wu, brandishing broken swords and tattered armor. "Master, we have new findings. These weapons do not resemble those of the Wang family. Show them to me," Li Wu commanded. As the guard handed over the broken sword, Li Wu scrutinized it closely, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This is the weaponry of the Pei family. It appears that tonight's operations involved not just the Wang family, but the Pei family as well. No wonder that old schemer from the court couldn't hold them back for even a moment." With the Pei family now aware of the situation, there was no need for further concealment. The deed for the medicinal garden lay in the hands of Magistrate Tang. It would be intriguing to see how the Pei family would handle this. A cold smile crept across Li Wu's face. The fates of the Wang family's insurgents were of little concern to him. From the beginning, he had merely exploited them. If he could use this to bring down the Wang family, it would be ideal. But should he fail, it would all come to an end. With the medicinal garden as leverage, he had already secured connections with the local government, and the only ones harmed would be the interests of the Pei family. He had no doubt that the Pei family would hesitate to confront the government. Meanwhile, within the Lu residence, Wang Gang led 3 factions of the Wang family and successfully exterminated the insurgents at the Lu residence. Although the assault on Mufeng Manor was remarkably smooth, the overall process remained relatively effortless. With a 3-to-1 advantage, the superior combat strength of the Wang family made their victory unsurprising. However, the only misfortune lay in the noise of the slaughter, which attracted the attention of the neighboring government officials. Wang Gang did not wish to entangle himself with the authorities and hurriedly retreated after the massacre. Yet, despite his efforts, some of his men were captured by the officials, which infuriated Wang Gang. Nevertheless, he dared not massacre the pursuing guards. In terms of strength, any of the 3 families possessed forces that could rival the government. The court's backing made them far more formidable than any family, no matter how powerful. Thus, Wang Gang left in frustration. Upon returning to the Wang family estate, Wang Gang encountered Wang Tianqi, who had returned earlier. Wang Tianqi quickly briefed him on the situation at Mufeng Manor. Wang Gang was astonished by how easily the 2 families had taken control of the manor, contrasting sharply with his own seemingly ineffectual actions at the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Pei Tianlin returned to the Pei family estate with his guards and promptly disbanded the group, as it was too late to carry out any interrogations. He decided to postpone such matters until dawn, for there was no rush. As for the situation with Wang Gang, Pei Tianlin felt no concern. If Wang Gang could not handle such a simple task, then his demise would be inconsequential. The Pei family could easily spare one useless subordinate family. The next day, early in the morning, under Pei Tianlin's direction, Wang Gang personally interrogated the insurgents captured from Mufeng Manor. Through their confessions, the sequence of events unfolded rapidly. The Wang family would soon reclaim the 30% of their lost assets. However, the deed for the medicinal garden was nowhere to be found. It was only during the interrogation of Wang Chouting that Wang Gang learned the deed had fallen into the hands of the government. Upon receiving this news, Wang Gang seethed with rage, wishing he could flay Wang Chouting alive. He felt that being the family head brought nothing but disdain. Yet, he understood that such feelings were futile. The deed was in Tang Mu's possession, and there was no chance of reclaiming it. After venting his frustration through a round of beatings, Wang Gang relayed this information to the Pei family. "What? You say the deed for the medicinal garden is in Tang Mu's possession?" The moment he spoke, Pei Tianrong sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. Indeed, according to Wang Chouting, the deed was personally delivered by Li Wu. Wang Gang nodded slightly, unable to meet Pei Tianrong's gaze. The loss of the medicinal garden deed was, regardless of the circumstances, the Wang family's fault. This is outrageous. The Li family has the audacity to seize my Pei family's assets and present them as gifts to Tang Mu. Clearly, the Li family holds my Pei family in contempt. Pei Tianrong's fury was palpable, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What should we do, master? Wang Gang inquired, glancing at Pei Tianrong with trepidation. Since the Li family believes we cannot retaliate, it is time for us to take action, Pei Tianrong replied. An air of resoluteness in his gaze. Wang Gang stood by silently, awaiting further instructions from Pei Tianrong. The room fell into a heavy silence. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Tianrong spoke slowly. From now on, you will follow my instructions. Find time to visit the Li family directly. I will have Tianlin accompany you. When you arrive at the Li family, do not mention the deed is in Tang Mu's possession. Simply demand it. But what if the Li family denies it? Wang Gang asked. Pei Tianrong let out a cold laugh. I have never expected the Li family to acknowledge this matter. Sending you to the Li family is merely a test. At these words, Wang Gang's eyes brightened with understanding. At this moment, if he still fails to comprehend Pei Tianrong's intentions, he would truly be a fool. If his suspicions are correct, the Pei family is indeed planning to take action against the Li family. However, even with Pei Qingyun, a formidable expert at the mid-stage of the five organs, it would not be an easy task to directly conquer the Li family. Would Pei Qingyun really be willing to incur significant casualties just to seize the Li family? As he pondered this, Wang's eyes initially sparkled with clarity, only to suddenly dim with apprehension. Warfare entails losses. Should the Pei family attack the Li family, the Wang family would inevitably be compelled to lead the charge. The Wang family had already suffered grievously during this rebellion. Their power reduced to merely half of its former glory. Should they engage in another large-scale conflict, the Wang family might well descend to a second-rate status in Wuyang County. Yet, if the Pei family has made a decision, he must execute it unconditionally, lest the Wang family face annihilation. Just as Wang was consumed with concern for his family's future, Pei Tianrong's next words confirmed his suspicions. After your failure to obtain the land deed from the Li family, make this matter known throughout the entire city. I will let all forces within Wuyang County know that it was the Li family who stole the deed to the medicinal garden. At that point, I shall see if Tang Mu dares to deny his involvement. If Tang Mu refuses to acknowledge it, then the Li family will no longer have a reason to exist. Having taken what belongs to my Pei family, I will ensure their entire clan pays the price. I assure you, this transaction will be profitable for the Pei family. Listening to Pei Tianrong's words, a profound chill surged within Wang's heart. He could sense a potent confidence and resolve emanating from Pei Tianrong's speech. He even harbored a premonition that the downfall of the Li family was imminent. Head of the family, I will take care of it immediately, Wang said with a slight bow, his voice grave. Yet, his thoughts remained ensnared in Pei Tianrong's declarations. As Wang departed, a shadow of worry crossed Pei Tianrong's face. If it were merely the Li family, he would not be concerned in the least. He was even confident in overpowering them. The Pei family had long since transformed. Not only had the ancestor broken through to the late stage of the five organs, but Pei Tianlin had also advanced to the early stage. With the Pei family's strength, they were more than capable of dominating Wuyang County. However, Tang Mu, being a figure of the court, posed a potential complication should he intervene. Nevertheless, this situation could also serve as an opportunity for the Pei family. With this rationale, the Pei family could justifiably act against the Li family. Yet, before taking action, he needed to ascertain the stance of his own ancestor. Chapter 70. The Arrival at Yunlai. Since residing here, Pei Qingyun has regarded this place as another stronghold of the Pei family. His daily responsibilities involve purging malevolent entities, followed by hours of cultivation. Life has become both monotonous and fulfilling. Uncertain of the events from the previous night, he assumes that with Tianlin and Pei Kong present, dealing with the traitors should pose little difficulty. Pei Qingyun suspects that he may be overly anxious. With the formidable Wuzong warrior, Pei Tianlin, by his side, the possibility of failure seems non-existent. Even if the Li family were to intervene, it would likely result in nothing but futile efforts. Glancing at the sky, Pei Qingyun feels it is indeed time to commence his extermination of evil beings. Although the absence of Pei Tianlin has increased the workload, he finds himself surprisingly unburdened. Perhaps it is due to the relentless efforts over the past several days that the sources of evil have gradually diminished. However, as long as the source of evil persists, calamity will never cease. Pei Qingyun sighs, dismissing further thoughts. The source of evil is beyond his current capabilities. According to legends, even the most powerful warriors of the Dejing dynasty can only temporarily seal the most inferior sources of evil, and whether such tales hold truth remains uncertain. At that moment, a series of thunderous hoofbeats resonate from outside the inn. Pei Qingyun peeks out and recognizes his scout approaching, evidently bearing fresh news. Shortly after, the scout ascends the stairs, and upon seeing Pei Qingyun standing at the door, a flicker of surprise crosses his eyes, quickly replaced by composure. He approaches Pei Qingyun, slightly bending his knee in a gesture of respect, and hands over a letter. In the presence of the scout, Pei Qingyun opens the letter, his gaze immediately drawn to the signature in the bottom right corner. Pei Tianrong. It does not take long for Pei Qingyun to read through the letter's contents, his eyes revealing satisfaction. He has long contemplated taking action against the Li family. After all, the territory of Wuyang County is quite limited, with resources scarce. The Li family stands as a stumbling block to the Pei family's growth. Moreover, subduing the Li family would further enhance the family's fortune. Thus, Pei Qingyun finds no justification to spare the Li family. As for whether Tang Mu would intervene, it is not a consideration for him. Indeed, he does not dare to kill Tang Mu, but that does not imply Tang Mu can thwart the Pei family's ambitions. If he desires to eliminate the Li family, Tang Mu will not be able to stop him. On the streets of Wuyang County, after leaving the Pei family, Wang Gang and Pei Tianlin, accompanied by several others, hastened towards the Li family. At the Li family estate, ever since learning of the Pei family's involvement in this endeavor, Li Wu has been pondering how to manipulate the situation to benefit the Li family. After a night of contemplation, Li Wu considers leveraging the broken weapons to file a complaint at the magistrate's office. After all, the Mufeng Manor is within the jurisdiction of the Li family. The intrusion and violence by the Pei and Wang families clearly violate the unspoken rules among the powers of Wuyang County. The magistrate, in theory, is an institution for maintaining stability within the Dejing dynasty, but in reality, it is merely a den for officials to extort wealth. However, this assumes that stability is maintained within Wuyang County, with no large-scale chaos allowed. The Wang and Pei families, being among the most significant powers in Wuyang County, have undoubtedly disrupted this stability. Although Tang Mu had promised to assist him regarding the land deed of the medicinal garden, passively enduring attacks is not a viable strategy. If he were to expose this matter, he could take the initiative. If Tang Mu fails to address it, he could use public opinion to exert pressure, creating turmoil throughout the city. Just as he prepares to act, he receives word of Pei Tianlin and Wang Gang's visit. Li Wu looks at the steward beside him, bewildered, and inquires about the purpose of their visit. The steward shakes his head, unsure, stating they only requested to see him in person. Li Wu sneers, expressing his disdain, determined to discover what tricks they intend to play. Before long, Li Wu encounters Pei Tianlin and Wang Gang. Their gazes lock, initiating an unspoken clash of wills. To Li Wu's surprise, this silent confrontation proves to be evenly matched. In his recollection, the two were merely at the peak of divine power. While he himself was a Wuzong warrior, even without exerting his full strength, he should not be evenly matched in this contest of presence. Before he can ponder further, Wang Gang speaks first, addressing Li Wu. I am aware that the deed to the medicinal garden is in your possession. Kindly return it at once. Li Wu feigns astonishment, replying, Wang family head, what prompts such a statement? Hasn't the deed always been under the control of your Wang family? What concern is it of mine? Wang Gang's expression darkens, and he regards Li Wu with hostility, stating, you are being disingenuous, Li family head. Our traitor has confessed that you possess the deed. If you return it, we can pretend this incident never occurred. Li Wu's face reflects dilemma as he responds. Oh, Wang family head. I assure you I do not possess your family's deed. Perhaps your traitor has mistaken the identity of the culprit and shifted the blame onto me. I suggest you return home and reevaluate to avoid wrongfully accusing my Li family. We conduct ourselves with utmost integrity, unlike certain individuals who prey on the weak, resorting to underhanded tactics. As he speaks, Li Wu cannot resist offering them a knowing smile. Witnessing Li Wu's demeanor, Pei Tianlin feels a flicker of murderous intent, though it vanishes just as swiftly. Similarly, Wang Gang is thoroughly disgusted by Li Wu's behavior. His face reddens, fingers cracking with tension. Had the Pei family not already planned their course of action against the Li family, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses to vent his frustrations. Wang Gang regains his composure, speaking slowly, Li family head, do not deceive yourself. Even if you possess the deed, it is merely a worthless piece of paper. If you surrender the deed now, there remains a chance for reconciliation between our families. Li Wu raises his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I have stated I do not possess it, yet you refuse to believe me. Wang Gang's gaze turns icy. It appears this matter cannot conclude amicably. Do not think that just because you hold the deed, the garden belongs to you. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Li Wu smirks, a look of contempt crossing his features. Wang family head, I have already insisted I do not possess your deed, yet you still refuse to believe me. Now you threaten my Li family. Do you think we are so easily bullied? At this juncture, Li Wu abruptly shifts his tone, casting a cold glare at Wang Gang. Wang Gang, I address you as Wang family head out of respect. You should consider whether I can ensure you do not leave my Li family. Wang Gang's expression shifts, his eyes flashing with menace. While he had previously been acting, he is now genuinely enraged. Wang Gang declares, Li Wu, I will remember this. If you dare to detain me, prepare for the wrath of my Wang family. Pei Tianlin, standing by, remains silent, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade, poised to retaliate should Li Wu make a move. Li Wu grins, a cold smile forming, just a bunch of wastrels, daring to be insolent before me. I await the vengeance of your Wang family. As these words leave his mouth, Pei Tianlin understands there is no further need for dialogue. He cast a deep gaze at Li Wu before turning to Wang Gang. Let us depart. Watching their retreating figures, the steward finally speaks up. Master, why not detain them? Li Wu shakes his head. Now is not the time for action. If we strike against Pei Tianlin, my Li family will find itself trapped. By that time, even Magistrate Tang would find it inappropriate to intervene in our family affairs. However, at present, there remains room for maneuver. Ultimately, the Li family finds itself at a disadvantage. Li Wu let out a sigh. If he were in the mid-stage of the Five Viscera realm, how could he possibly have set fire to both men? After departing from the Li estate, although both were suppressing a surge of indignation, they did not forget their mission. In no time, Wang Gang arranged for personnel to bribe beggars on the street and some vagrants to spread the news of the Li family's theft of the Wang family's land deed. Meanwhile, Pei Tianlin returned to the Pei clan's territory, seething with suppressed anger. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the Master's small courtyard. At that moment, Pei Tianrong was receiving a letter brought by a scout. Upon noticing the arrival of correspondence, Pei Tianlin hurried over to inquire, "Elder brother, whose letter is it?" Pei Tianrong turned his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "It's from our ancestor. Why have you returned so soon?" Pei Tianlin maintained a stern expression. "No need to mention it. I'm filled with rage. By the way, what does the letter say?" Pei Tianrong shot him a glance. "I haven't read it yet." "Why the urgency?" Pei Tianlin replied. "Aren't you curious? Let me finish reading first." With that, Pei Tianrong opened the letter and perused it meticulously. In the next moment, a smile graced his face. "Our ancestor has instructed us to proceed without hesitation and not to hold back. If necessary, he will personally intervene. As for the magistrate's office, we need not concern ourselves with it. Should Tang Mu insist on meddling in this matter, our ancestor will certainly pay a visit." Pei Tianlin's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. "This is splendid news. You know how arrogant Li Wu has been today. I nearly lost my composure. He even dares to touch the possessions of the Pei family. This is the perfect opportunity to eradicate them." Pei Tianrong shook his head and said, "There is no need for haste. With our ancestors' support, the destruction of the Li family is merely a matter of time. We should take this opportunity to strategize thoroughly. If we are to annihilate the Li family, we must strike when they least expect it." Hearing this from Pei Tianrong, Pei Tianlin felt his initial impulsiveness dissipate. Although the Li family may lack the top-tier experts compared to the Pei family, in terms of both quality and quantity of divine power realm warriors, the Li family was by no means inferior. Of course, if one were to account for the Wang family's warriors, the situation would differ. But that was contingent upon both sides mobilizing their full forces. In reality, the Pei family could never afford such a risk. As the aggressors, the Pei family had the option to retreat or defend. Conversely, the Li family had only the choices of annihilation or desperate resistance. Thus, if the Pei family opted for a reckless frontal assault, it would inevitably result in considerable casualties. Chapter 71. Echoes throughout the city, brother. You shall handle this matter. Whenever we strike the Li family, I shall be the first to charge in, Pei Tianlin declared. Pei Tianrong waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. I am well aware of your temperament. If there is nothing pressing, you should return to our ancestor and assist in purging the evil. It is a shame that at such an advanced age, our ancestor still bears the burden of family affairs. It reflects our inadequacy as the younger generation." Listening to Pei Tianrong's words, a twinge of guilt stirred within Pei Tianlin. The pride he had felt after breaking through to the five organs vanished in an instant. Were it not for their ancestor, he would have never attained such a level. What was there to be proud of? Pei Tianlin spoke solemnly. "Brother, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Pei Tianrong acknowledged, watching as Pei Tianlin disappeared from view before slowly retracting his gaze. In Wuyang County, on Mingyuan Street, under Wang Gang's deliberate interference, the beggars and vagrants of Wuyang County spread the news of the Li family's refusal to return the Pei family's medicinal garden deed. Within a single day, this news had circulated through numerous streets, including impoverished districts, reaching even the most secluded corners of Mingyuan Street. Within an establishment on Mingyuan Street, a tavern bustling with a diverse array of patrons, a burly man with a flushed face leaned towards a handsome young man beside him, his voice slurred with drunkenness. "Old Third, what have you been up to these days? I haven't seen you around. Enjoying the pleasures of the brothel without inviting your elder brother?" The handsome young man raised his cup and downed a hearty gulp, lamenting. "What are you saying, big brother? If I were indulging in revelry, would I not invite you? You have no idea. These days have been unbearable." Upon hearing this, the burly man seemed to regain some lucidity. "Old Third, what do you mean by that?" The young man paused before replying gravely. "It's a long story. You must know that since the Wang family's troubles began, our small families that relied on them have endured great hardship. Especially with the recent internal turmoil within the Wang family, we are all in a state of disarray. They say a word from the powerful can send us scrambling to root out the traitors within. Those of us who have had dealings with them are subjected to rigorous scrutiny. And even after passing the examination, our troubles are not over. We must assist the Wang family in eliminating the traitors. I nearly lost my little brother in the process." As he spoke, the young man took another large drink. seemingly to vent his suppressed emotions. Realizing his younger brother had been struggling, the burly man felt remorseful. I've misunderstood you. Here, allow me to drink 3 cups in self-punishment. He poured 3 bowls of liquor and gulped them down in quick succession. However, this swift intake only served to further intoxicate him, his eyes glazing over once more. Do not dwell on the past, brother. It is already behind us. There will be brighter days ahead, the young man sighed, expressing his resignation. If only that were true, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. The Wang family has been facing relentless misfortune lately. Just yesterday, another major incident occurred. The burly man, bleary-eyed, instinctively asked, "What happened now?" With a worried expression, the young man replied, "The deed to the Wang family's medicinal garden has been stolen, allegedly, by the Li family. I genuinely fear that the 2 families might clash again, and once more, we small families will bear the brunt of it. I do not know when these hard times will end." At that moment, the young man raised his cup and drank deeply once more. When he looked back at the burly man, he found him utterly inebriated. The young man could only manage a resigned smile. Meanwhile, their conversation inadvertently reached the ears of others. The Wang family, one of the top 3 clans, and the Li family, currently the 2nd largest clan, were at the center of attention. The involvement of the Pei family in this conflict could potentially cause significant upheaval within Wuyang County. In a private room marked Tian, a leader of the Purging Evil Division savored his meal with great relish. His mouth, akin to a glutton, devoured an entire platter of meat in mere moments. This was merely the prelude. Within moments, the table, laden with a dozen dishes, was reduced to mere scraps. Yet, even after such indulgence, the leader felt unsatisfied, instinctively licking his lips until not a trace of grease remained. Turning to his attendant, he inquired, "Now, tell me, what transpired below?" The attendant, bowing his head, reported softly, "According to our investigations, it appears the Li family has seized the deed to the Wang family's medicinal garden and refuses to return it. The Wang family seems intent on leveraging this situation. Should we report this to the master?" The leader cast a knowing glance at his attendant, recognizing the desire for recognition. He refrained from exposing this ambition, recalling that he too had once harbored similar aspirations. Moreover, the attendant was one of his own. After a moment's contemplation, he advised, "Focus on your duties, and do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." Even though the master is outside the city, he sees all that transpires within. The attendant understood this as a kind reminder, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." The leader nodded slightly. "Very well, rise." Outside Wuyang City, in a vast expanse, Qin Yuanba was diligently exterminating the evil beings. His spear danced like a dragon, each thrust releasing a flurry of phantom strikes that struck true against the malevolent creatures. Within moments, dozens of evil beings lay slaughtered at his feet. The attendant beside him displayed little surprise at the spectacle, as Qin Yuanba's personal guard, he had witnessed such scenes countless times. Had this been their first encounter? He might have felt astonished, but now he was desensitized. In his eyes, Qin Yuanba was an invincible force. Vanquishing evil was but a commonplace affair. Once the evil beings were dispatched, Qin Yuanba lowered his spear, his formidable aura rapidly dissipating. In just a brief moment, he transformed into a different person, his gaze deep and tranquil as he surveyed the horizon. "Speak, what have you discovered today?" The attendant swiftly recounted the events within the city. After finishing, he discreetly observed Qin Yuanba's reaction. However, Qin Yuanba's expression remained unchanged, as if the happenings in the city were trivial matters. After a moment of silence, he finally withdrew his gaze and said flatly, "Let us proceed. We continue to purge the evils." The attendant, perplexed, responded, "Understood." Chapter 72. Tang Mu's reaction in the government office. Tang Mu forcefully hurled the teacup in his hand to the ground, the resounding crash startling the clerk outside. However, the steward chose not to enter at that moment. As Tang Mu's trusted confidant, he understood his temper all too well. When Tang Mu was in a fit of rage, anyone who stood before him would inevitably become the target of his ire. At his age, he wished to avoid such old grievances. As the porcelain shattered, Tang Mu's furious shouts echoed once more in the room. After a considerable time, tranquility finally returned to the study. Only then did the steward rise and gently rap on the door. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of scattered fragments, and a chill of apprehension gripped his heart. Over the years, he had witnessed Tang Mu's outbursts, but never had he seen the study in such disarray. Cautiously, the steward approached Tang Mu, wary of inciting further anger. "My lord, should we have the servants tidy up the room?" Tang Mu grunted in response, his countenance still dark. "The issue regarding the Wang family's land deed is causing quite a stir. I have yet to reap any benefits from it, and instead, it has become a hot potato. Curse it. The Wang family's maneuver has me burning in a fire." Tang Mu slammed his palm on the table, the irritation boiling over once again. The table itself remained unscathed, but the steward was thoroughly alarmed, almost calling for the servants before the words caught in his throat. He regretted arriving too soon, realizing that the fury had yet to subside. Fortunately, after that single slam, Tang Mu ceased his further actions. At that moment, The steward finally reacted and arranged for the servants to come in and clean up, instructing them to keep the noise to a minimum. Seeing the servants had arrived, Tang Mu retreated to a side room. There, in solitude, his thoughts gradually settled. Despite possessing the land deed, he dared not proceed with the acquisition of the medicine garden amidst such uproar. Yet, relinquishing the deed was even less an option. He had never been one to spit out a morsel he had nearly swallowed. As a dignified county magistrate, how could he bow to a mere third-rate family? If this matter were to spread, what dignity would remain, and what reputation for the government office? At that point, he would likely become a laughingstock among his peers. His name tarnished. At his age, with aspirations for advancement long extinguished, he held his face and reputation in high regard. It was impossible for him to forbid discussions about this topic within the city. However, he could wait until the commotion subsided before taking over the medicine garden. Yet, this did not mean he was powerless in the meantime. Since the Wang and Pei families were so foolish as to exploit this matter, he could use the Liu family incident to suppress the Wang family. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Tang Mu's eyes as he called out, "Lai Fu." Hearing his name, the steward hurried over. "The old servant is here. Convey my orders. Assemble the court immediately. I shall personally interrogate the petty thieves captured last night." "Certainly. I shall attend to it at once." The steward acknowledged and swiftly made his way to the prison. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. "Dead," he exclaimed incredulously, staring at the lifeless form. The man had been full of life the night before, and now he lay dead. It did not appear to be a natural death. The steward turned to the nearby jailer, his voice cold as ice. "What on earth happened? Why is the prisoner in cell number 3 dead?" The jailer appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the steward's inquiry. But upon seeing the steward's icy demeanor, fear washed over his face, and he hastily explained, "My lord, I just took over the shift in the afternoon and haven't had the chance to check all the cells. I am not aware of the situation in cell number 3. Damn it. Now I cannot report this to the master." The steward cursed inwardly, but he refrained from arguing with the jailer. At that moment, he was more concerned with how to face Tang Mu. He could almost predict that if Tang Mu discovered these men had perished in custody, he would be furiously incensed. As the interrogator, the steward would bear the brunt of his wrath. Even if it was not his fault, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of reprimands. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes as he seemed to devise a plan. He turned to the jailer and said, "Soon. The chief warden will come to interrogate the prisoners in cell number 3. When he arrives, you will simply state the truth, just as you have now." The jailer nodded. Still perplexed, satisfied with the jailer's response, the steward departed. "Dead friends, but I shall not perish." Upon returning to the government office, the steward naturally did not disclose the real situation, instead claiming he had already informed the warden to interrogate the prisoners. Tang Mu nodded, not questioning the veracity of the steward's account. However, his maneuvering would ultimately bring calamity upon the warden. Without the interrogation of the prisoners, the warden had no choice but to report the situation truthfully. The ensuing outcome was predictable. Tang Mu erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon the warden. Leaving no ancestral lineage unscathed, the steward stood by, internally alarmed, silently mourning the warden for 3 minutes. After a storm of wrath, Tang Mu seemed to tire of his tirade, lifting his cup to sip some hot tea. He then addressed the 2 men present. "You 2 may leave. I require some quiet." The 2 of them felt as if they had been granted a pardon, eager to exit at once. The warden, in particular, hurried away as if his feet were greased. In the main hall, Tang Mu wore a sullen expression, having been thwarted by the Wang family twice in a single day. This left him in a profoundly discontented mood. Since taking office as the county magistrate, he had never suffered such a significant setback. He did not need to guess. He knew that the circumstances in the prison had been manipulated by the Wang family. In truth, it did not surprise him that there were individuals affiliated with the Wang family within the prison. The Wang, Pei, and Li families had become the 3 dominant clans in Wuyang County not solely due to their own strength, but also because of their intricate web of connections. Within Wuyang County, from the magistrate down to the lowest-ranking officials, none were untouched by the benefits offered by these 3 families. The same held true in the prisons. People needed to survive, and to survive, they needed money. No one was free from the need for financial resources, and the officers and officials were no exception. Especially among the martial officers and jailers, who often received meager wages, it was impossible to sustain a living without some form of illicit gain. As a result, many within the government office had been bought off by the 3 great families. What astonished Tang Mu was the decisiveness with which the Wang family acted. In the past, if they were to judge a few individuals for their crimes, as long as the Wang family was willing to part with some money, it was likely that those individuals would face no repercussions. Yet now, the Wang family had chosen to dispose of lives at will, a stark contrast to their usual conduct. Chapter 73. Undercurrents. Considering the events of the day, Tang Mu began to suspect that his adversary had been plotting for a considerable time. It even crossed his mind that the land deed for the medicinal garden had been deliberately released. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion as implausible. The recent schism within the Wang family had inflicted irreparable damage, a setback so severe that even at their zenith, it would take a decade for them to recover. Furthermore, the Wang family was no longer the formidable entity it once was. They had even resorted to becoming a subordinate of the Pei family in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, it seemed unlikely that this was a calculated scheme. Rather, it appeared to be a mere coincidence. The Wang family's actions were undoubtedly spurred on by the Pei family, which left Tang Mu feeling somewhat troubled. At that moment, he questioned whether his decision to engage in the conflict between the Pei and Li families was indeed wise. Within the Li family estate, Li Wu was consumed with fury upon learning of the situation. He had intended to lodge a complaint against the Wang family, but was taken aback when they retaliated, sullying the Li family's reputation. After his initial anger subsided, Li Wu regained his composure. While he still harbored thoughts of suing the Wang family, he recognized it would merely serve to irritate them. Ultimately, the matter was of little consequence. However, the Wang family's sensationalization of the medicinal garden deed throughout the city instilled a sense of unease in him. The scandal had, indeed, tarnished the Li family's standing and disrupted the established order among the noble families. Yet, when all was said and done, it was merely a struggle for power between two factions. There was little chance that other forces would publicly denounce the Li family or mount an assault against them for this reason. Such a possibility was utterly non-existent. Moreover, even if the allegations were true, could the Wang family truly exert pressure through public opinion to reclaim the deed? It was hard to believe the Wang family would be so naive. Not to mention, they likely learned of the deed's location from the rebels, and were too intimidated to confront Tang Mu directly, opting instead to harass the Li family. Li Wu could find no other rationale for the Wang family's behavior. While he acknowledged feeling vexed by the Wang family's antics, he remained undeterred. After all, the Li family was still the Li family. Who would dare speak ill of him to his face? As for what transpired behind his back, he had little control over. Yet for some reason, he sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Could the Wang family truly conspire with the Pei family to undermine the Li family? He shook his head, dismissing that possibility. A direct confrontation between the Pei and Wang families would lead to mutual destruction, especially considering both were aware of the Li family's collusion with Tang Mu. From a standpoint of self-interest and practicality, he found it improbable that they would pursue such a course of action. Might they be coveting the Li family's beast garden, seeking a legitimate pretext? The more he pondered, the more plausible this idea became. If the Pei family's primary enterprise was mining and the Wang family's was the medicinal garden, then the Li family's forte lay in beast husbandry. With a vast array of exotic beasts under their care, the Li family had naturally established itself as the largest grain reserve in Wuyang County. It was this very business that had secured the Li family's position among the three great families of Wuyang County for centuries. Should either the Pei or Wang families disrupt the beast garden, it would deal a catastrophic blow to the Li family. With this thought in mind, Li Wu hastily made his way to the beast garden, neglecting his dinner. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing amiss, yet anxiety gnawed at him. He resolved to establish additional sentry posts several miles from the garden to guard against a potential surprise attack from the Pei or Wang families. Simultaneously, he doubled the number of guards at the beast garden. Moreover, he increased the number of scouts to closely monitor the movements of both families. Should either family make a significant move, he would be the first to know. In stark contrast to the Li family's heightened vigilance, the Pei and Wang families had grown surprisingly quiet. At the Pei family estate, Pei Tianrong was engrossed in family affairs. Meanwhile, his spies reported on the situation within the city. Upon learning that the matter of the medicinal garden deed had become common knowledge, Pei Tianrong felt a surge of elation. The first step of the Pei family's plan had been executed with success. The next phase involved troop deployment. Unlike dealing with the Wang family, the Li family had Li Wu, a formidable warrior of the five organs. Unless they incapacitated Li Wu first, the Li family would surely crumble. However, having learned from the downfall of Wang Yang, Li Wu was unlikely to confront the Pei family alone. As a result, both sides had entered a stalemate. While the warriors of the five organs were indeed renowned for their impenetrable defenses, this reputation was contingent upon small-scale engagements. Pei Qingyun understood that the Li family must possess powerful forbidden weapons. A couple of such weapons might not intimidate a warrior of the five organs, but if several were to launch a coordinated assault, even Pei Qingyun, a late-stage warrior of the five organs, would hesitate to face their onslaught. In contrast, the campaign against the Wang family's rebels had been considerably less arduous. This was partly due to the inferior strength of the Wang rebels, and partly because they lacked forbidden weapons. Furthermore, both families had caught each other off guard during their respective ambushes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defeat the Wang rebels with such minimal casualties. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Qingyun decided to assess the distribution of the Li family and Appo's forces before determining the most advantageous point of attack. As the Pei family prepared to strike against the Li family, the Wang family was equally proactive in their response. Days passed swiftly, and in the span of 7 days, Wuyang County was enveloped in an air of tranquility. Even the public discourse surrounding the medicinal garden had gradually waned, leaving the city in a state of calm. Only a select few were privy to the turbulent undercurrents that lay beneath this facade of serenity. Several dozen miles away, in Namling Town, at the Yunlai Inn, Pei Qingyun had completed the final purge of the malevolent entities. Over the past week, his gains had been modest, but fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a third-tier demon. This encounter added yet another bead to his collection of demon orbs. Additionally, Pei Qingyun had the opportunity to meet with Chen Yuanba. Throughout their conversation, Chen Yuanba refrained from mentioning the events transpiring in the city, merely expressing gratitude for the Pei family's contributions during the recent crisis. As a result, the rapport between the two grew closer. Yet, Pei Qingyun understood that Chen Yuanba could not have overlooked the Pei family's intentions. With 2 warriors of the 5 organs and 1 at the late stage, along with the ongoing subtle maneuvers of the Wang and Li families, it was inconceivable that the intelligence apparatus of the Zhengxie division would remain oblivious. Chen Yuanba's silence, in fact, conveyed an implicit acceptance of the Pei family's actions. This revelation took Pei Qingyun by surprise. However, reflecting on recent events, he soon grasped Chen Yuanba's intention to forge a closer alliance with him. Admittedly, this matter fell outside the jurisdiction of the Zhengxie division. Nevertheless, he appreciated the goodwill extended by Chen Yuanba. It was time to return. After casting one last glance at the Yunlai Inn, Pei Qingyun set forth on his journey home. Chapter 74. The perfected sunfire technique. Upon returning to Wuyang County, Pei Qingyun was greeted by a welcoming party of his kin before he even entered the ancestral grounds. The recent expedition against the demon calamity had consumed far more time than he had anticipated, nearly a month. However, the results rendered the effort worthwhile. Barring unforeseen circumstances, there remained a 6-month window before the next upheaval of demonic origins. A period ample enough for him to cultivate several warriors of the 5 organs and further enhance his own strength. By that time, he would no longer need to personally oversee every matter. As they traversed the impoverished district, the Pei family entourage arrived at the bustling streets. Observing the Pei clan, the townsfolk parted to create a pathway. Their gazes toward the Pei family were a tapestry of emotions: envy, fear, admiration, jealousy, resentment, yet devoid of pity. The impact of the Pei family upon the city over the past month surpassed all that had transpired in the last decade, significantly augmenting their reputation. In terms of both power and renown, the Pei family had truly become the foremost clan. During his brief absence, Pei Qingyun noticed the city had flourished considerably, with a marked increase in population density. As he moved, he keenly observed the surrounding developments. Indeed, the old ancestor possesses a discerning insight, he mused, recalling how, just half a month prior, Wuyang City had seen an influx of outsiders. Many among them were affluent merchants or martial artists from the nearby town. Initially, he assumed they had come to conduct business, yet it soon became apparent that, once settled, they began purchasing homes and shop fronts. In a mere fortnight, the population of Shiming Street, where the Pei family resided, surged by 20%, and property prices nearly doubled. Despite this, demand still outstripped supply. As merchants continued to pour into the city, Pei Tianrong elucidated, the wealthy merchants from the town have all flocked to Shiming Street. They each had their enterprises in the town. Why would they come here, if not for a compelling reason? Pei Qingyun regarded him with curiosity, prompting Tianrong to investigate the underlying cause. It transpired that the recent downfall of Yuyang Town had circulated news, instilling fear among the local merchants and martial artists that they might be affected, thus prompting their relocation to Wuyang County. In truth, it was not just Shiming Street experiencing this demographic shift. Numerous individuals had also arrived on Mingyuan Street, where the town demon subjugation office was located, as well as on Holy Street, home to the Li family, and Sanli Street, where the Wang family resided. Pei Tianrong pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. Pei Qingyun then realized the implications. From the perspective of these merchants, Wuyang County indeed presented a safer environment. However, not every merchant possessed the courage to relocate here. Nevertheless, this influx breathed new life into Wuyang County. Yet, it also prompted Pei Qingyun to recall the corpses and malevolent spirits from Yuyang Town. With countless undead forces, he wondered if Chen Yuanba had managed to deal with them. A moment's reflection brought a smile to his lips. After all, such matters were of no concern to him. The town demon subjugation office had its methods, and he need not fret. Even if they failed to eliminate the threat, it would not jeopardize the safety of the Pei family. Before he knew it, the Pei family's entourage had returned to their ancestral grounds. At this juncture, Pei Qingyun's expression grew serious as he broached a matter of importance. By the way, how have preparations progressed? When shall we take action against the Li family? Pei Tianrong's demeanor shifted to one of gravitas as he replied, all preparations are complete, awaiting only the command from the old ancestor. Excellent. This task has been executed commendably, Pei Qingyun remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He held a certain esteem for this patriarch he had personally chosen. Though perhaps not the most gifted in cultivation, he was undeniably efficient in his undertakings. After deliberation, Pei Qingyun decided to set the time for action at sunset 3 days hence. The rationale for this timing was not dictated by any extraordinary circumstance. Rather, after days of diligent effort, He found himself on the cusp of perfecting the sunfire technique. He reasoned that since he intended to strike against the Li family, a few days' delay would be inconsequential. At the Li family estate, upon learning of Pei Qingyun's return, Li Wu felt a surge of anxiety. Since the incident at the medicinal garden, the Wang and Pei families had refrained from any subsequent maneuvers against the Li clan. This lull, however, struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Li Wu had dispatched spies to investigate, but the reports indicated that everything was proceeding as usual. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Pei ancestral hall, Pei Qingyun gazed at the ethereal attribute panel before him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 10 years and 1 month. Cultivation: late stage of the 5 organs. Techniques: Pei family everlasting art. Completed. Yellow grade supreme. 1000 blade slash. Completed. Yellow grade high tier. Sunfire technique. Completed. Yellow grade supreme. Family fortune: 960, 1200. Note: family fortune can be restored, recovering 12 points daily. If the family fortune dips below 80% of the total, unforeseen disasters may ensue. After half a month, he had finally perfected the sunfire technique. The transition from mastery to perfection represented a qualitative leap. His vitality and solar power had surged by 30%, while the refinement of his solar energy increased by 20%. Pei Qingyun sensed that he was now but a stone's throw from achieving the pinnacle of the 5 organs. In truth, this was no mere illusion. Despite Pei Qingyun's apparent ease in cultivating techniques, the majority of martial artists only managed to perfect a single technique upon reaching the pinnacle of the 5 organs. Some even struggled to accomplish this feat. Only a select few martial artists of the 5 organs could master more than one technique. Such individuals were the elite among their peers. For instance, Chen Yuanba, the head of the town demon subjugation office, wielded 2 yellow grade supreme techniques, granting him unparalleled advantage among his contemporaries, capable of dispatching 3rd-tier demon entities with ease. Pei Qingyun's ability to perfect 3 techniques, albeit one being of high tier, was exceptionally rare among the 5 organs. It could be said that those who could achieve mastery in 3 techniques had already ascended to the realm of the 6 Viscera Masters, rendering it nearly impossible for them to dedicate significant time to refining yellow-grade techniques. With the amalgamation of the characteristics from these 3 techniques, Pei Qingyun's prowess rivaled that of an ordinary master of the 5 organs. Naturally, he remained unaware of this fact. However, should he face Chen Yuanba in combat again, he felt confident in his ability to prevail. At long last, he could assert with conviction that he was the foremost individual in Wuyang County. Meanwhile, Pei Tianrong busied himself with preparations for the night's operation, oblivious to the silent breakthrough Pei Qingyun had achieved within the ancestral hall. Similarly, within the Wang family estate, commotion abounded. Wang Gang had summoned the 5 leaders of the Wang clan, meticulously outlining the tasks for the evening's endeavors. Time flowed like a river, and the night descended upon the vast expanse like a ghostly apparition. Chapter 75. The Annihilation of the Li Family. Holy Street, the ancestral land of the Li clan, boasts a vibrancy that surpasses even that of Shiming Street. However, in recent times, the rapid rise of the Pei family has invigorated Shiming Street, creating an undercurrent of competition that threatens to eclipse Holy Street. Nevertheless, it remains too soon for such a shift to manifest fully. Shiming Street still lags behind. As night fell, thick clouds descended like an impenetrable shroud, silently veiling the moonlight. The once bustling thoroughfare now lay deserted. Although there was no curfew in Wuyang County, the inky darkness deterred any citizens from venturing outside. The obscurity bred chaos, compelling ordinary folk to retreat to their humble abodes before dusk. Each household lit candles, while some affluent families opted for kerosene lamps. In this pitch-black night, these flickering lights appeared particularly striking. Yet, amidst the illuminated alleys, a group of armored soldiers, shields in hand, marched swiftly and in unison, reminiscent of spectral warriors from the west, each step resonating with a defiance that echoed in the hearts of their foes. "Hurry, everyone! Keep up, don't fall behind," urged the foremost soldier in a hushed tone. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in other shadowy lanes. Soon, they converged less than a mile from the Li family estate. It was not that they were unwilling to advance. Rather, they had reached the limits of their approach to the Li residence. 50 meters ahead, 2 sentinels stood watch. "Who will eliminate them?" Pei Tianlin inquired, casting a glance back at his comrades. A soldier stepped forward, declaring, "Elder, I shall take care of it." Pei Tianlin assessed him briefly and asked, "What is your name?" The soldier replied, "I am Chun Yong, raised in the wilds." Pei Tianlin patted his shoulders solemnly. "Then it is your responsibility to deal with the one on the right. Should you succeed, I shall record your merit." He then called out to the crowd, "Is there anyone else willing to volunteer?" Shortly thereafter, a slender soldier approached, slightly bowing. "I am Wu Di, and I am eager to try." "Very well, you will handle the one on the left." Under the cloak of night, the 2 men became phantoms in the darkness, positioning themselves for the perfect strike. With a fluid motion, they knocked their arrows and drew their bows. Whoosh! The arrows sliced through the air, creating 2 gusts of wind. In the blink of an eye, Both arrows struck their targets, the sentinels, simultaneously. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground echoing sharply in the still night. Not far off, aided by the dim glow of torches, Pei Tianlin discerned the fallen sentinels. He immediately issued commands. Follow me. Under the cover of night, we shall approach the Li family swiftly. Within moments, nearly 200 men stood before the gates of the Li estate. At that moment, a sentry on duty spotted the advancing Pei forces and shouted, "Enemy attack." His cry jolted the guards within the Li compound awake. In quick succession, a flare shot into the sky, illuminating the night with an intense brilliance. Positioned behind the Li estate, Wang Gang gazed upward at the radiant sky, recognizing the signal from the Li family. Realizing the master family had engaged, he rallied the Wang family guards behind him, shouting, "Charge! Annihilate every last one of the Li." With a thunderous roar, the 200-strong contingent surged toward the Li estate. Inside, Li Wu, who had been indulging in drink and feasting, was startled by the signal flare. Recognizing the imminent threat, he rose and peered through the window. Witnessing the brilliant light, familiar with the Li family's signal, he cast aside his utensils and rushed outside. As he prepared to inquire about the chaos, a figure swiftly approached his courtyard, shouting, "It's bad. It's bad. We are under attack." Li Wu, disregarding his previous composure, sprinted toward the voice. Within moments, he confronted the shouting guard, seizing his collar and demanding, "What on earth is happening? Who dares to assault my family?" The guard, momentarily taken aback, finally gasped, "Master, we are under attack by the Pei family." Upon hearing this, Li Wu's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "What did you say?" The guard, quaking in fear at Li Wu's fury, stammered, "It is the Pei family that has struck." Li Wu released the guard and charged out of the courtyard. At the front gates, Pei Tianlin was not surprised that the sentries had discovered their approach. He had reached the Li family's entrance, and if the guards failed to notice, it would indeed indicate a lack of vigilance. His goal had always been to bypass the sentinels. Once inside the Li estate, the proximity between the two families would diminish, and the threat from long-range weaponry would be significantly reduced. Before Pei Tianlin could act, the armored soldiers of the Pei family surged forward, shouting, "Kill!" In the ensuing chaos, the Pei soldiers clashed violently with the Li sentinels. The clang of weapons rang out relentlessly amidst the swirling blades as Li sentinels fell one after another. "We have kept our distance. Why has your Pei family launched a sneak attack on us?" A subordinate leader of the sentinels recognized the Pei soldiers and demanded loudly, "Spare us your words. The filthy deeds of your Li family are known throughout the city. How dare you speak so brazenly here? Truly, the shamelessness of the Li family is ingrained in your very bones. Any words you have should be spoken in hell," retorted a Pei subordinate leader with a scoff. Advancing with his blade, the sentinel leader, though formidable, soon realized he was outnumbered. As the Pei soldiers closed in, he yelled defiantly, "If you have the courage, face me one-on-one." What kind of hero resorts to a mob? The Pei leader remained silent, merely regarding him with a gaze of disdain, intensifying his assault. Suddenly, a Pei soldier's blade struck the sentinel leader's back, causing excruciating pain that slowed his movements. One strike followed another, and in an instant, the sentinel leader was reduced to a bloodied figure. Chapter 76, The Annihilation of the Li family. Originally, the number of guards in the Li family was far inferior to that of the Pei family's warriors. With the death of a minor leader among the guards, the morale of the Li family's sentinels plummeted, each one yearning to break free from the encirclement. Some even dashed directly toward the Li family's ancestral grounds. Yet, how could the Pei family warriors allow them to escape? Amidst a cacophony of piercing arrows, the fleeing guards fell one by one, struck down by arrows. The warriors wielding great swords approached to sever their heads. With each fresh head that fell, the demise of the Li family guards was proclaimed. At the moment the Pei family warriors entered the outer courtyard, Li Wu, leading the elite of the Li family, surged forth from the inner courtyard. The distance between the two courtyards was not great, merely 60 or 70 zhang. However, this stretch of 60 or 70 zhang represented the final hurdle to conquer the Li family. Whoosh! In the next instant, arrows rained down upon the Pei family warriors like a tempest. From a distance, it appeared as if countless tiny black dots were hurtling toward them. Pei Tianlin roared, his voice reverberating, "Raise your shields." In unison, the Pei family warriors raised their shields, which had long been prepared, protecting their bodies. Clang, clang, clang. The arrowheads collided with the shields, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds. Seeing the Pei family's preparations, Li Wu was incensed, yet he did not cease issuing commands to fire arrows. He understood that if the Li family's archers halted, the Pei family warriors would undoubtedly rush forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flurry of arrows shooting forth, the Pei family warriors dared not move, shielding themselves as best they could. Pei Tianlin stood atop a roof, coldly observing everything. He was curious to see just how many arrows the Li family could muster in such a hasty counterattack. Round after round, with 10 volleys of arrows launched, the Li family's archers ultimately exhausted their supply. On the Pei family side, only a handful of warriors sustained injuries. Realizing that the Li family's archers had run out of arrows, Pei Tianlin commanded his warriors to charge at the Li family. Li Wu reacted swiftly, withdrawing the archers while directing the guards behind him to advance. In the clash of soldiers, as the Pei family warriors engaged the Li family's guards, a standoff emerged between the elders of the Pei family, led by Pei Tianlin, and the elders of the Li family, led by Li Wu. The two forces collided, creating an invisible wave of momentum that surged outward. Li Wu glared at Pei Tianlin, gritting his teeth. Pei Tianlin, summon your ancestor. I wish to inquire of Pei Qingyun whether he truly intends to be so ruthless. Pei Tianlin smirked disdainfully. Li family head, you remain ever so naive. Has our county magistrate Tang bestowed upon you courage? Since the Li family dares to strike first, my Pei family will not hesitate to retaliate. What? You dare to act, but not to bear the consequences? You wish to seize my Pei family's medicinal garden deeds, and I shall ensure your Li family pays the price. I dare say this transaction is quite favorable. As for your desire to meet my ancestor, you lack the qualifications. Li Wu, unaccustomed to such humiliation, erupted in fury. Pei Tianlin, you are courting death. Since this old fool refuses to appear, I shall send you on your way first. As he spoke, Li Wu's blood surged forth, the unique power of a five-organ warrior enveloping his sword. With a few strides, he appeared before Pei Tianlin, unleashing an overwhelming force. Empowered by his yang energy, his sword lunged toward Pei Tianlin's chest. In that moment, Li Wu was confident that no divine power warrior could withstand his strike. He envisioned Pei Tianlin's struggle in his final moments, a cruel smile creeping across his face. How dare a mere divine power warrior mock him? It was tantamount to seeking death. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his smile abruptly vanished. Clang! A long blade intercepted his sword's trajectory, and in an instant, he felt a tremendous recoil reverberate through the sword into his hands, causing pain to shoot through his palms, nearly disarming him. This was impossible. Li Wu's face contorted in disbelief. A divine power warrior not only blocked his yang energy, but also counterattacked. However, when he beheld Pei Tianlin, the latter bore no trace of panic, his face filled with mockery. He had been deceived. Li Wu suddenly awoke, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Pei Tianlin was a five-organ warrior? Before he could ponder further, Pei Tianlin swung his long knife toward him, unleashing the full force of his five-organ energy. Li Wu retreated a step, positioning his sword in defense. Clang! The knife and sword clashed, forcing Li Wu to stagger back once more. In that moment, Li Wu confirmed that Pei Tianlin had indeed broken through to the five-organ realm. Realizing this, a sense of dread washed over him. With two five-organ warriors, the Pei family was beyond the Li family's ability to contend with. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through Li Wu's mind. He even entertained the notion of submitting to the Pei family. Yet soon, he dismissed the idea. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Unlike the Wang family, which had lost only a single patriarch, an unfortunate event from which a new leader could emerge, the Li family could not afford such losses. The Li family had forged a deadly enmity with the Pei family since the onset of this conflict. Moreover, could the Pei family truly tolerate the existence of a five-organ warrior like him? If he were in their position, he would undoubtedly devise a means to eliminate him. The only way to break the stalemate was to eliminate Pei Tianlin. With that thought, the murderous intent in Li Wu's eyes erupted like molten lava, unstoppable. No, there is still hope for the Li family. This is our territory, and we possess more divine power elders than the Pei family. Elders, join me in annihilating the Pei family. Li Wu roared, re-engaging Pei Tianlin in combat. At that moment, the elders of the Li family also sprang into action. Rushing toward the Pei family's elders, we shall assist you, patriarch. With the addition of the Li family elder contingent, the Pei family's elders were immediately placed at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the warriors from the Wang family arrived just in time from behind. With the Wang family and others joining the fray, the balance of divine power warriors was restored. However, in terms of five-organ warriors, the Pei family found themselves at a disadvantage. Pei Tianlin had previously held the upper hand due to Li Wu's underestimation and his element of surprise. In a full frontal confrontation, the disparity between the two warriors became immediately apparent. In just 10 exchanges, Li Wu reversed the tide and gained the upper hand. The reason for Li Wu's dominance lay not only in his earlier breakthrough to the initial stage of the five organs, but also in the more robust accumulation of energy and blood he possessed. Moreover, Li Wu had cultivated the Li family techniques to perfection. With the added attributes, Li Wu's strength surpassed that of the newly emerged Pei Tianlin by nearly 30%. As a result, the difference in their abilities became increasingly apparent. After a dozen exchanges, Pei Tianlin found himself retreating under the relentless assault, and Li Wu's advantage grew ever more pronounced. Should Pei Tianlin fail to retreat, it was merely a matter of time before his defeat became inevitable. Chapter 77. The annihilation of the Li family. 100 paces away, Pei Qingyun observed the unfolding events. His decision to let Pei Tianlin take action served not only as a practical training opportunity for him, but also as a means to temper his temperament. Ever since Pei Tianlin had broken through to the five organs realm, Pei Qingyun had noted an increasing impatience in his demeanor. While such a disposition might suffice for merely dominating Wuyang County, the Pei family aspired to reach the county city, the royal capital, and even venture into realms beyond. Should he become complacent upon entering the Five Organs realm, it would indeed render Pei Qingyun's efforts futile. Meanwhile, Li Wu pressed the attack, taunting Pei Tianlin with scornful words. Pei Tianlin, were you not so arrogant a moment ago? Why the silence now? Do not think that just because you have broken through to the Five Organs, you understand anything. Before me, you are merely a slightly stronger insect. Faced with Li Wu's insults, Pei Tianlin seethed with rage, but found no grounds for rebuttal. Yet, combat was not a mere game. Rising anger did not equate to enhanced strength. In truth, escalating fury often diminished rationality and, consequently, strength. In the next moment, Li Wu swung his sword, leaving a gash on Pei Tianlin's body, and laughed. Ha ha ha. Feeling defeated, are we? Once I deal with you, I will ensure that Pei Qingyun regrets underestimating the Li family. You seek death. Pei Tianlin roared, channeling his internal energy to its peak, unleashing a tremendous force. His long knife traced an invisible arc, accompanied by a formidable gust of wind. This furious strike made Li Wu hesitate to confront it head-on. He was no fool. Instead, he leaped lightly, allowing his sword to dance gracefully as he spun several times to dissipate the momentum from Pei Tianlin's blow. However, Li Wu's movements did not cease there. As he twirled his hand, he leaned forward, creating a vertical disparity with Pei Tianlin. In that fleeting moment, Li Wu seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Pei Tianlin's abdomen. It is often said that the power of the legs is double that of the hands. That kick struck Pei Tianlin with the force of a massive hammer, the sound of cracking bones echoing faintly. His body was propelled backward until he landed at the edge of the roof, halting his backward flight. At that moment, Pei Tianlin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Wu's kick had fractured several of his ribs. For an ordinary individual, such injuries would undoubtedly be severe, significantly hindering movement. However, for a warrior of the Five Organs realm like Pei Tianlin, such wounds were inconsequential. With his innate recovery abilities, he could heal within a day or two, though it would still affect his combat prowess. Just as he contemplated continuing the fight, a deep and commanding voice resonated behind him. Tianlin, step back. Pei Tianlin turned to see his ancestor, lowering his head in shame. Before the battle commenced, he had confidently declared his lack of fear towards Li Wu. Yet, the reality of defeat was stark and humiliating. Had Pei Qingyun not intervened, Li Wu would have pressed his advantage. On the other side, Li Wu's eyes widened in alarm at the sight of Pei Qingyun's arrival, his expression turning grim. Had it not been for Pei Qingyun's intervention, he believed he could have concluded the battle within 5 moves. Yet, the situation had changed, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Confronted by this likely mid-stage Five Organs elder, a wave of intense unease washed over Li Wu. Were you not the one who said to wait for me? Now that I have arrived, here is your chance to act, Pei Qingyun remarked, his pace unhurried, yet covering considerable ground with each step. As he advanced relentlessly, Li Wu's heart raced with trepidation. He glanced around to see the elders ready for battle. Should Pei Qingyun truly be a mid-stage Five Organs warrior, he stood no chance against him alone, especially after already engaging with Pei Tianlin. In the face of life-threatening danger, Li Wu could no longer afford restraint. He attempted to provoke Pei Qingyun with words. Pei family ancestor, I have already reported today's events to the authorities. County Magistrate Tang is on his way. If you persist in your obstinacy, he will not spare the Pei family. At this juncture, Pei Qingyun coldly retorted, do you believe threats hold any weight now? Whether Tang Mu will come, I cannot say. But the Li family is destined for annihilation today. Who gave you the audacity to covet the Pei family? Pei Qingyun's mocking laughter punctuated his words as he advanced without hesitation. You truly wish to corner me, do you? The deed regarding the medicinal herb garden was not taken by the Li family. If you are willing to withdraw, I shall not only return the deed, but also bestow the Li family's beast garden upon the Pei family. Had you sought to align as a vassal like the Wang family before plotting against us, I might have let the Li family go. But now it is too late. As he emphasized his words, Pei Qingyun's gaze sharpened. Li Wu realized that his family had no avenue for retreat, and that only by fighting to the death could he hope for a slim chance of survival. With renewed resolve, Li Wu charged towards Pei Qingyun, defying the odds with courage that was commendable. Pei Qingyun chuckled lightly and quickened his pace, the distance between them closing rapidly. In an instant, they collided. Li Wu's sword struck with astonishing speed, whipping up a tempest that was difficult to predict. This strike was evidently stronger than his previous confrontation with Pei Tianlin. Yet, within Pei Qingyun's eyes, Li Wu's speed appeared painfully slow, with 3 distinct attributes. His strength had already achieved the pinnacle of the Five Organs realm. The disparity in power between them was insurmountable. Pei Qingyun did not draw his weapon. Instead, he merely sidestepped, evading the elusive strike. However, this was merely the beginning. As he dodged the blade, Pei Qingyun drew closer to Li Wu. In a heartbeat, when they were less than a meter apart, he struck Li Wu with a palm. The force of his strike was akin to a dragon surging through water, shattering Li Wu's defenses and erupting from his back. In an instant, a palm-sized chunk of flesh exploded beneath the blow, scattering like blood-soaked projectiles. When Pei Qingyun withdrew his hand, a hollow imprint of his palm remained on Li Wu's body. Through this gaping mark, anyone could clearly see the world behind him. With a single strike, his body was pierced. Li Wu gazed down at the gaping wound, his eyes filled with dread. Such an injury offered no hope for survival, even for a warrior of the Five Organs realm. Yet, his tenacious life force prevented him from perishing immediately. He lifted his gaze to Pei Qingyun, his mouth slightly agape, as if to utter something. But as he spoke a single word, his voice faded into silence. Pei Qingyun cast a cold glance at the dying man before disregarding him entirely. Chapter 78. The arrival of Tang Mu not far away. Pei Tianlin witnessed everything with his eyes wide open, disbelief etched on his face. After a few moments of shock, he recovered, murmuring to himself, "Incredible." Although he was already aware that his ancestor was at the late stage of the Five Organs realm. The act of slaying Li Wu with a single palm exceeded his expectations. When did the warriors of the Five Organs become so feeble? How could they not withstand a single strike from an elder? His own strength paled in comparison to Li Wu's. Did that mean he was even weaker? He had thought he stood atop the pinnacle, only to realize he was still a fledgling. This revelation struck him hard, erasing the joy of breaking through to the Five Organs realm. However, he quickly regained his composure and felt a swell of pride. His ancestor was so powerful. What was wrong with feeling a bit proud? Reinvigorated, Pei Tianlin shifted his gaze to the battlefield of the divine power warriors. If they couldn't defeat the Five Organs, surely they could handle these divine power warriors. A smile crept across his face as he charged into the fray. His presence, a Five Organs warrior among them, was akin to a tiger among sheep. Many of the elders from the Li family, having witnessed Li Wu's demise, began to waver in their resolve. With Pei Tianlin joining the fight, the elders of both families felt emboldened, swiftly annihilating the remaining elders of the Li family. The Li family head and elders were all slain. If anyone still wished to survive, they should surrender without delay. As Pei Tianlin's roar echoed, the Li family guards lost their will to fight and dropped their weapons. It was over. Observing the surrendering Li family guards, Wang Gang exhaled deeply. As a member of the subsidiary family, he had anticipated significant losses for the Wang family in this battle. To his astonishment, the engagement was far less arduous than he had envisioned. The casualties on the allied side were less than 20%, and those lost were mostly foundational warriors. Among the divine power warriors, aside from a few elders sustaining injuries, not a single one had perished. Had he been told before the battle that such would be the outcome, he would have found it utterly incredulous, given that their opponent was one of the three major families, the Li family. Yet, he understood all too well that the mastermind behind the Li family's rout was none other than Pei Laozu, Pei Qingyun. The mere thought of Pei Qingyun made his mind involuntarily conjure the image of Li Wu being struck down, sending a chill down his spine. They claimed Pei Qingyun was at the mid-stage of the Five Organs. What mid-stage warrior could slay one of their own in the same realm with a single blow? He even doubted that Chun Yuanba, the head of the town evil division, could achieve such a feat back then, when Wang Yang provoked Pei Qingyun. It was akin to an ant trying to shake an elephant, a display of utter hubris. Thankfully, I made the right choice. No one would dare question my judgment again. Amid his relief, Wang Gang's gaze swept over the elders of the Wang family. Many of them bowed their heads, feeling the weight of his scrutiny. In truth, prior to this battle, there had been considerable dissent within the Wang family. Nonetheless, he had overridden their objections and mobilized all available forces. After all, although the Wang family was a subordinate of the Pei family, their strength had significantly diminished after the rebellion. Now, they were tasked with exterminating the Li family alongside the Pei family. To claim that these elders were entirely agreeable would be far from the truth. The Li family was formidable, and nobody wished to perish in this campaign. The current outcome was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Even without these elders, the Pei family could have easily subdued the Li family with minimal losses, especially considering Pei Qingyun's display of might. Even if the Wang family were to produce another Five Organs warrior, they would still have to bow their heads, daring not to harbor rebellious thoughts. The battle was won. Yet the aftermath was exceedingly complex. In this confrontation, all divine power warriors of the Li family perished, while the foundational guards suffered 60% casualties, with the remaining 40% taken captive as spoils for the Pei family. Additionally, within the Li family's domain lay a vast treasure trove of gold, silver, precious texts, and elixirs, all constituting a tremendous wealth. Naturally, Pei Qingyun intended to seize it all, leaving nothing for rival factions. As for the Wang family's contributions during the battle, Pei Qingyun would surely extend rewards afterward. After all, to ensure a horse runs, one must feed it. Overall, Pei Qingyun was satisfied with the Wang family's efforts in this operation. Of course, the damages incurred also required compensation, which amounted to a considerable sum. However, when weighed against their gains, it was but a trifling matter. Ultimately, the divine power warriors were the Pei family's core, while the foundational warriors were the grassroots. They were essentially cannon fodder, hardly worth much. Nevertheless, Pei Qingyun did not forget the remnants of the Li family. Beyond their territory, the Li family had various enterprises still manned by their members, including a few divine power warriors. Pei Qingyun contemplated taking advantage of the moonlit night to eliminate these remnants once and for all. He wished to eradicate any potential nuisances that might arise in the future. From the confessions of the captured Li family members, Pei Qingyun discovered the location of the Li family's treasury. As he plundered the vault, he also assigned a portion of his forces to ensure the final tasks were completed. This responsibility is entrusted to you. Pei Qingyun directed Pei Tianlin beside him. In no time, Pei Tianlin led 3 teams to the various enterprises of the Li family. However, just as the Pei family began to tally and transport their newfound wealth, the forces from the government arrived at the Li family estate. At the forefront was Tang Mu, the magistrate of Wuyang County. Upon witnessing the scene of carnage and the Pei family's hurried transportation of goods, he realized the Li family had been annihilated. Though anger coursed through him at the fall of the Li family, it stemmed not from their demise, but from the Pei family's blatant disregard for his warnings. Showing utter disrespect for his authority. Had it ended there, he might have refrained from taking action against the Pei family. Yet, as he beheld the treasure being carted away before his very eyes, a voracious desire welled up within him. This wealth represented a century of accumulation by the Li family. Even if the treasures were of no direct use to him, selling them would yield an immense fortune. With such wealth, he could acquire whatever he desired. The Li family had not wished for him to intervene. Indeed, he had arrived a little late, but that hardly constituted a breach of contract. Moreover, the Pei family had left so few people behind. He surmised that the Pei family had likely suffered considerable losses in this conflict. Given that the core strengths of both families were quite comparable, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he eliminate the Pei family, he could seize the wealth of all 3 families. With greed clouding his mind, Tang Mu bellowed, "You Pei family have some audacity." Launching a night raid on the Li family and flouting the laws of the court. Seize them all. Chapter 79. Battle with me. Tang Mu's voice resonated powerfully, exuding a penetrating intensity. With this furious rebuke, the constables brandishing long blades surged forth from behind him. The soldiers of the Pei family, still in the midst of their labor, also took note of the constable's arrival. They set down the boxes they were carrying and confronted the constables with their weapons drawn. Poised for imminent combat, mounted upon his warhorse, Tang Mu surveyed the scene from his elevated position, boldly declaring, "Pei family, do you dare to rebel? Surrender your weapons at once, and I may spare your lives." The onlookers remained silent, their unwavering gaze fixed upon him, challenging Tang Mu's authority. This defiance stirred a sense of indignation within him. How dare mere foundational martial artists oppose his command? With a sudden forceful thrust of his saddle, Tang Mu vaulted into the air, his internal energy surging forth in an explosive display. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Pei family soldiers, executing a swift strike with his sword. The speed unleashed by a foundational martial artist was astonishing. In an instant, a brilliant arc of sword light cleaved through the air, effortlessly slicing through the Pei soldiers' defenses, leaving a gaping wound that traversed from chest to back. As the reality of the situation settled, 2 Pei soldiers collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spray. Observing the fallen, Tang Mu felt his frustration dissipate, satisfaction blooming within him for his handiwork. Sheathing his sword, he cast a scrutinizing glance over the remaining Pei soldiers, questioning, "Do you all wish to die?" Unfazed by the brutal display, the Pei soldiers exchanged glances. One of them declaring to a comrade, "Quickly, inform our ancestor. We shall hold our ground here." Sensing that his violent show had failed to instill fear, Tang Mu's fury intensified, commanding, "Slay them all, leave none alive." Just then, a figure soared over the courtyard wall, appearing at the main entrance, illuminated by the flickering flames. The crowd recognized the newcomer as Pei Qingyun. Before anyone could utter a word, Pei Qingyun took a commanding stance at the forefront, declaring, "I challenge anyone who dares to proceed." Empowered by his internal energy, his voice boomed with authority, momentarily stalling both the Pei soldiers and the constables. It was this brief pause that prevented an all-out clash. "Pei Qingyun, do you intend to rebel?" Tang Mu's expression was grave, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Pei Qingyun scoffed. "Rebellion? I would not presume. Yet, it is you, County Magistrate Tang, who has unjustly slain my soldiers. What is your true intention? Do you believe my family to be so easily intimidated?" Tang Mu replied sternly, "Pei Qingyun, you are indeed flaunting the law. At this juncture, you still dare to question my authority? You have committed a grave offense by launching a nocturnal attack on the Li family. My leniency in not apprehending you on the spot is a testament to my mercy." Pei Qingyun retorted with a cold laugh. "County Magistrate Tang, I am unaware of any great crime I have committed. Does the court decree that I cannot confront the Li family under the cover of night? I recall that the prominent families in the royal family have an agreement that family disputes do not contravene the court's laws. Moreover, the Li family struck first. We of the Pei family merely retaliated. Do you intend to involve yourself further?" Tang Mu had not anticipated Pei Qingyun's obstinacy, yet he had his own strategies. Family disputes indeed did not violate court regulations, provided they did not disrupt the peace of the common folk. The ongoing conflict between the Pei and Li families had instilled great fear among the residents of Wuyang County, severely undermining public order. By court decree, I am ordered to apprehend you. Does your family intend to resist arrest? However, I am not one to hold grudges. If you withdraw now, I shall consider this a misunderstanding. At this moment, Pei Qingyun understood all too well. Tang Mu's relationship with Li Wu was merely ordinary. The latter was not acting in defense of the Li family. His true aim lay in the treasures of the Li family. But Pei Qingyun would never relinquish the Li family's riches. He was not naive enough to allow himself to be outmaneuvered. Pei Qingyun then provocatively stated, "Since you, Lord Tang, are so magnanimous, I shall grant you a favor. My Pei family may depart, but we shall take our belongings with us." Tang Mu misinterpreted this as a sign of capitulation and gleefully replied, "Very well. Take your family's possessions and leave immediately." Pei Qingyun mocked, "Did everyone hear that? Quickly load the carts. Do not obstruct Lord Tang's view." "We heard." The Pei soldiers responded in unison, under Tang Mu's watchful gaze. The Pei soldiers hastily loaded their treasures onto the carts. Tang Mu's expression darkened as he intervened. "Stop." Pei Qingyun feigned innocence, asking, "What seems to be the issue?" "Lord Tang?" Tang Mu retorted, "What I agreed to was for you to take only your family's belongings. Those treasures belong to the Li family and must be surrendered to the court for verification." Feigning surprise, Pei Qingyun replied, "But these are indeed the possessions of my Pei family. How can you claim they belong to the Li family? I have not violated our agreement." Tang Mu glared at Pei Qingyun, seething with rage. "Pei Qingyun, do not push your luck. Do you think you can raid the Li family and take these treasures? It is utterly absurd." Pei Qingyun sneered. "Ah, how fitting. Lord Tang, do you not find this description applies aptly to yourself? You have seized my Pei family's land deed. And now you covet our spoils of war. Your appetite knows no bounds." At this juncture, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Pei Qingyun's eyes. He then shifted his gaze to the assembled Pei soldiers, declaring, "If you wish to claim these treasures, you may consult my fallen comrades and see if they would consent." In the next moment, the Pei soldiers raised their weapons, erupting in a thunderous chorus of protest. "We do not consent. We do not consent." Faced with the fervor of the Pei soldiers, Tang Mu's face turned ashen, roaring, "You are rebelling. Is your Pei family truly intent on insurrection? Constables, heed my command. Let us subdue the Pei family without regard for life or death." With Tang Mu's order, tension returned to the atmosphere, the stage set once more for conflict. Pei Qingyun realized that with the forces left behind by the Pei family, they stood no chance against the constables. Thus, their only hope lay in the adage of capturing the leader first. "You dare!" Pei Qingyun thundered, his internal energy surging to its peak, an overwhelming aura rising like smoke, enveloping the crowd in a palpable sense of oppression. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this invisible pressure dissipated as though it had been an illusion. As the onlookers turned their attention to the source of the sound, Pei Qingyun rocketed forward like a cannonball, propelled by an immense and terrifying force, soaring above Tang Mu. Chapter 80. 3 Strikes to Defeat the Enemy. Boom. Pei Qingyun unleashed a powerful slash, the blade's wind howling as a sharp sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere. The onlookers barely witnessed the motion of Pei Qingyun's strike before it came crashing down upon Tang Mu's head. Clang! In a split second, Tang Mu drew his sword from his waist, positioning it horizontally to block the incoming blow. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, he was forcefully knocked back several meters, leaving a deep gash in the ground behind him. Such tremendous force. A look of horror flickered in Tang Mu's eyes. Not only had Pei Qingyun pushed him back, but he also shattered Tang Mu's hands. In a confrontation of equals, he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. This made him question his own age and strength. Yet, upon seeing Pei Qingyun's even more aged visage, he quickly dismissed that notion. Could this truly be the power of someone at the mid-stage of the 5 organs? Just a single strike had left him slightly wounded. No, the mid-stage of the 5 organs should not possess such might. Could it be that he was at the late stage? Or perhaps, he had mastered multiple explosive techniques. Just as he pondered these possibilities, Pei Qingyun's next attack was already upon him. Clang! Another straightforward slash accompanied by an overwhelming shockwave. Tang Mu found himself lacking the strength to counter, his body bending under the tremendous force as his feet sank deep into the earth, leaving behind nearly foot-deep impressions. So powerful, Tang Mu's heart screamed. With the combined prowess of 3 perfected techniques, the force unleashed by Pei Qingyun was far beyond what the mid-stage of the 5 organs could withstand. Within 5 strikes, he was absolutely confident he could slay Tang Mu. Whoosh! Pei Qingyun exerted a powerful leap, his arms raised high before he swung them down with ferocity. Boom! The fierce wind pressure sliced through the air like a blade, carrying with it an astonishing force of tearing, intent on cleaving everything in its path asunder. As the target of this strike, Tang Mu felt a heavy weight in his heart. The pain from the wind pressure instilled a sense of unparalleled might, and fear instinctively surged within him. as if this blow would mark the end of his life. No. Tang Mu let out a reluctant roar within his heart. His rise to the position of county magistrate was not solely due to his abilities. He had weathered countless battles, his strength ranking among the elite of his peers. In an instant, the two techniques he had cultivated erupted forth, although one was perfected and the other was greatly accomplished. The combination allowed his peak mid-stage power to barely reach the threshold of the late stage. Tang Mu withdrew his legs and raised his sword to meet the attack. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted from their collision, followed by a brilliant shower of sparks, illuminating the darkness around them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a dark figure plummeted from midair, crashing straight to the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, the earth was gouged into a massive crater, a cloud of dust billowing forth, muddling the air. Ordinary onlookers would have been unable to discern the situation below. However, Pei Qingyun's gaze was extraordinarily keen. He could clearly see Tang Mu lying in the pit, his body convulsing in agony as blood spewed forth onto the ground. It was evident that his strike had inflicted internal injuries upon Tang Mu. One more blow, and he could slay him. This entire process seemed prolonged, yet it had transpired in the mere span of 3 breaths. As they gazed at the dust-shrouded Tang Mu, the officials were left agape, their hearts filled with dread. So swift. They had not even had the chance to intervene before the battle concluded. This revelation filled them with fear and a sense of bewilderment. Was this truly their county magistrate? Why was he so weak? Not even a true man could achieve such a feat in 3 seconds. But as the dust settled and they beheld the scene of the battle, they fell silent. The ground within a 10-foot radius around Tang Mu had sunk half a foot, and several trees had been shattered in the vicinity. It was not that their county magistrate was weak. Rather, the Pei family ancestor was far too formidable. Pei Qingyun, looking down from above, observed Tang Mu's disheveled and bloodied form, his clothing torn and covered in dirt, devoid of any semblance of a county magistrate's dignity. Were he to be seen on the streets, one might mistake him for a ragged beggar. Pei Qingyun mocked, "Lord Tang, did you not claim that my Pei family was in rebellion? You may send your men to apprehend me, and I assure you, I shall not resist." Tang Mu, filled with rage, spat another mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Pei Qingyun as he gritted his teeth. "Pei Qingyun, do not think that your victory over me grants you free rein. I concede that I cannot defeat you today, but do not forget, I am the county magistrate of Wuyang County, a government official. In the end, your Pei family is merely a third-rate clan. Once the trade routes open, I will report this matter to the prefecture, and your Pei family will be doomed. In the eyes of the court, what is your Pei family but a mere insect?" In response to Tang Mu's threat, Pei Qingyun retorted, "Indeed, in the eyes of the court, my Pei family may be seen as insects. Yet before me, you are no different. You are indeed a government official, but merely a pawn of the court. No matter how lowly my Pei family may be, we are still one of the third-rate clans. The royal family and the clans have coexisted for many years. Do you truly believe the court would act against the interests of the clans based solely on your word? No wonder you remain merely a county magistrate at such an advanced age. You. Tang Mu pointed at Qingyun, spitting blood once more. Pei Qingyun's words left him speechless. Had the evidence been irrefutable, he might have leveraged the prefecture to achieve his goals. Yet, under such circumstances, his appeal would only serve as a source of ridicule for the court. To call for help after being unable to win would lead one to think that the county governor was his father. Pei Qingyun scorned him, dismissing Tang Mu with a wave. "What are you? Take your men and get lost, you worthless fool." At those words, Tang Mu, already weakened, nearly fainted from rage. Fortunately, a perceptive official rushed to support him, preventing his fall. This action only deepened Tang Mu's resentment toward Pei Qingyun. Perhaps realizing that remaining here would only invite further humiliation, he arranged for the officials to depart swiftly from the Li family estate. As Pei Qingyun watched Tang Mu's retreating figure, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In truth, Pei Qingyun had contemplated killing Tang Mu. However, considering the risk of exposure, he ultimately chose to relinquish that thought. Unlike other clans, he had time to spare and saw no need to take such a gamble, regardless of the conflicts between clans. To murder a court official of the 7th rank or higher without justification would result in the Pei family facing charges of treason, leading to their annihilation. One county magistrate was simply not worth the risk for a seasoned third-rate clan. Nevertheless, Pei Qingyun did not intend to let Tang Mu go unscathed. When the opportune moment arose, he would reclaim that life. Chapter 81. The Family Development Plan. It must be said that the wealth accumulated by the Li family over a century is indeed astonishing. Pei Qingyun had 30 horse-drawn carriages summoned to transport all the treasures. By the time he returned to the ancestral home, it was already the 3rd watch of the night. After indulging in a brief nap, Pei Qingyun's spirits were revitalized to their peak. For a man of his age, daily toil was hardly a burden. Fortunately, with the Li family subdued, he now had the leisure to explore the art of maintaining one's health, basking in the sun whenever he pleased. Early the next morning, the servant Qinghe gently knocked on his door, announcing, "Ancestor, your breakfast is ready. Come in." Pei Qingyun replied, having dressed and risen from his bed. Upon entering, Qinghe set the breakfast aside and prepared a basin of clean water for him to wash up. After he finished, she began to unveil the array of dishes prepared for his meal. A large bowl of nourishing medicinal porridge, rabbit head from the red spirit variety, and a soup made from the multi-tailed blue-spotted fish awaited him. This breakfast was indeed sumptuous. Pei Qingyun glanced over, identifying the dishes from memory. The medicinal porridge was a standard offering, yet the latter two items were quite rare, far exceeding the dietary standards previously established by his predecessor. In truth, it was not just Pei Qingyun who benefited from this arrangement. The entire Pei family, from the head of the household to the direct descendants, had a structured dining standard based on their status and strength, ensuring adequate nourishment for vitality. To attain a more lavish lifestyle, family members had to earn it through contributions. This approach served a dual purpose: to conserve resources and accumulate sufficient funds for purchasing divine transformation elixirs, while also preventing the emergence of extravagant and corrupt elements within the family. As Pei Qingyun absorbed the memories, he looked at Qinghe with a touch of curiosity. Sensing his unease, she clarified, "Ancestor, this was personally arranged by the family head. Last night, he meticulously tallied the resources acquired from the Li family and organized them. The quantity of exotic beast jerky and spiritual fish is particularly substantial. The family head mentioned that you worked hard yesterday, so he arranged for these delicacies to be prepared." Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, he had established dietary standards. But given his previous status in the early stages of vitality, his own breakfast standards were somewhat skewed. Now, having reached the later stages of vitality, it was only reasonable to elevate those standards. Moreover, the fact that Pei Tianrong had immediately thought of him upon acquiring such a bountiful haul filled him with gratitude. However, this also led Pei Qingyun to realize a pressing issue. The dietary standards initially set for the family were no longer suitable for the current Pei clan. With the downfall of the Li family and the acquisition of the Wang family's assets, the Pei family had firmly established itself as the unrivaled sovereign within Wuyang County. The consolidation of three families into one created a closed loop that was far more complex than mere arithmetic. Once the Pei family absorbed the industries of the other two families, and after a period of management, Pei Qingyun believed that their scale could increase at least fivefold, if not more. Yet, to effectively manage such a vast territory, the strength of family members must correspondingly rise. Otherwise, the increased industries could quickly devolve into chaos. As for the issue of insufficient personnel, they could temporarily draw reliable individuals from the family's auxiliary clans for management. Given the current scale of the Pei family, it was clear that not only the dietary aspects needed adjustment. Changes were necessary in personnel arrangements, contribution systems, reward structures, and task execution protocols. Contemplating these matters left Pei Qingyun with a headache, far more challenging than any battle. If he were to take charge of developing, arranging, and executing these plans, his mental faculties would surely be taxed to their limits. He felt fortunate that he had relinquished the position of family head to Pei Tianrong years ago. This allowed him to enjoy a life of ease as he did now. After finishing his breakfast, Pei Qingyun received a respectful greeting from Pei Tianrong. A glance was enough for him to discern that Pei Tianrong had not slept a wink the previous night. Yet, the vigor he exuded was commendable. On one hand, as a divine power warrior in the prime of his life, his energy was tenfold that of an ordinary person. On the other hand, the sheer magnitude of their recent acquisition left him too exhilarated to rest. In the span of just 1 month, the Pei family had risen from being the weakest among the three clans to unifying them all. It felt surreal, as if a dream. Once, he had been painstakingly diligent just to preserve the Pei family. Now, with the demise of the Li family, all of that was in the past. Under his leadership, the Pei family had achieved what he had never dared to dream. After exchanging a few words, the two discussed the upcoming period during which the Pei family would enter a phase of stable and rapid development. Pei Tianrong shared some of his reform ideas for the family. The first matter concerned personnel arrangements. Although the Li family was gone, their industries were substantial. Accepting these industries under the Pei family's name posed no significant challenge. Despite the enmity with Tang Mu, he would not dare to create obstacles at such a critical time. The Pei family had 10 elders, 3 of whom were responsible for the mines, 1 for the family industries within Qingyang town, and 1 for the breeding grounds. Additionally, there was 1 elder dedicated to the medical sector, and another stationed in the prefectural city beyond Wuyang County. Calculating all this, only 4 elders were available for reassignment. However, 2 of them held vital positions related to the family's daily security affairs. Since the mining operations followed a rotation system, the remaining 2 elders dealt with miscellaneous tasks, managing to rotate into the mines as needed. Given the nature of these roles, management experience and strength were paramount. As these locations were not within the confines of Wuyang City, the dangers posed by bandits and exotic beasts outside the city were significant. Pei Qingyun felt uneasy without elders of divine power at the mid-level or above to oversee these areas. Among the younger generation, only Pei Kong stood out with his perfected divine power, surpassing his peers. The strongest among his contemporaries barely reached the early stages of divine power. rendering them unfit for safeguarding such territories. Lacking both strength and experience, any mishap would leave them with no room for regret. Thus, the Pei family could effectively mobilize only 2 elders, both of whom were on rotation. Let us have elders Tian Ming, Tian He, and Tian Quan work diligently for the next 6 months, temporarily suspending the rotation system and doubling their contributions. Additionally, elders Tian Yang and Tian Wu will be assigned to oversee the Li family and Oppo's industries. Elder Tian Yang will manage the Li family South Beast Park, while Elder Tian Wu will oversee their grain production. The responsibilities of these 2 elders will be delegated to reliable young members of the family, serving as a training opportunity for the younger generation. Resources should not be withheld from those who perform well. Pei Qingyun contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. With the family's current vast enterprise, it was crucial to cultivate the younger generation swiftly, enabling them to become independent. Furthermore, encouraging the younger generation to procreate was essential, as the Pei family could now afford it. Those aged 16 and unmarried would be assigned to grassroots labor, with their contributions halved. At this moment, Pei Tianrong silently mourned for the younger generation of the family. He recalled his own youth, once a reckless young man. Had it not been for his father's insistence, he would not have married and started a family at the tender age of 18. In retrospect, his father had been relatively lenient. In today's context, he might have found himself forced into a similar situation by the ancestor. As he reminisced, Pei Tianrong's thoughts drifted to his eldest son, Pei Silu, who was studying at Kaiyuan Academy in Jinhua Prefecture. If he recalled correctly, Pei Sirui was just turning 16 this year. He wondered how Lear was faring in the academy. With Elder Tianxi looking after her and being in the county town, concerns about her safety were likely unfounded. Once the trade route opened, it would be time to arrange a marriage for Lear. Pei Tianrong cast a glance at his esteemed ancestor, quietly gauging the situation. Unbeknownst to him, far away in the Jinhua County town, Pei Sirui inexplicably shivered. It was not yet the winter solstice, so why was it suddenly so cold? Worried that his ancestor might notice his distraction, Pei Tianrong hurriedly said, "Ancestor, I shall make the arrangements right away. No need to rush. Sit for a moment." "I have not yet finished speaking," Pei Qingyun interjected with a sidelong glance. "As for the other assets of the Li family, expel all members bearing the Li surname. The remaining personnel should be left untouched for the time being. After this period, you may recruit some individuals from the auxiliary families to manage the affairs." Regaining his focus, Pei Tianrong responded, "I can understand expelling all the Li family members, as most are their relatives, but why not dismiss all personnel at once? We could easily recruit a new batch." "I shall not elaborate on the reasons," Pei Qingyun replied. "It is essential to recruit new individuals. Yet we cannot remove all those associated with the Li family's enterprises at once. Doing so would hinder the swift operation of the ventures. Moreover, under the influence of our Pei family's authority, they will undoubtedly perform diligently during this time. We can also observe which individuals are worthy of retention and loyal to our family. Simultaneously, they may provide clues in our search for the remnants of the Li family." Pei Tianrong immediately flattered, "Indeed, ancestor, your foresight is commendable. There is much I must learn." However, he soon posed another question. "How should we arrange matters concerning the Wang family?" After a moment of contemplation, Pei Qingyun replied, "As for the Wang family, we shall adhere to the agreements with auxiliary families. 80% of the resources accumulated by the Wang family over the years must be submitted to our Pei family in one go. Their enterprises can remain untouched for the time being, managed by the Wang family. However, the financial flow and operational status must be reviewed once or twice each quarter. During this time, the profits generated will require the Wang family to submit only 60% annually, as a reward for their cooperation." Chapter 82. Is Pei Tianrong a peerless genius? The 40% profit may seem considerably less than the peak of the Wang family. Yet due to the unification of the 3 great clans by the Pei family, there is no longer the depletion resulting from the rivalry among the 3 families. Consequently, once the major industries stabilize, this 40% profit could potentially reach 70% of what the Wang family once enjoyed at its zenith. Additionally, the Wang family has endured a reduction of over 30% during the recent rebellion. All things considered, the resources allocated to each clan member have not diminished significantly. For a family that has fallen to a subordinate status, this is already a stroke of good fortune. Pei Tianrong even believes this is somewhat excessive, in his estimation. Providing the Wang family with 30% profit would be commendable. However, since Pei Qingyun has already made a decision, he dares not question the elder's judgment. With the general direction set, the subsequent details and practical implementations fall to Pei Tianrong. He shared all his insights, and drawing upon his past life's experiences, Pei Qingyun explained areas he felt were still lacking. This exchange left Pei Tianrong feeling profoundly enriched. The wisdom of an elder is indeed a treasure. The gap between him and the ancestor is not only in strength, but also in management, where he still has much to learn. In response to Pei Tianrong's compliments, Pei Qingyun graciously accepted them. "By the way, have we retrieved the deed to the Wang family's medicinal garden?" It was at this moment that Pei Qingyun recalled a matter of relative importance. Pei Tianrong proudly declared that they had indeed retrieved it, and it was even delivered voluntarily by the authorities. Pei Qingyun felt puzzled. This did not align with the usual conduct of Tang Mu, who harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the Pei family. Why would he voluntarily return the deed now? Could it be that a powerful figure is advising him from behind the scenes, or does he fear my retribution? Regardless of the reason, the deed is secured, and for the time being, he would let Tang Mu be. However, the next revelation clarified his doubts. In fact, it was Chen Siju who facilitated this matter. According to the spies, it was only after Chen Siju visited the authorities that Tang Mu decided to return the deed. Pei Tianrong explained. Pei Qingyun was enlightened. It turns out Chun was working behind the scenes, which made perfect sense. Tianrong, when you have the opportunity, you should frequently visit Chen Siju. Since Chen Yuanba is keen on fostering a good relationship with him, Pei Qingyun would not refuse, seeking mutual benefit. Understood, Pei Tianrong nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with reverence. The elder, without making a fuss, had already established a connection with Chen Siju. Although he did not comprehend how the elder accomplished this, he admired him immensely. With the elder's presence, the future of the Pei family is beyond imagination, Pei Tianrong mused. Shortly thereafter, Pei Tianrong departed from the ancestral home, gradually implementing the family's developmental strategies. To begin with, he gathered elders Tianwu and Tianyang, along with the younger generation still seeking employment, for a brief meeting. This session was not a discussion but rather a direct appointment. For the two elders, the opportunity to independently oversee the two major industries of the Li family was highly welcomed, while their loyalty to the Pei family was unquestionable. Who would not aspire to be the highest authority in a sector? This presented both a responsibility and an honor. Simultaneously, their compensation within the family had doubled. From every conceivable angle, they had no reason to object. Conversely, the younger generation exhibited a stark contrast. Most of the unemployed youth were rather indolent. For them, being commanded to work felt akin to the sky collapsing. Yet, none dared to refuse Pei Tianrong to his face. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and comply, for opposing the family head is akin to courting disaster. In addition, Pei Tianrong arranged for personnel to inform the three elders responsible for mine safety. Upon learning that the Pei family had secured the Li family, the three elders were exceedingly elated, and whether they would rotate positions became inconsequential. After resolving the internal matters of the Pei family, Pei Tianrong began to address the arrangements for the subsidiary family. Half an hour later, Wang Gang arrived at Pei Tianrong's study. Pei Tianrong conveyed Pei Qingyun's arrangements to Wang Gang, stating, "I have outlined the situation to you. If there are no objections, we shall proceed as the elder has instructed." Wang Gang pointed to his head with sincerity, declaring, "No objections. I, Wang Gang, am deeply grateful for the elder's kindness. I swear by the heavens, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to repay the elder's grace." Pei Tianrong shot him a glance, hastily stopping Wang Gang's antics. Enough. He had never realized Wang Gang's audacity. It was utterly shameless. In truth, Wang Gang's words came from the heart. Even before arriving, he had contemplated how the Pei family would arrange their relationship with the Wang family. His clan had convened a meeting to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The Wang family had indeed contributed during the Li family's affair, but whether the Pei family acknowledged this was another matter. The notion of a new emperor brings new ministers resonates, as history shows that emperors often eliminate their loyal subjects. With the Pei family now dominant over the Li family, becoming the overlord of Wuyang County, it would not be an exaggeration to label the Pei family as local emperors. The role of the Wang family as a subordinate clan had undoubtedly diminished. Should the Pei family announce their intention to recruit subsidiary clans, countless factions in Wuyang County would eagerly offer their servitude, even if these factions are currently inferior to the Wang family. It is only a matter of time before they surpass the Wang family in the coming years. Pei Qingyun's arrangements exceeded Wang Gang's expectations. Once he shared this favorable news with his clan, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Therefore, Wang Gang's reaction was genuine, and Pei Tianrong had misjudged him. Wang Gang understood the significance of aligning with a powerful entity. Upon returning to the Wang family and announcing the news, the response was precisely as he had anticipated. Everyone praised his sagacity. Due to an overwhelming abundance of resources, it was not until midday the following day that Pei Tianrong managed to compile the inventory. Without delay, he presented the meticulously organized list to Pei Qingyun. Upon opening the list, Pei Qingyun first skimmed through it before scrutinizing it in detail. The resources were categorized into 4 major classes, comprising 328 sub-items. The 4 primary categories pertain to food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Pei Qingyun's primary concern, and the most crucial aspect for martial artists, was the first category, food. The essence of martial cultivation lies in sustenance. With ample elixirs, even a mere pig could soar. This, of course, is an exaggeration, yet it underscores the magnitude of this acquisition. Nonetheless, Pei Qingyun's main focus remained on the vital items for martial cultivation: Zongdan, Shenli Dan, Shenli transformation elixirs, and blood replenishing elixirs. The Pei family currently lacked basic resources, yet Pei Tianrong seemed to understand his reading preferences, placing these items prominently. Among them were 6 Shinli transformation elixirs, 380 Shinli Dawn, and 5,000 blood replenishing elixirs. The resources for cultivating Shinli martial artists were reasonably substantial. However, there was a complete absence of resources for Zong martial artists. Pei Qingyun was not particularly disappointed. This had been anticipated. If the resources for Zong martial artists were so easily obtainable, the 3 strongest members of their 3 families would not be stuck at the initial stage of Zong. After thoroughly reviewing the inventory, Pei Qingyun, armed with an astonishing memory, managed to memorize nearly all 300 items. This led him to reflect on the benefits of martial training. Even the enhancement of memory alone is enough to entice many. Unabashedly, with his current memory capabilities, had he existed in his previous world, he would have easily outshone all the scholarly elites, rendering the so-called memory prodigies and masters utterly insignificant. However, Pei Qingyun felt a pang of regret for Pei Tianrong. The 2 families indeed possessed substantial resources. It was just unfortunate that the Shinli transformation elixirs were somewhat lacking. Had there been a couple more, Tianrong could have advanced to Zong ahead of schedule. As Pei Qingyun pondered, Pei Tianrong spoke up. Ancestor, I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding my cultivation. I humbly request your guidance. Pei Qingyun, intrigued, replied, Tianrong, please elaborate. In his recollection, ever since Pei Tianrong had achieved the pinnacle of divine strength, his fervor for cultivation had notably waned. Pei Qingyun did not perceive this as an issue. After all, with the increased responsibilities of family affairs, Pei Tianrong naturally had less time for his training. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The primary reason lay in the fact that once a martial artist reaches the zenith of divine strength, their vitality attains its absolute limit. At this juncture, regardless of how diligently one hones their vitality, the effects are often negligible. Consequently, many martial artists, confronted with a lack of visible progress, gradually reduce their training time. And some may even abandon their practice altogether. After all, it is nearly impossible for a typical martial artist to procure 10 doses of divine transformation elixir, and breakthroughs solely based on innate talent are exceedingly rare. Given this context, Pei Tianrong's desire to consult him about cultivation left Pei Qingyun astonished. Pei Tianrong's expression became earnest as he recounted, since your last instruction, ancestor, I have focused on practical foundations. Over the past fortnight, I have diligently practiced the evergreen technique each day. Recently, to my astonishment, my previously stagnant vitality has begun to show signs of gradual growth, prompting me to seek your counsel. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun was equally taken aback. It was indeed unusual for a martial artist at the peak of divine strength to experience any increase in vitality. Extend your hand, he instructed. Without hesitation, Pei Tianrong presented his right hand. Through the pulse of Pei Tianrong, Pei Qingyun discerned a flow of vitality within him. While this vitality was negligible compared to his own, it was evidently more vigorous than that of an ordinary martial artist at the same level. How peculiar, Pei Qingyun mused, furrowing his brow. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. He then focused intently, continuing to investigate the changes in vitality. After approximately a quarter of an hour had elapsed, Pei Qingyun confirmed that Pei Tianrong's vitality had indeed increased, albeit by a minuscule fraction, less than 1/10,000th of his total vitality. Yet, it was undeniably an increase. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough through the internal organs? Pei Qingyun regarded Pei Tianrong with curiosity. For someone of his age to still possess the potential of an extraordinary genius seemed implausible. Chapter 83, The Awakening of Bloodlines Impossible. This cannot be. Observing the somewhat weathered face of Pei Tianrong, it bore no resemblance to the visage of an unparalleled genius. One might expect a figure as elegant as a jade tree against the wind, or at the very least, a countenance of striking features. Years of martial training had left Pei Tianrong's skin lacking the youthful glow of contemporary young men, even appearing older than his peers from a past life. Moreover, in terms of age, Pei Tianrong's situation was also incongruous. What sort of prodigious talent reaches the pinnacle of strength only upon nearing 40? Contemplating this, Pei Qingyun dismissed the possibility of such a notion. The disparity between Pei Tianrong's image and his own expectations was simply too vast, given Pei Tianrong's rapid increase in vitality. Had it progressed uniformly under external influences, it would take roughly a year for him to achieve a transformation in strength. A year to break through the vital organs is not an extensive duration. However, a true genius typically experiences a breakthrough in their techniques, propelling an increase in their internal vitality. They shatter limitations in a remarkably short span, reaching the critical threshold of the vital organs. Rather than languishing as Pei Tianrong seemed to be doing, Pei Qingyun recalled his own experience with the Chongqing technique, which had propelled him to the mid-stage of the vital organs. After a moment of careful reflection, however, Pei Qingyun considered a possibility based on his memories from a past life, the awakening of bloodlines. The Pei family was not originally from Wuyang County, but had relocated here over a century ago. At that time, the family not only boasted masters of the 6 organs, but also possessed a bloodline technique of the highest earthly grade. It was only after 2 consecutive generations without a master of the 6 organs that the family's bloodline technique had diminished to a mere yellow grade. Viewed in this light, the Pei family's ancestral bloodline was not insignificant, Pei Qingyun mused. Yet, whether Pei Tianrong's circumstances truly indicated a bloodline awakening remained uncertain. At this juncture, Pei Qingyun recalled several characteristics of bloodline awakening. He turned his gaze toward Pei Tianrong, his expression tinged with scrutiny. Tianrong, do you recall the specific day when the increase in your vitality began? Pei Tianrong shook his head. I can't remember the exact date. Just 3 days ago. While practicing the Chongqing technique, I noticed a change in my internal vitality. Initially, I thought it was merely an illusion, but it has become increasingly evident over the past few days. Thus, I sought your guidance, ancestor. Hearing this, Pei Qingyun felt reassured. His gaze toward Pei Tianrong grew more peculiar, as he could almost confirm that this was indeed a case of bloodline awakening. According to family records, descendants of innate martial artists have a certain probability of experiencing bloodline revival, with an exceedingly small chance of bloodline awakening. The primary manifestation of bloodline revival is a gradual enhancement in the martial artist's aptitude, which subsequently liberates the inherent constraints of the body. The body is akin to a vessel, while vitality resembles water within a cup. A common individual possesses inadequate aptitude, resulting in a vessel filled with sediment, thus only allowing for a half cup of water. Bloodline revival equates to the purification of this container, leading to an increase in the water capacity. Bloodline awakening, on the other hand, is even more extraordinary, capable of activating innate bloodline examples, with a chance of mutation, possibly resulting in unusual talents. The idea that bloodline revival could occur at this age compelled Pei Qingyun to ponder whether fate was particularly generous. Misinterpreting Pei Qingyun's unusual expression, Pei Tianrong worried that something might be amiss with his health. Ancestor, is there something wrong with my body? Please, feel free to tell me. Pei Qingyun chuckled heartily. No worries, your health is splendid. Come back in a few days, and I'll conduct another examination. At this, Pei Tianrong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he remained uncertain as to why his ancestor had not disclosed a specific reason, it appeared to be a positive sign. The ever-changing nature of the world seemed to favor him. Pei Tianrong's spirits lifted considerably. After conversing for a while longer, Pei Qingyun finally urged him to depart. Tianrong, our family is in the midst of a reform, and there are many matters that require your personal attention. I must also return to my training. You need not linger here with this old man. Ancestor, I shall take my leave then. I will come to visit you when time allows. Pei Tianrong bowed, growing increasingly in awe of his ancestor. Not only was Pei Qingyun erudite, but he also diligently pursued his training at such an age. At under 40, one would expect him to be striving even harder. This thought invigorated Pei Tianrong, as the example set by Pei Qingyun instilled boundless motivation within the Pei family for their forthcoming endeavors. Once Pei Tianrong departed, Pei Qingyun turned his attention to the attributes panel. Following the encounter with the Li family, the family's overall fortune had increased by 500 points, bringing the available family fortune to 340 points. This represented the most significant increase in family fortune to date. However, Pei Qingyun harbored some dissatisfaction. The panel appeared somewhat rudimentary, and he hoped for a more refined display. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, the attributes panel underwent a transformation. Name, Pei Qingyun. Lifespan, 10 years and 1 month. Cultivation, late stage of the 5 organs, 1/500. Technique, Pei Clan's Chongqing technique. Perfect. Yellow grade, 1000 blade / perfect. High yellow grade, Fierce Sun technique. Perfect. Yellow grade, family fortune, 340. 340. Note, family fortune can be restored with a natural recovery of 17 points daily. Beyond the concealment of the total family fortune, the available family fortune was now explicitly displayed. Consequently, Pei Qingyun no longer needed to perform calculations. Furthermore, the family fortune required for breakthroughs in cultivation and techniques was also plainly evident. This intuitive format saved him considerable effort. Given the current trajectory of development, in another 10 days, he would also be able to break through to the perfect stage of the 5 organs. However, advancing further would necessitate higher-grade techniques, Pei Qingyun contemplated. Earlier, while reviewing the inventory, he had noted the techniques listed. Among the submissions from the 2 families, the highest grade was merely yellow grade, and only 1 family possessed a single volume. Had this been in the past, Pei Qingyun would have been quite pleased. Yet for someone on the verge of breaking through to the perfect stage of the 5 organs, these yellow-grade techniques seemed somewhat lackluster. From the stage of the 6 organs onward, martial artists were required to practice techniques of the profound grade or higher. This was not to say that yellow-grade techniques were entirely devoid of merit. Rather, the enhancements they provided and the training benefits were excessively minimal. A 6-organ master lacking profound grade techniques would not only be significantly weaker than their peers, but would also experience a training speed reduced by 5 to 10 times. In terms of training speed, Pei Qingyun was unconcerned. With the support of family fortune, even a prodigious talent would find it hard to match his pace. However, Being outclassed within the same realm was unacceptable. The absence of profound grade techniques from both families made acquiring one akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It appeared that he must investigate the whereabouts of the subsequent techniques of the Pei clan's Chongqing technique. Should he ascend to the position of six-organ master without access to profound grade techniques, it would surely pose a significant predicament, Pei Qingyun mused. Meanwhile, with the Pei family South establishment in Holy Street, news of the Li family's misfortune began circulating throughout Wuyang City. Naturally, the initial whispers spread from Holy Street to Shiming Street, then to Mingyuan Street, and finally reached the impoverished districts. However, it was the affluent merchants residing near the Li family's enterprises in Holy Street who first noticed the commotion. That very night, they heard disturbances emanating from the Li family estate. Yet, the merchants dared not delve too deeply into the matter, dismissing it as the Li family dealing with intruders. As for what kind of intruders would be so audacious, that was beyond their comprehension. It was only in the following days, as the Pei family continuously dispatched personnel to occupy the Li family's enterprises while the Li family remained entirely unresponsive, that the merchants began to realize the truth. That fateful night had marked the downfall of the Li family, and the so-called intruders were indeed the Pei family. This revelation rendered them speechless. In the brief span of a single night, the landscape of Holy Street transformed dramatically, with the Pei family ascending to prominence. The era of the three great families had irrevocably faded into history, and Wuyang County was poised to embrace the dominance of the Pei family. For the various forces within Wuyang City, there was a constant yearning for the emergence of a formidable martial artist to shatter the stranglehold of the three families. Yet, as two families fell into decline, they soon realized that their fleeting hope had been extinguished, replaced instead by the formidable Pei family. The Pei family loomed like a colossal mountain overhead, a constant threat that could crush them at the slightest lapse in vigilance. In stark contrast, the common folk of the city felt little impact. The downfall of the Li family merely signified a change of leadership. It mattered little who took their place. As long as their existence was not stifled, life continued as usual, undisturbed. Only those factions with ties to the Li family treaded cautiously, apprehensive of potential repercussions from the Pei family. Their fates were intertwined. When one suffered, all suffered, and when one prospered, all prospered. While the Pei family might not directly seek retribution, those connected by marriage would not hesitate to exploit the situation, both to demonstrate loyalty and to seize resources. The Pei family neither endorsed nor opposed this. If one had the capability, they could seize what they desired. Should one fail to prevail, they were advised not to seek assistance from the Pei family. Thus, the influence of the Pei family continued to expand. As 7 days swiftly passed, Pei Tianrong found himself exceedingly busy. Thankfully, his efforts bore fruit, as the various enterprises of the Li family stabilized under Pei family's management. During this time, Pei Tianrong also visited Pei Qingyun, primarily to discuss the enhancement of his internal vitality. Compared to a week prior, the growth of his internal energy was markedly pronounced. Following a second confirmation from Pei Qingyun, it was undeniably established that Pei Tianrong's bloodline had indeed awakened. Upon receiving this affirmation, the fatigue that had burdened Pei Tianrong dissipated, and he radiated vitality and vigor. In contrast, Pei Qingyun experienced a much more leisurely existence. Aside from occasional inspections of the family enterprises, his time was devoted to cultivation and the pursuit of the subsequent techniques of the Pei clan's eternal technique. At long last, he uncovered relevant information left behind by past family heads within a concealed chamber of the clan. Chapter 84. The Fulfillment of the Five Organs and the Changes in the Pei Family in Longxi County, the Pei Family. As he gazed upon these five bold characters, Pei Qingyun fell into a deep reverie. Soon, relevant memories began to surface in his mind. The Pei family was not indigenous to this area, but had migrated from another territory, being a branch of the family. This territory was precisely Longxi County, where the main branch of the Pei family resided. Upon reaching this conclusion, Pei Qingyun's mood soured considerably, yet he quickly came to terms with it. The main branch held no inherent superiority. The two branches had been separate for over a century. Surely, the words of the Longxi Pei family could not compel the Wuyang Pei family to submit. Such a notion was, evidently, absurd. Ultimately, it was strength that mattered. If the branch was stronger than the main family, who was to say who truly constituted the main family? However, Pei Qingyun harbored a lingering doubt. After more than a century apart, did the Longxi Pei family even still exist? Assuming they did, would they acknowledge the token he carried from the time of separation? This series of questions left Pei Qingyun feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he knew he had to confront them. Perhaps it was best to take one step at a time. The trade routes had yet to open, making it impossible to venture out of Wuyang County. Moreover, he had not yet broken through to the six organs. He could only hope that everything would unfold favorably. With a sigh, Pei Qingyun closed the secret chamber and returned the token to its rightful place. He then proceeded to the family's martial arts pavilion to search for any clues regarding the Longxi Pei family. Additionally, Pei Qingyun noticed that the family's fortune had been steadily increasing over the past few days. Originally, he had anticipated it would take 10 days to achieve a breakthrough. Yet this time it was accomplished 3 days ahead of schedule. Name: Pei Qingyun. Lifespan: 10 years and 1 month. Cultivation: late stage of the 5 organs, 350-500. Techniques: Pei family evergreen formula, perfect, yellow grade. 1000 blade slash, perfect. Yellow high grade. Liang technique, perfect, yellow grade. Family fortune: 165, 380. Note: family fortune can be restored, recovering 19 points daily. First, he aimed to break through to the fulfillment of the 5 organs. Pei Qingyun was not in the habit of reserving family fortune, and merely glanced at the panel before tapping it with his finger. To break through to the fulfillment of the 5 organs, a consumption of 150 points of family fortune is required. Does the host wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Pei Qingyun selected yes. In the next moment, the vital energy within him surged dramatically, swelling in an astonishing manner. As the energy flowed, his 5 organs were nourished by a mysterious force, visibly strengthening at an incredible rate. With each fleeting moment, the intensity of his 5 organs increased by a fraction. After 100 breaths, both his 5 organs and vital energy reached a critical threshold. Boom! With a resounding thunderclap echoing within him, his vital energy broke through all barriers with a force akin to a flood. In that instant, Pei Qingyun shattered the confines of the late stage of the 5 organs, achieving the fulfillment of the 5 organs. As he sensed the transformation within him, he opened his eyes, exuding an intangible aura. His vital energy had doubled, and his 5 organs had reached a state of perfect cyclical harmony. From this point on, even if he were to break through to the 6 organs realm, his 5 organs would remain unchanged. Subsequently, Pei Qingyun departed from the ancestral hall and made his way to the spacious training grounds. After a swift dash, he conducted a preliminary assessment of his newfound strength. He pondered whether, with his fulfillment of the 5 organs' prowess, he might be able to enter the county city before the trade routes were reopened. The reason for the trade blockade stemmed from a riot at the source of demon and evil creatures within Jinhui County. This upheaval had prompted tens of thousands of demons and evil beings to surge forth. If only low-tier demons were involved, it would be manageable. First-tier and second-tier demons posed little threat to Jinhui County. However, the issue lay in the fact that among these tens of thousands of creatures, numerous mid-tier demons existed. The number of third-tier mid-tier demons reached into the hundreds, while fourth-tier demons were not in short supply. It was precisely these demons that had led to the closure of trade routes in Wuyang County. A martial artist attempting to traverse these routes faced an almost certain encounter with a third-tier demon. The possibility of encountering a fourth-tier demon was also not negligible. Given Pei Qingyun's strength at the fulfillment of the 5 organs, if he did not encounter a fourth-tier demon, there was indeed a considerable chance he could leave Wuyang County. Yet after a moment's contemplation, Pei Qingyun decided against attempting it. He had never considered himself unlucky. But matters of chance were best left to others. After familiarizing himself with his strength, Pei Qingyun returned to the ancestral hall. He also took the opportunity to inquire about the situation from Chen Yuanba. From Chen Yuanba, he learned that no news had yet arrived from the county city, and he would need to exercise patience. Time flew by. 2 months had swiftly passed, and it was now mid-December. Having arrived in this world 3 months prior, Pei Qingyun had acclimatized to his current identity, while memories of his past life gradually faded. Early one morning, Pei Qingyun awoke from his slumber. Through the window, he beheld a world blanketed in white. Under a gloomy sky, large flakes of snow fell gracefully, covering the branches in the courtyard with a pristine layer. At that moment, the world seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. Snow had begun to fall. As Pei Qingyun stepped outside the ancestral hall, a biting chill assaulted him. Snow was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he had harbored a fondness for it, appreciating its aloofness and purity. Conversely, he detested the cold. Fortunately, in his past life, he had resided in the south, where winters were relatively mild. This was his first encounter with snow in this world, and it imparted a distinctly different sensation. The cold was penetrating, chilling him to the bone. Even with his 5 organs warrior constitution, he could feel its frigid grip. In his previous life, he might have questioned his own resilience, but in this world, it was entirely different. Pei Qingyun's current body was a bit older, yet its constitution far surpassed that of his past life. Even without employing the vital energy within him, his resistance to the cold was unparalleled. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he stood completely naked and 20 degrees below zero, he would not feel cold. Yet now, despite being clothed, he still sensed a slight chill. This winter would likely claim the lives of many. Exiting the courtyard, Pei Qingyun headed straight for the training grounds. At this moment, many family members were already practicing martial arts, with the head of the guards, Pei Kong, standing in the center. Numerous family members noticed Pei Qingyun's arrival and halted their activities, intending to pay their respects. However, Pei Qingyun merely gestured for them to continue their training. Pei Kong, engrossed in his practice, remained oblivious to Pei Qingyun's presence. Inspecting the training grounds was one of Pei Qingyun's daily routines. Here, he could feel the vibrant energy of the younger generation. Unfortunately, as the elder of the Pei family, He exuded an air of authority that made everyone tense upon his arrival. Only Pei Kong managed to maintain his composure upon seeing him. In Pei Qingyun's eyes, Pei Kong was barely a genius. He possessed the pride and tenacity characteristic of exceptional individuals. In contrast, Pei Tianrong, after the revival of his bloodline, had experienced a significant enhancement in his aptitude. Just half a month prior, he had become the third member of the Pei family to break through to the five organs realm. Yet Pei Qingyun had never considered him a true genius. Pei Tianrong's nature was fundamentally steady. He approached tasks methodically. As the caretaker of the Pei family, he was undoubtedly competent, but as a pioneer, he fell short. Nonetheless, for the time being, Pei Qingyun held a sense of satisfaction. Thus, he remained in the training grounds for half an hour. After he departed, the snowfall ceased unnoticed. In the span of 2 months, for a family, it was but a blink of an eye, yielding little development. Yet for the Pei family, it had been a transformative period. Under the abundant support of resources, the Pei family witnessed the emergence of Pei Tianrong, a formidable martial artist, in addition to 5 new practitioners of divine power over the past 2 months. Furthermore, 3 elders, who were previously at the late stage of divine power, have now attained the pinnacle of their abilities, bringing the total number of elders at this level within the Pei family to 5. With this configuration, the Pei family has firmly established itself among the seasoned third-tier families, a stark contrast to the previous 2 months when its core strength was alarmingly feeble, hardly resembling a family of its standing. Without the presence of Pei Qingyun, the Pei family of Wuyang would have been swiftly reduced to its origins. Upon exiting the martial arts arena, Pei Qingyun intended to explore other family enterprises. At that moment, a scout approached him. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun, the scout bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed ancestor, I have urgent news to report." Pei Qingyun turned to the scout and casually replied, "Speak." The scout continued, "Just now, a messenger from the town of Exorcism reported that Lord Chun invites you to visit the town of Exorcism in person, citing an important matter for discussion." At this juncture, it was likely related to the trade route of the county. Pei Qingyun pondered briefly and surmised the situation. Half a month prior, he had anticipated that the trade route would soon be opened. However, after waiting for 2 weeks without any developments from the county, he felt somewhat disappointed. It now appeared that the timing had not yet been right. Indeed, with the arrival of the winter solstice, circumstances had shifted. With this realization, Pei Qingyun no longer hesitated. He turned to the scout behind him and instructed, "You should return now and inform them that I will arrive shortly." The scout nodded and promptly disappeared from Pei Qingyun's sight. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Pei Qingyun changed his attire and made his way to the town of Exorcism. Due to the deep snow on the ground, he opted to walk rather than take a carriage. After a brief period, he arrived at Mingyuan Street. The town of Exorcism is situated in the heart of Mingyuan Street, and Pei Qingyun soon reached the main entrance. As a frequent visitor, the guards at the town of Exorcism recognized him. He passed through without hindrance and quickly met Chen Yuanba. After exchanging pleasantries, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Brother Pei, the reason for your visit today is to convey significant news. If all goes as planned, the trade route through the county should open in 3 days. So preparations must be made on your end," Chen Yuanba stated solemnly. Pei Qingyun, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Chen, what do you mean by that?" Chen Yuanba cast a meaningful glance at Pei Qingyun before responding, "That is a lengthy tale. Originally, the county trade route bore no connection to the Pei family. However, everything changed after you took down the Li family." Chapter 85. The conditions for ascending to a noble family. Pei Qingyun scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Brother Chun, what do you mean by that? Is there some special relationship between the Li family and the county city?" According to his recollection, the 3 prominent families were roughly equal in strength and had no significant backing. If that were not the case, the Pei family would not have acted so decisively. Chen Yuanba smiled, not wishing to be cryptic at this moment. "Rest assured, Brother Pei, there are no prominent figures behind the Li family. However, the Li family possesses something that all major forces urgently require." After pondering for a moment, Pei Qingyun began to form a vague guess, but still sought clarification. "What is this item? Please enlighten me, brother." Chen Yuanba took a small sip of tea and explained, "Grain and the meat of exotic beasts are essential commodities for the various powers in the county city. In previous years, the calamities caused by monsters were manageable, and the trade routes to the county city were unobstructed. However, starting from May this year, there have been complications in the source of the monster threat, leading to a significant reduction in grain production across various counties, including Wuyang County. The situation in the county city is even direr. The major families there primarily rely on unique resources or their operations, and few families engage in large-scale grain cultivation. Thus, the county city predominantly depends on the tax grain submitted by the counties or purchases from merchants, with the Li family being one of the major grain suppliers. In mid-June of this year, the trade routes were forced to close due to the monster calamity. Fortunately, before the closure, the county governments submitted the tax grain for the first half of the year. However, 6 months have passed since June, and the county city has largely fallen into a state of grain shortage. Given the tax grain collected by the government in the second half of the year, it will inevitably be insufficient to meet the needs of the county city. At that time, they will have no choice but to turn to the Li family. At this point, Qin Yuanba felt somewhat parched. He observed Pei Qingyun's reaction while sipping his tea. Pei Qingyun grasped Qin Yuanba's implication. Wuyang County, as one of the granaries of Jinhua County, provides around 30 to 40% of the grain for the county city each year, primarily through tax grain and various grain merchants. Before the annexation of two families, the Pei family also had a grain operation, but it was not their main business. Nonetheless, the grain produced was more than sufficient, and they even sold a large quantity to the grain merchants in the county city. However, compared to the Li family, the Pei family's total grain output was significantly inferior, likely by a factor of 10. With memories from his past life, Pei Qingyun understood the terror of famine. In the face of starvation, grain could easily become a scarce resource, but one must possess the strength to safeguard it. Otherwise, when people were on the brink of starvation, they would hardly adhere to any rules. Although Qin Yuanba did not speak directly, Pei Qingyun sensed a subtle implication. If various powers came to purchase grain, to whom should he sell, in what quantity, and at what price? These posed considerable challenges. However, since Qin Yuanba had summoned him, it was evident that a solution was at hand. Thus, Pei Qingyun, without hesitation, stated, "Brother Qin, please speak frankly. If the major forces of the county city come to the Pei family to purchase grain, how should we handle it?" Qin Yuanba laughed heartily, having awaited Pei Qingyun's question. "Brother Pei, there is no need to be overly anxious. Since everyone is here to buy grain, there will naturally be both buyers and sellers. Since you trust me so much, I will not keep anything from you. The reason I brought you here is also for my own interests. However, if you find it inappropriate, there is no need to force it. I do not wish for this matter to lead to any discord between us." Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyun felt a greater sense of camaraderie towards Qin Yuanba and replied with a smile, "Friendship is one thing, business is another. Please, brother, I am all ears." Qin Yuanba chuckled lightly. "Before we delve into this matter, you should be aware of the major forces in the county city." Pei Qingyun searched his memory, the information about Jinhua County surfacing in his mind. He slowly replied, "As far as I know, there are 7 major forces in Jinhua County, including the county governor, the town evil command, the town military general, as well as the Qian, Chun, He, and L families, which are 4 second-tier families. Additionally, there are numerous third-tier families, likely dozens of them. Generally speaking, you are not mistaken, but there is one point that needs correction. The county city does not have 7 major forces, to be precise. There are only 4 prominent families. You will understand this in due time, and I shall not elaborate further. I believe you have already guessed that I hail from the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families, specifically the direct descendant of the 16th generation, Qin Yuanba." As he spoke, Qin Yuanba's pride was evident. The Qin family of Jinhua holds a certain influence even among neighboring counties. As a direct descendant, Qin Yuanba naturally felt a sense of shared honor and disgrace. However, Qin Yuanba had made an error in his assumption. Initially, Pei Qingyun thought Qin Yuanba would claim to be a direct descendant of the Qin family, but it turned out he was merely a direct line. Upon further reflection, Pei Qingyun found this to be reasonable. The strength of a 5th phase practitioner in the county city was not weak. If Qin Yuanba were a direct descendant, he should have already broken through to the 6th phase. Nevertheless, Pei Qingyun did not belittle Qin Yuanba for this. Being a direct descendant of the Chun family meant that there were certainly 6th phase masters within his lineage. Moreover, Pei Qingyun held a favorable view of Qin Yuanba. Despite his deductions, Pei Qingyun outwardly expressed respect for Qin Yuanba, exclaiming in surprise, "I did not expect you, Brother Qin, to be a direct descendant of the Qin family, appointed as the head of the town evil command. Truly, you are underappreciated. I hope you will look after me in the future." Qin Yuanba gestured dismissively, "Brother, please do not say that. If it were not for your efforts regarding the monster calamity and Ling Ziwen, my identity as a direct descendant of the Chun family would count for little. I am most grateful for your consideration." Time was of the essence, and they would discuss matters further when they had more time. For now, they needed to focus on business. Thus, the two conversed for a while longer before Pei Qingyun departed from the town evil command. Upon returning to the Pei family's estate, Pei Qingyun went directly to the head of the family's courtyard. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun's arrival, Pei Tianrong, who was busy with his work, immediately set it aside and greeted him respectfully. Pei Tianrong was aware that the family elder had gone to the town evil command, so he curiously inquired, "Elder, did something happen during your meeting with Commander Qin?" Pei Qingyun replied, "It is nothing significant. The trade route to the county city will be opened in the coming days." Upon hearing this, Pei Tianrong's excitement was palpable, his face brightening considerably. "That is wonderful news. The Pei family holds a substantial amount of resources, and I was worried about finding a market for them. Once the trade route opens, the Pei family will surely soar." Pei Qingyun cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. While the opening of the trade route is indeed a positive development, there is another matter that requires your prompt attention." Pei Tianrong's demeanor shifted, his smile fading. He understood the gravity of his elder's words. When the elder spoke, it was rarely trivial. "Elder, please instruct me." Pei Qingyun spoke slowly. With the trade route about to open, I plan to sell a large quantity of grain to both the Chun family and the He family of Jinhua. Given the substantial amount of grain involved in this sale, I need to ascertain how much grain is available for use within our family. Elder, please wait a moment. I will have the accounting office verify this immediately. Without waiting for further instruction, Pei Tianrong dashed out, disregarding the need to call for a servant. As he hurried along, Pei Tianrong reflected on the elder's words. Grain was not a scarce commodity in Wuyang County, and even if sold outside the county city, the price would rise significantly, but it did not seem worthy of the elder's serious concern. However, as he repeated the names Chun family and He family, he felt increasingly uneasy. In his recollection, there were no families with the surname Chun among the third-tier families in the county city. The He family was indeed present, but they were merely a fallen household. The sole practitioner of the 5 organs, still merely at the initial stage, would have garnered a modicum of respect from Pei Tianrong a few months prior. However, the Pei family has undergone a remarkable transformation since then. With the burgeoning of commerce, it is anticipated that a 4th practitioner of the 5 organs will soon emerge within the Pei clan. In the face of such advancement, the meager He family pales in comparison, rendering the actions of the ancestor utterly unwarranted. Pei Tianrong repeated the names of the Jinhua Chun family and the Jinhua He family in his mind. Suddenly, a startling realization struck him. No, it cannot be. The ancestor must not be referring to the Chun and He families, the second-tier families among the 4 prominent clans of Jinhua County, within the dead Jing dynasty. Aside from the obscure families that have no requirements for advancement, there are stringent criteria for ascending from an inconspicuous status to a third-tier family. One of the prerequisites for a third-tier family is the presence of at least one practitioner of the 5 organs within the clan, alongside specific requirements concerning the number of divine strength practitioners and the total populace of the family. Furthermore, to elevate an inconspicuous family to third-tier status, it is imperative to accumulate sufficient military merit. This can be achieved through endeavors such as assisting the Zheng Evil Department in subduing malevolent entities, aiding in city defense, capturing blood demon henchmen, or engaging in battles in remote territories. The majority of third-tier families accrue their merits primarily through the extermination of evil beings. However, fulfilling all conditions does not guarantee immediate elevation to family status. The review for advancement to a third-tier family occurs once every 3 years. For those seeking elevation, there is also the risk of deprivation. Fortunately, the dead Jing dynasty maintains a relatively lenient stance regarding the revocation of family titles. Evaluations are conducted every 5 years, and only after 2 consecutive failures will a family's title be rescinded. Yet, many families often choose to relinquish their titles voluntarily after failing the initial assessment. The consequences of possessing a family title without the requisite strength can be dire, as countless families covet their positions. Should they refuse to yield, they risk becoming targets of aggression from these competing forces. In the realm of survival, the law of the jungle prevails. The criteria for ascending to a second-tier family are even more rigorous. After all, how could the court easily permit the elevation of such a privileged class? According to Pei Tianrong's understanding, the foremost requirement for advancing to a second-tier family is the presence of no fewer than 3 masters of the 6 viscera within the clan, with at least one being at the late stage of the 6 viscera. Chapter 86. Premature tenure. The first condition alone has hindered countless aspiring third-rate families from advancing. As for the subsequent requirements, Pei Tianrong did not inquire further, for the Pei family was far too distant from the status of a second-rate family. Indeed, it was already a remarkable feat for the Pei family to retain their title without forfeiture. They had no leisure to entertain impractical aspirations. Having taken a brief jog, Pei Tianrong inadvertently found himself in a small courtyard. Within the Pei family, there were 5 individuals responsible for logistical operations, each fulfilling their designated roles. The leader among them was an elderly man adorned in a brown robe, its edges embroidered with faded, intricate cloud patterns, suggesting it had seen better days. This venerable figure was Pei Tianqi, the head of the Pei family's logistics. Upon noticing Pei Tianrong's arrival, Pei Tianqi promptly approached and paid his respects. Typically, Pei Tianrong would not frequent this place, visiting only on designated dates for accounts. His unexpected presence made Pei Tianqi anxious, fearing there might have been an issue with the accounts. Fortunately, Pei Tianrong's next words alleviated his concerns. Elder Qi, I need to check the family's grain inventory. Do you have the specific figures? Pei Tianqi visibly relaxed and quickly replied, Head of the family, please wait a moment. I will retrieve it for you. Before long, Pei Tianqi produced the ledger recording the grain stock. After a thorough calculation, it was revealed that the Pei family possessed several tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, with a current grain reserve of 100,000 dan, equivalent to approximately 10 million jin. Pei Tianrong was astonished. The family's grain reserves exceeded his expectations. He had presumed that a reserve of 30,000 dan would be commendable. In truth, Pei Tianrong's estimation was not entirely erroneous. The primary reason for the Pei family's substantial grain reserves was the staggering surplus held by the Li family. Upon returning to the family courtyard, Pei Tianrong reported the grain inventory situation to Pei Qingyun, who was equally taken aback. You say the family's grain stock amounts to 100,000 dan? Pei Tianrong, initially concerned about the sufficiency of the reserves, clarified, yes, if it proves inadequate, I can dispatch individuals to procure grain from various towns in the coming days. While we have enough, 100,000 dan is equivalent to 10 million jin. One person consuming 1 jin per day would sustain 50,000 people for half a year. Although both families have substantial appetites, the population of the county city far exceeds that, and purchasing such a large quantity of grain at once would suffice, Pei Qingyun explained. Despite the current high grain prices, they will likely drop after some time. Hence, acquiring grain now would be ill-advised, Pei Qingyun added. Pei Tianrong nodded. Elder, I understand. In reality, Pei Qingyun had not finished his thoughts. Acquiring grain now, transporting it via merchant caravans to the county city, would undoubtedly yield profit. However, the Pei family could not afford to do so. The 100,000 dan of grain was already sufficient for the Pei family to reap considerable gains. If the Pei family were to deplete the grain reserves of Wuyang County, the consequences would not be increased profits but rather a precarious predicament. Monopolization signifies profit. Yet absolute monopolization requires strength. While the Pei family indeed held dominion in Wuyang County, they were not in a position to dictate terms in the county city. Should other regions find themselves unable to procure grain, the Pei family could raise prices exorbitantly, a situation likely to have unfavorable repercussions. Knowing where to draw the line was something Pei Qingyun understood well, yet the interests of the Pei family must remain intact. Through Pei Tianrong, Pei Qingyun grasped the current grain prices in Wuyang County, 21 per jin, with one tael of silver purchasing 50 jin. Typically, the grain prices in the county city would rise by 50% above this baseline. However, the risks and costs associated with transporting grain were borne by the seller. Historically, the Pei family was not a significant grain producer. Their surplus grain was sold to grain merchants for transport to the county city. The Li family, being the largest grain merchants in Wuyang County, typically employed escort agencies for safe transportation. Now, with the Pei family emerging as the largest grain merchants in Wuyang County, Pei Tianrong intended to implement reforms in this area. However, such changes could not be accomplished overnight. The following day, Pei Qingyun paid another visit to Qin Yuanba. In the main hall, Qin Yuanba had already prepared tea, sunflower seeds, and fruits. Upon seeing Pei Qingyun, he greeted him with a beaming smile. How is the preparation for the grain matter, brother? Pei Qingyun replied, rest assured, my younger brother, the grain situation is in good hands. However, I am uncertain about the exact quantity both families require. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuanba extended 5 fingers. I cannot provide an exact figure, but I estimate it should not be less than 50,000 dan. Pei Qingyun responded earnestly, 50,000 dan is within the means of the Pei family. However, could my younger brother provide some insight into the pricing? Qin Yuanba chuckled, for the price, brother, you may follow the normal market rate. I would not want you to suffer a loss from selling to my family or the He family. However, you must remember not to sell to the Qian or Lu families, as that would complicate matters for me. Pei Qingyun took a sip of tea, speaking solemnly, rest assured. I, Pei Qingyun, am not one to betray trust. The Pei family will uphold our commitments. Qin Yuanba touched his nose and set down his teacup. Through their interactions over the past few months, he had come to understand Pei Qingyun's character well. With Pei Qingyun's assurance, he felt more at ease. Realizing this, Qin Yuanba revealed, with your words, brother, I am reassured. In a month, my tenure will conclude. I will likely be reassigned to the county city as the head of the Town Evil Suppression Division, and a new leader will be appointed for the Town Evil Suppression Division here in Wuyang County. Pei Qingyun questioned, isn't the reassignment typically done after the new year? Why the haste this time? Qin Yuanba explained, this situation is somewhat exceptional. Recently, a leader from the County Town Evil Suppression Division was killed by a 4th-tier evil creature during an exorcism. This unforeseen event has created a vacancy in the position. It is crucial, as my family does not wish for the position to fall into the hands of the Qian or Lu families. Given that I have just captured the blood demon servant Ling Ziwen, the family head wishes to take advantage of this opportunity to secure the Town Evil Suppression Division position for me. Pei Qingyun understood now. He had not anticipated that his unintentional assistance had expedited Qin Yuanba's reassignment by several months. In this world, no banquet lasts forever. Qin Yuanba's early departure disrupted Pei Qingyun's plans. However, upon further reflection, Pei Qingyun felt little disappointment. Qin Yuanba taking up a position in the county city was ultimately beneficial. For the Pei family to thrive, they must inevitably engage with the county city. Pei Qingyun congratulated him. Then I shall congratulate you, my younger brother, on your advancement. Returning from the Town Evil Suppression Division, Pei Qingyun collected his thoughts. With Qin Yuanba's reassignment, Wuyang County would welcome a new leader for the Town Evil Suppression Division. In the past, a new leader would undoubtedly alter the dynamics of Wuyang County. Yet now, the Pei family had no fear of a mere ordinary Town Evil Suppression leader. Unless the new leader hailed from one of the 4 great families of the county city, Pei Qingyun would only harbor a slight apprehension. Without the other 2 families, Pei Qingyun was undoubtedly the unchallenged sovereign, impervious even to a town evil suppression leader. Ultimately, strength is the foundation of confidence. Jinhui County, Kaiyuan Academy. As the foremost academy in the county city, Kaiyuan Academy boasts a rich history, its grandeur palpable, having stood for over 2 centuries. Every martial artist among the common folk in Jinhui County takes pride in being admitted to Kaiyuan Academy. However, the admission process at Kaiyuan Academy is exceedingly stringent, with the first step filtering out 99 talented martial artists. The minimum requirement for entry into Kaiyuan Academy is the mastery of the divine power realm by the age of 15. Once admitted, students at Kaiyuan Academy, barring unforeseen circumstances, possess over a 90% probability of breaking through to the 5 organs realm. In addition, the students of Kaiyuan Academy can actively apply to enter the imperial court system and assume official positions after graduation. This compels some of the prominent family's heirs to seek prestige through Kaiyuan Academy. At this moment, beneath the grand tree of the academy, a 16 or 17-year-old youth sits cross-legged, engrossed in his studies. He possesses a tall and upright figure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his long, ebony hair tied back. There is a certain resemblance between him and Pei Tianrong. This youth is none other than Pei Tianrong's son, Pei Silin. As the sole heir of the Pei family, Pei Silin has carried the weight of his family's expectations since childhood. Unfortunately, his talent for martial arts has proven rather lackluster. It was not until the eve of his 15th birthday that he finally broke through to the divine strength realm. For an ordinary warrior, achieving such a breakthrough by the age of 15 would be a cause for celebration. However, as the only heir of the Pei family, Pei Silin is acutely aware of the immense resources expended to attain this milestone before his 15th year. If entering Kaiyuan Academy guarantees that he will not fall short of the divine strength realm, he is but a mere 1% of that promise. After a year at Kaiyuan Academy, he has yet to advance beyond the mid-stage of divine strength. His peers, who entered alongside him, have all made strides into the mid-stage, which has left him in deep distress, even contemplating despair at times. While he could accept being at the bottom, the tortoise-like pace of his cultivation drives him to the brink of madness. Yet, when he considers the considerable sacrifices his family has made to nurture him, and the arduous journey he undertook to enter Kaiyuan Academy, the thought of giving up feels utterly unacceptable. Nevertheless, reality tells him that hard work may be in vain. What can he do if his talent is lacking? In summary, he yearns to abandon it all. In an attempt to console himself, Pei Silin picks up a biographical novel, hoping to immerse himself in its narrative. However, as he reads, he reflects upon his own situation. What a nonsensical biography, devoid of any logic, and certainly not penned as well as my own. Frustrated, he tosses the book to the ground, his expression sour. But soon, he regains his composure and lets out a deep sigh. When will the trade routes open? I long to return home. Life here feels overwhelmingly stifling. In another world, Pei Silin would undoubtedly embody the melancholic prince. Alas, he is simply born in an ill-fated time. Chapter 87. Unblocking the trade route. Time flies, and 3 days have swiftly passed. As twilight approached, Pei Qingyun stepped out of his ancestral home. The previous night, he had received news from the town evil management office that the trade route to the county city had been opened. This delightful revelation elevated his spirits, prompting him to rise early. Upon accessing his attribute panel, Pei Qingyun assessed his current status. Name, Pei Qingyun. Lifespan, 9 years and 11 months. Cultivation, 5 organs. Completion, 1282,000. Martial arts, Pei family evergreen technique complete, yellow grade supreme. Thousand blade slash complete, yellow grade advanced. Fierce sun technique complete, yellow grade supreme. Family fortune, 20,400. Note, family fortune can recover, with a daily natural recovery of 20 points. Over the past 2 months, he had steadily allocated family fortune to his cultivation, resulting in a significant accumulation of experience. In just over a month, he would be poised to enter the realm of the 6 organs. Transitioning from the 5 organs marked a gradual advancement along the path of martial arts towards longevity. 5 organs martial artists could extend their lifespan by a decade, while 6 organs masters could further extend it by 20 years. Though 20 years may seem brief, it is crucial for a 6 organs master, representing a significant prolongation of their peak. By the time a 5 organs martial artist breaks through to the 6 organs realm, they are often over 50 years old, with their vitality teetering on the brink of decline. However, one of the defining traits of a 6 organs master is the preservation of vitality. They only experience deterioration when nearing death. Thus, age does not impede their combat prowess, dispelling the notion that youth is paramount in battle. Nevertheless, 6 organs masters cannot defy the natural order. They will age and their physical vitality will diminish. This phenomenon can be likened to a basin of water. Although the total volume remains constant, impurities accumulate over time, rendering the water increasingly turbid. The 20-year extension associated with breaking through to the 6 organs realm equates to purifying some of these impurities, allowing the master's peak physical condition to last until the age of 80. For the vast majority of six organs masters, the potential to break through to the meridian opening stage remains until they reach 80. Beyond that age, such prospects evaporate. Reflecting on this, Pei Qingyun contemplated his own age. He was already 82. The completion of the Pei family evergreen technique had endowed him with attributes akin to those of a six organs master. Yet he pondered whether the age constraints of the six organs would affect him once he made the breakthrough. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a scout arrived at his courtyard. The scout reported, "Ancestor, Master Chen has sent someone to inform you that a distinguished guest has arrived and requests your presence at the town evil management office." Pei Qing furrowed his brow. It appeared that members of the Qin and He families had come. The trade route had just been established the previous night, yet both families arrived today. Such swiftness surprised him. He was well aware of the county city's insatiable hunger for provisions. However, the rapid arrival of both families was unexpected. Typically, after the initial opening of a trade route, there remained various follow-up tasks, often requiring 3 to 5 days for a sweeping eradication of malevolent forces to ensure the route's safety. Yet, here they were, the very next morning. Pei Qingyun had ample reason to suspect that these families had sent advance scouts. However, he dismissed further speculation. If the Chun and He families could arrive early, then the Qian and L families could undoubtedly do the same. Prior to visiting the town evil management office, Pei Qingyun took a moment to brief Pei Tianrong on how to respond should the Qian and L families come calling. In truth, even without his instructions, Pei Tianrong understood the necessary course of action. Among the prominent families in Jinhui County, a competitive dynamic always existed. The Qian family held the most power, followed by the Chun family, the He family, and lastly, the L family. To counterbalance the Qian family's influence, the Chun and He families formed an alliance, while the Qian family, unwilling to be outdone, allied with the L family. Thus, Jinhui County became divided into two major factions. A consensus reached among the various forces. By aligning with the Qin and He families, Pei Qingyun's actions signaled his family's allegiance to their camp. Initially, he had contemplated a neutral stance, but quickly dismissed that notion, recognizing that neutrality often equates to indecisiveness. Should the Pei family choose to remain in Wuyang County, content to reign as local sovereigns, neutrality might be the best course. However, if they aspired for greater influence, then extending their reach into Jinhui County was inevitable. As an external force, the Pei family could establish a foothold in the county city most expediently by joining one of the factions. If that were all, Pei Qingyun might not have felt compelled to act. He possessed his own confidence. While other factions might worry about potential conflicts arising from the two camps, he harbored no such fears. He believed he could quickly secure a foothold in the county city, even gaining significant leverage within both factions. Since the Pei family had bested the Li family, their reputation had reverberated throughout Wuyang County. All factions recognized that the Pei family would soon dominate the region. This burgeoning influence resulted in a 30% population increase in Shiming Street over the span of 2 months, with a portion relocating from Holaji and the remainder migrating from various towns. Despite the passage of 2 months since the calamity in Yuyang Town, its repercussions had not waned. Outsiders continued to stream into the city, contributing to Wuyang County's increasing prosperity. Of course, this surge inevitably impacted the economies of surrounding towns. Yet such matters were beyond Pei Qingyun's concern. They fell within the purview of the local government. In response, Tang Mu devised numerous strategies, yet none proved effective. Business people are not easily fooled, and they are acutely aware of the perils of death. In Wuyang County, competition had intensified, yet opportunities flourished alongside it. The more prosperous the area, the greater the chances for success. Under the condition of ensuring their safety, many preferred the county city as their residence. As a result, the Pei family's profits on Shiming Street increased significantly. However, the influx of people also led to congestion on the roads. What once took Pei Qingyun a mere 15 minutes to reach the town evil management office now consumed half an hour. This delay was, of course, due to his choice of traveling by carriage. Observing the throngs of pedestrians on Shiming Street, Pei Qingyun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The bustling streets, teeming with life, evoked visions of a potential transformation into a semblance of modern society. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion, realizing that the necessary changes were secondary. More importantly, Wuyang County did not belong to the Pei family. Unless the great Jing dynasty were to fracture, the Pei family could not carve out their own dominion. Chapter 88. Visitors from two families. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Pei Qingyun arrived at the entrance of the town exorcism office. Before he could disembark from his carriage, a town exorcist approached him, saying, "My lord, this way please." As a distinguished guest of the town exorcism office, Pei Qingyun, though not their superior, was regarded with great esteem, second only to Chen Yuanba. Following the town exorcist, Pei Qingyun was led into a courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed an ancient house adorned with blue bricks and tiles. As his gaze lowered, a small pavilion came into view. Inside the pavilion was a stone table surrounded by 3 individuals, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. With just a glance, Pei Qingyun recognized one of them as Chen Yuanba. The identities of the other two were self-evident. In Wuyang County, there were no other companions worthy of Chun Yuanba's company apart from the Chun and He families. Walking along the stone path and through several small lanes, Pei Qingyun reached the pavilion. Upon seeing him, Chun Yuanba immediately stepped forward and introduced him to the two others, stating, "This is my esteemed brother, Pei Qingyun." In front of them, Chun Yuanba did not conceal the nature of his relationship with Pei Qingyun. In the realm of aristocratic families, the disparity in strength often leads to unequal relations. A mere fifth-grade martial artist is hardly considered formidable in the eyes of second-rate families. Direct descendants of second-rate families, if they do not perish prematurely, are likely to become fifth-grade martial artists, with the direct line members having a significant chance of reaching sixth grade. This creates an inherent disdain among second-rate family members towards those from third-rate families, a reality Pei Qingyun was well aware of from his past memories. Thus, when he initially agreed to sell grain to the Chun and He families, he had inquired about the price of the grain. With Chun Yuanba's introduction, the demeanor of the two individuals towards Pei Qingyun softened considerably. As Pei Qingyun had surmised, the man in the blue robe was a direct descendant of the Qin family, named Chun Yuanxi, while the man in the purple robe was a direct descendant of the He family, He Yuqing. Chun Yuanxi spoke first, "Brother Qingyun, since you are friends with my cousin, I shall not beat around the bush. As you may know, I am here with a grain procurement mission from the Qin family. The head of our family has tasked me with securing at least 50,000 dan of grain. I wonder if you have enough stock available?" Pei Qingyun pondered for a moment and replied, 50,000 dan of grain is certainly within my family's capacity. However, may I inquire what price you intend to offer for this batch? Chun Yuanxi responded, "Let us calculate the price at market value. I have investigated, and the current grain price in Wuyang County stands at 21 per jin. Given the substantial quantity we are seeking, I can advocate for a slight increase on behalf of the Qin family, offering 25 per jin. What do you think?" Pei Qingyun frowned and glanced at Chun Yuanba. Sensing his apologetic gaze, he then slowly replied, "I cannot accept this price." Seeing Pei Qingyun's refusal, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chun Yuanxi's face. Yet he maintained his composure and asked, "This price is already quite generous. Why does Brother Qingyun decline?" Pei Qingyun explained, "Brother Yuanxi, I trust you come to procure grain from my family with sincerity. While I am not an expert in commerce, I cannot be easily misled. As you mentioned, the current grain price in Wuyang County is indeed 21 per jin. However, you must be aware that this situation arises from the blockade of trade routes to the county city for the past 6 months. Wuyang County, being a major grain-producing area, typically supplies at least 500,000 dan of grain to the county city every 6 months, of which approximately 40% is paid as grain tax. Nevertheless, there remains a shortfall of 300,000 dan in the county city, which is a tangible reality. Based on past year's prices, grain prices are expected to rise to at least 31 per jin. Due to the impact of the demon calamity, the county city has been facing a prolonged grain shortage, with yields significantly lower than previous years. Once news of the reopening of trade routes spreads, grain prices will undoubtedly soar, likely exceeding past year's prices. Moreover, I am aware that all major grain merchants in Wuyang County are eagerly awaiting this moment. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuanxi's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Pei Qingyun to be such a formidable negotiator. Initially, he believed that as the patriarch of a clan, Pei Qingyun would not concern himself with such intricate details. Yet, the latter saw right through his intentions. However, Chun Yuanxi could not afford to concede easily. The initiative in pricing had to remain with the Qin family. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yuanxi countered, "What Brother Qingyun says is indeed valid. I do not dispute that. Once news of the trade routes opening circulates, grain prices in Wuyang County will rise. However, the Chun family does not require all the grain from Wuyang County. 50,000 dan is merely a fraction of the county's grain reserves. The Chun family can easily seize the opportunity to clear the market of grain before the news spreads. At that time, we could even procure 50,000 dan at the price of 21 per jin." He continued, "Once my family secures this grain and transports it to the county city, while the prices may rise, the increase will not exceed 40%. Thus, acquiring the grain at 25 per jin demonstrates our genuine intent." Pei Qingyun remained noncommittal. "Is that so? If Brother Yuanxi believes so, feel free to test the waters and see if you can procure 50,000 dan of grain at that price in the market. Alternatively, we could establish a wager. If you can acquire 10,000 dan at 21 per jin, I will sell you the remaining 40,000 dan at that same price. Conversely, should you be unable to procure 10,000 dan at 21 per jin, any further transactions with my family will be at 41 per jin. What do you think of this wager, Brother Yuanxi?" As he spoke, a hint of mockery flickered in Pei Qingyun's eyes. At this moment, he could see through Chun Yuanxi's intentions. While he wished to cultivate a relationship with the Qin family, it was not at the expense of his own family's interests. To sell to Chun Yuanxi at 25 per jin would be folly. Furthermore, Chun Yuanxi was merely a direct descendant. Pei Qingyun was uncertain of his true influence within the Qin family. Additionally, despite not having clashed directly, Pei Qingyun suspected that Qin Yuanxi was likely not as formidable as Qin Yuanba. Chapter 89. Pei Qingyun's counterattack. Faced with Pei Qingyun's skepticism and the so-called betting agreement, Qin Yuanxi realized he was confronted with a formidable adversary. If it were a member of any other mediocre family, he could leverage the Qin family's influence to assert dominance. Indeed, the vast majority of individuals from lesser families would likely capitulate under such intimidation. However, the man before him shared an extraordinary bond with his cousin, Qin Yuanba. In this context, such tactics were rendered ineffectual. While others might remain oblivious to Qin Yuanba's standing within the Qin family, Qin Yuanxi, as Yuanba's cousin, was acutely aware. Although both belonged to the direct lineage, he was destined to remain an ordinary member, with no hope of ascending to the realm of the Six Organs Master. In stark contrast, Qin Yuanba's position as the leader of the local evil forces held great significance for the Qin family. Once he ascended to that role, he would undoubtedly receive the family's full backing, thereby bringing him perilously close to the Six Organs realm. While practitioners of the Five Organs might be inconspicuous in second-rate families, the Six Organs Masters were an entirely different echelon, representing the pinnacle of power and heritage. With threats off the table, he had to devise an alternative strategy. As one of the business heads of the Qin family, he possessed some innate talent for commerce. It was not as if he would be utterly powerless without the family's support. If that were the case, the Qin family would not have entrusted him with such business matters. For a moment, Qin Yuanxi found himself lost in thought. In truth, his engagement with the Pei family stemmed from two factors: the connection through Qin Yuanba and his own lack of confidence in acquiring 50,000 loads of grain at a low price. As Pei Qingyun had pointed out, the market price for grain was indeed low, but that was under normal trading conditions. Should an outsider like him attempt to purchase grain in bulk in Wuyang County, it would inevitably attract the merchants' attention. The merchants were well aware that the trade route to the county city could open at any moment. The current low price was only because the exact timing of the route's opening remained unclear. If someone began hoarding grain, they would be like sharks sensing blood in the water, quickly honing in on their target. Once he initiated the buying, news of the trade route's opening would swiftly circulate among the merchants, leading to an inevitable spike in prices. Preliminary estimates indicated that grain prices could surge by over 50%, meaning that the prices could rise to at least 41 per pound, if not higher. The merchants knew that the initial surge in prices would occur within the first half-month, as this was when the county city urgently required grain. If sufficient supplies were secured during this period, the famine issue would be resolved, causing prices to eventually decline. However, even with a decline, it was unlikely to return to 21 per pound. It would probably stabilize at a level similar to previous years, perhaps only 2 or 3 when higher. Despite his reluctance to admit it, acquiring 10,000 loads of grain at 21 per pound was indeed a daunting task. The only recourse would be to explore the various towns, where information was less fluid than in Wuyang City, offering a glimmer of possibility. However, this approach had its limitations. The merchants in the towns were significantly smaller in scale and dispersed. If he pursued this route, time would not be on his side. With the Qian and El families also entering Wuyang County, choosing that path would likely invite interference from them. Upon reflection, Qin Yuanxi abandoned the idea of signing the betting agreement. Yet, the thought of being led by Pei Qingyun left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. This marked his first failure in negotiations, and to be bested by a member of a third-rate family was particularly irksome. Although he maintained a polite demeanor towards Pei Qingyun, this was merely a consequence of Qin Yuanba's presence. Deep down, he harbored a sense of disdain for Pei Qingyun. This sentiment was not directed at Pei Qingyun personally, but was rather a manifestation of the pride born from his status as a direct descendant of a second-rate family. He subconsciously regarded anyone from a third-rate family with such a lens. Pei Qingyun observed quietly, awaiting Qin Yuanxi's response. He held great confidence in the betting agreement, but his motives extended beyond mere financial gain. He sought to deliver a resounding blow to Qin Yuanxi's pride. From the outset of their conversation, he had sensed Yuanxi's subtle condescension towards him. While such disdain did not drive him to madness, it certainly irked him. Pei Qingyun had not come into this world to be overlooked. A face must be returned in kind, and he would not tolerate being belittled by a mere second-rate family member. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yuanxi spoke gravely. "Brother Qingyun, I will give your words careful consideration. I shall not sign this betting agreement. The proposed price of 25 won per pound is indeed too low. Instead, I will offer 30 won per pound for the grain, as a gesture of friendship towards you." At this, Pei Qingyun nearly burst into laughter. Even at this juncture, Qin Yuanxi still attempted to maintain a facade. Friendship. He scoffed internally. Had Qin Yuanxi proposed the 30 won per pound price from the outset, he would have agreed without hesitation. Now, seeking to purchase at that price was simply unrealistic. Seeing Pei Qingyun's continued silence, Qin Yuanxi grew anxious, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Finally, Pei Qingyun responded, "Brother Yuanxi, I would indeed like to sell to you at 30 won per pound, as a gesture of friendship. However, my family is currently in dire straits, with several elders seeking to ascend to the Five Organs realm but lacking the necessary funds. I had hoped to capitalize on this grain sale to provide them with some hope. Therefore, let us settle on a middle ground, 35 won per pound. Chen Yuanxi's expression darkened, yet he endeavored to maintain a warm tone. 35 won per pound is simply too high. Brother Qingyun, could you possibly lower it? Otherwise, I cannot justify the expense to the Chen family. Pei Qingyun shook his head, feigning difficulty. I cannot lower the price further. The Pei family's resources are limited. Unlike your Chen family's vast wealth, this price is already our bottom line. Consider this. If you procure this batch of grain from me, your Chen family will undoubtedly be the first to transport it to the county city. At that point, will the price not be dictated by you? I could charge 35 won, or even 60 won per pound, and buyers would still be eager. At this moment, Chen Yuanxi could no longer feign ignorance. Pei Qingyun was retaliating against the contempt he had previously shown. Yet, ironically, this price fell within the Chun family's acceptable range. As Pei Qingyun had asserted, the Chun family sought to seize the opportunity. As the largest grain merchant in Wuyang County, acquiring grain from the Pei family would indeed afford them a significant advantage. Realizing this, Chen Yuanxi sighed deeply, resigned. Very well, 35 won per pound it is. However, I have one condition. The Pei family must supply me with 80,000 loads of grain. Pei Qingyun smiled, not challenging Chen Yuanxi. Agreed. Chapter 90. Coming to terms as for the reason why Chen Yuanxi would increase the quantity, Pei Qingyun could easily deduce it. Among the 80,000 dan of grain, a portion belonged to the He family. As allies, the Chen family naturally could not monopolize the benefits. With past experiences in mind, Chen Yuanxi did not resort to underhanded tactics against Pei Qingyun, and everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. According to their agreement, the Chen family would first pay half as a deposit, with the remaining half to be paid upon the delivery of the grain by the Pei family. However, the risk involved in transporting the grain would be borne by the Pei family. Pei Qingyun had no objections on this point. In the Great Jing dynasty, the seller was responsible for the risks associated with the trade. Overall, Pei Qingyun was quite satisfied with the transaction. He was, however, slightly irritated by Chen Yuanxi. Yet, seeing Chen Yuanxi's anxious departure, it seemed he was not entirely pleased either. After sending off Chen Yuanxi and He Yuqing, Chen Yuanba expressed his apologies, saying, Brother Pei, I did not consider this matter thoroughly. I never expected my cousin to act in such a manner. Pei Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. You need not blame yourself. I understand your position. In business, it is comforting to know that you have my interests at heart. Besides, it is only with your presence that I could negotiate on equal footing. To be fair, Chen Yuanxi was merely advocating for the Chun family's interests. What reason do I have to criticize him? Furthermore, he did not take advantage of me. On the contrary, I seized this opportunity to profit handsomely. All things considered, it turned out to be a fortuitous event. Moreover, our friendship is limited to one another and not tied to the Chen family. I cannot allow the actions of certain individuals from the Chen family to create a rift between us. Chen Yuanba shook his head. Brother, please refrain from comforting me. Your accomplishments are solely due to your own abilities. My cousin has always been sharp-tongued and relentless. If it weren't for his slight deficiency in martial talent, he would not have been relegated to the merchant line of work. Fortunately, after entering the business world, he has fully harnessed his talents. I was genuinely worried for you. I never imagined you could outmaneuver him so decisively. It has truly opened my eyes to your business acumen. Pei Qingyun chuckled. Do not flatter me, my dear brother. This time, I merely capitalized on a fortunate opportunity. Had the Chen family not been in urgent need of this grain, Chen Yuanxi would not have been so quick to compromise. Chen Yuanba scoffed. Brother, do not deceive me. Your ability to analyze the market so astutely cannot be explained away with mere coincidence. You are unaware of how grim my cousin's expression was when I sent him off. I recall he bore a similar countenance the last time he faced defeat. However, do not fret. This is just his nature. When he suffers a loss, he will only come to respect you more. Pei Qingyun replied with a smile. Your words bring me relief, indicating that my accidental intervention has resulted in a beneficial outcome. Chen Yuanba echoed the sentiment. I am deeply impressed by your finesse, brother. It can be regarded as avenging my grievances. Thus, the atmosphere between the two men grew lively. In stark contrast, Chen Yuanxi left the Jinxia office with a dark expression. It was only after walking a considerable distance that he regained his composure. Beside him, He Yuqing remarked, that Pei Qingyun is quite formidable. No wonder he is so seasoned. His business acumen rivals our own. This price is precisely calibrated to our limits. If it weren't for our inexperience, I would suspect he had insider information. Chen Yuanxi waved his hand and sighed. Enough of that. There is no need to humiliate ourselves further. We initially agreed on a maximum price of 30 won per gene, yet it has now been raised by 5 won. You could have spoken up at the time. 5 won on 80,000 dan translates to an additional expenditure of 40,000 taels of silver. He Yuqing exclaimed. Now that you mention it, I regret not speaking up. Proportionally, I will have to spend an additional 15,000 taels. Why not go back and negotiate with him to lower the price? Even a single one could save us several thousand taels. Chen Yuanxi rolled his eyes. If you still feel embarrassed, you may go yourself. If you manage to lower the price, the savings will belong to you. He Yuqing waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. If you cannot convince him, I will fare no better. After all, there is still profit to be made, so I shall refrain from getting involved. Qing Yuanci replied, Very well, I knew you would be unreliable. Although I lost this time, it was merely because he had the advantage of location. With our cousin and Apos' connection. We shall encounter him again in the future. When that time comes, I will ensure he pays me back in full. In Shiming Street, within the Pei family domain. Shortly after Pei Qingyun's departure, the business leaders of the Qian and L families approached Pei Tianrong. Following Pei Qingyun's instructions, the Pei family could not openly refuse the Qian and L families. Pei Tianrong deliberately feigned the greed expected of a merchant, initially downplaying the quantity of stored grain before raising the price to an unacceptable level for both families, thus rejecting the deal. Although the leaders of both businesses were angered, they found themselves powerless against the Pei family. Consequently, they were compelled to seek available grain on the market and explore options with smaller merchants. Truly, our ancestor has thought this through. Had it not been for his foresight, I would have struggled to find a rationale to send those two powerful families away. Pei Tianrong mused as he observed the Qian and L families departing. At that moment, he turned to a spy nearby. Ancestor, what is the situation on that front? Reporting to the family head, the ancestor has yet to emerge, but I suspect it will be soon. Before I left, I noticed that members of the Chun and He families had already boarded their carriages. The spy replied, bowing. Pei Tianrong said earnestly, Then we shall leave it at that for now. Keep a close watch on the movements of the major grain merchants within Wuyang County. I suspect someone may be plotting something at this critical juncture. As the head of the Pei family, Pei Tianrong had encountered a myriad of individuals throughout his life. It was not uncommon for people to take dangerous risks for profit, and employing underhanded tactics was not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon returning from the Jinxia office, Pei Qingyun recounted the events that transpired within its walls to Pei Tianrong. When Pei Tianrong heard about Chun Tianxi's initial attitude, he could not help but frown. The rapid growth of the Pei family over the past few months had far surpassed the expectations of a third-rate clan. Yet, when placed on the level of a second-rate family, they lacked the qualifications to warrant direct attention from their core members. This realization tempered his previously proud demeanor, bringing a sense of calmness. Chapter 91, 160,000 Tales. The Pei family stood atop the peak of Wuyang. Yet it was precisely due to their burgeoning power that they could engage with the higher echelons of aristocracy. Compared to some formidable third-tier clans, the Pei family still lagged significantly, let alone when juxtaposed with the more potent second-tier families. In the eyes of the Qin family, the Pei family was hardly noteworthy. Pei Qingyun observed Pei Tianrong's recent demeanor. He had become somewhat arrogant, harboring a faint illusion of being in a fishbowl. Pei Qingyun deemed it necessary to issue a timely warning, which was the reason behind his remarks. However, upon learning that their ancestor had secured a deal at 35 when per gene, Pei Tianrong felt a surge of elation, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. What did it matter if they were a direct lineage of a second-tier family? They had still bowed before their own ancestor. Subsequently, Pei Tianrong began to calculate the profits from this grain sale. At 35 when per gene, the sale of 80,000 dan of grain would amount to 280,000 taels of silver. Of course, this figure represented gross revenue, not net profit. Nevertheless, the Pei family enjoyed a significant advantage over other grain merchants, as their grain was primarily seized from the Li family, drastically reducing their costs. Unlike other merchants, who bore the brunt of expenses merely by collecting grain, the Pei family incurred much lower costs. In the dying dynasty, aristocratic families, although not exempt from taxes, faced much lower tax thresholds than commoners and ordinary merchants. Some powerful families even employed unconventional methods to achieve indirect tax exemptions. As a third-tier family, the Pei family faced a tax burden of 30%. After deducting various costs, their net profit could reach 21 per gene, equating to 160,000 taels. Reflecting on this, Pei Tianrong felt a rush of excitement. In the past, as one of Wuyang County's three major families, the Pei family's annual net profits from all their ventures barely totaled 100,000 taels. The Li family, dealing in exotic beast meat and grain as their primary industries, boasted superior profitability compared to the Pei family. Yet, he had never anticipated that selling grain could be so lucrative. This single revenue stream exceeded the Pei family's previous total annual earnings. However, if grain sales were indeed this profitable, then even without access to the divine transformation elixir, the Li family would not have struggled to cultivate a second five-organ warrior. Gradually, Pei Tianrong came to a realization. While the Li family was indeed more profitable than the Pei family, the disparity was not as exaggerated as he had believed. The Pei family's substantial earnings stemmed not only from higher grain prices, but also from reduced expenditures related to the Li family members. The cost of sustaining a third-tier family constituted a significant portion of its total revenue. This batch of grain represented more of a windfall than a regular income. Pei Tianrong could not help but muse upon the lives of bandits residing on the mountain. How could legitimate business ever compare to the swift gains of robbery? Yet, such endeavors required caution, for one could easily meet their demise. With such a considerable profit at hand, Pei Tianrong felt buoyant. With the flow of commerce established, the Pei family was on the verge of acquiring 160,000 taels of silver, claiming dominion over the realm. However, before this could transpire, they first needed to address a pressing issue: transportation. 80,000 dan of grain was no trivial amount. Transporting it via horse-drawn carts would necessitate hundreds of vehicles. Although acquiring so many carts was not an insurmountable challenge for the Pei family, the sheer volume presented a problem. Transporting such a vast quantity of grain without drawing attention was virtually impossible. Within Wuyang County, revealing their identity would deter mountain bandits from attacking. Especially in recent months, the Pei family's prestige had soared to unprecedented heights. Should any bandits harbor such intentions, it was likely that even their own members would bind them and deliver them to the Pei family to seek forgiveness. However, once they ventured beyond Wuyang County, the Pei family's influence would wane significantly. Unreservedly, should outsiders become aware of the Pei family transporting such a substantial grain shipment, they would not need to intervene. Rival families might masquerade as bandits and plunder the Pei family's grain carts. Contemplating this, Pei Tianrong felt a pang of concern. Soon after, he arrived at the former granary of the Li family. Following the acquisition of the Li family, aside from some lightweight and valuable items, the Pei family had returned most of the grain to their own treasury. Due to the cumbersome nature of grain, which occupied considerable space and posed transport challenges, the Pei family had largely left it untouched, merely assigning personnel to inventory and manage it. Once they confirmed the grain's quantity was satisfactory, Pei Tianrong began to ponder transportation methods. It was then that he noticed the personnel managing the granary. Some were from the Pei family, while others had previously been hired by the Li family. Since these individuals had no familial ties to the Li family and were purely hired hands, the Pei family chose not to dismiss them. Pei Tianrong pointed to one man and said, "Come here, I have a question for you." The man, incredulous, replied, "Master, are you calling for me?" Pei Tianrong nodded slightly and reassured him, "Do not be nervous. I summoned you primarily to inquire about the grain transportation. Answer truthfully, and if your information proves useful, I will reward you handsomely." The man promptly pledged, "Master, please speak. I will certainly disclose everything I know." Pei Tianrong, with a serious demeanor, asked, "In the past, how did the Li family transport tens of thousands of dan of grain to the county city in one go? Are you aware?" The man explained, "I have not accompanied a grain convoy, but I know that when the Li family had arranged for transport, it was done in batches, never exceeding 20,000 dan at a time. Furthermore, when the family transported grain, they often utilized escort agencies." Pei Tianrong responded with a brief acknowledgement. Lost in thought as he instructed, "You may return to your duties." Escort agencies. In fact, Pei Tianrong had contemplated employing an escort agency for transportation even before arriving at the granary. Firstly, escort agencies specialized in such work and possessed greater expertise in mitigating related risks. Secondly, entrusting the grain to an escort agency effectively transferred the risk. Should the grain be robbed, the agency would be liable for compensation. However, this raised a significant issue. The agency's capacity was limited, and should the value of the grain exceed their financial capabilities, any incident could render the agency unable to cover their debts, resulting in substantial losses for the Pei family. Therefore, even with the largest escort agency within Wuyang County, the Pei family could only afford to entrust a maximum of 10,000 dan for transport. Although utilizing an escort agency would incur higher costs, the Pei family could accept this, especially since only 2 or 3 agencies in Wuyang County possessed the capability to transport to the county city. Chapter 92. Fuyuan Escort Agency. The journey from Wuyang County to Jinhua Prefecture spans over 300 miles, traversing through 2 additional counties. The terrain, distance, and associated risks are considerably more complex than within the county's confines. A single escort trip to the prefecture demands the better part of a day. According to the contract signed between Pei Qingyun and the Qin family, the Pei family must deliver 80,000 loads of grain to the prefecture before nightfall tomorrow. This implies that even if he engages an escort agency, the maximum they could transport in one trip would be 2,000 to 3,000 loads, which falls far short of the required 80,000. Moreover, the 2 or 3 escort agencies in the prefecture may not even be willing to accept such a task. Although the trade route has been tentatively established, the lurking dangers remain unaddressed. Once outside Wuyang County, the risks multiply exponentially. Should the escort agency undertake this task, Pei's family would still harbor concerns. They are not merely seeking compensation for a potential failure on the part of the agency. Nevertheless, Pei Tianrong resolved to visit the escort agency to see if anyone would be willing to accept the commission. Without delay, Pei Tianrong, accompanied by his guards, arrived at the largest escort agency in Wuyang County, the Fuyuan Escort Agency. Upon entering, a young attendant approached him, warmly inquiring, "Greetings, esteemed guest. Are you here to hire our Fuyuan Escort Agency for a delivery?" Pei Tianrong had no intention of asserting his status. He casually replied, "Yes, please summon your chief escort. I have a substantial business proposition that requires discussion." Upon hearing this, the attendant scrutinized Pei Tianrong, instantly recognizing the distinguished nature of his presence. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from cordiality to obsequiousness. "Noble guest, please have a seat. I shall promptly inform the chief escort." Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned to the agency's hall, accompanied by a tall and robust middle-aged man, the chief escort of Fuyuan, Qiu Fuyuan. Their eyes met, and shock flickered in Qiu Fuyuan's gaze. While the attendant may not have recognized Pei Tianrong's identity, the chief escort, as the head of the county's largest agency, was fully aware of Pei Tianrong's appearance. He immediately dismissed the attendant and respectfully addressed Pei Tianrong. "I am Qiu Fuyuan, at your service, Master Pei." Pei Tianrong responded, "No need for formalities, Chief Qiu. I have a shipment that requires your escort. Regardless of the outcome, I trust you will keep this matter confidential." Hearing this, Qiu Fuyuan reined in his smile, adopting a serious tone. "Rest assured, Master Pei, I am well aware of such protocols." In truth, Pei Tianrong understood that Qiu Fuyuan would not dare to act indiscreetly. His cautionary words were merely a formality. Pei Tianrong quietly stated, "I have a shipment of approximately 10,000 loads of grain that needs to be transported to Jinhua Prefecture. Would you be willing to take on this escort?" Qiu Fuyuan was taken aback. He was not surprised that the Pei family possessed 10,000 loads of grain. However, the timing of this request, particularly for transport to the prefecture, set his mind racing with possibilities. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "We at Fuyuan Escort Agency can certainly handle 10,000 loads. However, I would appreciate a specific time frame for the delivery." Pei Tianrong stated plainly, "I need the grain delivered to the Chun family in the prefecture by noon tomorrow." At that moment, Qiu Fuyuan's lingering doubts dissipated. Pei Tianrong's words undeniably indicated that the commercial route to the prefecture had been opened. This news, once disseminated, would be of immense value, potentially exceeding the profit from this single escort trip. Yet, he also recognized that he lacked the authority to decline the offer. Moreover, he would have to keep this information from his escorts until the departure to avoid any leaks. After all, his ability to resist temptation was predicated on protecting his own family's interests in Wuyang County. His escorts, at best, were merely seeking a means to make a living. Once they caught wind of this lucrative information, he could not guarantee they would not act recklessly. The allure of wealth was potent. Should the Pei family demand accountability, or if the Chun family pursued claims, he would be unable to absolve himself of responsibility. Qiu Fuyuan declared, "Master Pei, we at Fuyuan Escort Agency will take on this task. Regarding the fee, I propose 1,000 taels of silver." Pei Tianrong replied, 1,000 taels is too little. Please charge your standard rate for this escort. The Pei family does not intend to take advantage of your agency. Let us settle on 2,000 taels. If you manage to successfully complete this escort, the Pei family will prioritize Fuyuan Escort Agency for future shipments." After a moment of contemplation, Pei Tianrong spoke thoughtfully. He was acutely aware of Qiu Fuyuan's motivations. For an escort agency to thrive, it must rely on a continuous flow of business. Most escorts are commissioned by wealthy families, but such opportunities are limited and often spontaneous. Given the scale of Fuyuan Escort Agency, relying solely on smaller commissions would be insufficient for its survival. Only through commerce can they secure a steady stream of escorts. The Pei family, being the largest and most influential family in Wuyang County, naturally serves as the most substantial commercial entity. It could be said that any small advantage the Pei family offers would be more than enough to sustain Fuyuan Escort Agency. However, for the Pei family, the choice of whom to engage is not trivial. As long as the counterpart possesses the requisite capability, Pei Tianrong would not mind Fuyuan Escort Agency reaping the rewards. Upon hearing this, Qiu Fuyuan was overjoyed. He had been eagerly awaiting Pei Tianrong's words. "Thank you, Master Pei, for your trust. I assure you that I will ensure the timely delivery of this escort to the Chun family in the prefecture." After departing from Fuyuan Escort Agency, Pei Tianrong felt somewhat uplifted. In addition to Fuyuan, there was another agency he intended to explore. However, this visit proved to be disappointing. Before Pei Tianrong could articulate his request, upon learning that the delivery's destination was the prefecture, this agency declined to take on the escort. Nevertheless, in an effort to avoid offending the Pei family, they provided a thorough explanation for their refusal. Once Pei Tianrong understood the specific reasons, he recognized the rationale behind their decision. As for other agencies, he dismissed them entirely. They were too small and lacked the necessary strength. While they might manage within Wuyang County, venturing beyond its borders would be a matter of life and death, wealth or ruin dictated by fate. Even if these agencies were willing to accept the task, Pei Tianrong could not afford to take such a risk. Upon returning to the Pei family, it was already noon. Pei Tianrong felt a sense of frustration. He had managed to secure 1,000 loads of grain in the morning, but with 70,000 loads still remaining. It appeared that the Pei family would need to handle the transport themselves. In terms of strength, the Pei family certainly surpassed the escort agencies. However, mere strength was not sufficient for escorting. The route was equally crucial. A well-planned route could help evade numerous dangers. The Pei family lacked escorting experience. Before embarking on the journey, he would need to recruit several escorts from other agencies to accompany him. Time was of the essence. He needed to recruit the escorts by this afternoon and finalize the accompanying personnel with the latest departure scheduled for that evening. Pei Tianrong thought to himself. Chapter 93. Bait and Dissemination Within the Ancestral Home of the Pei Family. Pei Qingyun reclined leisurely in a chair, engrossed in a book. Despite his withdrawal from the grain transport issue since leaving the Zhengxie division, he remained acutely aware of Pei Tianrong's every action. After assuming control of the Li family's affairs, the Pei family found that the previous operational methods were ill-suited to their current needs. Originally, the Li family relied on escort agencies for transporting grain, except for a few precious items. Prior to the outbreak of the demon calamity, the Li family successfully sold grain to the county town through a series of small, frequent shipments. This method had its advantages, even in the event of losses during transport. Compensation could be claimed from the escort agency. Furthermore, this approach minimized the risk of attracting the covetous eyes of other families. However, it also bore inherent weaknesses, as its transportation costs were significantly higher than bulk shipments. In light of the current circumstances, the Li family's approach was no longer viable. Pei Qingyun contemplated whether to emulate the logistics model from his previous life. He sensed that this moment might present a unique opportunity. In his past world, legal frameworks ensured logistical safety, emphasizing service quality, attitude, and speed. This world, however, demanded that the Pei family possess sufficient strength to establish their own logistics network. Within Wuyang County, the Pei family was adequately powerful, yet in the eyes of many families beyond its borders, they remained a mere third-rate clan. Thus, the Pei family needed to showcase their capabilities. Pei Qingyun believed that mere rhetoric was utterly ineffective. It was implausible for the Pei family to publicly declare the number of their vital warriors or the extent of their divine power. Nor could they afford to disclose their cultivation levels for the sake of demonstrating strength. Much like in his previous life, where nations proved their strength through conflict. Incessantly boasting about weaponry without the capacity to back it up would yield no deterrence. Therefore, Pei Qingyun resolved to leverage the grain transport opportunity to establish the Pei family's reputation. The transportation of 80,000 dan of grain, valued at 280,000 taels of silver, would surely not go unnoticed by third-rate families and formidable bandit factions. Pei Qingyun surmised that while many families might be tempted, only a select few would dare take action. His target lay precisely among these rare families. Nothing could be more impactful than a decisive show of force. Before long, a list of personnel assigned to escort the grain appeared in Pei Qingyun's hands. To ensure the security of this transport, Pei Tianrong had not only dispatched a Pei family guard but also included Pei Tianlin, a vital warrior, as an accompanying member. With such arrangements, even in the event of a robbery, the Pei family would be capable of handling it. After all, without the public knowledge of the transport, it was unlikely that other factions would mobilize all their vital warriors. Even if they managed to repel an attack, the resulting deterrence would be insufficient, a scenario that contradicted Pei Qingyun's plans. Only the blood of vital warriors would perfectly fulfill his objectives. On the eve of departure, Pei Qingyun approached Pei Tianrong to present his scheme, which left Pei Tianrong astounded. He had not anticipated that the family patriarch intended to engage in such a grand endeavor. "Patriarch, are you truly set on this course?" he exclaimed. Pei Qingyun's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he replied, "Though this method may be bloody, it is the quickest way to demonstrate the Pei family's influence in the vicinity of Jinhua County, and it presents a rare opportunity for a lasting impact. Moreover, the Pei family can leverage this occasion to penetrate the markets of Wuyang County and neighboring regions." Hearing this, Pei Tianrong fell into deep contemplation. Pei Qingyun had anticipated this reaction. Pei Tianrong was known for his cautious and steady approach, qualities that were not without merit. Had it not been for his previous life experiences, Pei Qingyun would likely have acted in a similar manner. The essence of a family's legacy lies not in fleeting power, but in the continuity of its bloodline and the endurance of its lineage. Thus, while families may rise and fall, some persist through the ages. Pei Qingyun's aggressive tactics were a double-edged sword. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity coexist. Had Wang Yang not harbored intense greed towards the Pei family, he would not have met his demise. In a desperate bid for survival, the Wang family even became a subordinate clan to the Peis. Whether the Pei family might meet a similar fate remained uncertain. However, Pei Tianrong soon grasped the rationale behind the patriarch's decision. It stemmed from a confidence in their own strength. With Pei Qingyun in the later stages of vital warrior cultivation and accompanied by Pei Tianlin, even when facing seasoned third-rate families from outside the county, the Pei family could at worst retreat unscathed. Against ordinary third-rate families or factions, this would be an ideal opportunity for the Pei family to assert their dominance. Pei Tianrong wholeheartedly acknowledged, "Patriarch, you are correct. My perspective has been too outdated. With your direct involvement, the Pei family is sure to return victorious." With a serious demeanor, Pei Qingyun remarked, "I have reviewed the personnel arrangement, and there are no significant issues. I will personally address some oversights. You must immediately arrange for our informants to spread the news of our grain transport in Jinhai County and Jinling County, ensuring the details remain vague. Do not be overly conspicuous." I refuse to believe they can ignore this news. At this point, a hint of amusement flickered in Pei Qingyun's eyes. His strategy of using himself as bait would surely entice the fish to bite. Beside him, Pei Tianrong couldn't help but shiver, feeling for the first time the depth of his ancestral patriarch's cunning. Under Pei Tianrong's direction, the Pei family's informants set off in various directions towards the counties. Meanwhile, Pei Qingyun postponed the grain transport departure by 2 hours. He required time for the prominent families to react, but could not afford to grant them ample preparation. Sacrifices were inevitable that night, yet Pei Qingyun hoped to minimize the losses among his own guards. 2 hours later, the Pei family informants arrived at both Jinhai County and Jinling County, just as dusk fell. Due to the winter season, darkness approached swiftly, yet it was mealtime, providing a perfect cover. Following the plan, the informants swiftly entered the main halls of various taverns to dine. After a few rounds of drinks, the informants became flushed, their gazes hazy as they casually discussed matters of grain. Although they did not explicitly mention the quantity or timing of the transport, their words sparked endless speculation. Through their intentional and unintentional nudging, news of the Pei family's grain transport inadvertently reached the ears of the prominent families in Jinhai County and Jinling County. Even some lesser families began to take interest in this grain shipment. Chapter 94, The Fabled Fortunate One? Long before escorting the grain, Pei Qingyun had already devised a rough route. After taking into account the opinions of the escort agency's masters, Pei Qingyun made certain adjustments. The path to the prefectural city necessarily traverses 2 counties. One is Jinhai County, near Wuyang County, and the other is Jinling County, which is closest to the prefectural city. The situation in Jinhai County is quite similar to that in Wuyang County, with 3 prominent and 3 lesser families in existence. However, the strength of the 3 prominent and 3 lesser families in Jinhai County is significantly greater than that of their counterparts in Wuyang County. Unlike the 3 prominent families of Wuyang County, each of the 3 prominent families in Jinhai County boasts 2 martial artists at the 5 organ stage. Although these martial artists are merely in the initial stage of the 5 organs, this alone elevates Jinhai County's overall strength above that of Wuyang County. Furthermore, there are more than just 3 families in Jinhai County that possess martial artists at the 5 organ stage. However, these families do not meet the criteria to be promoted to prominent families. The reason for this is the interference of the 3 prominent families in Jinhai County. After all, the more prominent families there are, the more competitors the 3 prominent families must contend with. In Jinhai County, at the Liu family estate, Liu Qingyuan, the head of the Liu family, one of the lesser families, also heard about the Pei family's grain escort. His first reaction was skepticism. Due to the blockade of trade routes, news of the Li family's downfall had not yet reached other counties. In his memory, the Li family was the largest grain merchant in Wuyang County, and he had even interacted with the head of the Li family, Li Wu, on several occasions. Liu Qingyuan believed that the Pei family's primary business was mining. How could the Pei family possess such a large quantity of grain intended for transport to the prefectural city? It seemed implausible. Could it be that someone was deliberately spreading false information? But what could be the motive behind such a calculated deceit? After much contemplation, he concluded that the most likely source of this false information was the Li family. If the Li family was indeed responsible, their motives could only fall into 2 categories. Either they sought to undermine the Pei family by disseminating this rumor, or they intended to transport grain themselves but would time their actions slightly apart, using the Pei family as a decoy to distract the major powers in Jinhai County. Both scenarios share a common thread. The Pei family would undoubtedly be transporting a substantial quantity of goods tonight. Otherwise, the deception would be swiftly uncovered. Liu Qingyuan believed that the Li family would not engage in such foolishness purely for the sake of annoyance. However, he leaned more towards the former possibility. If the Li family intended to employ a subterfuge, it seemed a rather perilous gamble. He had met Li Wu a few times and did not consider him the type to act so recklessly. Thus, Liu Qingyuan pondered more about what this cargo could be. If it was not grain, then what could the Pei family be transporting? Was it ore? That was his first thought, but he quickly shook his head. While the Pei family indeed focused on mining, transporting or using mere horse-drawn carts was clearly a losing venture. Transporting metals after smelting them was a possibility, but the idea of moving hundreds of carts filled with metal was utterly absurd. Even if all the metal consisted of the cheapest refined iron, it would still be an implausible endeavor. In the Dying Dynasty, refined iron was priced at roughly 100 won per gene. However, refined iron is not like grain. Even a small piece weighs several genes. Not to mention whether the Pei family possessed specially designed carts for transporting such a vast quantity of refined iron. The value of hundreds of carts filled with refined iron would likely reach millions of taels. Even if the Pei family had such a quantity of refined iron, they would not dare to undertake such a venture. Moreover, Liu Qingyuan could not bring himself to believe that the Pei family could amass such an amount of refined iron. Yet, he could not deny that this news intrigued him. If he did not verify its authenticity, he would feel an unshakable sense of dissatisfaction. After considerable reflection, Liu Qingyuan decided it was indeed necessary to investigate the truth, but the emissary could not be from the Liu family. Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Since the Lu family had received this information, other powers in Jinhai County must have as well. He did not believe that his family's intelligence was merely ornamental. In establishments like taverns, it was impossible to conceal information. However, he also held no hope for the other two prominent families. In his view, their reactions were similar to that of the Lu family, filled with doubt. As for whether their speculations coincided with those of the Lu family, it was of little importance. Investigating the authenticity of the matter within Wuyang County at this juncture would clearly be too late. There was no need to ponder. This was undoubtedly the Li family's scheme. One thing he was confident of, the other two families were certainly contemplating a similar strategy. Should the situation prove unfeasible, or if the rumors turned out to be false, the worst-case scenario would be a minor waste of time. Trading a bit of time for the potential of hundreds of thousands of taels was evidently a lucrative proposition. Lu Qingyuan turned to his steward and said softly, "Su Lao, go summon Captain Lu at once. Do not let anyone else know about this." The steward nodded, understanding the implication, and replied, "I comprehend. I shall attend to it immediately." As the steward departed, Lu Qingyuan's gaze deepened with contemplation. In Jinhai County, at the Bai family estate, as a family possessing martial artists at the five-organ stage but not classified among the prominent families, the Bai family's position in Jinhai County was rather precarious. It was accurate to say that the Bai family was an inconsequential clan. After all, without recognition from the dying dynasty, even with a master at the six-organ stage within their ranks, they could not be considered a prominent family. The same held true for the Bai family. In the dying dynasty, opportunities were not scarce. There were instances of stumbling upon the corpses of high-tier exotic beasts, encountering rare materials that could alter one's innate qualities, or inadvertently entering the lairs of powerful beings. Such occurrences may be rare in tales, yet there are always a few fortunate souls. Under normal circumstances, the Bai family, given its background, would have little chance of producing a martial artist at the five-organ stage due to the suppression from the three prominent families. Yet, by some stroke of fortune, a martial artist from the Bai family, through a significant opportunity, entered the lair of a congenital true master. At that time, he was merely at the mid-stage of divine power. Fortunately, this congenital master was not a vicious practitioner of the demonic path. Had he been, a mere mid-stage divine power practitioner would have likely met his demise upon entering the lair. From this perspective, he was indeed fortunate. However, his luck was not entirely sufficient. The congenital warrior had passed away many years prior, and the consumables within the lair had largely deteriorated with time. Consequently, after achieving the five-organ stage, he found himself lacking the necessary resources to continue his martial training. This was a significant drawback of being born into an inconsequential family, even with exceptional martial talent. Without sufficient resources, aspiring to become a powerful figure remains fraught with challenges. However, in this regard, women possess an advantage. Should a woman be gifted, she could leverage her talents to marry into a prominent family, thereby gaining access to adequate resources for martial training. In contrast, even if a man is willing to marry into a prominent family, he may not receive their complete trust as a so-called son-in-law. Of course, it is not impossible for a fortunate individual to encounter someone from a prominent family who might invest in him. Yet, it was evident that the martial artist from the Bai family did not possess such prospects. His progress to this point was not solely due to talent. Chapter 95. The schemes of the Bai family. The ascension of this five-organ warrior to such heights has been primarily attributed to mere fortune. Yet, it is precisely this stroke of luck that has fueled his ambition. As a five-organ warrior, his desire to advance further necessitates a substantial reservoir of resources. In parallel, the Bai family, due to his status as a five-organ warrior, harbors aspirations of elevating themselves to the ranks of a third-rate clan. With the emergence of this ambition, the Bai family's yearning to become a third-rate clan has intensified. However, their foundational strength is woefully insufficient for such an elevation. In terms of population, merit, and overall prowess, they fall significantly short of the standards set for clans. Under normal circumstances, even with 2 decades of development, the Bai family may struggle to meet the criteria for ascension. This predicament largely arises from the constraints imposed by the 3 major clans. The Bai family's quest to expand their enterprise and acquire adequate resources is fraught with challenges. Moreover, even if, 20 years hence, the Bai family's foundation reaches the threshold of a clan, would they truly be able to secure a position among the clans? By that time, the vitality of the five-organ warrior from the Bai family may be nearly extinguished, leaving little capacity to nurture a successor. In this light, their success may be but a fleeting moment. In truth, the phenomenon of transient fortunes, akin to that of the Bai family, is not uncommon. Among these lesser clans, a handful of fortunate individuals may arise, yet the likelihood of establishing a stable position within a clan is exceedingly rare. Only those lesser families that have accumulated sufficient resources can sustain their status as clans after producing a five-organ warrior. Thus, for the Bai family, seizing the opportunity to ascend to clan status must occur with utmost urgency. One elder of the Bai family inquired, "Patriarch, do you believe this news to be true?" Bai Qihua replied with a wry smile, Does it truly matter whether it is true or false? The elder, perplexed, responded, Patriarch, what do you mean? Bai Qihua gazed thoughtfully at the elder and posed a question. Let me ask you, if this matter is indeed true, should we take action? The elder pondered for a moment, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. It seemed that the decision was beyond his purview, leading him into a contemplative silence. Observing the elder's reaction, Bai Qihua maintained a stoic demeanor and stated calmly, regardless of the truth, the Bai family must investigate. If this information holds any veracity, it is likely that others covet this grain as well. Among the three major clans, while I cannot assert that all have designs on this grain, it is certain that the Lu family harbors intentions, and the Ma family may as well. The old patriarch of the Wen family, nearing the end of his vitality, would likely refrain from engaging in conflict, as they are currently focused on preparing a miraculous transformation elixir. Thus, the worst-case scenario is that both families will aspire to claim this grain, and should the Bai family be the one to take the initiative, they would not hesitate to play the role of the opportunistic bystander. The elder, perplexed, retorted, if that is the case, why should the Bai family involve itself? If the two major families act, the Bai family stands no chance. Rather than allowing them to reap the benefits, it would be wiser for the Bai family to observe from the sidelines. Bai Qihua shook his head, regarding the elder with a look of incredulity. That is quite foolish. If this grain is genuine and the two families acquire it, when will the Bai family ever have the opportunity to rise? Even if I endure until my vitality wanes, the Bai family will still struggle to attain clan status. The elder countered, but if the Bai family intervenes, even if this grain is authentic, it is unlikely that we will secure it. In such a case, wouldn't the Bai family simply be making garments for the two families? Rather than that, it would be better for us to abandon this endeavor. The elder emphasized that neither of the two families could be contended with individually, and should both choose to act as opportunists, they would likely divide the spoils. In that scenario, even if the two families did not formally unite, subduing the Bai family would be a simple task. Should the Bai family find itself in such a predicament, it would be better not to pursue clan status at all. This time, Bai Qihua refrained from dismissing his elder, instead opting to patiently elucidate. Elder Qiqing, your reflections indicate that you are indeed thinking critically. As you rightly stated, the Bai family will never acquire this grain, regardless of the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the elder inwardly cursed, realizing the absurdity of the statement. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was the head of the family and that he could not overpower him, he would have retorted vehemently. Bai Qihua, oblivious to the elder's silent reproaches, continued, indeed, this grain could alleviate the financial strain on the Bai family. However, I have never claimed that I desired the grain from the Pei family. The elder, now even more bewildered, thought, if the Bai family does not covet this grain, then what has been the purpose of this discussion? Suddenly, Bai Qihua turned his gaze towards Elder Qiqing, his expression becoming earnest. Elder Qiqing, you should know that aside from the Ma, Wen, and Lu families, there exists another faction in Jin County with a 5-organ warrior. A jolt of realization struck Elder Qiqing as he grasped the patriarch's intent. Patriarch, you mean the Haifeng bandit clan? Are you suggesting that the Bai family should ally with them against the Lu family? Bai Qihua affirmed, precisely. The Haifeng bandit clan bears a deep-seated grudge against the Lu family. Had it not been for the Lu family's interference, the Wu family would have long ascended to clan status in Jin County, rather than devolving into banditry and becoming the current leader of the Haifeng bandit clan, Wu Dalong. Given Wu Dalong's animosity towards the Lu family, should the Bai family extend a hand in partnership, he would not refuse. Elder Qiqing exclaimed in alarm, Patriarch, that would be unwise. Even if the Bai family were to ally with the Haifeng bandit clan, our strength would barely match that of the Lu family. Should we fail to subdue the Lu family, once they regain their foothold in Jin County, the Bai family will undoubtedly face their relentless retribution. Bai Qihua remained unperturbed. Speaking in a calm and measured tone, Elder Qiqing, do not be hasty. My statement is not yet complete. While it is true that we alone cannot overpower the Lu family, what if we also factor in the Pei family? If the Pei family is indeed transporting such a substantial grain shipment, it is highly likely that one of their 5-organ ancestors is overseeing the operation. As far as I know, the Pei family's elder is over 80 years of age. Although his vitality has not yet waned, it is not far off. Thus, this shipment is of paramount importance to the Pei family and must not be compromised. In other words, even if this cargo is not grain, the mere fact that the Pei family's ancestor is supervising it signifies its significance. Chapter 96. Arrival at Jin County. Bai Qiqing suddenly came to a realization. His eyes lighting up. Master, I understand your intention. As long as we confirm that Pei Qingyun will personally oversee the transport, we can reveal the truth to him. At that point, he will have no choice but to cooperate with us. United, we shall prevail, and even the Lu family will not stand against us. Once the Lu family falls, their remaining influence in Jin County will pose no threat to the Bai family, allowing us to seize their assets and solidify our status as a prominent clan. A glimmer of profundity shone in Bai Qihua's eyes as he sipped the warm tea from the table. Essentially, you are correct. However, we must not inform the Pei family too soon. We shall wait until other forces make their move, at which point the Bai family can step in to assist. Only then will the Pei family find themselves with no avenue for retreat. Yet, Bai Qiqing expressed his concerns. What if the Ma family and the Lu family join forces? Wouldn't that jeopardize our plan? This is not a matter of what if. In Jin County, apart from Wu Dalong, the Ma family is the one that desires the Lu family's downfall the most. Do you think the Ma family does not wish to advance their own power? Although they have 2 fifth-level martial artists, they are ultimately just an ordinary, third-rate clan. If the Ma family wishes to grow stronger, they cannot afford to be obstructed by the Lu and Wen families. A mutual destruction between us and the Lu family would be the most favorable outcome for them. Upon hearing this, a deep chill enveloped Bai Qiqing's heart. If he were to lead the family, rather than ascending to prominence, he would find himself outmaneuvered. Lowering his head in respect to Bai Qihua, he affirmed, "Master, I know what to do now." Initially, Bai Qihua believed that his breakthrough to the 5th level and subsequent ascension to family head was merely due to luck. Now, it became evident that he was the Navi one. In terms of strategy, he still had much to learn. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Mountain stronghold received an invitation from the Bai family. Upon learning that it was regarding the Lu family, Wu Dalong readily agreed. As Bai Qihua had anticipated, Wu Dalong harbored a profound hatred for the Lu family. In Wuyang County, the Pei family's convoy transporting grain had already departed. Although the journey would be arduous, the members of the Pei family were filled with determination. The presence of their esteemed elder, Pei Qingyun, made them feel invincible, viewing all adversaries as mere stepping stones. Inside the carriage, Pei Qingyun leaned against the side, peacefully slumbering. The distance to the county town was considerable, requiring an hour just to exit Wuyang County. There were no apparent dangers along the way, prompting Pei Qingyun to take a brief nap. Before long, an hour had passed. Perhaps due to the recent purge of malevolent entities, the journey remained remarkably safe, with Pei Qingyun experiencing minimal bumps along the way. Suddenly, a voice roused him from his slumber. "Elder, we have arrived at the borders of Jin County." The speaker was the coachman. Arriving at Jin County, Pei Qingyun opened the carriage curtain and gazed outside. The moon that night was not perfectly round, yet it did not seem dim. Bathed in its radiant light, Pei Qingyun's gaze wandered until obstructed by a distant hill, causing him to slowly retract his sight. Unlike Wuyang County, Jin County was mountainous and expansive. The Pei family and Appo's convoy encountered a hill nearly every mile they traversed. However, the hills of Jin County had a notable characteristic. They were not particularly high, reaching less than 100 zhang, and did not form a contiguous mountain range. This terrain rendered large-scale agriculture unsuitable, but also endowed Jin County with abundant wild resources and diverse exotic beasts. In contrast, Wuyang County's exotic beasts were somewhat monotonous, with most being cultivated to meet the needs of the martial artists within the city. Moreover, these scattered hills provided a formidable barrier for the existence of various strongholds. Consequently, there were numerous bandits operating in Jin County, with many merchant convoys suffering grievously from robberies. Nevertheless, these bandits did not ravage indiscriminately. Often, merchant caravans were willing to pay a certain sum to pass unharmed. As a result, most merchant teams opted for lesser-known paths, attempting to evade the bandits. Only a few prominent clans would dare to traverse the main roads, given their expeditious and convenient nature. Before Pei Qingyun finalized his plan, Pei Tianrong and the escort had discussed taking smaller roads to mitigate risk. However, with the implementation of Pei Qingyun's strategy, the route was shifted to the main thoroughfare. He sought to operate openly. How could he be discovered if he took the back roads? Unbeknownst to Pei Qingyun, the various forces in Jin County believed the Pei family was opting for one of the lesser routes. Their scouts searched tirelessly among the hills, yet found no trace of the Pei family, leading to suspicions that this might be a false rumor. Fortunately, along the main road, dozens of carriages sped by, creating a conspicuous procession. In Jin County, several individuals inadvertently noted the presence of the Pei family convoy. Particularly, the bandits were the first to spot the Pei family's caravan. However, due to its considerable size, these ordinary bandits dared not entertain any thoughts of ambush. Soon, news of the Pei family's caravan traveling along the main road reached the ears of the various factions in Jin County. Within the Bai family estate, a scout rushed in, reporting, "Master, we have discovered a convoy transporting goods near Jin Town, consisting of more than 300 carriages and approximately 300 individuals." Bai Qihua's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. What were they transporting? Did you see clearly? The carriages were covered with black cloth, so we could not discern their contents. However, judging by the depth of the wheel tracks, it appears that these hundreds of carriages are fully loaded, each carrying over 10,000 jin. Bai Qihua's expression changed, revealing shock. "You must inform the leader of Black Wind Mountain immediately. Relay this information and instruct him to gather at Qingshan Ridge without delay." Based on the scout's description, he was nearly certain that the rumors circulating in the tavern hours earlier were true. Over 300 carriages could hold at least 70,000 measures of grain. The audacity of the Pei family was astonishing. They dared to transport such a massive quantity of grain so openly along the trade route. Should one commend their courage or lament their recklessness? Bai Qihua took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. Although he had speculated that the Pei family's grain transport might be true, he had assumed it would only amount to around 40,000 measures. Now it was clear that he had not only underestimated but had gravely miscalculated. The allure of 70,000 measures of grain was undeniable. At that moment, even though Bai Qihua had previously devised a plan, he could not shake the urge to seize this opportunity. It was too tempting. It was more enticing than a dozen beautiful maidens laid bare before him. In an instant, Bai Qihua regained his composure. This was, in fact, not a fortuitous development for him. Regardless of the quantity of grain, the Bai family could never claim it. Instead, the sheer volume would invite instability. If it were only 40,000 measures, the Ma family might abandon the Lu family after the three families united. However, with 70,000 measures or more, it was unlikely that the Ma family would remain indifferent. Even Wu Dalong might cast his eyes upon this grain, jeopardizing the stability of their alliance. There was no turning back. If the Bai family aspired to ascend to the status of a prominent clan, they had to embrace a measure of risk. Should the situation prove untenable, they could always leave Jin County. As a fifth-level martial artist, where could he not survive with the Bai family? With this thought, Bai Qihua's gaze sharpened. Before this, I must stabilize Wu Dalong. As long as Wu Dalong does not change his mind, we can consider half of the endeavor a success. Before long, the news reached Wu Dalong. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Yet he understood that he must not be swayed by avarice at this moment. After seizing the Lu family's resources, he could very well set his sights on this batch of grain. Within the Lu family estate, Lu Qingyuan also received word that the Pei family's grain convoy had arrived near Jinyi town. Lu Qingyuan straightened his posture, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. It seemed the news was indeed true, a fortuitous turn of events. With this batch of grain, I shall possess sufficient resources to break through to the mid-stage of the five organs, and perhaps even advance further. At that point, the Lu family would have the opportunity to aspire to become a notable third-tier family. Since assuming the position of family head, Lu Qingyuan had been relentlessly contemplating how to elevate his clan's status. A typical third-tier family may be considered prestigious within a county, yet in a prefectural city, they hold little significance. In the eyes of some ordinary third-tier families in the prefectural city, although the Lu family is a recognized clan, they are merely seen as country folk. Only by advancing to the late stage of the five organs can the Lu family infiltrate the ranks of the prefectural city families, thereby enhancing their prospects for further advancement. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. I must set off immediately. Should anyone dare to covet this batch of grain, it would provide the perfect opportunity to address that as well. With this thought, a fierce glint appeared in Lu Qingyuan's eyes. He then began to summon the family members. In the realm of commerce, Pei Qingyuan leisurely sat within the confines of his carriage. Having been in the territory of Jinyi County for half an hour, he found that no disturbances had occurred as he had anticipated, leaving him somewhat bored. In truth, even if no forces attempted to raid the Pei family's grain convoy, it would not constitute a loss for the Pei family. At most, it would mean a wasted trip for him personally. However, the logistics plan he had devised for the Pei family would need to be postponed. After all, such a substantial order is a rare occurrence, often taking years to materialize. Could it be that these fellows lack the courage? Such blatant benefits. Can everyone truly resist the temptation? Or perhaps someone has seen through my plan, though that seems unlikely. Pei Qingyuan thought with a grim determination. Chapter 97. The arrival of the Bai family, just as Pei Qingyuan felt a tinge of disappointment. A tempest brewed within the city of Jinhai. Numerous scouts from various factions swiftly made their way towards the Pei family's grain convoy. Those prepared to pillage began mobilizing their forces. Although their strength may not rival that of the three major families in Jinhai, if they could seize the Pei family first, they might successfully transport this batch of grain. Under the influence of greed, their desires magnified exponentially. A quarter of an hour later, the Pei family's convoy encountered the first wave of marauders. With the urgent sound of neighing horses, the Pei family's scouts swiftly retreated. There's a situation ahead. It appears to be an ambush, one scout gasped, panting heavily. Inside the carriage, Pei Qingyuan's spirits soared upon hearing the mention of an ambush. The moment of revelation had finally arrived. Pei Qingyuan peered out from the carriage, his gaze fixed on the horizon. With his keen eyesight, any movement within hundreds of meters could not escape his notice. As he raised his gaze, it settled upon a distant hill. At that moment, Pei Tianlin also led a small squad towards the hill. Just as Pei Tianlin and his team approached the hill within 30 paces, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. Someone's shooting. Find cover, Pei Tianlin bellowed. The Pei family squad quickly scattered towards the nearest large trees or boulders for protection. Pei Tianlin was no exception. Although a martial artist of the five organs, he understood that enduring such a downpour of arrows would severely deplete his vital energy. Having only just entered the five organs level, his reserves were not yet profound enough to withstand such an onslaught. After 10 consecutive rounds of arrows, the fire from the hill ceased. However, The Pei squad did not immediately counterattack, but instead observed their surroundings, wary of potential traps. After all, the nature of ambushes was unpredictable. In the next moment, the enemy surged forth from behind the hill. The sight revealed over 100 men, resembling a band of mountain bandits. Among them, a few rode warhorses, while the majority advanced on foot. Numerically, this group far outnumbered Pei Tianlin's small team. Yet, upon engagement, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Each member of the Pei family squad was capable of facing multiple foes alone, especially Pei Tianlin, a martial artist of the five organs. The mounted assailants charged directly at Pei Tianlin, led by a man with thick brows and a scarred face, who appeared particularly fearsome. Aiming to capture the leader first, it was evident that Pei Tianlin was the target. If he fell, the battle would be effectively over. Unfortunately for the scarred man, he had chosen the wrong opponent. As he closed the distance, a flash of cold light flickered, and in an instant, his head rolled from his shoulders. Blood spraying several feet high. The horse beneath him let out a mournful cry before crashing to the ground, dragging a deep scar across the earth. Boss. The remaining assailants gasped in shock at the sight of their leader's demise. While they may not have known the full extent of the scarred man's prowess, the heads of the group were acutely aware that he was a formidable expert at the late stage of divine power. And yet he had been slain with a single stroke, even accounting for the scarred man's underestimation of his adversary. The enemy must be at least at the perfected divine power level. Realizing this, the leaders of the bandits lost their will to fight. But Pei Tianlin was not about to let this band of mountain bandits escape. With a single step, he unleashed a powerful surge of vitality, propelling himself towards them with astonishing speed that rivaled that of the warhorses. With another swift strike, another leader fell, severed from his body. Observing this scene from the carriage, Pei Qingyun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he retreated back inside. He had anticipated a grand confrontation, yet this skirmish hardly qualified as an appetizer. Before long, the Pei family squad had dispatched dozens of assailants. Aside from a few captives, the rest scattered in a desperate flight. The guards, showing no mercy, coldly interrogated the prisoners. Who are you? And why did you attack the Pei family convoy? I was forced by the bandits on the mountain. I've harmed no one. I plead for your mercy. The captive pleaded, bowing his head in a display of desperation. The elder instructed you to speak, not to waste words. If you refuse to answer, I can expedite your journey to the afterlife. One of the Pei family guards threatened, raising his blade menacingly. I'll tell you I'm from the Union camp. The attack on the convoy was a sudden decision by our leader, the captive stammered. Union camp? I've never heard of it. You must be fabricating this tale. Who is your leader? The guard pressed further. Our leader just died. That head over there belongs to him. The captive trembled, pointing at the severed head of the scarred man, terrified that his life could be snuffed out at any moment. Seeing that the captive did not seem to be lying, the guard reported the situation to Pei Tianlin. Union camp. Pei Tianlin responded, seemingly unperturbed. This was all within his expectations. A band of brigands that lacked even a single martial artist of the five organs level could hardly pose a significant threat. Forget it. Just eliminate them. They are of no use to us. With that, Pei Tianlin returned to the main force. Sir, the captives have confessed. Please spare us. The captives cried. But before they could finish pleading, the guards executed Pei Tianlin's orders. Once again, heads rolled. However, the bodies remained unclaimed. The upheaval in Jinhai County had nothing to do with the Pei family. Shortly after the Pei family convoy departed, the Bai family arrived at the scene. Report to the family head, a battle occurred here moments ago. It appears it was less than a quarter hour ago. One scout from the Bai family dismounted to investigate before informing Bai Qihua. It seems the Pei family convoy has not gone far. Let us pursue them, Bai Qihua commanded. Soon, the Bai family members spotted a line of carriages draped in black cloth. It was the Pei family's grain convoy. Pei family convoy. Bai Qiqing called out loudly. Bai Qihua immediately ordered the convoy to halt, instructing, everyone, stop advancing. Maintain our current distance from the Pei family convoy. We must not appear hostile. Turning to Bai Qiqing, he added, Elder Qiqing, you shall accompany me to negotiate with the Pei family. At that moment, Pei Tianlin heard the sound of hooves behind him. As a seasoned elder accustomed to years of battle, he recognized the sound instantly. There were hoofbeats approaching, not exceeding 50 horses. Wait, the sound changed. Only 2 horses were pursuing them. Pei Tianlin turned to see 2 men riding swiftly towards the Pei family convoy. This puzzled him. Based on the number of horses, there should be more than just 2 riders. What was the intention of these 2 men approaching the Pei family convoy? Were they seeking information about the Pei family's operations? Regardless, Pei Tianlin could not allow them to approach the Pei family convoy. He commanded the captain of the guard, go to the rear and warn them not to approach our convoy. Understood. The guard captain nodded and turned his horse towards the back of the line. Who goes there? Please halt. This is the Pei family convoy. No one may approach, the guard captain warned, positioning himself in front of the 2 Bai family members. His demeanor filled with caution. Bai Qihua maintained a composed demeanor, striving to exude goodwill. I am Bai Qihua, head of the Bai family in Jinhai County. This is Bai Qiqing, an elder of the Bai family. I urgently request an audience with your esteemed ancestor, Pei Qingyun. This matter pertains to the safety of your Pei family's merchant convoy, and I hope you can relay this message. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard's expression grew more vigilant. The sudden appearance of two individuals claiming that the convoy is in danger raised suspicions. Had it not been for their lack of hostility, he would have seriously questioned their identities. Anticipating that his entrance might seem somewhat abrupt, and noticing the evident skepticism from the other party, Bai Qihua continued to elucidate, asserting that the Bai family harbors no malice and is certainly not inquiring about the Pei family's convoy. I can wait here until you respond, but you must convey a message to your ancestor. Once he hears it, he will certainly agree to meet me. The captain of the guard, still somewhat unconvinced, inquired. What do you mean? Bai Qihua replied slowly. The news of your family's grain transport is already common knowledge within Jina County. Although the captain was unaware of the grain's value, he understood the risks of exposure. Alarmed, he exclaimed, what? How could news of the Pei family's grain transport reach Jina County? I must inform the ancestor immediately. In his shock, the captain instructed the two, please wait here. Regardless of whether the ancestor wishes to meet you, I shall return to inform you. Among the entire Pei merchant convoy, only Pei Tianlin was aware that the news of the grain transport had been deliberately leaked. The others were entirely oblivious to the underlying reason. Shortly thereafter, the captain returned to the merchant convoy. Upon his return, Pei Tianlin inquired, what is the situation with these two? Why are they pursuing our Pei family's convoy? The captain explained, they are both from the Bai family of Jina County. One is the head of the Bai family, Bai Qihua, and the other is elder Bai Qiqing. They have shared crucial information regarding the safety of the convoy and wish to meet the ancestor. Pei Tianlin's expression grew serious as he asked, what could be so significant that it necessitates alarming the ancestor and concerns the safety of the convoy? The captain glanced around before whispering. They claim that the news of our grain transport has become widely known within Jina County. Pei Tianlin responded with a nonchalant tone. Is that so? Then you should remain with the convoy for now. I will report this matter to the ancestor. If he wishes to meet them, I will inform you. Pei Tianlin was already aware of the circumstances and saw no need to feign ignorance. After all, the situation was now a fait accompli. Even if it was known that the Pei family had deliberately leaked the information, it was too late to contain it. Naturally, he felt no obligation to explain the reasons behind it. Chapter 98. The innocence of the Bai family. Upon reaching the carriage, Pei Tianlin reported the matter at hand. He remarked, Ancestor, this maneuver is indeed masterful. The entire Jina County is aware of our Pei family's grain transport. However, what does the Bai family seek by approaching you at this juncture? Pei Qingyun chuckled. The intention is not particularly significant. At this moment, all the prominent families and bandits in Jina County are likely eyeing our grain shipment. Yet the Bai family has chosen to act contrarily by warning us of the impending danger. This undoubtedly conveys a gesture of goodwill. It must be said that the Bai family's approach was somewhat unexpected. The people of Jinha County claim that Bai Qihua succeeded in breaking through to the Five Organs realm solely due to good fortune. In my view, this is not entirely accurate. This tactic alone reveals that Bai Qihua is no ordinary figure. Pei Tianlin inquired, should the ancestor meet him or not? Pei Qingyun replied with a smile, of course, we should meet. I am also quite curious about the Bai family's intentions. With this statement from Pei Qingyun, Pei Tianlin promptly made arrangements with the captain of the guard. Before long, the captain conveyed the message to Bai Qihua. Ancestor has agreed to meet with you. Please follow me, he announced. Upon hearing this, Bai Qihua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he was confident that Pei Qingyun would see him, until it became a certainty, there remained the possibility of unforeseen changes. The merchant caravan's pace was naturally slower than that of an individual on horseback. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them caught up. It was at this moment that Pei Qingyun arrived outside the carriage. Despite the spacious interior, he preferred not to discuss matters of significance in such an intimate setting with strangers. The entire escort team consisted primarily of middle-aged and young men. Given Pei Qingyun's age, it was unusual for someone like him to be involved in such a transport. Thus, when Pei Qingyun appeared, the two members of the Bai family immediately recognized the elderly man with graying hair. This must be Pei Qingyun, the ancestor of the Pei family, Bai Qihua mused. Rumor had it that Pei Qingyun was over 80 years old, yet still full of vigor. As a rising star, Bai Qihua had always been curious about this elder who maintained such vitality. However, since Pei Qingyun rarely left Wuyang County after his breakthrough to the Five Organs realm, he had never had the opportunity to meet him. Now that they stood face to face, Bai Qihua gained a fresh perspective. If one were to encapsulate his impression in 4 words, it would be unadorned simplicity. To describe him as an ordinary elderly man would not be an exaggeration. Yet precisely because of this, Bai Qihua found it all the more astonishing. A Five Organs martial artist can indeed restrain their vitality. But achieving perfection in this regard is no small feat. Pei Qingyun not only accomplished this, but did so subtly that Bai Qihua couldn't even perceive it. Before he could delve deeper, Pei Qingyun's gaze turned toward him. Bai Qihua, feeling compelled to bridge the distance, urged his horse closer to the carriage. When they were within mere 10 paces, Bai Qihua finally greeted him. Pei Qingyun reciprocated the courtesy, and the two engaged in conversation. Pei Qingyun promptly addressed the matter at hand, asking, "What is the purpose of the Bai family head's visit?" Bai Qihua was taken aback by Pei Qingyun's directness. After a brief pause, he replied, "I have come to seek cooperation with the Pei family." Pei Qingyun, intrigued, asked, "What form of cooperation do you propose?" Bai Qihua's demeanor turned serious as he stated, "I wish for the Bai family to join forces with the Pei family to confront the Lu family." Pei Qingyun responded with a calm tone, "Bai family head, are you jesting? Your Bai family is not even a prominent family. On what grounds do you believe the Pei family would collaborate with you to take on the Lu family? This would bring no benefit to the Pei family. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall assume you are merely toying with me. Those who attempt to mock me often meet a dire fate." At this juncture, Pei Qingyun cast a warning glance at Bai Qihua. Feeling the weight of Pei Qingyun's gaze, Bai Qihua instinctively shivered, a chill coursing through him. Nevertheless, he attributed it to a mere illusion. He continued earnestly, "Perhaps the esteemed ancestor is unaware, but the news of your grain transport has spread throughout Jina County. According to the intelligence I have received, the two major families, the Ma and Lu families, have decided to make their move against your shipment tonight. Should the Pei family ally with the Bai family, we will certainly assist in navigating your caravan through tonight's crisis." Pei Qingyun pondered thoughtfully. "In light of this, there seems to be some merit to your claims. However, on what basis can we trust your words? What if the Bai family is merely seeking to exploit us? Even if we concede that your information is accurate, I do not underestimate the Bai family's capabilities, but with your limited strength, how do you presume to aid us? As far as I know, both families possess 2 5-organs martial artists, and their numbers of divine power martial artists far exceed that of the Bai family by several folds. Even without an alliance, your family would struggle to exert any significant influence against either one alone." Bai Qihua, having anticipated this skepticism, responded steadily, "If it were only the Bai family, we would indeed be powerless. However, I have an ally beyond our two families, the Haifeng bandits." Pei Qingyun's expression grew grave as he appraised Bai Qihua anew. "Bai family head, you possess quite the audacity to forge an alliance with the Haifeng bandits. Do you not fear that someone may expose this arrangement?" Bai Qihua let out a scoffing laugh, tinged with sarcasm. "As long as there is no concrete evidence, the local authorities will not take action against the Bai family. Furthermore, many of the bandit forces in Jinhe County are supported by the 3 major families. In comparison, our cooperation with the Haifeng bandits is scarcely noteworthy." Upon hearing Bai Qihua's assertion, Pei Qingyun suddenly grasped the situation. The geographical conditions of Wuyang County were not conducive to the establishment of bandit forces, which is why the 3 major families had not ventured in that direction. In this regard, the 3 families of Wuyang County could be deemed somewhat principled. However, Jinhe County was distinct, with its mountainous terrain and complex geography, fostering a multitude of bandit factions. The 3 major families of Jinhe County, in order to safeguard their own interests, naturally extended their influence into the bandit domain. In light of this comparison, the Bai family's position appeared as innocent as a pristine flower. Observing Pei Qingyun's somber silence, Bai Qihua misinterpreted his demeanor as hesitation. He added, "Perhaps the esteemed ancestor is still unaware, but the bandit group that recently attacked your caravan, the Qian bandits, is directly supported by the Lu family." Unfortunately, Bai Qihua misunderstood the situation. Pei Qingyun was, in fact, quite pleased. Everything had been orchestrated by him from the outset, and the results seemed favorable. With 2 lesser families taking action, their deterrent effect should suffice. As he observed Bai Qihua, Pei Qingyun found him increasingly agreeable. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of fatigue from maintaining this charade. He contemplated whether to reveal a glimpse of his own prowess or simply allow Bai Qihua to depart unimpeded. Chapter 99. Refusal to cooperate at present. My mood is rather pleasant. The Bai family cannot even be considered a prominent lineage. They approached us with goodwill, seeking collaboration and delivering news. To frighten them in this manner seems rather unkind, thought Pei Qingyun to himself. Just as Bai Qihua was growing increasingly anxious, Pei Qingyun spoke. "As for the matter of cooperation, my family shall abstain. Should either of your families dare to encroach upon my family's possessions, let them come forth. I shall observe whether they possess the audacity to assault my merchant caravan." Bai Qihua hastily replied, "Elder Pei, are you truly not considering a partnership? The Bai family approaches with sincerity. If our 2 families could unite, we might engage in even deeper collaboration in the future." Pei Qingyun scoffed dismissively. "Deeper collaboration? The head of the Bai family has a commendable vision, yet you overlook a fundamental principle. Cooperation must be predicated on equality. The Bai family does not even qualify as a distinguished lineage. On what grounds do you assume that you are worthy of collaboration with my family?" At these words, Bai Qihua felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation surge from the depths of his being. He had believed his plans to be flawless, convinced that the Bai family would rise under his leadership to become a true lineage. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow, particularly now that he was on the verge of success. This sense of disgrace nearly drove him to madness. However, He understood that he could not afford to confront Pei Qingyun openly. Bai Chihua's face flushed with anger as he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. In the next moment, an invisible surge of energy erupted forth, crashing upon him like a vast tide. Yet, in an instant, this energy vanished without a trace, as if everything had merely been an illusion. Nevertheless, Bai Chihua knew it was no mere figment of his imagination. The moment that energy surged, his humiliation was instantly quelled, replaced by an icy dread. Beneath this chill, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, each droplet attesting to the reality of the situation. Only when Pei Qingyun's voice resonated again did he snap back to reality. There is nothing further. I kindly ask the head of the Bai family to depart. My family's caravan must continue its journey. Bai Chihua nodded repeatedly, understanding. Without looking back, he fled the Pei caravan in a frenzy, accompanied by Elder Bai and Bai Qiqing. Once they had distanced themselves from the Pei caravan, Bai Qiqing inquired, "Head, why did we leave in such haste? Did the Pei family agree to cooperate?" "Enough. The Pei family is a formidable force. We must return to Jinhai County immediately and withdraw from this matter," Bai Chihua replied. Still shaken, the mere recollection of that energy instilled an instinctive fear within him, causing his body to tremble. Just how immense was that energy? It was something he had never encountered in any martial artist of the Five Viscera realm. As he reflected on the incident, Bai Chihua realized the gravity of the situation. As for the source of that energy, he had no desire to delve deeper. In truth, Bai Chihua's assessment was accurate. Over the past 2 months, Pei Qingyun had consolidated the family's fortune into his cultivation. He had already traversed more than half of the path to the Sixth Viscera realm. Had there been such a thing as a half step into the Sixth Viscera, he would have already attained that level. Compared to when he first broke through to the perfection of the Five Viscera, his energy had nearly doubled in potency. Furthermore, with the enhancement from 3 unique techniques, his vitality far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists at the Five Viscera level. On the merchant road, the Pei caravan continued along its predetermined route. However, Pei Tianlin was curious as to why Bai Chihua had behaved so erratically, departing with such urgency. He inquired, "Elder, what was the purpose of the Bai family's visit?" "They seemed to leave in a great rush." Pei Qingyun replied nonchalantly, "They came seeking cooperation, but Bai Chihua was unwilling to accept my terms. So I allowed him to leave promptly." Upon hearing this, Pei Tianlin quickly grasped the situation. The Bai family sought collaboration but encountered a setback with the elder. The elder despised those who lacked self-awareness. The chasm between the Bai and Pei families was as vast as the heavens, and it was evident that Bai Chihua had insisted on clinging to the elder's side. In this regard, Pei Tianlin could only silently mourn for Bai Chihua's misfortune, for it was merely a stroke of bad luck. In truth, Pei Qingyun harbored no particular disdain for Bai Chihua. Otherwise, he would not have permitted him to leave. Had he not assumed this new identity, he might have considered cooperation under similar circumstances. From this perspective, Bai Chihua's scheme had merit. However, all of this was merely a self-directed performance by Pei Qingyun, resulting in the Bai family's plans falling flat. Nonetheless, Bai Chihua's situation could not be deemed a complete failure. Rather, it was a case of fortune arising from misfortune. At the very least, the Bai family had survived, while the Lu and Ma families were left to their fates. Meanwhile, the Ma and Lu families were making their way toward Qingshan Ridge. As the essential route out of Jinhai County, Qingshan Ridge also served as an excellent ambush location. Surrounded by mountains, the terrain was treacherous. Should any force lie in wait atop the peaks and launch rocks upon them, it would surely yield fruitful results. We are merely 3 miles from Qingshan Ridge. The terrain there is perilous, encircled by mountains. To pass through, we must navigate a gorge approximately a mile long and less than 3 zhang wide, stated an experienced escort. Pei Tianlin furrowed his brow. Is there any way to bypass this gorge? After a moment's contemplation, the escort explained, there are indeed 2 options. One is to take a detour, diverting from the main road to a smaller path. However, with the caravan's size, this would delay our exit from Jinhai County by at least 2 additional hours. The second option is to circumvent Jinhai County entirely, traveling through a neighboring county to reach the prefectural city. This would add over 100 miles to our journey. Whether it be a delay of 2 hours or an additional 100 miles, neither option aligned with the elder's plans. Yet, to enter the gorge now felt akin to being a fish in a barrel. Though he had little experience fighting in such terrain, he understood that gorges had historically been graveyards for soldiers. Unlike ordinary individuals, martial artists possessed far superior physiques. Yet, should a boulder fall from a height of 100 zhang, even foundational martial artists would struggle to withstand it, and even divine power martial artists could suffer injuries. Only those of the Five Viscera realm, like himself, could ensure safe passage. However, he was not alone. He led a caravan. Should they encounter an ambush in the gorge, even if they achieved victory, the losses among the transport personnel would be catastrophic. With insufficient manpower, his own abilities, no matter how impressive, could not ensure the safe delivery of supplies to the prefectural city. Contemplating this, Pei Tianlin felt a headache coming on. Let us halt the caravan and await the elder's decision. At his command, the caravan, stretching for hundreds of meters, came to a stop.